Dragon God Supreme Chapter 4087 to Chapter 4169. When Feng Wuchen first ascended to the Chaos World, his bloodline power wasn't that strong. But now, Feng Wuchen's bloodline of the Dragon Gods was many times stronger than the Chaos Dragon races. One had to know that the Chaos Dragon race's bloodline was an ancient bloodline, one of the top in the Chaos World. But such a powerful bloodline was more than 10 times stronger than Feng Wuchen's. How could Patriarch Ao Long and the others believe this? Even if Feng Wuchen completely concealed his aura, they could still feel the terrifying bloodline power in Feng Wuchen's body. But what puzzled them was, how did Feng Wuchen increase his bloodline power, Feng Wuchen's bloodline of the Dragon Gods? Could it be that it could evolve? The soul-devouring dragon asked in shock. Brother Feng, what is going on? How did you increase such a terrifying bloodline power? Feng Wuchen, when did your bloodline become so much stronger than our Chaos Dragon races? Ancestral Dragon Princess asked in shock, looking at Feng Wuchen with her big watery eyes. Increasing one's bloodline power was something that the entire Chaos Dragon race couldn't do. Not to mention, Feng Wuchen's bloodline power didn't just increase by a little, it was more than 10 times stronger than the Chaos Dragon race's bloodline power. How did Feng Wuchen do it? I don't know how to explain it, maybe it's bloodline awakening. Feng Wuchen said awkwardly. He couldn't possibly say that his primordial god force could increase his bloodline power, could he? Who would believe him if he said it? Bloodline awakening? Patriarch Ao Long was stunned, then he remembered that Feng Wuchen was from the Dragon Gods. He nodded and said, that's possible, after all, the dragon race's bloodline has always been very strong. The clan leader is right. It seems that the bloodline of the Dragon Gods is stronger than that of the Chaos Dragon clan. Otherwise, Brother Feng would not have obtained such a strong soul power as the ancestor of soul power. The soul-devouring dragon nodded. Feng Wuchen smiled humbly. Great Elder is too serious, I was just lucky. Isn't the Chaos Dragon tribe the strongest among the dragon tribe? Dragons from other worlds shouldn't have such terrifying bloodline power. Maybe my guess is wrong. But where did the Dragon Gods come from? Ao Tianlong was getting more and more curious. Brother Feng, what brings you here today? Clan leader Ao Long asked with a smile. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and said, Clan Master Ao Long, I'm planning to return to the Panga realm. Last time, I promised young Master Ao Tian that I would bring him there. Panga realm? Feng Wuchen, I'll go too. I'll go too. Ancestral Dragon Maiden's eyes instantly lit up as she jumped up in excitement. Great! Ao Tianlong laughed happily and said, I thought Brother Feng had forgotten about it. Finally, I can go to Panga realm and have a look. As soon as he finished speaking, Ao Tianlong's happy smile suddenly disappeared, as if he had thought of something. Brother Feng, I'm afraid this will be somewhat difficult. Clan leader Ao Long frowned and said, but if you want to leave the Chaos World, you have to get permission from the Chaos Temple. Otherwise, whoever dares to leave without permission will be severely punished by the Chaos Temple. Grandfather, with your status, can't you just go to the Chaos Temple and talk to the ancient Heavenly Emperor? Ancestral Dragon Maiden quickly said. Ao Tianlong shook his head and said, if it's anything else, with grandfather's status, it's indeed easy. But leaving the Chaos World is not an option. The Chaos Temple places great importance on it. After all, any heavenly immortal from the Chaos World can go to any world and destroy that world. Ao Tianlong was right. If the trashiest cultivator of the Chaos World went to another world, he would definitely be a top expert, able to destroy the world with a wave of his hand. As the overlord of the Chaos World, the Chaos Temple naturally wouldn't let such a thing happen. Therefore, the cultivators of the Chaos World, no matter who they were not allowed to leave without permission. Once discovered, they would be severely punished. This was the rule set by the Chaos Ancestor. For tens of millions of years, no one dared to break it. Master, the Chaos Dragon tribe still doesn't know your identity. I'm afraid only the Chaos Ancestor Dragon knows. Long Xinjian transmitted his voice with a smile. Patriarch Ao Long, don't worry. The Chaos Temple's Great Elder has already agreed to this. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. What? The Great Elder has agreed? Patriarch Ao Long and the others looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "Young Master Ao Long, let's go." Zhu Long guessed in shock, "Could it be because you're the first person to ascend to the Chaos World?" "That's possible." Soul-devouring dragon nodded. "Brother Feng, are you sure the Great Elder has agreed?" Ao Tianlong asked in disbelief. After all, this was the Chaos World's strictest rule. "He has agreed. I just came from the Chaos Temple." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said. "Feng Wuchen, I'm going too." Ancestor Dragon Maiden said excitedly. She didn't care if the Chaos Temple agreed or not. "Ancestor Dragon Maiden, you can go if you want. However, you can't cause trouble. Otherwise, if the Chaos Temple's Great Elder blames us, we won't be able to bear it." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said. "Feng Wuchen. Am I the kind of person who likes to cause trouble?" Ancestor Dragon Maiden scolded with her hands on her hips as she stared fiercely at Feng Wuchen. "I hope so. Let's go. We'll go to the Chaos Gate first." Feng Wuchen smiled helplessly. After ascending to the Chaos World for so long, Feng Wuchen finally had the chance to go back. There was no need to mention how excited he was. He missed Ling Xiaoxiao and Xiaoxiao very much. "Protector Xianlu, help me open the Chaos Gate." Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice and ordered. "Yes." Protector Xianlu transmitted his voice respectfully. After the three of them left, the soul-devouring dragon suddenly reacted and his old face changed drastically. "That's not right." Even if Feng Wuchen was the first person to ascend to the Chaos World, with his cultivation level, it's impossible for him to enter the Chaos Temple, much less meet the ancient Heavenly Emperor. Why did he say that he just came from the Chaos Temple? The soul-devouring dragon suddenly said. Without a certain status, it was impossible to enter the Chaos Temple. Not to mention meeting the ancient Heavenly Emperor and the fact that the ancient Heavenly Emperor would agree to Feng Wuchen's return to the Pengu world. Ao Long frowned deeply and said solemnly, "The Chaos Gate is unguarded. Without the Great Elder's permission, it's going to be a disaster." "Feng Wuchen is planning to barge into the Chaos Gate? Isn't he courting death?" "No, I have to stop them immediately." Zhu Long was shocked. "No need." Just then, an old and majestic voice sounded. An old man in a black robe appeared. This person was the Chaos Ancestor Dragon, exuding a domineering and terrifying aura. "Greetings, Ancestor Dragon." Everyone in the Chaos Dragon tribe knelt down respectfully. Grandpa Ancestor Dragon, Ao Tian, and the Dragon Girl went to the Chaos Gate with Feng Wuchen. "This is going to be a disaster," Zhu Long said anxiously. The Chaos Ancestor Dragon smiled faintly and said, "Feng Wuchen is the young master of the Chaos Temple, the inheritor of the Chaos Ancestor. No one can stop him from going anywhere in the myriad worlds." "What? Young master? Inheritor?" Everyone in the Chaos Dragon tribe was shocked. "How is this possible?" Ao Long was shocked and said with a trembling voice, "Feng Wuchen is the young master of the Chaos Temple. He is the inheritor of the Chaos Ancestor." "The inheritor of the Chaos Ancestor?" Zhu Long said in shock, "Doesn't that mean he is the future ruler of all worlds? We didn't know his identity." Soul-devouring dragon and the others were stunned. Xianxia and the others were petrified and their heads buzzed. Chaos Ancestor Dragon smiled faintly and said, "The young master is also a member of the dragon race, which is why he is so polite to us. It's good that Ao Long is going to the Pengu world. Ying Long should be ascending soon. The seal of the Dark World has been broken and many experts from the Dark World have infiltrated the forces of the Chaos World. The young master has ordered us to secretly monitor the experts of the Dark World. Once they make a move, kill them. The Chaos Temple and the forces under them have already made their move. It is time for us to make our move too. But remember, do not alert them. Chaos Dragon Race, listen up. Experts above the Chaos God Emperor realm are to head to the 4 regions of the Chaos World immediately." Ao Long ordered without hesitation. "Yes." The experts of the Chaos Dragon race accepted the order and moved out immediately. Chaos World Gate. Xianlu had already opened the Chaos World Gate and was waiting for Feng Wuchen's arrival respectfully. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. After some time, Feng Wuchen, Ao Tianlong, and Ancestor Dragon Princess appeared in a flash. Young master. Xianlu immediately bowed respectfully. Young master? Ao Tianlong and Ancestral Dragon Maiden stared at Feng Wuchen with their eyes wide open. Their faces were filled with shock as if they had been immobilized. Xianlu was a Chaos Temple guardian. If he called Feng Wuchen as the young master, didn't that mean that Feng Wuchen was the young master of the Chaos Temple? Seeing Ao Tianlong and Ancestor Dragon Princess's shocked expression, Feng Wuchen smiled awkwardly and said, "Sorry, I didn't tell you." Feng Wuchen, you are the young master of the Chaos Temple? Ancestor Dragon Princess asked in shock, her voice trembling. Ao Tianlong asked in disbelief, then aren't you the successor of the Primal Chaos Ancestor? Yes. Feng Wuchen nodded. Hiss. Ao Tianlong and Ancestral Dragon Maiden took a deep breath. Even though Feng Wuchen had said it himself, they still couldn't believe it. He had known Feng Wuchen for so long, but only now did he know about Feng Wuchen's identity. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that Feng Wuchen was the Chaos Temple's young Hall Master, the inheritor of the Chaos Ancestor. This is unbelievable. Ancestral Dragon Maiden said in astonishment, "You don't look like one no matter how I look at you. The Chaos Shrine's young Hall Master should at least be at the Chaos Heavenly Venerate level, right? Let's go." Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly. After the three of them entered the Primal Chaos Gate, Protector Xianlu waved his hand and the Primal Chaos Gate disappeared instantly. When Feng Wuchen and the other two reappeared, they were already in the Panga realm. The familiar aura of the Panga realm assaulted them. The familiar world and sky all appeared in front of Feng Wuchen's eyes. Is this the Panga realm? Ao Tianlong and Ancestral Dragon Maiden looked around at the unfamiliar world. Yes, this is the Panga realm. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, I can already sense many familiar auras. Feng Wuchen sensed the familiar auras of Panga Shi, Supreme Yinglong, Supreme Primeval, Supreme Peerless, and others. Feng Wuchen also sensed the powerful auras of Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, Miao Qingqing, Long Nidian, Shan Tong, and others. In addition to these familiar auras, there were also some familiar auras of ascenders from the ancient immortal world. Husband's aura. Ling Xiaoxiao suddenly opened her eyes. She sensed Feng Wuchen's aura and was very certain. Big Brother Feng's aura. Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing exclaimed in unison. Disciple's aura. Feng Wuchen. That kid is back. Supreme Peerless, Supreme Primeval, and 100 other Supremes exclaimed almost simultaneously. They all sensed Feng Wuchen's aura. That's right. It's Feng Wuchen's aura. He's become extremely powerful. Supreme Yinglong smiled faintly. Feng Wuchen's aura, that kid is really back. Ancestor Xianxia also opened his eyes immediately, his old face filled with shock. I'm going to see my disciple. You old fogies, hurry up. Supreme Peerless laughed wildly and immediately rushed out of the palace. The 100 Supremes, Supreme Yinglong, and the others all flashed out one after another. Feng Wuchen is back. Mad Leopard was the first to appear in the square of the Dragon God Temple. The three-eyed demon ape laughed excitedly, this kid's cultivation is becoming more and more terrifying after ascending to the Chaos Realm. Supremacy's aura. Supremacy is back. Jian Chou, Qiu Tian, Long Nidian, and the others all flashed out one after another. The Dragon Soul War gods also flashed out one after another. Master. Ancient Shaman Emperor, Danfeng Emperor, and the others suddenly opened their eyes. Dragon Soul Supremacy's aura. Dragon Soul Supremacy has returned to the Panga realm. It's definitely him. What a terrifying aura. Dragon Soul Supremacy's cultivation is becoming more and more terrifying. The Ancient God Pavilion, the Ancient Alchemy Shrine, the Divine Elixir Pavilion, the Supreme Ape King Family, the Ancient Emperor Shrine, and the other forces in the 36 heavens of the Panga realm all sensed the three terrifying auras. Among them, there was an aura that they were very familiar with. It was Feng Wuchen's aura. Feng Wuchen didn't conceal his aura, which meant that he was telling everyone in the Panga realm that Feng Wuchen was back. Although the Panga realm doesn't have the strong chaotic aura of the Chaos realm, it's not inferior to the Chaos realm. It feels good to be back. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. He couldn't wait to see Ling Xiaoxiao and the others. Ao Tianlong nodded and smiled faintly. Indeed, the Panga realm isn't inferior to the Chaos realm, but in terms of spiritual qi, it's not as good as the Chaos realm. This trip wasn't in vain. I got to know a new world. Then, he looked at Feng Wuchen and asked with a smile, "Young master, you're the first to ascend to the Chaos realm. You must have achieved a lot in the Panga realm." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. "I just built the Dragon Temple." Feng Wuchen, their auras are so weak. Even the strongest aura in the Panga realm is pitifully weak. Ancestral Dragon Maiden pouted. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. "This isn't the Chaos realm. Even if a heavenly immortal cultivator came to the Panga realm, he would feel the same as you. Let's go. I'll take you to my dragon temple to see the dragon gods." With that, Feng Wuchen waved his hand and disappeared with Ao Tianlong and Ancestral Dragon Maiden. In the sky above the dragon temple, Feng Wuchen and the other two appeared. "Greetings, Lord." The Dragon Soul Venerables knelt down on one knee respectfully. Their loud voices pierced the sky. Hundreds of thousands of Dragon Soul Venerables appeared majestic. Ao Tianlong and Ancestral Dragon Maiden were dumbfounded. "This is Feng Wuchen's Dragon God Palace? There are hundreds of thousands of people." Ao Tianlong was so shocked that his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. He said in disbelief, "The Dragon God Palace has hundreds of top cultivators in the Pangu realm. Even the most terrifying force in the chaotic realm doesn't have so many top cultivators. Brother Feng is so young, but he is already standing at the top of the Panga realm and has established such a terrifying force. I can't believe it. Feng Wuchen, is this your Dragon God Palace? Even the top geniuses in the Chaos realm don't have such terrifying achievements." Ancestral Dragon Maiden was stunned. She couldn't believe that hundreds of thousands of Dragon Soul Venerables were established by Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen nodded and said with a faint smile, "This is my Dragon God Palace." Looking at Long Shirhan and the others, Feng Wuchen gestured for them to get up. He cupped his fists and smiled, "3 primogenitors." Long Shirhan nodded happily and said with a smile, "Very good. Feng brat, I thought you wouldn't come back." Long Shirtian laughed happily. "How can that be?" Feng Wuchen smiled and said, "Am I, Feng Wuchen, that kind of person?" "Lord." Jian Chou and Xiao Tian rushed over excitedly. "Brother Feng, you are finally back. Long time no see." Shan Tong flew over with a happy smile. "Brother Feng, your cultivation is getting stronger and stronger." Long Xiaoyang laughed happily and directly punched Feng Wuchen's chest. "If Brother Long ascends to the Chaos realm, your cultivation will definitely improve quickly." Feng Wuchen laughed happily. "Young lord, are they also dragons? How can they have dragon bloodline, and even stronger than us?" Long Nidian asked doubtfully as he looked at Ao Tianlong and Ancestral Dragon Maiden. "Young lord, they are so strong." Long Qinghun said in shock. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "Yes, they are from the Chaos realm. This is young Lord Ao Tianlong and this is Ancestral Dragon Maiden. They just want to see the Panga realm. The Primal Chaos World's Dragon Clan?" Long Shirhan and the others were shocked. "Greetings, young Master Ao Tian." Long Nidian and the others cupped their fists in greeting. "We're all from the Dragon Clan, there's no need to be so courteous." Ao Tianlong hurriedly said with a smile. The shock in his heart did not lessen. "Husband. Brother Feng. Alliance Master." Just as Ao Tianlong and Ancestral Dragon Maiden were in shock, a series of excited shouts came from the void. Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, and Miao Qingqing had arrived. "Husband?" Ao Tianlong and Zhu Longnu's expressions changed drastically as they looked towards the source of the voice. "Wife." Feng Wuchen was extremely happy. Ling Xiaoxiao flashed over and excitedly threw herself into Feng Wuchen's arms. Tears of joy fell from her eyes. "Husband. Xiaoxiao missed you so much." Ling Xiaoxiao hugged Feng Wuchen tightly. The husband that she had missed day and night was finally back. "Wife, I miss you a lot too. Every time I'm cultivating, I want to come back quickly to see you and little Xiaoxiao." Feng Wuchen choked with sobs. His eyes were wet. Miao Qingqing and Yang Meier were moved to tears. "Brother Feng is married?" Ao Tianlong and Ancestral Dragon Maiden stared at Feng Wuchen with their eyes wide open. Swish. Swish, swish. Swish. At this time, another large group of overlords appeared with terrifying auras. Welcome, Lord. Hundreds of thousands of Luosha overlords led by Yi Qingyu knelt on one knee respectfully. Their loud voices pierced through the clouds again. Ao Tianlong and Ancestral Dragon Maiden were shocked again, and their eyes bulged out. The achievements of hundreds of thousands of overlords in the Dragon Temple were enough to shock them. But they didn't expect that Feng Wuchen's achievements weren't limited to just that. Hundreds of thousands of people came to register. However, the shock wasn't over yet. Welcome, senior brother. Greetings, master. Ancient Shaman Emperor, Celestial Qilin Emperor, Emperor Danfeng, and the others came one after another and knelt on one knee respectfully. Goody Temple is here to greet the Dragon Soul Lord. Emperor Tianzong and Di Wuyun appeared in a flash and bowed respectfully. Emperor Ape King Clan is here to greet the Dragon Soul Lord. Emperor Ape King Clan leader and 3 elders appeared in a flash and bowed respectfully. Thousand Flower Valley is here to greet the Dragon Soul Lord. Heavenly Void Pavilion is here to greet the Dragon Soul Lord. Queen. Thousand Flower, Heavenly Void Pavilion Master, and other top overlords came one after another and bowed respectfully. Almost all the overlords and overlords of the Panga realm came, and the number of people soared crazily. In the sky above the Dragon Temple, there were large black shadows in all directions. Seeing group after group of overlords coming, Ao Tianlong and Ancestral Dragon Maiden were stunned. The shock continued. Welcome, Lord. Dragon Soul overlords from all the Panga realm had arrived at the Dragon Temple one after another. All of them knelt respectfully on one knee. The number of people had already exceeded 1 million. The shocking scene once again shocked Ao Tianlong and Ancestral Dragon Maiden. They had never thought that Feng Wuchen's appeal in the Panga realm would be so terrifying. Just by showing up, all the overlords of the Panga realm had come. And this was only the representatives of the major forces. If Feng Wuchen gave the order, one could imagine how many people would gather in the huge Panga realm. Good disciple. Feng Wuchen. You brat, you're finally back. Supreme Wushuang, Supreme Yuanchi, and 100 other supreme overlords appeared at the same time. Their power was monstrous and full of deterrence. Everyone felt invincible. Greetings, master, seniors. Feng Wuchen was reluctant to let go of Ling Xiaoxiao. He cupped his fists at Supreme Wushuang and the others. Greetings, seniors. Ao Tianlong and Ancestral Dragon Maiden also cupped their fists respectfully. Not bad, not bad, not bad at all. As expected of my good disciple. Supreme Wushuang's face was full of pride. A bright smile appeared on his old face. Feng Wuchen, your cultivation is getting stronger after ascending to the chaotic realm. Supreme Yuanchi laughed happily. Feng Wuchen laughed happily. It's been so long since I ascended to the chaotic realm. If my cultivation hasn't improved, I'll be letting you all down. Young Feng, what's your cultivation now? I feel that your bloodline has become much stronger. Supreme Monster Emperor asked curiously. I've already broken through the chaotic Emperor realm. Feng Wuchen replied respectfully. The Great Emperor realm? Supreme Wushuang and the others were shocked. Brother Feng's cultivation speed is still so freakish. Lu Qingyang and the others were also shocked. They are the top existences in the Panga realm. Each of them is extremely terrifying. Their status is equivalent to the supreme gods of the chaotic realm. Ao Tianlong was shocked. He could see that Supreme Yuanchi and the others were extremely high in status. Ancestral Dragon Maiden was also shocked. Even though her cultivation was 100 times higher than the supreme overlords, she still felt an enormous invisible pressure in front of them. The most terrifying one is Feng Wuchen. His status in the Panga realm is the same as the chaotic ancestors in the chaotic realm. Maybe even more terrifying. Ao Tianlong was shocked. Feng Wuchen, are they from the Chaos World's dragon race? Supreme Long asked as he looked at Ao Tianlong and Ancestral Dragon Maiden. He had already sensed the dragon bloodline of Ao Tianlong and Ancestral Dragon Maiden. Senior Long is right. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Wife, 3 primogenitors, Master, Senior Pangashi, Senior Yuancher, let me introduce them to you. They are from the Chaos World's dragon race. This is young Master Ao Tianlong and this is Ancestral Dragon Maiden. So they are from the Chaos World's dragon race. No wonder they have the bloodline of the dragon race and their bloodline is even stronger. Supreme Yuancher and the rest nodded politely. No matter how strong our bloodline is, it is not stronger than Brother Feng's bloodline. Ao Tianlong cupped his fists politely. Long Shihun smiled happily. Welcome to the Dragon God Palace. Thank you, great primogenitor. Ao Tianlong thanked politely. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled politely. I am Ling Xiaoxiao, Feng Wuchen's wife. Welcome to Pangu World. Nice to meet you, I'm Lu Qingyang. Lu Qingyang patted his chest generously. Nice to meet you. Welcome to Pangu World. Miao Qingqing and the rest greeted them warmly. Thank you. Ao Tianlong and Ancestral Dragon Maiden thanked them politely. Ancestral Dragon Maiden looked at Ling Xiaoxiao and said with envy, Sister Xiaoxiao, you are so beautiful. These sisters are also so beautiful. When did Ancestral Dragon Maiden's mouth become so sweet? Feng Wuchen looked at Ancestral Dragon Maiden in surprise. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled happily. Dragon Maiden is also very beautiful. Miao Qingqing smiled sweetly. Dragon Maiden, you will definitely be more beautiful than us in a few years. Really? I am so beautiful. I didn't even know. Ancestral Dragon Maiden was overjoyed. Feng Wuchen, Ao Tianlong, and Lu Qingyang were all dumbfounded. Are you the descendants of the ancestor dragon? Supreme Ming Long asked hurriedly. His old face was filled with excitement. Exactly. Sizing up Supreme Ming Long, Ao Tianlong said respectfully, Senior Ing Long, I've heard my great-grandfather mention you before. It's all thanks to the guidance of the ancestral dragon that I was able to attain my current level of cultivation. Sovereign Ing Long laughed excitedly. This is not the place to talk. Please come to the main hall. Young Master Ao Tian, this way please. Master, Senior Pangashi, Senior Yuancher, please come in. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Many thanks, Brother Feng. Young Master Ao Tian cupped his fists in gratitude. Pass down the order. Prepare the banquet. Long Shihun immediately ordered. Looking at the various hall masters and elders, Feng Wuchen smiled happily and said, Hall masters and elders, please come this way. Those who come are guests, others can stay or leave. Thank you, Lord Dragon Soul. Emperor Tianzong and the others thanked him respectfully. They were overjoyed. It was rare for Feng Wuchen to invite them. This was a blessing that they had accumulated over many generations. Thank you, High Lord Dragon Soul. The million people thanked him respectfully. What kind of scene was this? It was too shocking. Everyone was extremely excited. Even if they were not qualified to enter the main hall, they were very satisfied to be able to stay. They would be able to brag about it when they went back. Fortunately, the main hall of the Dragon God Palace was big enough to accommodate the upper echelons of the major forces. The main hall was filled with the top experts of the entire Pangu realm. Everyone had a happy smile on their faces. Such a scene made Ao Tianlong and Ancestral Dragon Maiden, who came from the primal chaos realm, feel a little nervous. Wife, how are Xiaoxiao and father and mother? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled happily and said, Husband, father and mother are about to ascend. Xiaoxiao is now the #1 genius in the ancient immortal world. It's just that she's getting more and more naughty and likes to cause trouble everywhere. If it weren't for Ling looking after her, the ancient immortal world would be finished. However, her cultivation talent is even more terrifying than husband's. Her awakened bloodline is more powerful than ours. Oh? Her bloodline has become so powerful. She can still awaken it? Xiaoxiao is really powerful. Let's go back and take a look later. Feng Wuchen was shocked, but his face was full of fatherly love. Okay. Xiaoxiao misses you so much. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled happily and said, because of the interspatial ring, Xiaoxiao is now 8 years old. Her cultivation is now an 8-star ancient immortal emperor. What? 8-star ancient immortal emperor? Is this a joke? She's only 8 years old. Feng Wuchen was shocked. His eyes almost popped out. What kind of terrifying cultivation speed was Xiaoxiao's? Even with the interspatial ring and the heaven-defying divine pearl, it was not so terrifying. Seeing Feng Wuchen's shocked expression, Ling Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "That's why I said Xiaoxiao's talent is more terrifying than husband's." What a terrifying cultivation talent. Feng Wuchen patted his chest. He could not imagine how terrifying it was. Good disciple. When I ascend to the primal chaos realm in the future, I will rely on you to teach me how to refine primal chaos realm pills. Supremacy Peerless smiled happily. Master, with your alchemist domain and mental state, the pills of the primal chaos realm will not be a problem for you. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. This was not a perfunctory remark. It was the truth. Haha. Supremacy Peerless laughed happily. Supremacy Peerless was extremely skilled in alchemy. He was also one of the top alchemist geniuses in the Pengu world. When he ascended to the primal chaos realm in the future, he would definitely be able to control it easily. The Dragon God Palace has not been so lively in a long time. Feng Wuchen looked at the crowd and smiled. He was in an extremely good mood. Long Shihun smiled happily and said, "Everyone is busy cultivating. They all want to ascend to the primal chaos realm as soon as possible. Big brother Feng, we are also about to ascend to the primal chaos realm. It will definitely be no problem within a year." Lu Qingyang smiled excitedly. "Master, primeval origin, you should be able to ascend." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Primeval origin smiled faintly and said, "We are planning to ascend in half a month." "That's great. I have already built a Pengu Immortal Manor for you in the primal chaos realm." Feng Wuchen smiled happily and said, "Seeing your profound truth, there is also a very powerful formation expert in the primal chaos realm. He is currently in the Pengu Immortal Manor. Just in time to study the formations of the primal chaos realm." Supremacy Profound Truth smiled happily. "Oh right, Senior Pengu Shi, Master, why is Supremacy Eastern Emperor not here? I can't sense his aura in the dimensional space." Feng Wuchen suddenly asked. "Supremacy Eastern Emperor has already ascended. Don't you know?" Pengu Shi asked in shock. Supremacy Peerless and Supremacy Yinglong looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. What? Supremacy Eastern Emperor ascended? Feng Wuchen was shocked. He really didn't know about this. Feng Wuchen frowned and said, "In that case, Supremacy Eastern Emperor should be in the Primal Chaos Realm. He didn't ascend through the Primal Chaos Realm gate, so I didn't know. Brother Feng, I will immediately order the Dragon Race to send people to look for him. As long as he is in the Primal Chaos Realm, we will definitely find him." Ao Tianlong quickly said. "Many thanks." Feng Wuchen thanked. After Ao Tianlong gave the order, the Chaos Dragon tribe immediately sent out their people to various regions. The forces under the Chaos Dragon tribe also sent out their experts. "I have already given the order, the Dragon tribe has already sent people to search for him. I believe there will be news soon. Don't worry." Ao Tianlong smiled politely. "Then we can rest assured." Pengu Shi and the 100 Supremes nodded. Since Supreme Donghuang had successfully ascended, he must be in the Chaos World. "Master, Senior Pengu Shi, you must be fully prepared for your ascension. The lightning tribulation is very powerful." Feng Wuchen said solemnly, "My wife, Qingyang, the same goes for you. Without sufficient strength, you must not go through the tribulation easily. Don't worry, we have been preparing for half a year. There will be no problem." Supreme Wushuang smiled faintly, full of confidence. Pengu Shi smiled faintly, "Since Supreme Donghuang has successfully ascended, we will not be weaker than him." "You're right, husband. We'll be careful." Ling Xiaoxiao nodded. Lu Qingyang curled his lips, "Big brother Feng, your ascension was like a game. My physical body is stronger, so my defense is naturally different." Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. He looked at the cultivators of the various forces and said, "Seniors, the same goes for all of you. If you really want to ascend, you must be fully prepared. The lightning tribulation of the chaotic world is no joke." "Thank you, Sovereign Dragon Soul, we will remember this." Tianzong Great Emperor and the others cupped their fists respectfully. Feng Wuchen has a very high position in their hearts. I can feel that the major forces of the Pangu domain are here. This is definitely not related to Feng Wuchen's strength. How did Feng Wuchen do it? Ao Tianlong was even more shocked. There was no need to mention the younger generation, but many of the older generation's strong practitioners were respectful to Feng Wuchen from the bottom of their hearts. Lord Dragon Soul, 100 Supremes, I hope that all of you can give us some pointers in our cultivation so that we can improve our cultivation, one of the top experts said respectfully. I implore Lord Dragon Soul and the 100 Supremes to guide us in our cultivation. The top powerhouses of the various major forces all spoke respectfully. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so he had to seize it. If you don't mind, I'm more than willing. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Disdain, what a joke. The first super genius from the Pangu realm to ascend to the Chaos realm was the Dragon Soul Master. Who would dare to look down on him? Since Feng Wuchen readily agreed, they were already burning incense. Thank you, Lord Dragon Soul. The experts of the various major powers were ecstatic and expectant. It was rare for the top experts of the major forces in the Pangu realm to gather together. Feng Wuchen patiently guided them. Plus, the abundant cultivation experience of the 100 supreme experts was of great help to the experts of the major forces present. As for cultivation experience, let the 100 supreme experts explain it to you. They are more qualified than me. I can only guide you in your cultivation, including alchemists. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. The hall instantly quieted down. Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen with an unusually excited expression. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Seniors, your cultivation levels, including alchemists, have either reached a bottleneck or are unable to improve. You haven't been able to break through for years, decades, or even decades. The experts of the major forces all nodded heavily. Then, everyone listened attentively to Feng Wuchen's guidance. They wanted to remember every word that Feng Wuchen said. The cultivation experience of the 100 supreme experts was more important, so they tried their best to remember it. Even Great Emperor Tianzong and Great Emperor Ancient Sorcerer tried their best to remember it. 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Under the patient guidance and explanation of Feng Wuchen and the 100 supreme experts, the experts of the major forces benefited a lot. They all felt enlightened. As the saying goes, listening to a wise man's words is better than reading books for 10 years. Thank you, Lord Dragon Soul and the 100 supreme experts for your guidance. The experts of the major forces expressed their gratitude respectfully. Their eyes were filled with passion. Their respect for Feng Wuchen had risen to worship. Thank you, Lord Dragon Soul and the 100 supreme experts for solving the problem that had troubled the old man for many years. Now, the old man has fully comprehended it. Di Wuyun thanked them respectfully. I have finally broken through to the 10 Directions Great Emperor. Thank you, Lord Dragon Soul and the 100 supreme experts. A 10 Directions Great Emperor cupped his fists respectfully and bowed. The problem that had troubled them for many years was solved. The bottleneck of decades was loosened, and some even broke through directly. That feeling of ecstasy was simply too blissful. The insights of cultivation are unfathomable. The 100 supreme experts are indeed not simple. Their mental states have already reached the sovereign God realm. In the field of cultivation, Feng Wuchen has his own unique insights and comprehension. Such a strong mental state, not to mention me, even the top geniuses in the chaotic world might not be able to comprehend it. Ao Tianlong was shocked. Even though Ao Tianlong was already a chaotic god emperor, after listening to the cultivation experiences of Feng Wuchen and the 100 honorable martial artists, he felt as though he had been enlightened and gained a deeper level of understanding. I feel that Feng Wuchen is very powerful. So many people are so respectful to him. Moreover, from what he said just now, I seem to have comprehended something too. I feel like I am about to break through. Ancestor Dragon Princess thought to herself as her beautiful eyes stared at Feng Wuchen. Ancestor Dragon Princess finally witnessed how terrifying Feng Wuchen was today. It was no wonder that Feng Wuchen was chosen by the chaotic ancestor. He was a truly terrifying genius. After the guidance, the experts of the various forces all left in a hurry. They were all anxious to go back and cultivate. Today's harvest would definitely improve their cultivation by a lot. Brother Feng's unique insight in the field of cultivation is really admirable. It has even improved my mental state. This trip to the Pengu world is very worthwhile. Ao Tianlong clasped his fists and said with gratitude. Brother Feng, your achievements in the Pengu world have really opened my eyes. The glory and strength of the Dragon Shrine is more outstanding than the Dragon Tribe in the chaotic world. To be honest, if it were me, I wouldn't be able to do it. Young Master Ao Tian, you are joking. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, the strength of the Dragon Shrine depends on unity and trust in brothers and friends. It's rare for you to come to the Pengu world. Stay for a few more days. There are 36 levels of heaven in the Pengu world. It will be of great help to your cultivation as opportunities are often found in that moment. Brother, Feng Wuchen is right. Let's play for a few more days before going back. Ancestor Dragon Princess was very excited. She was full of the spirit of an explorer when it came to unfamiliar worlds. After that, Feng Wuchen asked Jian Chou to bring Ao Tianlong and Ancestor Dragon Princess around the Pengu world. He, Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang and the others went to the ancient immortal world. 8-star ancient immortal emperor cultivation. This little girl is amazing. Feng Wuchen smiled happily and couldn't wait to see his daughter. Ancient immortal world. In front of the ancient immortal palace, the ancient immortal sovereign looked at the sky with a strange expression. Above the majestic palace, two armies were facing each other. Powerful auras filled the air. There were many experts with Protector Tianhen as the leader. All of them looked ferocious and murderous. This was the strongest formation of the ancient immortal palace. Everyone, listen up. You can only win. You can't lose. Otherwise, this protector will break your legs. Protector Tianhen roared with boundless might. Understood. Everyone roared aggressively, erupting with an aura that could pierce through heaven and earth. At the same time, Dragon Soul Sovereign, Rakshasa Sovereign. All major forces, listen up. Give it your all. The Dragon Soul Commander roared, his aura surging. This formation was made up of the Dragon Soul Sovereign, Rakshasa Sovereign, and the experts of the major forces under the Divine Dragon Palace. It was a terrifying formation. Yes. Everyone roared. Their terrifying aura suppressed the ancient immortal palace. Terrifying murderous aura swept out like a storm. Anyone who saw this would be scared out of their wits. Those who didn't know would think that the ancient immortal palace was going to war with the Divine Dragon Palace. The formation of both sides was terrifying. Their auras were overwhelming. A war could break out at any time. However, both sides had already unleashed their strongest auras. But they didn't start the war. Everyone remained where they were. No one said a word. They had to maintain their ferocious auras and murderous auras. Little Master, how is it? Can we start? The Dragon Soul Commander turned around and looked at an 8-year-old girl. He asked respectfully as if he was afraid that the girl wouldn't be satisfied. Protector Tianhen and the experts of the ancient immortal palace all looked at the 8-year-old girl. The 8-year-old girl was none other than Xiaoxiao Feng. Xiaoxiao Feng was going to bring the Dragon Soul Sovereign and Rakshasa Sovereign to destroy the ancient immortal palace. Xiaoxiao Feng, it won't be so easy this time. Bingwu chuckled. Other than the palace master and elders, all the experts of the ancient immortal palace have moved out. I will win for sure. Xiaoxiao Feng smiled happily. We can start now. The Dragon Soul Commander immediately roared, charge. The Dragon Soul Venerable, the Rakshasa Venerable, and the powerhouses under the Dragon God Temple all unleashed their terrifying power and shot out at full speed. Protector Tianhen. You're definitely going to lose. If I catch you, you'll be out of luck. Xiaoxiao Feng smiled confidently. Protector Tianhen swallowed a mouthful of saliva in shock. He broke out in cold sweat and his face turned green. He shouted in panic, you only have 15 minutes. If we can hold on for the time it takes to burn an incense stick, we will win. All of you better hide well for this protector. Do it quickly. Stop them. With a shout, Protector Tianhen disappeared without a trace. The experts of ancient immortal palace roared and frantically scattered. In the blink of an eye, the two armies were in a mess. One side wanted to rush in, while the other side wanted to block. Later, they were all squeezed together. There were tens of thousands of people, and they were all talking about things. It was chaos, and no one knew each other. The confrontation between the armies of the two great forces was just to play a game with Xiaoxiao. Charge in with all your might. Left. Charge in from the left. Stop them. Io. Who kicked my little brother? My nose is bleeding. Whose toe is in my nose? Let go. Let go. Don't point your pants at my face. It stinks. Who is it? Move it away. Who took off my pants? Give it back. The scene was extremely chaotic. After all, they could only use their strength and wits. They could not use any power or techniques. Once they started fighting, it became like this. Protector Tianhen. You better hide well. I'm going to make a move. Xiao Xiaofeng could not wait and said with a smile. Protector Tianhan roared, this protector will hide well. Come. Sister Ling Er. Sister Bing Wu. Sister Qing Luan. Let's make a move. Xiao Xiaofeng charged out happily. In the blink of an eye, she lost her chance to win. Her speed was terrifying. Heis. Ling Er sighed helplessly and shook her head. There are so many men squeezed together. How are we going to get in? I'm not going. Wei Qingluan smiled helplessly. Juner shook her head with a red face, I'm not going either. Bingwu smiled bitterly and said helplessly, forget it. Ling Er, you go. What a joke. Two beauties squeezed together with tens of thousands of men. How could that be? Protector Tianhen, who was hiding among the tens of thousands of people, roared anxiously, she's here. Block her. Don't let her in. Xiao Xiaofeng arrived in the blink of an eye. However, there were too many people and they were squeezed together. She could not enter at all. It was the same no matter which direction she came from. Xiao Xiaofeng dodged continuously. However, Dragon Soul's side did not manage to open up a path. She could not enter at all. Wherever Xiao Xiaofeng went, ancient immortal palace's experts would be filled with panic. Wherever Xiao Xiaofeng goes, block her. Anyway, don't let her in. Protector Tianhen roared in panic. Little master. Quickly charge in from the top. Dragon Soul Commander roared. Quickly block the top. Protector Tianhen roared anxiously. Ling Er smiled bitterly, Xiao Xiaofeng, there are so many people. How are we going to go in? I can't help you. Ling Er was Tian Ming's daughter. Now that she had grown up, how could a slender young lady like her have the face to charge in? Protector Tianhen. You will lose for sure. Xiao Xiaofeng smiled happily. Shortly after, her small body disappeared. When she reappeared, Xiao Xiaofeng was already carrying a person out. I caught one. Feng Xiaoxiao's face was filled with pride. Xiao Xiaofeng, you cheated. Didn't you say that you can't use your movement technique? Protector Tianhen roared in exasperation. I did say that I can't use my strength and identity. However, I didn't say that I can't use them. It's you guys who can't use them. Xiao Xiaofeng smiled in delight. What? Protector Tianhen nearly fainted from anger. Ancient Immortal Sovereign and the three elders shook their heads helplessly. Second. Third. Fourth. In a few blinks of the eye, Xiao Xiaofeng had already successfully caught 9 people. Only Protector Tianhen was left. Protector Tianhen, this is just the beginning and you are already going to lose. Xiao Xiaofeng smiled happily with a mischievous look on her face. Humph. Find this protector first. Protector Tianhen was unwilling to admit defeat. Among the tens of thousands of people, Protector Tianhen's figure was nowhere to be seen. Swish. Swish, swish. At this moment, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao appeared and saw the scene. What are they doing? Why is Ancient Immortal Palace working together with Dragon Soul? Feng Wuchen asked in astonishment. Looking at the tens of thousands of people gathered together, he didn't know what they were doing. Isn't it because of your daughter? Ling Xiaoxiao said helplessly. Feng Wuchen had already seen Xiaoxiao Feng. However, Xiaoxiao Feng was having fun and didn't notice the appearance of Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao. On the other hand, when ancient immortal sovereign and the three elders saw Feng Wuchen, they opened their eyes wide in shock. Lord of Dragon Soul. Ancient immortal sovereign and the three elders exclaimed at the same time. Dragon God Supreme will continue to be updated in the gaming forum. There are no advertisements in the forum. Please bookmark and recommend the gaming forum. If you like Dragon God Supreme, please bookmark. Dragon God Supreme's gaming forum updates the fastest. Honorable Lord. Wei Qingwan, Bing Wu, and Juner also sensed it immediately and looked up in shock. Uncle Feng. Oh my god. Uncle Feng is back. Ling Er instantly shouted in joy. She was extremely surprised. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao, and Lu Qingyang had already arrived in front of Ling Er and Bing Wu. Uncle Feng, it's really you. Ling Er was extremely excited. Of course it's me. Feng Wuchen looked at the excited Ling Er and said happily, long time no see. Ling Er has grown so big. Honorable Lord. Wei Qingwan, Bing Wu, and Juner bowed respectfully. At the same time, their faces were filled with excitement. Feng Wuchen nodded and said with a faint smile, your cultivation has increased by quite a bit. Right, what are they doing? Feng Wuchen asked curiously as he looked at the tens of thousands of experts. Bing Wu smiled bitterly and said, sigh, Xiaoxiao is playing a game of catch. A game of catch? Lu Qingyang's eyes widened and said in confusion, the two factions gathered so many experts just to play a game of catch. This little girl really knows how to play. Xiaoxiao is too much. How can she waste other people's cultivation time? I told her not to cause trouble, but she didn't listen. Now she's even causing trouble in the ancient immortal palace. Ling Xiaoxiao was angry when she heard this. Feng Wuchen was also stunned after hearing this. Uncle Feng, Xiaoxiao's cultivation is much stronger than mine. I could still control her in the past, but I can't control her now. Ling Er smiled bitterly. Protector Tianhen is in trouble. He has to be punished after losing once. In the past half a month, who knows how many times he has lost. Honorable Lord, you have to take good care of Protector Tianhen. Juner said with a sympathetic smile. Feng Wuchen's face was filled with embarrassment. Wei Qingwan continued, my lord, the most pitiful ones are the various clans in the immortal beast territory. When they see little master, they are so scared that they hide. The 5 major clans have been messed up by her. Isn't Xiaoxiao Feng too naughty? It felt like he liked to cause trouble even more than the ancestral dragon princess. Husband, Xiaoxiao's bloodline has already awakened for the second time. That's why her cultivation base has improved so quickly. Besides, no power in the ancient immortal world can do anything to her, Ling Xiaoxiao continued. Xiaoxiao is really amazing. As expected of my, Feng Wuchen's, daughter. But it is indeed too much. Feng Wuchen nodded and looked at Xiaoxiao, who was playing happily, with doting eyes. However, Feng Wuchen knew that he absolutely could not spoil Xiaoxiao. Otherwise, she might cause great trouble in the future. Dragon Soul Sovereign Lord, you really have returned. At this moment, the shocked Ancient Immortal Venerable and the 3 elders arrived. Ancient Immortal Venerable, 3 elders, long time no see. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists politely and smiled, it has been a few years and Ancient Immortal Venerable is still unwilling to ascend. Ancient Immortal Venerable smiled happily, this Immortal Venerable is planning to ascend soon. Haha. Protector Tianhen. Caught you. Do you think that I won't be able to find you if you hide in a treasure? Xiaoxiao Feng's happy laughter could be heard. At this moment, Protector Tianhen was trapped by a terrifying bloodline power. Even though Protector Tianhen had already broken through to the ancient immortal venerable realm, he was still unable to break through Xiaoxiao's bloodline power. Protector Tianhen's face was filled with fear, little miss, please let me off this time. This protector admits defeat, alright? It's over. Protector Tianhen has also been caught. The experts from the ancient immortal palace instantly panicked and their bodies started to tremble. The tens of thousands of experts that were pushing each other stopped at this moment. That won't do. If you lose, you have to be punished. This time, you will be punished to bring me to a fun place. Xiao Xiaofeng raised her head proudly. Xiao Xiaofeng, don't be rude. At this moment, Feng Wuchen finally spoke with a stern voice. Hearing Feng Wuchen's familiar voice, Xiao Xiaofeng, Protector Tianhen, and the others were all stunned before they looked towards the source of the voice. Father. The moment she saw Feng Wuchen, Xiao Xiaofeng was overjoyed as she rushed over excitedly. Sovereign. The Dragon Soul Sovereign, Luosha Sovereign, and the experts from the Divine Dragon Palace immediately knelt down on one knee. They were all extremely excited. The Dragon Soul Sovereign had actually returned to the ancient immortal world. Lord Feng. Protector Tianhen seemed to have seen a life-saving straw as he quickly cried out with a crying face, Lord Feng, save me. Seeing Protector Tianhen's pitiful appearance, Bing Wu, Jun and the others couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Protector Tianhen cried out in front of so many people. One could imagine how badly he had been played during this period of time. Father. You're back. Xiao Xiaofeng missed you so much. Xiao Xiaofeng threw herself into Feng Wuchen's embrace. She hugged Feng Wuchen tightly as if she was afraid that if she let go, Feng Wuchen would disappear. At this moment, Xiao Xiaofeng was extremely happy. Ever since Xiao Xiaofeng ascended to the ancient immortal world, she had heard about Feng Wuchen the most. Xiao Xiaofeng had always known that Feng Wuchen was the strongest existence in the ancient immortal world. He was a legend in the ancient immortal world and an omnipotent hero in her heart. Therefore, she was naturally overjoyed to see Feng Wuchen. But after being happy for a while, it was time to cry. Xiao Xiaofeng, what are you doing? Didn't mother teach you to respect your elders and seniors? Didn't I teach you to be polite? Look at what you've done now. Is this how mother taught you? You're getting more and more naughty. Ling Xiaoxiao scolded. Xiao Xiaofeng pouted her lips with a wronged expression. Her tears were shining as she buried her head in Feng Wuchen's embrace. She looked like she was about to cry, but she was holding it in. Seeing this, one's heart instantly softened. Ling Xiaoxiao Feng Wuchen wanted to scold her more but was stopped by Feng Wuchen. Although Ling Xiaoxiao Feng Wuchen was scolding her, she didn't feel good in her heart. After all, Feng Wuchen was her beloved daughter. Xiao Xiao Feng Wuchen, what you're doing isn't right. Lu Qingyang smiled, children must be polite. You must respect your elders and seniors. Otherwise, people will laugh at your father. Don't forget that your father is the strongest in the ancient immortal world. Will others laugh at father? Xiao Xiaofeng asked with a sobbing tone. Of course. Feng Wuchen smiled gently, father is the strongest in the ancient immortal world, but father's little darling is causing trouble everywhere. Others will laugh at father for not teaching his daughter well and producing a bad child. If Xiao Xiao Feng Wuchen is a bad child and disobedient, father doesn't want you. Xiao Xiao Feng Wuchen, don't leave father. Xiao Xiao Feng Wuchen will definitely be obedient. Xiao Xiao Feng Wuchen cried and shook her head. As her tears fell, she hugged Feng Wuchen tightly and refused to let go. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, that's more like it. Good child, everyone likes it. You can't cause trouble in the future. You must be polite and respect your elders and seniors. Hurry up and apologize to your mother. Mother, I'm sorry. Xiao Xiao Feng Wuchen will definitely listen to mother in the future. Xiao Xiao Feng Wuchen said in a childish voice. Dragon God Supreme Feng Wuchen's chapter will continue to be updated. There are no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend the website. If you like Dragon God Supreme Feng Wuchen, please bookmark Dragon God Supreme Feng Wuchen. Why aren't you apologizing to Grandpa Ancient Celestial Sovereign and the others? Ling Xiaoxiao's face was still cold. I'm sorry, Grandpa Ancient Celestial Sovereign, Protector Tianhen and the other seniors. Xiao Xiao bowed and apologized. Protector Tianhen and the other experts from Ancient Celestial Hall also bowed towards Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao bowing and apologizing was definitely a first for Protector Tianhen and the others. Luckily, Feng Wuchen had returned. Otherwise, who knew how bad things would have been for them? Come, give mother a hug. Ling Xiaoxiao's tone softened as she instructed, you must be obedient in the future, okay? Don't cause any more trouble. Xiao Xiao understands. Xiaoxiao nodded her head obediently. Ancient Celestial Sovereign, 3 elders, sorry for the trouble. This is the second time this lass has awakened her bloodline power. My father and the others have yet to ascend, so no one can control her. Feng Wuchen smiled apologetically. Ancient Celestial Sovereign smiled happily. Xiaoxiao is just playful. She didn't cause any trouble. Ancient Celestial Sovereign, we will head back first. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. He then signaled for Dragon Soul and Luosha Sovereign to leave. Dragon Soul Sovereign Lord, take care. Ancient Celestial Sovereign smiled politely. Teacher, it is normal for children to be playful. Zhang Junlan smiled respectfully. Xiaoxiao is at the age where she likes to play. Without children to play with, she must be very bored. I have never seen a child who doesn't like to play. The more playful they are, the smarter they are. Lu Qingyang waved his hands. Let's go. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. After Feng Wuchen and the others left, Protector Tianhen heaved a sigh of relief. I hope that Lord Feng can teach Xiaoxiao well. Otherwise, the ancient celestial world is finished. In the entire ancient celestial world, no one can do anything to this little demoness. Protector Tianhen thought in his heart. He was filled with fear. Protector Tianheng was really afraid of being messed with. Alright, go back and cultivate. This ancient celestial sovereign is also preparing to ascend. Ancient celestial sovereign smiled faintly. Husband, what is up with Xiaoxiao's bloodline? Ling Xiaoxiao asked. She looked at Feng Wuchen hurriedly. Ancient Celestial Sovereign Lord said. Xiaoxiao's bloodline is. And I teat. Even I teat. Xiao bloodlines. Is. Teat. Is. He. Do you? She can fight against the Chaos World's Celestial Sovereign Lord? Lu Qingyang and Zhang Junlan were so shocked that they sucked in a breath of cold air. If Xiaoxiao's bloodline reaches maturity, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? Feng Wuchen looked at Xiaoxiao and smiled. I don't know what will happen in the future. But one thing is for sure. She should be able to fight against the Chaos World Celestial Sovereign Lord. Chaos World Celestial Sovereign Lord? Ling Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows. Husband, recently when I was cultivating, I managed to cultivate a type of powerful divine force that surpassed my imagination. I have yet to fully control this divine force. Could it be the primal chaos divine force? Father, what is Chaos World Celestial Sovereign Lord? Xiaoxiao asked curiously. She looked at Feng Wuchen with her big eyes. Chaos World Celestial Sovereign Lord is a very powerful force. Feng Wuchen gently pinched Feng Xiaoxiao's little face and smiled faintly. Back then, the Primal Chaos Ancestor gave you a Primal Chaos Divine weapon that can cultivate Primal Chaos Divine Force. This is the strongest divine force in the Primal Chaos realm. The strongest god power? Lu Qingyang and the others were shocked again. There was no need to mention how envious and jealous they were. Mother's Celestial Sovereign Lord is so powerful. Xiaoxiao said happily. Husband, is Chaos World Celestial Sovereign Lord really that powerful? Ling Xiaoxiao asked in shock. She couldn't believe it. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled. In the entire Chaos World, there are not many experts who have Chaos World Celestial Sovereign Lord. The Chaos Divine tool that the Chaos Ancestor gave you is also very powerful. Big Brother Feng, can our Celestial Sovereign Lord still improve? Otherwise, when you ascend to the Primal Chaos realm, wouldn't your divine power be inferior to others? Lu Qingyang asked anxiously. I came back this time to help you raise your divine power. Even if it's not as good as the Primal Chaos divine power, it won't be much weaker. It's not easy to ascend to the Primal Chaos realm. I don't want anything to happen to any of you. Feng Wuchen smiled. Big Brother Feng treats us the best. Miao Qingqing smiled happily. Great. I knew that divine power could become even stronger. Lu Qingyang was instantly overjoyed and excited. If their divine power increased again, they would definitely be able to transcend the tribulation and ascend. The powerful divine power was enough to suppress the power of the Chaos Realm's heavenly tribulation. Master, you've ascended to the chaotic realm for so long, have you built a dragon soul? Zhang Junlan asked respectfully. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, the dragon soul is already very powerful, but there aren't many people. After all, it won't be long before you can ascend. I also brought some heavenly treasures from the primal chaos realm for you to cultivate. It should allow you to ascend half a year earlier. Primal chaos realm's heavenly treasures. Lu Qingyang and Zhang Junlan's eyes widened. In the primal chaos realm, I have also prepared powerful cultivation resources for you to raise your cultivation. With the heaven-defying divine bead, your cultivation will increase very quickly. Feng Wuchen continued with a smile. Great! A meat pie has finally fallen from the sky. Big brother Feng, I really love you to death. Lu Qingyang laughed excitedly, wishing that he could hug Feng Wuchen and kiss him fiercely. Scram! I love my wife. Feng Wuchen cursed and kicked out. In the next few days, Feng Wuchen accompanied Ling Xiaoxiao, and the others as they happily went to various realms to play. When Xiaoxiao was tired from playing, she would rest and wake up. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao could also live in their own world and enjoy a happy life. It was rare to find a chance to come back, so Feng Wuchen tried his best to spend as much time as possible to accompany Ling Xiaoxiao and Xiaoxiao. After all, Feng Wuchen couldn't stay for too long. A great war could break out at any time in the primal chaos realm. In just a few days, Feng Wuchen's appearance caused the sacred world, divine realm, heaven realm and mortal realm to boil over. Countless forces and cultivators came to pay their respects. More than 10 days later, after Feng Wuchen helped Lu Qingyang and the others increase their terrifying divine power, it was convenient for Ao Tianlong and Ancestral Dragon Girl to return to the primal chaos realm. Although he was reluctant to part with Ling Xiaoxiao and Xiaoxiao, Feng Wuchen had to return. The primal chaos ancestor had handed the primal chaos realm to Feng Wuchen, so Feng Wuchen had to be responsible. Feng Wuchen, the dark forces have made their move. Just as Feng Wuchen returned to the primal chaos realm, the voice of the chaos mysterious fire beast sounded. Young Hall Master, there is already news of the Eastern Emperor. I will bring him to the Pangu Immortal Mansion immediately. Ao Tianlong laughed happily. All right. Feng Wuchen nodded and warned, the dark forces have already made their move. Be careful. Primal Chaos Xian Fire Beast, pass down my order. Whoever from the dark forces dares to attack, kill them. As Feng Wuchen returned to the Pangu Immortal Abode, he transmitted his voice, take it as a reminder to the dark forces. If they know what's good for them, we can let them live. Otherwise, kill them without mercy. Since Feng Wuchen dared to release the dark forces in advance, he dared to attack them. He wasn't just saying it. There are dark forces in the 4 major regions, but they were all killed by the War Immortal Guards. The dark forces hiding in other major forces haven't made a move yet. The Primal Chaos Xian Fire Beast transmitted his voice. Other than the War Immortal Guards, there's another mysterious force. According to the War Immortal Guards, they're very powerful. Even ordinary divine power is very domineering. Feng Wuchen, is that your dragon soul? The Primal Chaos Xian Fire Beast transmitted his voice. You're right. They're the dragon soul. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice with a smile. Good lad, you're really something. You've built a strong dragon soul so quickly. The Purgatory Taoist has helped a lot. The Primal Chaos Xian Fire Beast transmitted his voice. Looks like you're planning to let the dragon soul surpass the War Immortal Guards. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen smiled and transmitted his voice. It's only a matter of time before it surpasses the War Immortal Guards. They all have 10 times space rings. Why? You're not planning to give the War Immortal Guards 10 times space rings? They've also helped you a lot. Or are you afraid that the dragon soul can't surpass the War Immortal Guards? The Primal Chaos Xian Fire Beast transmitted his voice with a hint of complaint. Okay. I'll give it to them later. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice helplessly. That's more like it. With the help of 10 times space rings, the War Immortal Guard's strength can also increase rapidly. Bloodthirsty Ares might even break through to the Supremacy Realm. The Yan clan, Jiao Xian Dao ancestor and the dark forces aren't easy to deal with. The primal chaos Xian fire beast transmitted his voice. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had returned to the Pengu immortal abode. Ao Tianlong had also brought the Eastern Emperor to the immortal abode. Young Hall Master, Senior Dong Huang has brought you safely. Ao Tianlong smiled and appeared in a flash. Many thanks, young Lord Proud Heaven, Feng Wuchen said. Young Hall Master, I have to go back immediately. Great-grandfather has already given the order. I heard that the dark forces have already made their move, but they were killed by the war god guards. Ao Tianlong hurriedly cupped his fists and left. Supreme Dong Huang. Feng Wuchen came down in a flash, and with a face full of smiles, he asked, Eastern Sovereign, why didn't you come and find me after ascending to the Chaos World? Feng Wuchen, I've finally met you. The Eastern Emperor smiled faintly and said, when I ascended to the Primal Chaos Realm, I wanted to find you too. However, I asked a lot of people and none of them knew who Feng Wuchen was. I have been in the Heaven Immortal Domain all this time. So it's the Heaven Immortal Domain. I'm not familiar with that place. Moreover, there are too few people who know Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen smiled happily and said, Supreme Dong Huang, stay in the immortal abode to cultivate. Master and Senior Pengu she will ascend in half a month. After ascending to the Chaos World, I don't know where to cultivate other than looking for you. I also don't have any cultivation resources. Supreme Dong Huang smiled happily. Don't worry, Supreme Dong Huang. I have it here. Feng Wuchen smiled. Dark World. In the main hall of the demonic palace, many top experts were gathered. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian and Chiamo Laozu were also among them. Everyone was waiting quietly. After an unknown period of time, an incomparably vast and surging aura suddenly spread in the main hall. The terrifying aura was breathtaking. This was definitely an aura that made people feel despair. He's out. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian's old face had a faint smile. We welcome the demonic god patriarch out of seclusion. The elders of the demonic palace and the experts present all knelt on one knee respectfully. On the main seat of the main hall, a black-robed elder appeared. The terrifying aura was coming from this elder. This person was the demonic god patriarch. The demonic god patriarch's hair and beard were all white. His face was withered and thin, and he gave off a sickly feeling. However, those who knew the demonic god patriarch knew how terrifying he was. Back then, the demonic god patriarch and Chiamo Laozu led the dark world forces and swept through the chaos world. Even the chaos palace suffered heavy casualties. If not for the primal chaos patriarch's powerful primal chaos supreme divine power, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the demonic god patriarch and Chiamo Laozu, let alone seal them in the dark world. The demonic god patriarch was no less terrifying than Dao ancestor Jiao Xian. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian, long time no see. Your cultivation has improved quite a bit. The demonic god patriarch looked at Dao ancestor Jiao Xian with a smile. Isn't it the same for the demonic god patriarch? Dao ancestor Jiao Xian smiled in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. As he spoke, Dao ancestor Jiao Xian took out the heavenly Dao token. Seeing this, the demonic god patriarch smiled faintly. Looks like you already know. I've only recently obtained the heavenly Dao token. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian smiled faintly. The demonic god patriarch also took out a heavenly Dao token and smiled. This was given to me by the heavenly Dao patriarch 10 million years ago. Since Dao ancestor Jiao Xian has obtained it, it means that the time is ripe. The heavenly Dao patriarch has allowed us to act. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian smiled faintly. We'll just have to wait for the demonic god patriarch to come out of seclusion. A few hours ago, I ordered someone to probe. The Chaos Realm looks calm, but there are indeed war immortal guards from the Chaos Temple in the dark. They have already sensed that the experts of the dark forces have entered the Chaos Realm. Chiamo Laozu said solemnly. The demonic god patriarch walked down slowly and handed the heavenly Dao token to Dao ancestor Jiao Xian. He then knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, the demonic god hall listens to Dao ancestor Jiao Xian. The elders and experts of the demonic god hall also knelt down respectfully. The demonic god hall listens to Dao ancestor Jiao Xian. Qiamo Laozu and the other experts immediately knelt down respectfully. We're all on the same side. There's no need to be so polite. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian smiled faintly and gestured for everyone to rise. Master, the dark forces are all under my control. The Saintess is about to come out of seclusion. Everything is going smoothly. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian thought to himself, as though he had everything under control. The demonic god patriarch asked, "Do you have any plans, Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian? The experts of the Primal Chaos Divine Palace are watching us in the dark. They killed our people just to warn us." Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian smiled faintly. But it doesn't matter. It's not important anymore. Demonic God Patriarch, Qiamo Laozu, pass down the order. Gather all the experts of the dark world. The day the Saintess comes out of seclusion will be the day of war. Yes. The demonic God Patriarch and Qiamo Laozu accepted the order respectfully. Reporting to Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian, the Eastern Emperor has already gone to the Pangu Immortal Abode. At this moment, a respectful voice sounded. It seems that Feng Wuchen has returned to the Pangu realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't know about the ascension. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian sneered in his heart. From Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian's words, it could be heard that he had long known about the ascension of the Eastern Emperor. It seemed that he was already planning something. Primal Chaos Patriarch, even if you have the Primal Chaos Supreme Divine Power, this is no longer the same as before. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xuan laughed coldly in his heart. I now have the help of the Flare clan, the Dark Forces, and the Moonless Divine Kingdom. The Chaos Temple won't be able to stop me. This time I'll definitely destroy the Chaos Temple. I'll join forces with the God Devil Patriarch and the Nightmare Patriarch. Even if you have the Chaos over God power, how long can you last? Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian was full of confidence with three powerful primal gods working together. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian, isn't it better to seize Feng Wuchen's divine power to deal with the Primal Chaos Patriarch? Qiamo Laozu asked. Qiamo Laozu is right. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian smiled faintly. Feng Wuchen's divine power is very strong and can suppress my Primal Chaos Supreme Divine Power. Although the Saintess Darkness Supreme Divine Power could resist his divine power, it might be Feng Wuchen's intention. This kid is extremely cunning. If we want to seize his divine power, ordinary methods won't work at all. It will only be a waste of time. Unless there is an excellent opportunity, we have to think about it at length. The biggest enemy now isn't Feng Wuchen, but the Primal Chaos Patriarch. As long as we get rid of this old thing, we will win. The Great Elder of the Demonic Hall said solemnly, Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian, in old man's opinion, since Feng Wuchen's divine power can suppress the Primal Chaos Supreme Divine Power, we should seize Feng Wuchen's divine power first. Then, we will have a better chance of winning against the Primal Chaos Patriarch. Great Elder, this isn't that easy. This Feng Wuchen can also be considered a primal god expert. I suffered at his hands and was seriously injured by him. If not for Master's elixir, I don't know when I would have recovered. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian shook his head. He was extremely wary of Feng Wuchen. He wasn't even that wary of the Primal Chaos Patriarch. When Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian said this, all the experts in the hall were shocked. Even Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian was severely injured. How terrifying was Feng Wuchen, Dao Ancestor Jiao Xuan said helplessly. If Feng Wuchen was so easy to deal with, his divine power would have been in my hands long ago. You haven't fought with him, so you don't know how terrifying this divine power is. Moreover, this kid can recover from his injuries so quickly. His physical body is probably the most powerful physical body. If Feng Wuchen is truly that terrifying, then once Feng Wuchen interferes, we might not be able to defeat the Primal Chaos Patriarch, said the Fiend God Patriarch gravely. Qiamo Laozu said solemnly, that's right. Feng Wuchen can suppress Chaos Divine Power. If Dao Ancestor Jiao Xuan is held back by him, I and the Fiend God Patriarch might not be a match for him. If the two of them could fight against the Primal Chaos Patriarch, they would not have been sealed in the Dark World. Don't worry, I've already planned everything. You don't have to worry about Feng Wuchen. We just have to focus on dealing with the Primal Chaos Patriarch, said Dao Ancestor Jiao Xuan with a faint smile. He seemed to be very confident. The Fiend God Patriarch nodded and said, since Dao Ancestor Jiao Xuan has already planned everything, then we'll do as he says. What about the primal chaos Xian fire beast? An elder asked with a frown. The primal chaos Xian fire beast's strength is not to be underestimated. It's definitely not something an ordinary supreme immortal can fight against. Hand the primal chaos Xian fire beast to the moonless divine nation monarch and the primal chaos holy man. The two of them together are enough to fight against the primal chaos Xian fire beast. Dao ancestor Jiuxuan smiled faintly. Indeed, everything had been planned. It's a pity that the infernal spirit divine nation has already submitted to Feng Wuchen, and the primal chaos divine nation is unwilling to be enemies with Feng Wuchen. Otherwise, with the help of the two divine nation monarchs, killing the primal chaos Xian fire beast would not be a problem. There's no need for the infernal spirit divine nation and the primal chaos divine nation to exist anymore. When the time comes, the fiend god hall and the demon divine hall will take control. Pass down the order. Gather all the experts of the dark forces and be on standby. The fiend god patriarch immediately ordered. Pangu immortal abode. What a timely breakthrough in the alchemist realm. Feng Wuchen laughed to himself. Even if his original body did not cultivate, the dozens of primordial spirit avatars in the divine ring had already helped Feng Wuchen break through to the primal chaos divine master realm. The primal chaos emperor realm heaven-defying divine pearl can help me improve my cultivation. Feng Wuchen's face was filled with anticipation. With a thought, the ancestor of all flames and the ancestor of soul force burst out at the same time. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and a large number of precious treasures appeared out of thin air. Refining the primal chaos emperor realm heaven-defying divine pearl was a piece of cake for Feng Wuchen. My lord, the dark forces have not made any moves. Perhaps they have been intimidated by the war immortal guards. A dragon soul lord reported respectfully. It's not that simple. Continue to monitor in secret. If the dark forces do not make a move, use the 10 times space ring to cultivate. Don't waste the opportunity to improve your cultivation. Feng Wuchen replied. The 10 times space ring of the Dragon Soul Lord contained a large amount of ancient divine power. Coupled with the powerful treasures, their cultivation would definitely improve quickly. Their cultivation had reached the primal chaos emperor realm, which meant that their talents were not too bad. Yes, my lord. The Dragon Soul Lord replied respectfully. Soon, the first primal Chaos Emperor realm heaven-defying divine pearl was refined. A Chaos Emperor level godly jewel actually consumes so many precious treasures of heaven and earth, Feng Wuchen murmured to himself with a smile. The further I go, the more precious the treasures of heaven and earth will be. If I didn't get the treasures of heaven and earth from the infernal spirit divine nation, I wouldn't have been able to make it. With that, Feng Wuchen began to absorb the primal Chaos Emperor realm heaven-defying divine pearl to cultivate. Buzz buzz. Overbearing divine power suddenly erupted. Feng Wuchen began to absorb the pure energy of the primal Chaos Emperor realm heaven-defying divine pearl. Second level primal Chaos Emperor realm. Third level primal Chaos Emperor realm. Fourth level primal Chaos Emperor realm. Fifth level primal Chaos Emperor realm. In a few blinks of an eye, Feng Wuchen broke through 4 levels of cultivation and reached the 5th level primal Chaos Emperor realm. His overbearing divine power surged wildly. I broke through 4 levels in one go. The effect did not disappoint me. I did not waste so many precious treasures. Feng Wuchen smiled excitedly. He could clearly feel that his divine power and physical body had become extremely powerful. Congratulations Master on breaking through to the 5th level primal Chaos Emperor realm. Dragon Xinjian, Divine Eye, and other weapon souls said respectfully. Master, the war will not end so soon. Take advantage of the time now to cultivate in seclusion and break through to the primal Chaos Emperor realm. With Master's terrifying talent, it will not take too much time. Blood Seether said. Now is indeed a good time to improve my cultivation, but not to cultivate in seclusion. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Instead, I am looking for the ancient divine fire. Ancient divine fire? Dragon Xinjian asked in shock. Master, have you sensed the ancient divine fire? That should be it. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. When I returned to the Panga realm, I sensed an extremely powerful divine fire near the door of Primal Chaos realm. If we can obtain this divine fire and refine it, our cultivation will definitely increase greatly. Master, the primordial god fire of the primordial god fire of the primordial god fire is definitely more terrifying than the primordial god fire. It won't be easy to refine it. Xianxia transmitted. The primordial god fire of the primordial god fire of the primordial god fire is stronger than the ancestor of all fires. It is indeed difficult to refine. If we are not careful, the ancestor of all fires might be devoured by it instead. Feng Wuchen nodded. However, Feng Wuchen was not worried. The primordial god power was not just for show. No matter how terrifying the primordial god fire of the primordial god fire was, it could not stir up any waves in front of the primordial god power. Master, does the primordial god fire still have no master? Nian Luan asked. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly and said, I don't know either. At that time, I only sensed a weak aura of the primordial god fire. Master, the primordial god fire is called the heavenly god fire. It is above the primordial god fire. It should not have a master yet. Divine Eye respectfully transmitted. Divine Eye, have you figured out your memories? Feng Wuchen asked in surprise. Master, I have recovered a lot of my memories. Divine Eye respectfully transmitted, not long ago, I just remembered the heavenly god fire's memories. The heavenly god fire is very domineering. Even with the primordial god power, one might not be able to subdue it. Furthermore, the heavenly god fire is very hidden. No one knows where it is. That means, only I know now? Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. That's not necessarily true. My memories are from tens of millions of years ago. After such a long time, I don't know if the heavenly god fire has been snatched away by others. Divine Eye transmitted. Then what do you remember? Feng Wuchen asked. Divine Eye was personally destroyed by the heavenly Dao ancestor. Back then, in the battle with the heavenly Dao ancestor, he was unable to defeat him. In a fit of anger, he vented his anger on the Sun Eye. Divine Eye transmitted. What? Venting his anger on you? That's too much. Dragon Xinjian, Primal Chaos, and the other weapon souls were all furious. I, Feng Wuchen, want it. Feng Wuchen laughed, I'm just afraid that he will regret it after he sees that I have the Sun Eye. Master, the heavenly Dao ancestral master is related to the dark world. Divine Eye replied respectfully, the celestial demon patriarch's master was killed by the heavenly Dao patriarch, but the heavenly Dao sacred ancestor was blamed for it. This is also the reason why the celestial demon patriarch was able to sweep through the chaos realm. Patriarch God Fiend? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. He had never heard of it before. However, Feng Wuchen could sense that the God Fiend patriarch was extremely terrifying. Isn't the heavenly Dao ancestral master too despicable? How dare he shift the blame to his own junior brother? Does he still want face? Xianxia transmitted. To the strong, this is a scheme, Feng Wuchen said with a frown. It's not despicable, because their strength is about the same. At their cultivation level, it doesn't matter if it's despicable or not. Master, the celestial demon patriarch isn't the strongest expert in the dark world. Back then, other than his master, there were other experts. The heavenly Dao ancestral master only killed the celestial demon patriarch's master. However, I don't know what happened after that. The heavenly Dao ancestral master destroyed the Sun Eye tens of millions of years ago. Who is the heavenly Dao ancestral master? The Chaos Realm is a world created by the Primal Chaos Patriarch. The heavenly Dao ancestral master and the heavenly Dao sacred ancestor aren't from the Chaos Realm. Where did they come from? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. Master, it's not just the heavenly Dao ancestral master and the heavenly Dao sacred ancestor. The celestial demon patriarch's master and a few other experts aren't from the Chaos Realm. They came from the heavenly Dao. Heavenly Dao? Feng Wuchen frowned again. He had no idea where that was and had never heard of it. The heavenly Dao ancestral master and the others were indeed in the Chaos Realm. The Primal Chaos Patriarch created the Chaos Realm with the help of the heavenly Dao law that the heavenly Dao sacred ancestor obtained from the heavenly Dao. When the Chaos Realm was first formed, it gave birth to many ancient beings. It was of great help to their cultivation because of the heavenly Dao law. What is the heavenly Dao law? Feng Wuchen asked. It's a powerful heavenly Dao that creates all beings. Master's primordial divine power was created by the heavenly Tao law. I don't know the specifics. After all, I'm not from the heavenly Tao. What heavenly Tao? What heavenly Tao? I don't understand at all. Long Xinjian replied. Divine Eye, is the heavenly Tao above the chaos realm? Feng Wuchen asked. The chaos realm is the head of all realms. It's already the strongest existence. You can't ascend to the heavenly Tao just by reaching the peak of the chaos realm. The primal chaos patriarch was already at the peak of the chaos realm, but he still couldn't ascend to the heavenly Tao because he didn't comprehend the heavenly Tao law. Divine Eye replied. Feng Wuchen frowned. One has to comprehend the heavenly Tao law to ascend to the heavenly Tao. That means the heavenly Tao is the strongest existence. To be precise, it's the Tao connotation. Divine Eye replied. The Tao connotation is the foundation of the heavenly Tao. It's everywhere. However, no one has comprehended the Tao connotation in the chaos realm for tens of millions of years. Is the Tao connotation that hard to comprehend? Feng Wuchen was shocked. The primal chaos patriarch hasn't comprehended the Tao connotation since he created the chaos realm. It's even more impossible for us. The primal chaos patriarch might have comprehended the heavenly Tao law, but he might not have enough Tao connotation to ascend to the heavenly Tao. Divine Eye replied. Sigh, forget it. The Tao connotation and the heavenly Tao law are too far away from me. It's not the time to talk about this. Feng Wuchen smiled bitterly and helplessly. I'd better go find the heavenly Tao divine flame and raise my cultivation first. The heavenly Tao law and the Tao connotation were indeed not something that Feng Wuchen could come into contact with at his level. He was not qualified to do so. With that, Feng Wuchen flew away and headed in the direction where he sensed the faint aura of the divine flame. The gate to the chaos realm was located at the center of the chaos realm. The aura of the divine flame that Feng Wuchen sensed was to the east of the gate. 2 hours later, Feng Wuchen arrived at the location where he sensed the aura of the divine flame. At a glance, there was a majestic immortal mountain. Below it was a mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see. This was the east of the chaos realm. It was relatively remote and cultivators rarely appeared here. Why is there a cold qi? Feng Wuchen frowned and said doubtfully, I can't sense the aura of the heavenly Tao divine flame. Master, the heavenly Tao divine flame can hide its aura. With this cold qi covering it, it is very difficult to sense its existence, Divine Eye transmitted. Master, try activating the ancestor of all flames. Dragon Xinjian transmitted. Peng, with a thought, Feng Wuchen activated the ancestor of all flames. He also planned to use the power of the ancestor of all flames to sense the heavenly Tao divine flame. However, at this moment, Feng Wuchen suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura. The ancestor of all flames that he activated was instantly extinguished. The ancestor of all flames is being suppressed. The heavenly Tao divine flame is nearby. Feng Wuchen's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he actually felt breathless. In the next second, the mountain range that Feng Wuchen was in turned into a sea of fire. The error-free chapters of Dragon God Supreme will continue to be updated in the bar. There are no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend the bar. If you like Dragon God Supreme, please bookmark. Dragon God Supreme's bar updates the fastest. Guardian Jizun. I sensed an extremely terrifying and domineering divine fire aura. It's east of the primal chaos domain. The moment he sensed the terrifying aura of the divine fire, the fire war god immediately sent a message respectfully. I can feel it too. This is the heavenly Tao divine flame that is superior to the primal chaos divine flame. I didn't expect it to appear at this time. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast transmitted, the heavenly Tao divine flame is extremely violent. Don't get close to it to avoid being devoured. I can sense Feng Wuchen's divine fire. Is this brat trying to seize the heavenly Tao divine fire? How did he know the location of the heavenly Tao divine flame? And what was up with his divine fire? How did he become so powerful? It is strong enough to fight against the primal chaos divine flame, the primal chaos Xian fire beast thought. Perhaps only the primal chaos mysterious fire beast knew that the appearance of the heavenly Tao divine flame was related to Feng Wuchen. However, what made the primal chaos mysterious fire beast curious was why Feng Wuchen's ancestor of all flames suddenly became so powerful. After all, the ancestor of all flames had been suppressed by the primal chaos divine flame in the past. This is the heavenly Tao divine flame. It is indeed terrifying. Zhuge Qingfeng's eyes snapped open, his face full of shock. Within the palace, the ancient heavenly emperor exclaimed, "The heavenly Tao divine flame has appeared. The heavenly Tao divine flame has appeared. It's in the primal chaos domain." The soul-devouring dragon exclaimed. The primal chaos ancestral dragon frowned and said, "The heavenly Tao divine flame is extremely terrifying. Even the primal chaos divine power is unable to do anything to it. No one is allowed to approach it." Heavenly Tao divine flame. The legendary heavenly Tao divine flame. This direction is the primal chaos domain. Shangguan Qinyin turned pale with fright. Heavenly Tao divine flame. This is the heavenly Tao divine flame. Primal chaos imperial tutor was shocked and terrified. The primal chaos country monarch said in shock, "Why did the heavenly Tao divine fire suddenly appear?" "Your Majesty. It's the aura of the heavenly Tao divine flame." The infernal spirit imperial advisor exclaimed. His eyes were filled with fear. That's right. This was indeed the aura of the heavenly Tao divine flame. For tens of millions of years, no one has known the whereabouts of the heavenly divine fire. How did it suddenly appear? The infernal spirit nation's monarch was dumbfounded and in disbelief. "Your Majesty, should we snatch the heavenly Tao divine flame?" a prince hurriedly asked. The emperor of the fire spirit country frowned and shook his head. "There's no need. The flame tribe will not miss this opportunity. Since the dark forces have appeared, they will not miss this opportunity either. Moreover, we have already submitted to the fire god Hall." Is this the legendary heavenly Tao divine flame that surpasses the primal chaos divine flame? It actually exists. Yi Kuangtu said in horror. His old face was pale and his whole body was trembling. Heavenly Tao divine flame? The chaos holy man slowly opened his eyes. Many powerful alchemists and top experts in the chaos realm felt the terrifying aura of the heavenly Tao divine fire. Oh? Heavenly Tao divine flame? It hasn't appeared for tens of millions of years. How surprising. In a mysterious place, an old man opened his eyes in surprise. Heavenly Tao divine flame. Has anyone found it yet? I wonder who it is that actually overestimated himself. In another mysterious place, another old man sneered. Something must have happened for the heavenly Tao divine flame to appear. It seems like the primal chaos realm is about to face a great upheaval. In another mysterious place, an old man with white hair and beard said with a frown. Dark world. What a terrifying divine flame. I'm afraid this is the heavenly Tao divine flame. Chiamo Laozu frowned deeply. Tao ancestor Jiuxuan smiled faintly and said, "That's right. This is the aura of the heavenly Tao divine flame. It's even more terrifying than the primal chaos divine flame. I didn't expect to see the heavenly Tao divine flame after tens of millions of years." Tao ancestor Jiuxuan, don't you plan to subdue the heavenly Tao divine flame? The divine demon ancestor asked. Tao ancestor Jiuxuan shook his head and smiled faintly. The flame emperor's soul won't miss this opportunity. Maybe they have already made their move. The heavenly Tao divine flame is very terrifying. Chiamo Laozu, you should secretly help the flame emperor's soul. I'll go and meet the heavenly Tao divine flame now. Chiamo Laozu nodded and immediately disappeared. Flame tribe. The heavenly Tao divine flame appeared. Its terrifying and overbearing aura shook the entire flame tribe. The heavenly Tao divine flame has appeared. It's the legendary heavenly Tao divine flame. Report to the patriarch and the elders. The heavenly Tao divine flame has appeared. The entire flame tribe was shocked and excited. Patriarch. The heavenly Tao divine flame has appeared. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We can't let the heavenly Tao divine flame fall into the hands of others. Elder Yanfeng's face was filled with excitement and anxiety. The heavenly Tao divine flame is very terrifying. It's above the chaos divine flame. If others want to take it, they'll have to see if they're still alive. The flame emperor's soul sneered. The Flame Emperor's soul and the others knew very well how terrifying the heavenly Tao divine flame was. There weren't many people in the Chaos realm who dared to covet the heavenly Tao divine flame. Even a paragon god expert might not be able to subdue it, let alone others. Anyone who dared to go near the heavenly Tao divine flame would definitely be devoured. Even a paragon god might not be able to subdue the heavenly Tao divine flame. However, there will definitely be people who want to take it. Elder Flaming Moon said solemnly, Patriarch, we'll set off now. The heavenly Tao divine flame has been hidden for tens of millions of years. We can't miss this opportunity. Only our flame tribe has the right to obtain the heavenly Tao divine flame. No one else has the right. The Flame Emperor's soul said proudly, as if the heavenly Tao divine flame belonged to his family. With that, the Flame Emperor's soul immediately disappeared. Elder Flaming Moon, Elder Flaming Wind, and the other top experts also disappeared. The Flame Tribe was determined to obtain the heavenly Tao divine flame. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had already been devoured by the heavenly Tao divine flame. He couldn't sense the aura of Feng Wuchen and the ancestor of all flames. They were all covered by the heavenly Tao divine flame. What a terrifying aura! Feng Wuchen gritted his teeth. Even with the protection of the primordial divine power, Feng Wuchen could still feel the immense pressure. This showed how terrifying the heavenly Tao divine flame was. Not good. The heavenly Tao divine flame is devouring the ancestor of all flames. Feng Wuchen's expression suddenly changed. He quickly unleashed his primordial divine power to suppress it. The heavenly Tao divine flame was the first divine flame born in the Chaos realm. It could also be said to be an enhanced version of the ancestor of all flames. The appearance of the ancestor of all flames caused the heavenly Tao divine flame to attack and devour it. Swish swish swish. At the same time, the Flame Emperor's soul led the experts of the Flame Tribe to arrive. Looking at the terrifying heavenly Tao divine flame, the Flame Emperor's soul and the others trembled in fear. The heavenly Tao divine flame's heavenly Tao divine flame was much more terrifying than the Flame Spirit King's. It was on a completely different level. Is this the heavenly Tao divine flame? Elder Flaming Moon was stunned. The heavenly Tao divine flame is extremely violent. It's even more terrifying than before. Don't go near it. Elder Flaming Wind frowned. His old face was very solemn, as if he was facing a great enemy. Elder Flaming Wind and the others could feel that the heavenly Tao divine flame's terrifying level was beyond what they could bear. I want to see the power of the heavenly Tao divine flame. The Flame Emperor's soul said fiercely. Terrifying Flame Emperor's soul burst out and rushed into the heavenly Tao divine flame. Patriarch, be careful. Elder Flaming Wind shouted. The Flame Emperor's soul rushed into the huge sea of fire, and the terrifying aura instantly disappeared. Great Elder, will the clan leader be all right? A chaotic celestial asked worriedly. Yan Tianyun also said worriedly, the heavenly divine fire is too terrifying. It can suppress the Flame Emperor's divine power. Even if the clan leader is at the paramount god realm, he won't be able to do anything to the heavenly divine fire. The clan leader is at the paramount god realm. No matter how strong the heavenly divine fire is, it won't be able to devour the clan leader. He should be fine. Let's get ready and suppress the heavenly divine fire together. Great Elder Yan Feng said solemnly. He was also very worried. After tens of millions of years, the heavenly divine fire had become more terrifying. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At that moment, many top experts flashed over from afar, but no one dared to get close. They only dared to watch from afar. What a terrifying heavenly divine fire. I can feel the burning pain even from such a distance. A chaotic celestial said in horror. He could already feel the burning pain all over his body. It feels like the entire chaos domain is covered by the sea of fire. The primal chaos domain won't be able to withstand the temperature of the divine fire, another primal chaos heavenly venerate said in horror, his face pale. It's the Flame Emperor's elder. Once the heavenly divine fire's power erupts, they might not be able to withstand it. An 8th level chaotic celestial said in horror. Let's stay away. The Chaos Temple, the Chaos Dragon Tribe, and the 3 divine kingdoms didn't come. They must be afraid of the heavenly divine fire. A chaotic celestial said in horror. After seeing it with his own eyes, he was scared out of his wits. Many chaotic celestial experts who came to watch retreated in horror. They were afraid that the heavenly divine fire would erupt and affect them. In the terrifying sea of fire, even though the Flame Emperor's soul had the divine power of a paramount god, he still felt great pressure under the suppression and devouring of the heavenly divine fire. The power of the heavenly divine fire is stronger than I imagined. The divine power in the sea of fire is even stronger, the Flame Emperor's soul said solemnly. The overbearing power that erupted could only force the heavenly divine fire to retreat. It wouldn't be easy for the Flame Emperor's soul to subdue the heavenly divine fire. The heavenly path divine fire is constantly devouring my Yanhua divine power. If this continues, I will definitely die in the sea of fire, Flame Emperor's soul thought to himself and immediately rushed out of the sea of fire. Just as Flame Emperor's soul was about to leave the sea of fire, he suddenly felt a very overbearing and terrifying divine power. This is Feng Wuchen's divine power. Feng Wuchen was also in the sea of fire. How was this possible? When did this kid get here? The Flame Emperor's soul was shocked. He couldn't believe it. The Flame Emperor's spirit had no idea that Feng Wuchen had been there all along, and that the appearance of the heavenly path divine flame had been caused by Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen also wants to seize the heavenly Tao divine flame? I don't care anymore. I have to leave this place immediately. The Flame Emperor's soul was shocked again. The Flame Emperor's spirit did not think too much about it. If they did not leave the sea of fire quickly, it would be difficult to leave when the time came. Under the suppression of the primordial divine power, the heavenly path divine flame no longer dared to devour Feng Wuchen's ancestor of all fires. Moreover, the heavenly path divine flame's aura was rapidly weakening. The primordial divine power is indeed powerful. No matter how strong the heavenly path divine flame is, it is still not enough in front of the primordial divine power. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, "Since you dare to devour my ancestor of all fires, I won't be polite. Master, speed up. The heavenly path divine flame's aura is getting weaker and weaker." Dragon Xianxia's excited voice came. Divine eyes transmitted, such a terrifying heavenly path divine flame. If Master completely refines it, he will definitely break through to the Chaos God Emperor realm. It should be more than that. The heavenly path divine flame is not only huge, but its divine power is also very pure. Feng Wuchen smiled. Feng Wuchen was determined to get the heavenly path divine flame. No one could snatch it away from him. Great Elder, the heavenly path divine flame's aura seems to have weakened. Yan Tianyun suddenly said in shock. That's right. The heavenly path divine flame has weakened. It seems that the Patriarch has successfully suppressed the heavenly path divine flame. Great Elder Yanfeng was immediately overjoyed. That's great. The Patriarch can actually suppress the heavenly path divine flame. The experts of the Yan tribe were all excited. The top experts of the various forces in the Chaos realm all sensed that the heavenly path divine flame's aura was rapidly weakening. However, none of them knew what had happened. They all thought that the heavenly path divine flame was going to disappear again. The heavenly path divine flame's aura is weakening. The sea of fire is also shrinking. I feel it too. The heavenly path divine flame's aura is getting weaker and weaker. Could it be the Patriarch of the Yan tribe? It can't be wrong. Great Elder Yanfeng and the rest are all here, but I don't see the Patriarch of the Yan tribe. He must have entered the sea of fire. The top experts who were watching from afar were discussing. Such a terrifying heavenly path divine flame. The sea of fire is even more terrifying. The Flame Emperor's soul probably doesn't have the ability to suppress the heavenly path divine flame. Chiamo Laozu, who was hiding in the Chaos realm, frowned. After a few minutes, the sea of fire had shrunk by half. Whoosh! A flame suddenly burst out from the sea of fire. This person was the Flame Emperor's soul. Patriarch? Seeing the Flame Emperor's soul come out, Great Elder Yanfeng and the rest were stunned. The top experts who were watching from afar were also stunned. Wasn't the Flame Emperor's soul suppressing the heavenly path divine flame? Why did it suddenly come out, but the heavenly path divine flame's aura was still rapidly weakening? What was going on? The Flame Emperor's soul's face was pale. It was obvious that a lot of his divine power had been devoured. Patriarch, aren't you suppressing the heavenly path divine flame? The heavenly path divine flame's aura is rapidly weakening. What's going on? Great Elder Yanfeng asked in confusion. Patriarch, is there someone else in the heavenly path divine flame? Flaming Moon quickly guessed. The Flame Emperor's soul's face darkened. Feng Wuchen is in the sea of fire. I can feel his divine power. He also wants to seize the heavenly path divine flame. What? Feng Wuchen? The faces of Great Elder Yanfeng and the rest changed. Feng Wuchen was in the sea of fire. Preposterous. This brat is involved in everything. The Flame Emperor's soul gritted his teeth. His divine power is suppressing the heavenly path divine flame. The heavenly path divine flame's aura suddenly weakened. It was not the Flame Emperor's soul suppressing it, but Feng Wuchen. Great Elder Yanfeng gritted his teeth. Only the Flame Tribe has the right to possess the heavenly path divine flame. We must not let Feng Wuchen succeed. Great Elder, we can't resist Feng Wuchen's divine power. The Saintess is still cultivating in seclusion in the world of darkness, Yan Tianyun said in a panic. The Flame Emperor's soul was about to explode. His old face was as ferocious as a tiger. They could not resist Feng Wuchen's ancient divine power. Since the witch flame was not around, attacking Feng Wuchen at this time was akin to seeking death. Soon, the sea of fire had shrunk to only a few hundred feet. One could vaguely see a blurry figure in the flames. The heavenly divine flame was getting weaker and smaller. The experts in the distance, including the Flame Emperor spirit, were all staring at the blurry figure. Soon, the heavenly divine flame was completely suppressed and turned into a ball of flame on a palm. The experts in the distance, including the Flame Emperor spirit, were all looking at the palm. The palm belonged to Feng Wuchen. Under the suppression of the ancient divine power, Feng Wuchen had completely subdued the heavenly divine flame. Feng Wuchen, the young master of the Chaos Temple. Feng Wuchen suppressed the heavenly divine flame. The heavenly divine flame's aura suddenly weakened. It was Feng Wuchen. I heard that he has a terrifying divine power. It seems like it's true. The experts in the distance were shocked when they saw Feng Wuchen. No one had expected that the heavenly divine flame would be suppressed by Feng Wuchen. Looking at the dancing golden flame on his palm, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, "No wonder it's the strongest divine flame in the Chaos Realm. It's even stronger than the ancestor of all flames." Although the heavenly divine flame had turned into a small ball of flame, without the suppression of the ancient divine power, the aura it emitted was as terrifying as a sea of fire. Congratulations, Master, for successfully subduing the heavenly divine flame. The Dragon God's Sword, God's Eye, and the rest congratulated him. Feng Wuchen smiled happily and said, "Thanks to the ancient origin for reminding me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known that there was such a terrifying divine flame in the Chaos Realm. After completely refining it, breaking through the Chaos Temple will not be a problem. Next, I'll have to find the strongest soul power, ice attribute divine power, or other ancient divine power. Master, I'm afraid the ice attribute divine power and other attributes already have a master. I'm not sure about the soul power. I can't sense the existence of soul power." "The gods," I said respectfully. After all, it was only a weapon soul and not an alchemist. "I hope it doesn't have a master yet." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. "Clan leader Yan, you're here too. We meet again." Feng Wuchen raised his head slightly and looked at the Flame Emperor spirit and the rest. He seemed to have just noticed their presence. "Feng Wuchen, hand over the heavenly Tao divine flame. Only the Flame Tribe is qualified to possess the heavenly path divine flame." The Flame Emperor's soul gritted his teeth and said angrily. His old face was extremely gloomy. "Are you the only ones qualified?" Feng Wuchen sneered, "The arrogance of the flaming race hasn't changed at all. But what is your flaming race? The heavenly Tao divine flame is in my hands. Why should I hand it over? Does the heavenly Tao divine flame belong to your Yin clan? Why do you say that only your flaming race is qualified? Just because you have the divine power of fire? Forget it, I don't even fancy your blazing flame divine power. My blazing flame divine power is stronger than your blazing flame divine power. By the way, Yan Wushuang and Yan Shishui's blazing flame divine power are also stronger than your blazing." Flame Divine Power. It won't be long before the Flame God Hall surpasses the Flaming Race. At that time, everyone in the chaotic realm will know that the Flame God Hall Master is a piece of trash abandoned by the Flaming Race. Of course, he's now a member of the Dragon Gods. Alright, let's cut to the chase. The Heavenly Tao Divine Flame now belongs to me, Feng Wuchen. Moreover, I'm the one who did it. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for coming too late. Of course, even if you came early, you might not be able to subdue the Heavenly Tao Divine Flame. With that, Feng Wuchen clenched his fist and absorbed the Heavenly Tao Divine Flame into his body. He's Feng Wuchen? Chiemo Laozu was sizing up Feng Wuchen and said solemnly, Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian is right. This kid is not simple. I can't see the depth of his cultivation, but he can use his powerful divine power to suppress the Heavenly Tao Divine Flame. The Heavenly Tao Divine Flame is above the chaotic Divine Flame. Even the chaotic Divine Power might not be able to suppress the Heavenly Tao Divine Flame. It can be seen that Feng Wuchen's divine power is terrifying. No wonder Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian is so wary of Feng Wuchen. You. The Flame Emperor's soul was furious and his internal organs were rolling violently. The faces of Grand Elder Yanfeng and the others were extremely gloomy. Seeing the Flame Emperor's soul's unconvinced look, Feng Wuchen sneered and said, What? Is clan leader Yan going to take it by force? Feng Wuchen, don't be too arrogant. The Flame Emperor's soul was going crazy. Why was it that every time he met Feng Wuchen, the flame which was not around, if the flame which was here, the Flame Emperor's soul would definitely attack Feng Wuchen and would never let Feng Wuchen take the Heavenly Tao Divine Flame away? Am I arrogant? Feng Wuchen was stunned and sneered, in front of the Flame Tribe, I don't think I am arrogant. But clan leader Yan, you are more arrogant. You want me to hand over the Heavenly Tao Divine Flame as if the Heavenly Tao Divine Flame belongs to the Flame Tribe. How annoying. By the way, the Heavenly Tao Divine Flame appeared because of me. So, it has nothing to do with the Flame Tribe. With that, Feng Wuchen flew away. The Flame Emperor's soul and the others did not dare to stop him. They could only watch in anger as Feng Wuchen left. Clan leader, what do we do now? Are we just going to watch Feng Wuchen take the Heavenly Tao Divine Flame away? Yan Tianyun was frightened and anxious. How could he be willing to watch Feng Wuchen take the Heavenly Tao Divine Flame away? Damn it. How dare you? How dare you? The Flame Emperor's soul was so angry that his head was about to explode. Monstrous killing intent surged out, but he did not dare to make a move. Elder Yanfeng gritted his teeth and said angrily, Clan leader, we can't act rashly. We can't block Feng Wuchen's divine power. Let's wait for the demon witch to come back. We still have a chance. At least we know that the Heavenly Tao Divine Flame is in Feng Wuchen's hands. The Flame Emperor's soul said angrily, Feng Wuchen, I will not forgive you. Flame Emperor's soul, do you want to keep him? Tao Ancestor Jiaoshuan asked me to help you. But I did not expect that Feng Wuchen would get the Heavenly Tao Divine Flame first. At this moment, Chiemo Laozu's voice suddenly sounded. Chiemo Laozu? The Flame Emperor's soul's old face suddenly changed, but he was ecstatic. He immediately said, Chiemo Laozu, although Feng Wuchen's divine power is very scary, the demon witch used the dark divine power to block his divine power. The dark divine power should be the nemesis of Feng Wuchen's divine power. Oh? The Holy Maiden used the dark divine power to block Feng Wuchen's divine power? Chiemo Laozu was shocked. But just now, he felt Feng Wuchen's ancient divine power, which was very scary. Chiemo Laozu frowned and said to himself, just now, when Feng Wuchen used his divine power to suppress the Heavenly Tao Divine Flame, I could clearly feel a strong sense of danger. But the Flame Emperor's soul said that the Holy Maiden used the dark divine power to block Feng Wuchen's divine power. Could the dark divine power really block the ancient divine power? Although Chiemo Laozu was puzzled, he did not think too much. He wanted to test Feng Wuchen's divine power. He did not care if he could block it. Chiemo Laozu, quickly, don't let Feng Wuchen take the Heavenly Tao Divine Flame away. The Flame Emperor's soul said anxiously. There's a murderous aura. Feng Wuchen suddenly stopped and frowned. This murderous aura is very unfamiliar. Dragon God Supreme will continue to be updated in the bar. There are no advertisements in the website. Please bookmark and recommend the bar. If you like Dragon God Supreme, please bookmark. Dragon God Supreme updates the fastest in the bar. Clan leader. Feng Wuchen, stop. Yan Tianyun shouted, but then he felt a terrifying murderous aura, which made him tremble in fear. What a terrifying murderous aura. Elder Yanfeng frowned, his heart filled with fear. Elder Flaming Moon was puzzled. Who wants to seize the heavenly divine flame? The owner of this murderous aura is very powerful. I'm afraid he is not below the clan leader. Flame Emperor Soul sneered. It's GMO Laozu. GMO Laozu from the Dark World? Elder Yanfeng and the rest were shocked. Flame Emperor Soul sneered proudly. That's right. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian ordered him to help us seize the heavenly divine flame, but Feng Wuchen beat us to it. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian ordered GMO Laozu? Elder Yanfeng and the rest were shocked again. If I'm not wrong, Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian has already taken control of the Dark World, which means a great war is coming. Flame Emperor Soul sneered. What? Take control of the Dark World? Elder Yanfeng and the rest were shocked. If that was the case, then wouldn't their spring be coming? GMO Laozu's dark divine power is stronger than the demon ladies. Today, he might be able to take down Feng Wuchen. We can seize the heavenly divine flame, and Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian can also seize Feng Wuchen's divine power. Flame Emperor Soul sneered, feeling proud. In the past, he had always been angered by Feng Wuchen, wishing he could turn Feng Wuchen into ashes. However, he could not do anything to Feng Wuchen, so he could only suppress his anger. Now that the opportunity had finally come, Flame Emperor Soul was relieved. With GMO Laozu personally taking action, no matter how strong Feng Wuchen's divine power was, he would not be able to escape. The moment Feng Wuchen felt the murderous aura immediately turned into a blood-red storm and swept out. Supreme Divinity. The top experts who were watching from afar were all scared away. I should have seen all the supremes of the chaotic world. Although your murderous aura is unfamiliar, your aura is not. If my guess is correct, you come from the Dark World, Feng Wuchen said calmly, his expression as calm as ever. Oh? You sensed my aura? GMO Laozu's surprised voice was heard. His figure then appeared. GMO Laozu stood with his hands behind his back. A vast and boundless aura emanated from him, as if it was going to devour the entire world. He gave off a feeling of invincibility. GMO Laozu's strength was not below that of the Flame Emperor Soul. What a terrifying aura! Yan Tianyun said with an alarmed expression. His body was trembling uncontrollably. First Elder Yanfeng looked at GMO Laozu and said with a frown, GMO Laozu's strength is becoming more and more terrifying. He has already surpassed the Patriarch. Feng Wuchen sized up GMO Laozu and smiled faintly, that's right. When the seal suppressing the Dark World was broken in the primordial Chaos Valley, I sensed your aura. I was watching the battle in the dark. As expected of the inheritor of the primordial Chaos Ancestor. You are indeed not simple. GMO Laozu smiled faintly. Senior, how should I address you? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Master, he is the Hall Master of Demon Qi Shrine, GMO Laozu. The ancient god ancestor's strength is above his. Divine eyes transmitted. I am GMO Laozu. GMO Laozu smiled faintly. GMO Laozu, you know my identity. It seems like Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian is indeed related to you. However, I am curious, why are you here? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Heavenly Dao Divine Flame. GMO Laozu said faintly. Feng Wuchen spread out his hands and said helplessly, then there is no other way. I can't help you either. Weng Weng. Darkness divine force erupted and the destructive aura shook the nine-colored chaotic void. It was extremely terrifying. GMO Laozu smiled faintly and said, I don't need your help. I heard that darkness divine force can resist your divine force. I want to try and see if the rumors are true. Patriarch GMO, before we make a move, I have to remind you that the reason the dark forces can come out in advance is that I didn't let the Chaos Temple take action. I don't mind the dark forces surviving in the Chaos Realm. If you know your place, I can give you a way out. However, if the dark forces dare to kill the innocent, I will definitely annihilate you completely, Feng Wuchen said calmly with a smile as if he was stating a fact. The fate of the dark forces is in their own hands. The dark forces will fight for what they need. They don't need charity from others. Chiemo Laozu sneered as his terrifying murderous aura locked onto Feng Wuchen. Chiemo Laozu had lived for tens of millions of years. How could he be intimidated by Feng Wuchen's words? With that, Chiemo Laozu suddenly stepped on the void and shot out. His attacks were fierce and domineering, full of invincibility. Chiemo Laozu's strength should be enough to fight against the Chaos Xian fire beast. No wonder he is the top expert of the dark forces. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. If the primordial divine power had not been strengthened, Feng Wuchen would definitely be suppressed by Chiemo Laozu. Unfortunately, Chiemo Laozu came too late. Chiemo Laozu's speed was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Feng Wuchen. His palm, which contained domineering dark divine power, struck towards Feng Wuchen's head mercilessly. His attack was extremely ruthless. Chiemo Laozu's attack made the Flame Emperor spirit and the others excited. It was as if they could already see the scene of Chiemo Laozu crushing Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen grinned as he activated his primordial divine power and struck out with his palm. Boom, buzz. Buzz, in the blink of an eye, the two palms collided fiercely. With a loud boom, the destructive power of the collision rolled out unscrupulously. The space shook violently and the surrounding mountains collapsed one after another. Feng Wuchen, who was a fifth-rank chaotic emperor, was unscathed after colliding with an honorable god's palm. Chiemo Laozu's dark divine power was completely blocked by Feng Wuchen's primordial divine power. This surprised Chiemo Laozu. Didn't the Flame Emperor spirit say that the dark divine power was the nemesis of Feng Wuchen's divine power? Why did he feel restrained? Why could Feng Wuchen block such a terrifying dark divine power? What's going on? Chiemo Laozu's divine power can't suppress Feng Wuchen's divine power? The Flame Emperor spirit and the others were stunned. Chiemo Laozu's dark divine power was much stronger than Wei Qian's. Why couldn't he suppress Feng Wuchen's divine power? Blocked? This. The Flame Emperor spirit's excited old face instantly stiffened. Clan leader, it might be because Feng Wuchen's cultivation has increased. His divine power is also stronger. Yan Feng guessed. Speaking of which, how did Feng Wuchen's cultivation increase so much? Yan Tianyun asked in shock. Only now did he react. How is this possible? Feng Wuchen can't possibly resist Chiemo Laozu's dark divine power. Chiemo Laozu used all his strength. What's going on? The Flame Emperor spirit shook his head in a daze. He couldn't accept this at all. A second ago, he was excitedly waiting for the result. The next second, he fell into the abyss. The Flame Emperor spirit couldn't accept all this. The error-free chapters of Dragon God Supreme will continue to be updated in the bar. There will be no advertisements in the website. Please bookmark and recommend the bar. If you like Dragon God Supreme, please bookmark. Dragon God Supreme updates the fastest in the bar. Chiemo Laozu's darkness divine power could not even suppress Feng Wuchen's divine power. How could he snatch the heavenly divine fire? To be able to receive my attack with a single hand. What a tyrannical divine power. It dissolved my dark divine power in an instant. My oppressive might was completely dispersed. What kind of divine power is this? Old ancestor Chiemo was both shocked and puzzled. He had never seen such tyrannical and terrifying divine power. With just one palm, Chiemo Laozu realized how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. If he had any other choice, Chiemo Laozu would never want to be enemies with such a terrifying junior. As expected of Chiemo Laozu. Your darkness divine power is indeed very strong. It is several times stronger than Wei Qian. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. He was not worried or afraid at all. Your divine power is indeed very terrifying. You are only a fifth-tier chaotic emperor and yet you are able to fight against my divine power. To be honest, if I had not seen it with my own eyes, I would not have believed it. Chiemo Laozu frowned slightly. He felt that something was wrong, but he could not tell what it was. What Chiemo Laozu did not know was that Feng Wuchen had purposely suppressed his primordial divine power. Otherwise, Chiemo Laozu would not even have the chance to attack. If it was a competition of strength, 100,000 Feng Wuchen would not be able to defeat Chiemo Laozu. However, under the suppression of Feng Wuchen's primordial divine power, the outcome would be different. Of course, it was not only the primordial divine power. Any of Feng Wuchen's divine power could fight against the darkness divine power. It could even crush it. Looking at Feng Wuchen, Chiemo Laozu asked, "Can you tell me what your divine power is?" Flame Emperor Spirit and the others pricked up their ears. They wanted to know what Feng Wuchen's divine power was. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, primordial god force. Ancient god force? Chiemo Laozu frowned deeply, he had never heard of this kind of ancient god force. Primordial god power? Flame Emperor's soul and Great Elder Yen Feng frowned. Obviously, they had never heard of it. In the entire Chaos realm, only Patriarch Chaos and Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian knew about the primordial divine power. Even the primordial mystical fire beast only knew about it from Patriarch Chaos. Since no one knew, Feng Wuchen wasn't afraid to say it out loud. To be honest, this seat has never heard of the primordial god power. Since the primordial god power is so powerful, this seat would like to experience its true might. Chiemo Laozu said in a low voice. Even though he was unwilling to become enemies with Feng Wuchen, he had no other choice. Feng Wuchen was a subordinate of the primal chaos ancestor. Chiemo Laozu had to be enemies with Feng Wuchen. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the overbearing and terrifying dark divine power exploded. The surging aura sent Feng Wuchen flying. What a shocking aura. Feng Wuchen grinned, he was still fearless. Chiemo Laozu stretched out his hand and grabbed the air. A long black saber appeared. Pervading black gas circled around his body, forming a black vortex. His combat strength soared again. Chiemo Laozu was going to show his true strength. Chiemo Laozu, with my current cultivation, I am no match for you. I know this very well. The reason why I can resist your divine power is because of the primordial god power. Even if you attack again, I'm afraid you won't be able to do anything to me. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. How would you know if you don't try? I also want to see if your primordial god power or my dark divine power is stronger. Chiemo Laozu said in a low voice, his terrifying aura locking onto Feng Wuchen. Boom. Chiemo Laozu stepped into the void again, holding the long saber in his hand. His attack was ferocious and overbearing. It was as though he could destroy the entire chaos realm with a single slash. Feng Wuchen's lips curled up slightly. He immediately took out the dragon god sword and met the attack. Ding. Buzz. The saber and sword collided instantly. With a crisp sound, terrifying energy ripples swept out wildly, causing the space to shake violently again. Feng Wuchen felt no pressure when the saber and sword collided. Chiemo Laozu's dark divine power was instantly neutralized by the primordial god power. What a terrifying divine power. My saber soul is actually trembling. Chiemo Laozu was shocked. The power of the saber was absolutely terrifying. Even though the attack power had increased, it was still unable to suppress Feng Wuchen's divine power. Feng Wuchen is only a 5th stage chaotic emperor. I have to suppress him in terms of speed. Chiemo Laozu thought to himself. At least he had the absolute advantage in terms of speed. At the thought of this, Chiemo Laozu disappeared in a flash. When he opened his eyes, his saber had already swept across Feng Wuchen's right side. Feng Wuchen was indifferent, as though he had not reacted at all. Chiemo Laozu's attack was extremely powerful. If Feng Wuchen had not reacted in time, he would have been injured even if he had the primordial god power. However, the next scene stunned Chiemo Laozu. The terrifying saber had actually pierced through Feng Wuchen's body. Had the saber sliced him in half? No, it was not sliced in half. The saber had pierced through Feng Wuchen's body without injuring Feng Wuchen at all. What? Chiemo Laozu was shocked. What the F***ck was going on? Chiemo Laozu's speed was already extremely terrifying. Not to mention the chaotic emperor, even the chaotic heavenly venerables would not be able to react in time. How did Feng Wuchen do it? Chiemo Laozu did not think too much. He used a shocking speed to launch another ferocious attack. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. TSK TSK TSK. In the blink of an eye, it was as though thousands of attacks had landed on Feng Wuchen's body. One could only imagine how terrifying the speed was. However, what shocked Qiamo Laozu even more was that such an astonishing speed of attack had lasted for a full minute, yet he did not feel like he had hit Feng Wuchen. Not even a single slash, and Feng Wuchen had stood still the entire time. How is this possible? Qiamo Laozu was dumbfounded. Qiamo Laozu's shocking attacks were all dodged by Feng Wuchen. Not even a single slash hit him. Flame Emperor's Soul and Flame Wind were also dumbfounded. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, who would dare to believe it? How monstrous was Feng Wuchen? With the cultivation of a fifth-stage chaotic emperor, it was impossible for him to dodge Qiamo Laozu's attacks at such a terrifying speed. No matter how powerful his movement technique was, it was impossible to dodge in the face of absolute speed. Feng Wuchen was standing there, yet Qiamo Laozu's slash had not hit him. This did not make sense, did it? Feng Wuchen, what movement technique is this? Qiamo Laozu asked in shock as he looked at Feng Wuchen in a daze. This is not a movement technique. With my strength, no matter how powerful my movement technique is, I can't dodge all your attacks. Speed is even more impossible. But I can change my position in space. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Chaos Mantra. Dark Underworld Soul Severing Slash. Qiamo Laozu's old face turned ferocious as he roared. Terrifying darkness god power instantly condensed into a huge and terrifying black energy blade. The huge blade pierced through the void and slashed down mercilessly. Feng Wuchen. Try my Chaos Mantra. Qiamo Laozu shouted. The domineering energy blade carried with it the power to destroy everything. Weng Weng. The huge energy blade slammed down, shaking the entire chaos world. The destructive divine power of the blade instantly covered the entire chaos world. Countless forces and cultivators felt as if they had fallen into the 18th level of hell. The fear that came from the depths of their souls made them unable to resist. What a domineering attack! Elder Yanfeng exclaimed. Darkness divine power can't suppress Feng Wuchen's primordial divine power. No matter how domineering the attack is, it will still be suppressed. The Flame Emperor's soul frowned as he recalled the scene when he was suppressed by Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen raised his head and looked at the huge and terrifying energy blade. He infused his primordial divine power into the Dragon God sword. The sword flashed with golden light and emitted a domineering aura. Feng Wuchen soared into the sky, but he didn't use his sword. His left hand bent into a claw and met the huge and terrifying energy blade head-on. Boom! Weng Weng! Feng Wuchen's claw condensed the domineering primordial divine power and grabbed the blade head. An unimaginable energy ripple swept out. What? Barehanded? Qiamo Laozu's expression changed. That's right. Feng Wuchen really blocked the huge energy blade head-on with his bare hands and couldn't move an inch forward. How is this possible? Darkness divine power can withstand the suppression of primordial divine power. How can Qiamo Laozu's darkness divine power be blocked? Why do I feel that Qiamo Laozu's divine power is being suppressed? Otherwise, Feng Wuchen can't take it. The Flame Emperor's soul was shocked and couldn't understand. This primordial divine power is terrifying. How can Feng Wuchen take it with his bare hands? Is his primordial divine power more terrifying than darkness divine power? Elder Yanfeng was also shocked and broke out in cold sweat. What the Flame Emperor's soul didn't know was that Feng Wuchen's primordial divine power had become stronger. How could darkness divine power resist the suppression? Qiamo Laozu, your primordial divine power is ordinary. Feng Wuchen smiled. Qi. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen's Dragon God sword swept out, and a golden sword light slashed out. Wherever it passed, the energy blade shattered one after another. In the end, it forcefully destroyed the huge black energy blade. A casual swing of Feng Wuchen's sword had such terrifying power. This was the primal chaos mantra used by a supreme god expert. Was he really that weak? Qiamo Laozu and Flame Emperor Spirit were all dumbfounded. Looking at the dumbfounded Qiamo Laozu, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Qiamo Laozu, you don't need to fight anymore, right? Darkness god power is indeed very strong, but my god power is not weak either. Even if you are a supreme god, you can't do anything to me. By the way, let me remind you that I don't object to the dark forces entering the chaotic realm. But if anyone from the dark forces dares to make a move, I will destroy them. If you know your place, everyone will have a good time. His words seemed calm, but they were filled with dominance. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen flew up and left. He had no intention of dealing with Qiamo Laozu. Qiamo Laozu did not stop him. With his strength, he could not do anything to Feng Wuchen. Instead, he might be seriously injured by Feng Wuchen. If it was really a battle of life and death, Qiamo Laozu had no confidence in winning against Feng Wuchen. Logically speaking, this was a good opportunity to intimidate the dark forces. However, Feng Wuchen did not do so. His purpose was not to scare Qiamo Laozu and Flame Emperor tribe. This way, they would have the guts to make a move. Feng Wuchen could then destroy them legitimately. Qiamo Laozu, what is going on? Your dark divine power is so strong. Why can't you do anything to Feng Wuchen? Flame Emperor's soul asked. Qiamo Laozu frowned slightly and looked at Flame Emperor's soul. He said in a low voice, shouldn't I be asking clan leader Yan this? You said that dark divine power is the nemesis of Feng Wuchen's divine power. However, I did not see it. Instead, my dark divine power was suppressed by Feng Wuchen's divine power. This? Flame Emperor's soul was speechless. Grand Elder Yanfeng said solemnly, when clan leader was suppressed by Feng Wuchen's divine power, the demon lady's dark divine power did resist Feng Wuchen's divine power and was not suppressed by Feng Wuchen's divine power. However, back then, Feng Wuchen was not a fifth-tier chaotic great emperor. This might have something to do with his cultivation breakthrough. Grand Elder Yanfeng, how much will your divine power increase after your cultivation breakthrough? The saintess was able to resist Feng Wuchen's divine power. Do you think my divine power will not be able to resist it? Feng Wuchen's cultivation breakthrough can increase his divine power by so much? Qiamo Laozu asked. This? Yanfeng was speechless. Qiamo Laozu said solemnly, my dark divine power is unable to suppress Feng Wuchen's primordial divine power. Even a fool could see that his divine power was suppressing my divine power. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen would have fallen long ago. Primordial divine power suppressing dark divine power? Flame Emperor's soul and the others were completely stunned. When did Feng Wuchen's primordial divine power become so terrifying? Back then, Demon Lady Yan's dark divine power was not suppressed. My divine power must have alerted the Chaos Temple. However, did you see who came from the Chaos Temple? None of them came. This means that they are very confident in Feng Wuchen's divine power. They also know that I can't do anything to Feng Wuchen. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian is right. This Feng Wuchen is very difficult to deal with. It will be very difficult to seize his divine power. Clan leader Yan, before the battle begins, don't provoke Feng Wuchen. Wait for Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian's orders. Because in this battle, we can only fight to the death. There is no defeat. Having said that, Qiamo Laozu left in a flash. Qiamo Laozu even felt that Feng Wuchen did not use his real strength. He was just playing with him. Clan leader, is what Qiamo Laozu said true? Feng Wuchen's primordial divine power can suppress dark divine power? How is this possible? Back then, the saintess blocked Feng Wuchen's divine power. Yan Tianyun asked in shock. I don't know what's going on. Flame Emperor's soul shook his head. Feng Wuchen's divine power did suppress Qiamo Laozu's divine power. Back then, the demoness was able to block Feng Wuchen's divine power. Perhaps Feng Wuchen did it on purpose. Great Elder Yanfeng frowned and guessed. On purpose? Flame Emperor's soul and Elder Flaming Moon looked at Great Elder Yanfeng in shock. Great Elder Yanfeng said solemnly, I'm just guessing. I'm not sure. However, if it's really on purpose, I don't know what Feng Wuchen is trying to do. That's right. Great Elder, Feng Wuchen is also an alchemist. This is what I heard from the Refining God Palace. Yan Tianyun quickly said. Alchemist? Great Elder Yanfeng was shocked. How is this possible? But I didn't sense the slightest bit of soul power from him. If Feng Wuchen is an alchemist, Great Elder can use soul power to deal with him. No matter how strong Feng Wuchen's divine power is, it can't suppress soul power, right? Yan Tianyun continued. Using soul power to deal with Feng Wuchen? The eyes of Flame Emperor Soul and Elder Flaming Moon instantly lit up. They had been in the chaotic world for tens of millions of years and had never heard of divine power being able to suppress soul power. With Great Elder Yanfeng's terrifying soul power, dealing with Feng Wuchen would be as easy as flipping his hand. In the field of alchemists, Yanfeng was definitely the top existence in the chaotic world. There were not many who could compete with him in soul power. Great Elder, this method is definitely feasible. Darkness divine power cannot suppress Feng Wuchen's divine power. This is also the only way to deal with Feng Wuchen. Flame Emperor Soul quickly said, his old face was filled with excitement. Since you know that Feng Wuchen is an alchemist, why didn't you say so earlier? Otherwise, you wouldn't have let him go. Elder Flaming Moon looked at Yan Tianyun and complained. Second Elder, I also just thought of it. Yan Tianyun helplessly smiled bitterly. He was scared out of his wits just now. It doesn't matter. We have plenty of chances. Flame Emperor Soul sneered. First Elder Yanfeng nodded and said confidently, this Elder Soul power has yet to meet an opponent in the Chaos Realm. If Feng Wuchen is really an alchemist, this Elder will definitely make him beg for death. Great Elder Yanfeng's words were not false. Even the soul-devouring dragon, who had just been upgraded, was no match for Great Elder Yanfeng's soul power. Chaos Temple's Zhuge Qingfeng's soul power was also slightly weaker than Great Elder Yanfeng's. Great Elder Yanfeng's soul power could be said to be invincible in the chaotic world. Because of this, the Flame Tribe had such powerful strength. Great Elder, whether or not we can obtain the heavenly divine flame depends on you. Flame Emperor Soul said with anticipation. Yan Tianyun continued, Great Elder, you might even be able to help Dao ancestor Jiao Xian obtain Feng Wuchen's divine power. Feng Wuchen has quite a lot of divine power. I will find a chance to test Feng Wuchen. I can't wait to let him know the consequences of being arrogant. Great Elder Yanfeng sneered, his old eyes flashing with ruthlessness. However, what Grand Elder Yanfeng didn't know was that Feng Wuchen's soul force was equally terrifying. It was all thanks to Feng Wuchen that the soul-devouring dragon could recover its soul and increase its soul power. When First Elder Yanfeng went to meet Feng Wuchen, he would realize how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. It was definitely the kind that made Yanfeng regret so much that his intestines turned green. After the battle ended, the terrifying energy ripples had completely dissipated. The terrifying aura of the heavenly Dao divine flame had already vanished without a trace. The various major powers of the Chaos Realm were all curious as to who had obtained the heavenly Dao divine flame. Pangu Immortal Abode. After returning, Feng Wuchen immediately entered the divine ring. Feng Wuchen was already impatient to refine the heavenly god flame. On one hand, he would be able to obtain an extremely terrifying divine flame, and on the other, his cultivation would soar. Why not? Feng Wuchen stretched out his palm, and the golden heavenly Dao divine flame appeared. He smiled excitedly, I hope the heavenly Dao divine flame won't disappoint me. Whether I can break through the Chaos God Emperor realm or not, it will all depend on you. Under the suppression of the ancient god power, the heavenly Dao divine flame couldn't resist at all. Master, after the ancestor of all flames fuses with the heavenly Dao divine flame, it will definitely become stronger. Dragon Xinjian's excited voice came. The fusion of two powerful divine flames will definitely give birth to an even more terrifying divine flame. At that time, it might even be able to suppress the chaos god power. Feng Wuchen smiled excitedly. He was looking forward to it. It won't be easy to refine such a terrifying heavenly Dao divine flame. Divine I transmitted. Feng Wuchen wasn't worried at all. He smiled, no matter how difficult it is, as long as the heavenly Dao divine flame is suppressed by the ancient god power, I will definitely be able to refine it. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and dozens of primordial spirit avatars appeared in a flash. They immediately started to refine the heavenly Dao divine flame. The heavenly Dao divine flame contained an extremely pure ancient god power. Originally, it should be able to be absorbed directly. However, the heavenly Dao divine flame was too terrifying. It couldn't be absorbed directly and had to be refined. The heavenly Dao divine flame was being refined and absorbed. Suddenly, it violently resisted. The terrifying divine flame power swept through the space of the divine ring. Under the suppression of the ancient god power, the heavenly Tao divine flame could still erupt violently. One could imagine how terrifying it was. However, it was quickly suppressed by the ancient god power. No matter how strong the heavenly Tao divine flame was, it could only be suppressed in front of the ancient god power. The heavenly Tao divine flame has landed in my hands. No matter how you resist, you will only be refined and absorbed by me. Feng Wuchen smiled slightly. Under the fierce suppression, the heavenly Tao divine flame became completely obedient. When the refined and absorbed energy entered Feng Wuchen's body, Feng Wuchen could clearly feel his cultivation surging crazily. The speed of improvement was extremely terrifying. Hiss! Feng Wuchen suddenly opened his eyes and gasped in shock. As expected of the heavenly Tao divine flame, this pure ancient god power allowed my cultivation to rise so quickly. Feng Wuchen said in shock. It was even more terrifying than he had expected. Feng Wuchen couldn't believe it himself. He had just started refining and absorbing the heavenly Tao divine flame, and there was already such a shocking improvement. After refining and absorbing such a terrifying heavenly Tao divine flame, breaking through to the Chaos God Emperor realm would definitely not be a problem. Master, there is hope for you to break through to the Chaos God Emperor realm. Long Xinjian said excitedly. With such a shocking improvement speed, I will definitely be able to break through to the 6th Heaven Chaotic Emperor realm within half a month. Feng Wuchen said excitedly. He was ecstatic. That feeling was too blissful. Forcefully suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, Feng Wuchen entered the refining and absorbing state again. In less than 10 days, the crazy improvement allowed Feng Wuchen to break through to the 6th Heaven Chaotic Emperor realm. It was faster than he had expected. It's actually so easy to break through, and faster than I expected. Feng Wuchen was dumbfounded and extremely shocked. The dozens of primordial spirit avatars played a key role in Feng Wuchen's shocking improvement speed. Master's cultivation is rising so quickly. Moreover, you haven't refined much of the heavenly Tao divine flame yet. Long Xinjian laughed excitedly. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly and said, the improvement in cultivation is too shocking. I will be able to break through to the Chaos God Emperor realm very soon. Haha. After the excitement, Feng Wuchen continued to cultivate crazily. Day by day, Feng Wuchen's cultivation soared like a rocket. 7th Heaven Chaotic Emperor realm. 8th Heaven Chaotic Emperor realm. 9th Heaven Chaotic Emperor realm. 1st Heaven Chaotic God Emperor realm. 2nd Heaven Chaotic God Emperor realm. After the crazy refining and absorption, Feng Wuchen's cultivation broke through to the 2nd Heaven Chaotic God Emperor realm. After breaking through to the 2nd Heaven Chaotic God Emperor realm, Feng Wuchen stopped. If his cultivation increased too quickly, Feng Wuchen was worried that it would affect his foundation. Moreover, the heavenly Tao divine flame had not been completely refined. The divine power of the heavenly Tao divine flame is too terrifying. If I completely refine it, I might be able to break through to the 5th Heaven Chaotic God Emperor realm. Feng Wuchen was shocked and in disbelief. After breaking through to the 2nd Heaven Chaotic God Emperor realm, Feng Wuchen's divine power and physical body had reached a terrifying realm. This power feels like it can destroy the world. Feng Wuchen said in shock. The power of a 2nd-level Chaos God Emperor made Feng Wuchen feel extremely powerful. As expected of the heavenly Tao divine fire. Feng Wuchen smiled excitedly. With my current cultivation, I should be able to contend with a 5th-level Chaos God Emperor. This was just a conservative estimate. If he used the primordial divine power, Feng Wuchen's combat power would be even stronger. Master, you have refined most of the heavenly Tao divine fire and can already control it. You can refine the rest when you break through to Chaos Heavenly Venerate, the primordial origin said respectfully. Break through to Chaos Heavenly Venerate? Feng Wuchen was stunned at first, then smiled. That's a good idea. The heavenly Tao divine fire is so powerful, it can definitely help me break through to Chaos Heavenly Venerate. Moreover, I don't plan to improve anymore. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Although I want to become stronger quickly, this speed is already fast enough. My foundation can't be destroyed. After cultivating in the divine ring for more than 2 months, He had soared from a 5th-level Chaos God Emperor to a 2nd-level Chaos God Emperor. This cultivation speed was definitely the fastest in the Chaos realm. Even the number 1 genius in the Chaos realm definitely didn't have such a terrifying cultivation speed. After consolidating my realm, I have to slow down my cultivation speed. Otherwise, it's useless if I can't unleash my true power. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Pung. With a thought, the heavenly Tao divine fire was summoned. A wisp of golden flame jumped on Feng Wuchen's palm, and an extremely terrifying and violent aura swept out with an unstoppable force. The overbearing aura of the heavenly Tao divine fire was above the ancestor of all fires. Only after truly controlling the heavenly Tao divine fire will I know how terrifying it is. Moreover, there's still a part of it that hasn't been refined, Feng Wuchen exclaimed. He was extremely excited. Such a terrifying divine fire, even supremes would fear it, let alone others. With a thought, the ancestor of all fires was summoned. Its terrifying aura was obviously suppressed by the heavenly Tao divine fire. Master, do you plan to merge the 2 divine fires now? The divine eye asked. Since we have time now, let's fuse them as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen laughed. I also want to know how powerful the divine flame will be after the fusion. Master, the ancestor of all flames and the heavenly Tao divine flame are so terrifying. I'm afraid it won't be easy to fuse them. Long Xianxia transmitted his voice. Feng Wuchen nodded his head, and laughed. It is indeed not easy. Both types of divine fire are extremely terrifying. Although the heavenly God fire can suppress the ancestor of all fires, it is not that easy to fuse with. I still have to rely on the primordial divine power to suppress it. Taking a deep breath, Feng Wuchen began to forcefully fuse the ancestor of all flames and the heavenly Tao divine flame. His hands slowly came together, and the 2 divine flames suddenly reacted, strongly rejecting each other. When the 2 divine flames approached each other, they immediately exploded with terrifying flame god power, fiercely resisting each other. Even though Feng Wuchen had already refined them, it was still difficult for him to control the terrifying divine power that erupted from them. Feng Wuchen tried his best, but he couldn't fuse the 2 divine fires. It was as if there was an invisible wall between the 2 divine fires. What a strong rejection. I can't hold on much longer. Feng Wuchen gritted his teeth, his face distorted. He used all his strength, but he couldn't forcefully fuse the 2 divine fires. Feng Wuchen even found it difficult to control the berserk divine fires. Although he guessed that the fusion wouldn't be easy, Feng Wuchen didn't expect the power to be so terrifying. Buzz buzz. The 2 berserk divine fires, under the frenzied rejection, produced energy that caused the space in the divine ring to violently shake and distort. The divine power that burst out had already exceeded the range of Feng Wuchen's control. Master! Quickly use the primordial divine power. Divine Eyes anxiously transmitted his voice. Long Xianxia anxiously transmitted his voice. Master, quickly. It's going to be too late. Once the divine power of the 2 divine fires erupted, Feng Wuchen would definitely be severely injured, and he might even be devoured by the 2 divine fires. Primordial divine power. Feng Wuchen shouted, and the primordial divine power erupted, forcefully suppressing the 2 divine fires. The moment the primordial divine power erupted, an unimaginably terrifying power suppressed the 2 divine fires. In the next second, the 2 violent and mutually repelling divine fires were instantly suppressed. They became extremely weak and didn't even put up any resistance. In front of absolute power, any power would have to bow. Not rejecting the primordial divine power? Not resisting? Weren't you very powerful just now? Why don't you try resisting again? Feng Wuchen smirked as he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If the ancestor of all flames and the heavenly Tao divine fire understood, they would definitely be angered to death. Fuse! Feng Wuchen shouted as he controlled the 2 divine fires with both hands, once again fusing them together. This time, under the suppression of the primordial divine power and Feng Wuchen's control, the 2 divine fires could no longer resist or repel each other. Buzz buzz. The 2 divine fires were forcefully fused together by Feng Wuchen. Although the primordial divine power was suppressing them, a strong rejection still erupted, causing the divine fires to surge wildly. However, this resistance was still within Feng Wuchen's control. As time passed, the areas where the two divine fires repelled each other were reconciled by a flexible method. Originally, they could not operate at the same time, but a pattern was forcibly formed. The berserk rejection and resistance gradually disappeared, and the erupting divine power also gradually calmed down. What a terrifying aura! Did the fusion succeed? Feng Wuchen's face was filled with joy as he looked at the calm flame between his hands that was emitting a resplendent golden light. Master, it should have succeeded. The divine fire's aura is extremely terrifying, Long Xinjian transmitted. The newly born divine fire seemed gentle and calm, but its aura had already surpassed that of the heavenly Tao divine fire. Feng Wuchen also felt this even more terrifying aura. Apart from the primordial divine power, the divine fire had already surpassed the aura of all other divine powers. Success! Haha! The fusion is a success. An extremely powerful divine fire aura. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly as if he had won the 500 billion lottery. Feng Wuchen didn't even dare to imagine how terrifying the new divine flame would be after the successful fusion of divine flames. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and incomparably precious crafting materials appeared out of thin air. Feng Wuchen wanted to test the new divine fire's power. Go! Feng Wuchen waved his hand again, and a wisp of golden flame shot out. In the blink of an eye, before Feng Wuchen could react, the precious crafting materials were instantly reduced to ashes. Isn't this too powerful? In an instant, the precious refined iron was reduced to ashes. Feng Wuchen's eyes widened. This was already the weakest flame he could control. Previously, the powerful materials used to craft chaos immortal artifacts, even the weakest flame of the ancestor of all fires, took a few seconds to melt. The newly born divine fire instantly reduced the precious crafting materials to ashes. Primal Chaos Xian Fire Beast, come to the Pangu Immortal Mansion. Feng Wuchen immediately sent a message to the Primal Chaos Xian Fire Beast. What's the matter? A lazy voice came from the Primal Chaos Xian Fire Beast. Come and try out my new divine fire. Feng Wuchen said with a smile, I want to see how long a Supreme God expert can last. New divine fire? The Primal Chaos Xian Fire Beast was stunned at first, then said, the heavenly divine fire was indeed taken away by you. I was wondering why the heavenly divine fire's aura suddenly disappeared. Haha. That's right. Moreover, I have already refined most of it and merged it with my divine fire. Now that the new divine fire is born, it is very terrifying, so I want you to come and try it. Feng Wuchen said with a laugh. All right. I'll come right away. The Primal Chaos Xian Fire Beast also wanted to try out the power of the new divine fire. With that, the Primal Chaos Xian Fire Beast's huge body appeared out of thin air on the square of the Pangu Immortal Mansion. It did not deliberately release its terrifying aura, but it still gave people a feeling of invincibility. Fortunately, the powerful Dragon Soul Supremacy had already made a move. Supremacy Dong Huang and Zhu Wutian were in seclusion, otherwise, they would have been scared out of their wits. Enter my primal chaos domain. Feng Wuchen appeared in a flash. With a wave of his hand, he disappeared with the huge primal chaos Xian Fire Beast. When they reappeared, they were already in Feng Wuchen's primal chaos domain. Feng Wuchen, quickly let me see. The primal chaos Xian Fire Beast said anxiously, looking forward to it. Feng Wuchen smiled proudly, then stretched out his hand and bent his claws. Golden flames burned in the air, and an extremely terrifying divine fire aura swept out with a destructive aura. The moment the new divine fire appeared, the primal chaos Xian Fire Beast was shocked, and its expression was filled with shock and fear. What kind of flame is this? The primal chaos Xian Fire Beast exclaimed, its huge eyes enlarged to the extreme, and it felt a dangerous aura. The primal chaos divine fire beast's body trembled violently, as if it had seen a ghost. Seeing the primal chaos Xian Fire Beast's reaction, Feng Wuchen said, how is it? Is it very powerful? It is indeed very terrifying. Its existence makes me feel an aura of danger. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast said in shock, I didn't expect you to be able to create such a terrifying divine flame. With that, the chaotic mysterious fire beast suddenly widened its eyes and asked in shock, Feng Wuchen, you broke through to the second level of the chaotic God Emperor realm? Am I seeing things? How is this possible? That's right. After refining the heavenly divine fire, my cultivation level broke through from the 5th heaven chaotic emperor realm to the 2nd heaven chaotic emperor realm. Feng Wuchen laughed happily. He was extremely excited when he mentioned this. The chaos mystical fire beast looked at Feng Wuchen in confusion. Feng Wuchen's increase in cultivation was too abnormal, wasn't it? How long had it been since Feng Wuchen ascended to the chaos realm? He had broken through to the 2nd level of the primal chaos god emperor realm. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast simply did not dare to imagine. The powerful primal chaos heavenly empyrean powerhouses in the primal chaos realm had cultivated for more than 10 million years. As for supreme gods, they had cultivated for tens of millions of years. How long had it been since Feng Wuchen broke through to the 2nd level of the chaotic god emperor realm? The chaos mystical fire beast couldn't understand such a terrifying speed. After being stunned for a long time, the chaos mystical fire beast said, "You are too abnormal. Even monsters aren't as terrifying as you. I have been in the chaos realm for tens of millions of years and have never seen such a terrifying junior like you. Chaos mystical fire beast, don't forget that I have the heaven-defying divine pearl." Feng Wuchen grinned and said with a proud smile. Buzz buzz. The divine power from the new divine flame became more and more terrifying, and the aura became more and more overbearing. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the new divine flame instantly exploded with terrifying divine power. It spread wildly and condensed into a huge golden sea of fire. Chaos mystical fire beast, the new divine flame is called the ancestor of heavenly Tao fire. Come, try the power of the ancestor of heavenly Tao fire. Feng Wuchen shouted and controlled the huge golden sea of fire to pounce on the chaos mystical fire beast. All right. Let me try. The chaos mystical fire beast shouted. Buzz buzz. The chaos mystical fire beast exploded with chaotic divine power. The terrifying and overbearing divine power instantly filled the space of the divine ring. The space shook violently, and the overbearing aura was breathtaking. The chaos mystical fire beast shot out fiercely and crashed into the huge sea of fire. The chaos mystical fire is no longer under my control. It is completely suppressed. Just entering the sea of fire, the chaos mystical fire beast was more and more shocked. In the sea of fire, the chaos mystical fire beast could truly feel the terrifying power of the ancestor of heavenly Tao fire. The chaos mystical fire beast exploded with all its strength and fought against the ancestor of heavenly Tao fire. The ancestor of heavenly Tao fire is devouring my chaotic divine power. How is this possible? Is the ancestor of heavenly Tao fire really so terrifying? After a while, the chaos mystical fire beast suddenly exclaimed. The chaotic divine power was one of the strongest divine powers in the chaos realm, second only to the chaos supreme divine power. But such terrifying divine power was actually being devoured by the ancestor of heavenly Tao fire. How terrifying was the ancestor of heavenly Tao fire? The ancestor of heavenly Tao fire is too overbearing. Even if I resist with all my strength, it can still devour my divine power. The chaos mystical fire beast was extremely shocked, and cold sweat came out of it. It had never seen such a terrifying divine fire. Feng Wuchen, this brat is too abnormal. He actually controls such a terrifying divine fire. I have to get out quickly. The chaos mystical fire beast only resisted for a while before rushing out of the sea of fire. Chaos mystical fire beast, how is it? How is the ancestor of heavenly Tao fire's power? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile as he looked at the shocked chaos mystical fire beast. Feng Wuchen, the ancestor of heavenly Tao fire can devour chaotic divine power. Although I can resist it, I can't stop it from devouring. Its terrifying degree is beyond my imagination. The chaos mystical fire beast said. Oh? It can devour chaotic divine power? Chaos mystical fire beast, are you kidding? Feng Wuchen was shocked, and he could not believe it. The chaos mystical fire beast said, I am not kidding. Feng Wuchen, the ancestor of heavenly Tao fire is extremely dangerous. No one below the supreme god level can withstand it. No one below the supreme god level can withstand it? Feng Wuchen became more excited as he listened. The chaos mystical fire beast could even devour the chaotic divine power. One could imagine the terrifying consequences for those below the supreme god level. Chaos Mystical Fire Beast, I haven't fought with you for a long time. Let's see how strong I am now. It can help me consolidate my realm. Feng Wuchen asked excitedly. Humph. Don't think that you can fight with me just because you have broken through to the second level of Chaos Divine Palace. If you are itching for a beating, go ahead and try. The Chaos Mystical Fire Beast sneered, and its terrifying divine power was controlled at the level of a 5th-level Chaotic God Emperor. The power of a 5th-level Chaotic God Emperor might not be able to deal with me. Feng Wuchen grinned, and his eyes flashed fiercely. His bloodline divine power instantly burst out, and an overbearing aura swept out with a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. What an overbearing bloodline divine power! What's going on with Feng Wuchen's bloodline divine power? How did it become so powerful? It feels dozens of times more powerful. Feeling Feng Wuchen's overbearing bloodline divine power, the chaotic Xian Fire Beast was instantly dumbfounded. While in shock, the chaotic Xian Fire Beast quickly asked, Feng Wuchen, what's going on with your bloodline divine power? Since when did it become so powerful? It has already surpassed my bloodline divine power. Chaotic Xian Fire Beast, you better be prepared. I won't show any mercy. Feng Wuchen joked and immediately shot out. Brat. You haven't answered my question. The chaotic Xian Fire Beast angrily rebuked. I'll tell you after the fight. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. With a thought, he executed his movement skill. In the next second, Feng Wuchen had just shot out a few meters when his figure suddenly disappeared. Feng Wuchen's aura also disappeared without a trace, making it impossible to capture. When Feng Wuchen appeared again, he was already above the chaotic Xian Fire Beast. Thousand Illusion Skill. The chaotic Xian Fire Beast frowned slightly. Under the control of the chaotic Xian Fire Beast, an overbearing aura burst out. Chaotic Xian Fire Beast, your reaction is very fast. Feng Wuchen sneered. The chaotic Xian Fire Beast said with a smile, Feng Wuchen, I've fought with you many times. I'm very clear about your ability. I'm also very clear about your thoughts. Is that so? Don't be so sure. Feng Wuchen's lips curled into an evil smile. Immediately, his figure disappeared into thin air. Space Divine Power. The chaotic Xian Fire Beast frowned slightly. Although it could not detect Feng Wuchen, it could feel the overbearing Space Divine Power. What's going on with Feng Wuchen's divine power? Not only bloodline divine power, but Space Divine Power is also dozens of times more powerful. The primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast was once again shocked. It was very curious as to how Feng Wuchen managed to increase his divine power by tens of times. The space is scattered. The primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast's expression turned serious. The primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast had indeed fought with Feng Wuchen many times, but because it knew how powerful Feng Wuchen was, it did not dare to underestimate him. What's going on? They are all Feng Wuchen's aura. The primal Chaos Xian Fire Beast said in shock in its heart. It felt countless auras of Feng Wuchen. Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast, now you won't be able to capture my true body, right? Feng Wuchen's illusory voice suddenly sounded. Good boy, you have new tricks again. The chaotic Mysterious Fire Beast sneered, however, no matter how many tricks you have, they are just decorations in front of me. But what if I'm already by your side? Feng Wuchen's mocking laughter sounded again. What? The Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast's expression changed greatly. Boom, at this moment, there was a sudden explosion. The overbearing divine power sent the huge chaotic Xian Fire Beast flying. What? I actually didn't detect this brat. The Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast was greatly alarmed in its heart as it said, the scattered countless spaces have his aura. He's diverting my attention. How cunning. Boom, the Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast had yet to react when another explosion sounded out, and it was blasted flying out once more. Among the countless spaces, Feng Wuchen could shuttle back and forth as he pleased. The Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast forcefully stabilized its figure. Chaos Divine Power erupted, and the claw from before rumbled out towards the sky. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the overbearing claw suddenly collided head-on with a surge of overbearing divine power. With a loud explosion, the terrifying power of the collision rippled out in circles, shaking the chaos domain space. Oh? To actually be able to guess my attack. Feng Wuchen said in surprise. He did not expect that the chaos mysterious fire beast actually predicted the direction of his attack. Stinking brat, this is your habitual attack. Even if your aura is scattered into space, I can still determine it through your habitual attack, the chaos mysterious fire beast said with a cold smile. So that's how it is. Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile, and immediately launched a ferocious and swift attack. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, a high-intensity hand-to-hand combat unfolded. The peak collision of physical body, power, and speed. Explosions rang out incessantly. Terrifying overbearing energy ripples were like raging waves, rolling and shaking wave after wave. Every head-on collision was fast to the extreme. The overbearing power seemed to want to break through the domain space. Just relying on bloodline divine power, you can contend with me. Stinking brat, your strength is getting stronger and stronger, the chaos mysterious fire beast said excitedly. Intense battle intent constantly erupted. This is just the beginning, Feng Wuchen said excitedly. The battle became more and more intense and ferocious. Such a high-intensity head-on collision, most likely only the chaos mysterious fire beast's physical body could contend with Feng Wuchen. Chaos mysterious fire beast, it's about time, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. In the midst of the intense battle, Feng Wuchen suddenly disappeared. Stinking brat, stop dreaming. You can't beat me, and I won't give you a chance, the chaos mysterious fire beast was full of confidence. As long as Feng Wuchen did not use the ancestor of heavenly Tao fire and the eternal divine power, the chaos mysterious fire beast never felt that he would lose to Feng Wuchen. After saying that, the chaos mysterious fire beast flashed and disappeared. Boom, in the next second, the chaos mysterious fire beast slammed its claw on the void. With a loud explosion, the domain space burst open. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the chaos mysterious fire beast's figure flickered continuously as he chased after Feng Wuchen at full speed. One claw after another slammed on the void, and the domain space shook violently. Year ring tooth. Feng Wuchen shouted, and the divine power of time burst out immediately. Buzz. Buzz, a bright blue light swept out and instantly covered the entire domain space. Divine power of time, the chaos mysterious fire beast's expression changed drastically, and he said in horror in his heart, not good. This stinking brat deliberately lured me to attack. My body can't move. This brat's divine power of time has also become incomparably powerful. Even the divine power of chaos can't forcefully break it. Chaos mysterious fire beast, you fell into my trap, right? The divine power of time originally can't resist your divine power of chaos, but my year ring tooth can strengthen the divine power of time. It can completely stop the time in a certain area. Feng Wuchen's complacent laughter sounded out. Whoosh, boom. Boom, the dragon god sword ferociously swept out, and an overbearing sword light burst out. With the power to destroy the heavens and earth, it ferociously smashed onto the huge body of the chaotic mysterious fire beast and blasted it away. This move is indeed not bad, but it's a pity that the power is a little weak. My physical body has also reached the most perfect state, the chaos mysterious fire beast shouted. Ancient chaos mantra. Instant shadow absolute heaven slash. Feng Wuchen suddenly shouted. A surge of overbearing sword intent soared into the sky. The aura was monstrous. An unimaginable divine power was frantically condensing. What an overbearing aura. This sword intent has already broken through the realm, the chaos mysterious fire beast said in shock. What kind of chaos mantra is this? You actually made me feel an earth-shattering pressure. The chaos temple doesn't have such a powerful ancient chaos mantra. The chaotic Xian fire beast had been in the chaotic world for tens of millions of years. What kind of ancient chaos mantra had he not seen? However, it was the first time that he had seen the ancient chaos mantra that made the chaotic Xian fire beast feel pressured. Chaotic Xian fire beast, you have to be careful, Feng Wuchen sneered as though he was sure that he could defeat the chaotic Xian fire beast. Come on, let me see the power of your ancient chaos mantra. The chaotic Xian fire beast roared as overbearing chaotic divine power gathered on the surface of his body. Swoosh! Feng Wuchen immediately took action. He held the dragon god sword and shot out, turning into a golden flash. So fast. The chaotic Xian fire beast was shocked. Pissed. A golden flash instantly flashed across the chaotic Xian fire beast's face and left a bloody scar. The chaotic Xian fire beast could not react in time. The speed of Feng Wuchen's stroke was too terrifying. Rumble. Buzz buzz. In the next second, a towering celestial mountain in the distance suddenly exploded and was turned into powder by the overbearing energy. The chaotic Xian fire beast suddenly turned his head and saw the power of the stroke. He was stunned. The power of the stroke is comparable to that of a 6th-rank chaotic god emperor. The chaotic Xian fire beast was extremely shocked. If Feng Wuchen had really hit the chaotic Xian fire beast, he would definitely have been injured. The stroke was not only shockingly fast, but it was also terrifyingly powerful. Very domineering power. Extremely strong penetration of defense, and the power instantly multiplies. Where did Feng Wuchen cultivate such a terrifying primordial chaos mantra? The primal chaos Xian fire beast was extremely shocked. The bloody scars on his face had already recovered. The chaotic Xian fire beast had never seen such a terrifying ancient chaos mantra. Feng Wuchen, where did you get the ancient chaos mantra? The chaos shrine does not have such a powerful ancient chaos mantra. Also, what's with your divine power? The chaotic Xian fire beast asked curiously. He was eager to know what was going on. My divine power was strengthened by the primordial god force, including my bloodline and the primordial chaos mantra. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Primordial divine power? The primal chaos mysterious fire beast frowned deeply, as if he did not believe it. Seeing that the chaos profound fire beast did not believe him, Feng Wuchen laughed. This is true, I am not lying to you. I can also help you strengthen the chaos divine power. Help me strengthen my primal chaos divine power? The primal chaos mysterious fire beast was stunned. Feng Wuchen wasn't joking, right? Chaos divine power could be strengthened? That's right. That's another reason why I asked you to come. Feng Wuchen laughed. The dark forces are very powerful, you should know this better than me. Chiemo Laozu's strength is about the same as yours, but the demon god ancestor is stronger than you. He might have reached the level of the primal chaos ancestor. The reason why the primal chaos patriarch is worried might have something to do with the fiend god patriarch. That's why I plan to help you strengthen your chaos divine power. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast shook his head. The primal chaos patriarch is not worried about the fiend god patriarch. You know the past better than me. I also know that the fiend god patriarch is not the strongest in the dark world. Feng Wuchen laughed faintly, then waved his hand. Primordial divine power enveloped the primal chaos mysterious fire beast. In the next second, something that shocked the primal chaos mysterious fire beast happened. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast's primal chaos divine power had indeed become stronger. The primal chaos divine power has increased. How is this possible? The primal chaos mysterious fire beast was stunned. Do you believe it now? Your current primal chaos divine power is enough to crush the darkness divine power. The dragon soul venerable became stronger because I helped them strengthen their divine power. Feng Wuchen laughed proudly. Is the primal chaos divine power really so powerful? The primal chaos mysterious fire beast was dumbfounded. There were no words to describe its shock. Primal chaos mysterious fire beast, the winner has been decided. How about it? Do you still dare to say that I can't beat you? Feng Wuchen looked at the primal chaos mysterious fire beast proudly. Brat, you just helped me strengthen my divine power. My fighting power will be even stronger. How can you beat me? The primal chaos mysterious fire beast suddenly sneered. Obviously, it would not admit defeat easily. Buzz buzz. An even more terrifying primal chaos divine power burst out. The destructive aura swept through the entire domain space. The fighting power directly broke through the 6th stage chaotic emperor god realm. Boom. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast suddenly stepped on the void and burst out with a deafening roar. its speed was several times faster than before. This was the power after the primal chaos divine power had strengthened. It was not the primal chaos mysterious fire beast's strength deliberately. Feng Wuchen laughed calmly. You also know that I helped you strengthen your divine power. As he spoke, the time divine power burst out again. In the next second, the primal chaos mysterious fire beast suddenly appeared in front of Feng Wuchen and smashed its claws ferociously. But at that moment, when the primal chaos mysterious fire beast's huge claws were half a meter away from Feng Wuchen, the primal chaos mysterious fire beast's huge body suddenly stopped moving. The year ring was the only magic treasure that could control the time divine power, greatly increasing the power of the time divine power. 6th stage chaotic emperor god. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast was shocked. The moment time completely stopped, everything about the primal chaos mysterious fire beast also stopped. Feng Wuchen slowly raised the dragon god sword and sneered proudly, I didn't say when I used my true strength. Ancient chaos mantra. I'll make you admit defeat with one sword. Feng Wuchen shouted and pointed his sword at the primal chaos mysterious fire beast's forehead. With a thought, the year ring was kept in his body and the time divine power dissipated. Now you admit defeat? Feng Wuchen smiled proudly. Brat. You're good. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast was unconvinced, but it knew that it was no match for Feng Wuchen in a battle of the same level. Keeping the dragon god sword, Feng Wuchen smiled, after consolidating the 2nd stage chaotic god emperor realm, my fighting power will be even stronger. At that time, it won't be a problem to deal with a 6th stage chaotic god emperor. Your ancient divine power can increase your power on the basis of your current fighting power. An 8th stage chaotic god emperor shouldn't be a match for you. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast said, I've never seen someone as abnormal as you. Increasing your cultivation is like playing, but others can't increase their cultivation even after risking their lives. Comparisons were odious. I've already prepared the 10 times space ring for the war mortal guards. Take it back. Feng Wuchen threw a storage ring to the primal chaos mysterious fire beast. Calculating the time, the 100 Supremes are about to ascend. I have to go and pick them up. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and waved his hand to leave the primal chaos domain with the primal chaos mysterious fire beast. Feng Wuchen, open the door to the primal chaos domain. This way, you can come out from the door to the primal chaos domain when they ascend. Otherwise, they will only appear in various parts of the primal chaos domain. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast reminded. I see. No wonder I didn't know about the Eastern Emperor ascending. Feng Wuchen nodded, I'll rush over now. Guardian Xianlu, help me open the door to the chaotic realm. While flying towards the door to the chaotic realm, Feng Wuchen sent a message to Guardian Xianlu. Yes. Guardian Xianlu replied respectfully. Seeing Feng Wuchen fly away, the chaotic Xian fire beast muttered to himself, Feng Wuchen is really scary. No wonder the chaotic ancestor took a fancy to him. It seems like I didn't have good taste. Now it seems that other than Feng Wuchen, no one else is qualified to be the master of myriad realms. The chaotic ancestor stopped the major forces from fighting for the master of myriad realms. It seems like they are not qualified. The chaotic Xian fire beast sighed and said, unimaginable ancient divine power, the overbearing ancestor of heaven Dao fire. I can't think of anyone in the entire chaotic realm who can touch this kid, including those old farts. This kid released the dark forces in advance. It's not without reason. If I have such divine power, even if the ancestor of heaven Dao comes, I will make him kneel and beg for mercy. Brother Primal Chaos, something happened. The chaotic spiritual beast suddenly said anxiously. What happened? The chaotic Xian fire beast asked. Brother Primal Chaos, many powerful ancient strange beasts were killed in the deepest part of Wuji heavenly realm. The chaotic spiritual beast said anxiously. Who did it? The chaotic Xian fire beast asked with a gloomy face. We don't know. Their aura suddenly disappeared mysteriously, leaving nothing behind. There are no clues in the deepest part. The chaotic spiritual beast said. I will go and take a look. The chaotic Xian fire beast said and immediately disappeared. At the same time, Feng Wuchen had arrived at the chaotic realm. With Feng Wuchen's current cultivation, he didn't need a teleportation formation. He could reach the chaotic realm from the sacred region in a flash. In a few more days, we should be able to ascend. My wife and the others have already strengthened their divine powers. With the natural treasures and spatial rings from the Chaos Realm, they should be able to ascend within a month, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Just thinking about it made him excited. Master, when will you help us upgrade to Chaotic Immortal Weapon? This way, Master's battle power will be even stronger, and it will be easier for him to crush a 6th-stage Primal Chaos God Emperor. Long Xinjian suddenly transmitted a message. Master's cultivation has already broken through to the Primal Chaos God Emperor realm. You should have a Primal Chaos Divine Artifact no matter what, Nian Luan continued. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, now that you have broken through to the Chaos God Emperor realm, it is indeed time to upgrade the Dragon God Sword and Divine Eye to Chaos Divine Artifacts. When that time comes, your battle power will be even stronger. After Master and the others ascend, I will help you to upgrade them. Young Palace Master, the door to the Primal Chaos Realm has been opened, Protector Xianlu said respectfully. Guard the Primal Chaos Realm gate for the next few days. If anyone ascends, tell me, Feng Wuchen transmitted. Understood. Protector Xianlu replied respectfully. Refining God Palace. What a powerful soul force. The Refining Deity Palace doesn't have such a strong soul force. The other soul force is Elder Yi Quantu's. Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. Brother Feng. It's really you. That's great. We've missed you so much. Brother Feng, you haven't been here for a long time. When you killed Su Yanfeng, you were so domineering. Brother Feng, the palace master and the elders often talk about you. Brother Feng, please come in. I will report to the palace master and the elders. At the gate of the palace, several disciples were extremely happy to see Feng Wuchen. They were incomparably enthusiastic, as if they were good friends who had not contacted for a long time. They would never forget Feng Wuchen's domineering attitude back then. The most terrifying thing was that Feng Wuchen's divine power and heaven-defying samsara were still fresh in their memories. Even though it had been so long, it still felt like yesterday. Is Brother Yun here? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Senior Brother Yun has always been here. A disciple smiled happily and led Feng Wuchen in. Why did Elder Yi Quantu come to the Refining Deity Palace? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. A disciple quickly said, today, a powerful alchemist came and challenged our Refining Deity Palace. The palace master had no choice but to ask Elder Yi Quantu for help. Challenged the Refining Deity Palace? Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. They said it was a challenge, but they actually wanted to bully us. Not long ago, an alchemist disciple from the Primal Chaos 10,000 Mystery sect came to challenge and lost to senior brother. The younger one lost and the older one came to take revenge. Another disciple said helplessly. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, this is clearly bullying. Isn't it? The third elder of the Primal Chaos 10,000 Mystery sect, LV Qingshan, is about to break through to the chaotic God Emperor realm. The palace master is no match for him. The only one who can help us is Great Elder Yi. Another disciple said. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded. Brother Feng, it's great that you're here. Great Elder Yi may not be a match for LV Qingshan. A disciple continued. Let's see how it goes first. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. In the main hall of the Refining Deity Palace, the palace master and the elders were overjoyed when they heard that Feng Wuchen had come. It was as though they had seen a life-saving straw. At this moment, Yi Quantu was competing with an elder in soul power. Feng Wuchen really came at the right time. The Alchemy Palace Master was overjoyed. Quickly invite Feng Wuchen in. Great Elder Yi can't hold on for much longer. The Great Elder said hurriedly. Feng Wuchen? Yi Quantu's old face suddenly revealed a surprised expression. You can invite any alchemist you know. Yi Quantu is no match for me. He can't hold on for long. I'll give you 4 hours. LV Qingshan said arrogantly, his words were filled with contempt. LV Qingshan, don't be too arrogant. The Great Elder shouted angrily, his old face extremely gloomy. The palace master said in a deep voice, "LV Qingshan, if you were here as a guest, the refining deity palace would definitely treat you with respect. Unfortunately, you're here to behave atrociously." "What? Refining deity palace can't afford to lose?" LV Qingshan sneered. An elder shouted angrily, "Humph. It's your Wanxian sect that can't afford to lose. LV Qingshan, don't regret it later." Yi Guangtu said gloomily. He was using all his soul power to fight against LV Qingshan. "I've been using the book app recently. It has a lot of books and it's updated quickly," LV Qingshan sneered. "I'd like to see who it is that makes you so confident." In LV Qingshan's opinion, the refining deity palace doesn't know any powerful alchemist experts. Therefore, he didn't take it seriously. "Senior brother Yun, Brother Feng is here." A disciple ran over excitedly. "Brother Feng is here?" Yun Fengxiao was overjoyed and immediately rushed out excitedly. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had already entered the refining deity palace. "Brother Feng." Yun Fengxiao said excitedly, "Great. It's really you. You came at the right time." "Brother Yun, don't worry. I already know." Feng Wuchen said with a smile. "I thought it was some big shot. So it's just a materialistic junior." 1,000 profound sect disciples sneered disdainfully. Hearing the contemptuous words, Feng Wuchen turned his head and glanced at them. Seeing the arrogant faces of the disciples, all of them were filled with a sense of superiority. "What's wrong? Looking at your eyes, you seem to be unhappy." 1,000 profound sect disciples sneered, looking very infuriating. "Kid, you want to stand up for the refining divine palace? Be careful that you won't be able to keep your life. Our third elder is personally taking action. You are not qualified to take action, and you are not worthy." A 10,000 profound sect disciple laughed coldly in disdain. He simply did not place Feng Wuchen in his eyes. "You want to help the refining divine palace? Brat, what realm are you in as an alchemist? I'm afraid you are not even as good as us." "Haha. What a joke." The disciples of the 10,000 profound sect all laughed out loud. Their laughter was extremely savage. Looking at the arrogant 1,000 profound sect disciples, Feng Wuchen really wanted to give them a few slaps. "Brother Feng, they are disciples of the 1,000 profound sect. They are very arrogant." A disciple said softly, his eyes filled with disgust. "Brother Feng, don't provoke them. The 1,000 profound sect is powerful, so they will not find an excuse to deal with us." Another disciple said softly. "Yeah, bear with it first. The main thing is to defeat that old thing LV Qingshan." Another disciple said softly. "Brother Feng, forget it. As long as we can defeat them, it will be the best lesson for them." Yun Fengxiao hurriedly said, worried that Feng Wuchen would make a rash move and cause a disaster. Although the refining divine palace had many alchemist disciples, their overall strength was not strong. They could not afford to offend a big force like the 1,000 profound sect. "Is the 1,000 profound sect very strong?" Feng Wuchen asked. He couldn't stand these self-righteous alchemists. They thought they were invincible just because they had some skills. They were arrogant. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, the refining divine palace disciples panicked. They knew Feng Wuchen's temper. Back then, Su Yanfeng was too arrogant and had angered Feng Wuchen, which was why he was killed. "Brother Feng, don't act recklessly. The 1,000 profound sect is stronger than the skyless divine palace. The sect master is a third-stage chaotic heavenly master." Yun Fengxiao hurriedly said, his face filled with panic and worry. "Don't worry, brother Yun." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. "I won't allow anyone to behave atrociously in the refinement divine palace, nor will I allow anyone to bully the disciples of the refinement divine palace. All of you are my friends, I won't turn a blind eye to it." Feng Wuchen had already decided to teach the disciples of the 10,000 profound sect a lesson. Otherwise, they would all think that he was the emperor. After saying that, Feng Wuchen directly walked towards the 10,000 profound sect's disciples, as if he wanted to fight. "Brat, do you want to die? If you want to fight, I don't mind killing you right now." The leader of the disciples said fiercely. His powerful soul force erupted, ready to attack at any moment. "Oh? Is that so?" Feng Wuchen replied coldly. If you offend our 10,000 profound sect, I'm afraid the refinement divine palace will disappear from the primal chaos world. However, I don't think you have the ability to offend the 10,000 profound sect. Another disciple of the 10,000 profound sect sneered in ridicule. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and was as arrogant as he could be. I don't think so. Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. Senior brother Zhang, kill him. A disciple said coldly as he stared viciously at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's footsteps did not stop, and he was not threatened by the 10,000 profound sect's disciples. Yun Fengxiao and the others looked at Feng Wuchen worriedly. Brother Feng. You're finally here. Quickly go in and help. At this moment, a senior disciple rushed out from the main hall, his face filled with anxiety. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Senior brother Wu, don't worry. Let me deal with them first before going in. Deal with them? Senior brother Wu panicked when he heard that. Feng Wuchen wouldn't kill all of them, right? LV Qingshan is still in the main hall. If he caused a disaster, the 10,000 profound sect would definitely be furious. Stinking brat. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish right now. The leader of the Refinement Divine Palace's disciples said fiercely. His eyes narrowed and flickered with ruthlessness. His powerful soul force ruthlessly blasted towards Feng Wuchen. Pa. Puff. Feng Wuchen slapped Senior Martial Brother Zhang. Senior Martial Brother Zhang spat out a mouthful of blood and a few of his teeth flew out. Feng Wuchen's slap stunned Senior Brother Zhang on the spot. His face instantly became red and swollen. How is this possible? My soul force was swallowed by him. Senior Brother Zhang could not believe it. He was so stunned that he forgot the burning pain on his face. The 10,000 profound sect's disciples and the Refinement Divine Palace's disciples were all stunned. Senior brother Wu was so shocked that his eyeballs were about to fly out. One slap was enough to make a third-stage chaotic divine lord disciple spit out blood and even ignore his soul force. How terrifying was this? Courting death? Fulfill my wish? Are you worthy? Feng Wuchen said coldly and immediately slapped him again. The stunned senior brother Zhang's monstrous anger instantly exploded. He roared ferociously, stinking brat. I'm the senior disciple of the 10,000 profound sect. How dare you hit me? You're courting death. Pa. As soon as senior brother Zhang finished speaking, Feng Wuchen slapped him again. It was incomparably fierce. His face instantly became red and swollen. He spat out blood again and was already dizzy. So what if I hit you? I hit you because I didn't like you. What's wrong? Feng Wuchen said coldly. Then, he slapped her again. After a dozen slaps, senior brother Zhang was already swollen like a pig's head. He could not speak at all. His face was completely deformed and his head was buzzing. The 10,000 profound sect's disciples were immediately frightened. Feng Wuchen was too ruthless. Even a fool could see that Feng Wuchen's cultivation was very powerful. Moreover, he could ignore senior brother Zhang's soul force. Yun Fengxiao and the others were stunned. They were all dumbfounded. When did Feng Wuchen's cultivation become so terrifying? And you, so what if I offended your 10,000 profound sect? Is the 10,000 profound sect very powerful? Why don't I think so? Feng Wuchen's cold gaze swept across another 10,000 profound sect's disciple. Seeing Feng Wuchen's cold gaze, that disciple was so scared that his body trembled and his face turned pale. That gaze was too terrifying. One look at it and one would feel intense fear. Pa. Pfft. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen slapped him. The force was so strong that the disciple was sent flying. His face was directly deformed and he fainted on the spot. Pa pa pa. Pfft pfft pfft. Feng Wuchen immediately used his movement technique. In an instant, more than a dozen 10,000 profound sect's disciples were sent flying by Feng Wuchen. All of them spat out blood. Yun Fengxiao and the others were extremely shocked, but their hearts were filled with hatred. Stinking brat. You dare to hurt us, the third elder will definitely not forgive you. A disciple scolded in horror. Third elder, someone injured all of us. Another disciple shouted at the main hall. In the main hall, the faces of the Alchemy Palace Master and elders changed greatly. Humph! How dare the Alchemy Palace? I would like to see who is so daring. In the main hall, Xianxia was furious. A terrifying aura instantly erupted. In the main hall, Xianxia suddenly released an even more terrifying soul power. Pfft! Yiquantu, who was desperately resisting, finally could not bear it and spat out a mouthful of blood. Elder Yi. The Alchemy Palace Master and elders were shocked. The Alchemy Palace Master quickly helped Yiquantu up and asked worriedly, Elder Yi, are you okay? Yiquantu's face was pale as he shook his head weakly and said, I'm fine. Yiquantu, you are no match for me. With your ability, what kind of disciple can you teach? It's ridiculous that you can win against the 1,000 mystery sect's disciples. Xianxia said coldly. Alchemy Palace, how dare you hurt the 1,000 mystery sect's disciples? You must be tired of living. Xianxia snorted angrily and immediately flashed out of the main hall. Quick, go out and take a look. It should be Feng Wuchen who hurt the 1,000 mystery sect's disciples. Yiquantu quickly said. The Alchemy Palace Master and elders rushed out of the main hall. Who hurt my 1,000 mystery sect's disciples? Xianxia said fiercely as his terrifying aura swept out like a storm, frightening the Alchemy Palace's disciples. This is troublesome. Yun Fengxiao and senior brother Wu became more and more worried. Third elder, it's this brat who hurt us. Kill him. A disciple pointed at Feng Wuchen and said angrily. Third elder, this brat slapped our faces until they are swollen. Kill him. Another disciple shouted angrily. Brat. You are dead. Third elder will not forgive you. Another disciple covered his face and shouted angrily. He could not wait to turn Feng Wuchen into ashes. Xianxia's ferocious eyes swept over Feng Wuchen as he roared, stinking brat. You've got guts. How dare you hurt my 1,000 mystery sect's disciples? You must be tired of living. Xianxia did not know Feng Wuchen. The 1,000 mystery sect was not a subordinate force of the Chaos Shrine. So what? Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly as he stared coldly at Xianxia. Buzz. Xianxia was enraged, and his old face contorted in anger. The terrifying divine power of a 7th-level primal chaos great emperor burst out, and his aura locked onto Feng Wuchen as he shot out without hesitation. Xianxia, stop, the Alchemy Palace Lord shouted. He wanted to stop Xianxia, but it was too late. Xianxia's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Feng Wuchen with a vicious palm strike aimed at his head. Feng Wuchen tilted his head slightly and dodged. Then, he grabbed Xianxia's neck and smashed him into the ground. The speed was so fast that Xianxia didn't even have time to react, but his heart was already filled with fear. Boom! Buzz! A huge crater was formed on the ground of the plaza. The edges of the crater were shattered, and a large crack was torn open. The force was extremely powerful. How is this possible? Xianxia was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it. The cultivation of a 7-level chaotic emperor was inferior to a junior, Yiquantu, the Alchemy Palace Master, and many disciples were dumbfounded. When did Brother Feng become so powerful? Yun Fengxiao was dumbstruck. Third elder. The disciples of the mysterious sect were scared out of their wits. Feng Wuchen actually pressed a 7-level chaotic emperor to the ground with one hand. When did Feng Wuchen's strength become so terrifying? At this moment, the entire palace fell into a dead silence. Everyone's horrified eyes fell on Feng Wuchen. Old thing, you want to kill me with this little ability? Do you really think you can do whatever you want in the Alchemy Palace? Feng Wuchen sneered. Then, he grabbed Xianxia's neck and smashed him down. Boom, puff, an even more overbearing force shook Xianxia until he spat out blood. The crater instantly expanded. Everyone in the Alchemy Palace was shocked again. Since when did Feng Wuchen's cultivation become so terrifying? Yiquantu's heart was filled with horror. His heart was in turmoil. Xianxia began to panic. The young man in front of him was definitely a chaotic god emperor. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to completely crush him with just the strength of his physical body. Brat! Who the hell are you? Xianxia gritted his teeth and asked angrily. You are not qualified to know. Feng Wuchen said coldly, the young one lost, and an old one like you came to stand up for him. Obviously, you are bullying the alchemy palace. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you really think you are so great. It is also because of an arrogant old thing like you that you have taught such an arrogant disciple. After saying this, Feng Wuchen directly stomped his foot down. How dare you? I am the third elder of the mysterious sect. Xianxia shouted angrily. A terrifying soul power burst out and wanted to injure Feng Wuchen before Feng Wuchen attacked again. However, the next scene shocked Xianxia. The incomparably powerful soul power crashed onto Feng Wuchen's body and strangely disappeared. Feng Wuchen was unharmed. Xianxia's soul power disappeared. What's going on? Yi Guangtu's old face suddenly changed. It was as if something was stuck in his throat, making him unable to breathe. The Alchemy Palace Master said in horror, Xianxia's soul power is not working at all. It seems to have been swallowed. How is this possible? My soul power has disappeared. Xianxia was scared silly on the spot. With your little soul power, you want to hurt me? Who do you think you are? Feng Wuchen sneered disdainfully. There was no time for Xianxia to think. He immediately used his movement technique to dodge Feng Wuchen's foot. Boom! Buzz! The tyrannical foot stomped down, and with a boom, the entire square collapsed and shattered in an instant. The huge palace trembled and buzzed. The terrifying power scared Xianxia and made his heart beat wildly. Xianxia was very clear that if he did not dodge, he would definitely be trampled to death. This young man is too scary. Yun Fengxiao and the other disciples were all shocked by the powerful strength displayed by Feng Wuchen. Just as Xianxia appeared in a flash, he found that Feng Wuchen had disappeared. A strong sense of uneasiness welled up in his heart. Boom! Puff! Before Xianxia could even react, a loud explosion rang out as a powerful force slammed into his chest, causing Xianxia to spurt out a mouthful of blood. His body turned into a black line as he was blasted away, crashing into the mountain gate of the Refinement Divine Palace. This punch had seriously injured Xianxia. Third Elder. The 1,000 mysterious sect disciples were all scared out of their wits. Xianxia's injuries were serious and he could no longer get up. Go back and tell the 1,000 mysterious sect master that if he does not personally come to the Alchemy God Palace to apologize, none of you will be able to return alive, including your third elder. Feng Wuchen looked at 1,000 mysterious sect disciple and said coldly. When Feng Wuchen said this, the 1,000 mysterious sect disciple almost fainted. His eyes were filled with fear and despair. They wished that they were the ones named by Feng Wuchen so that they could survive. I will go back and report. The disciple said with a trembling voice. His face was pale and he immediately flew back in fear. End of chapter. Let the sect master of the mysterious sect apologize personally? Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Yun Fengxiao, senior brother Wu, and the others were all dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen had injured Xianxia and a dozen other disciples. He had already offended the mysterious sect. Feng Wuchen still dared to let the sect master of the mysterious sect apologize. Wasn't this too arrogant? Brother Feng, are you kidding? We can't afford to offend the mysterious sect. The sect master of the mysterious sect is a chaotic heavenly venerate expert. He can easily destroy our Refinement Divine Palace. Yun Fengxiao panicked, his face full of anxiety. Brother Feng, you're in big trouble. Senior brother Wu was also panicking. The mysterious sect was one of the transcendent forces in the chaotic domain. They were even stronger than the Heavenly Soul Palace and the Ancient Soul Palace. Brother Yun, senior brother Wu, don't worry. Nothing will happen. Who asked them to go too far? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, not worried at all. Thank you, brother Feng, for your help. The Refinement Divine Palace Master quickly cupped his fists and thanked him. Although the Refinement Divine Palace Master and the elders were also worried, they couldn't say anything. After all, Feng Wuchen had indeed helped them. Refinement Divine Palace Master, you're too polite. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. I can't stand people like them who are high above others. They think they're infallible and like to bully others. Elder Yi, are you okay? Feng Wuchen looked at Yi Quantu and asked with a smile. I'm fine. Yi Quantu shook his head slightly. He was only slightly injured, and his soul body wasn't affected. Yi Quantu then asked, Feng Wuchen, the mysterious sect is stronger than the Heavenly Soul Palace. Aren't you afraid? Yi Quantu would never forget the respectful look Mu Tianhun had when he looked at Feng Wuchen. Hearing Yi Quantu's words, everyone's eyes turned to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Elder Yi, don't worry. So what if the mysterious sect is strong? But they're bullying people. There's nothing to worry about. Feng Wuchen, what's going on with your cultivation? Yi Quantu asked again. This was what everyone was thinking. Everyone in the Refinement Divine Palace wanted to know Feng Wuchen's current cultivation level. After all, when they had first met Feng Wuchen's cultivation level had been lower than Wang Kuan's. However, not long after, Feng Wuchen had been able to push sevenfold chaotic Great Emperor to the ground. I have already broken through to the chaotic God Emperor realm, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. What? Primal Chaos God Emperor? Yi Quantu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The realm of the Chaos God Emperor had already surpassed Yi Quantu. Chaos God Emperor? The Alchemy Palace Master and the elders froze as though they had been struck by lightning. Primal Chaos God Emperor? That was impossible, right? How could his cultivation increase so quickly? Yun Fengxiao and the other disciples were all scared silly. They couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen had already reached the Chaos God Emperor realm. How could he have broken through to the Chaos God Emperor realm in such a short time? What kind of terrifying cultivation speed was that? Even a monster wouldn't have such a terrifying cultivation speed, right? The seriously injured LV Qingshan and the disciples of the 10,000 Profound sect were also scared silly. They looked at Feng Wuchen as though they were looking at a monster. To be able to break through to the Chaos God Emperor realm at such a young age, he was definitely a genius among geniuses. Brother Feng, have you really broken through to the Chaos God Emperor realm? Yun Fengxiao asked in shock. He even doubted if he had heard wrongly. Yes, second-level Chaos God Emperor realm, Feng Wuchen nodded. Second-level Chaos God Emperor realm. Yun Fengxiao's eyes bulged out. He was extremely frightened. No wonder he could push LV Qingshan to the ground so easily without using any divine power. Brother Feng, our cultivation levels didn't improve much. How did you cultivate? Senior Brother Wu asked in shock. I was lucky. I obtained a powerful inheritance in the infinite heavenly realm. After a period of crazy cultivation, my cultivation level increased tremendously. Feng Wuchen casually found an excuse. Feng Wuchen really didn't know how to explain such a terrifying cultivation speed. Obtained a powerful inheritance? I see. Yi Quantu and the Refinement Palace Master nodded. They finally understood. Yi Quantu smiled faintly and said, if you obtain a powerful inheritance, it is indeed possible to increase your cultivation level greatly in a short time. I thought Brother Feng really had such a terrifying cultivation speed. But Brother Feng is really lucky. Yun Fengxiao patted his chest. His eyes were filled with envy. We don't have such good luck. We don't even know if we can break through to the Chaos God Emperor realm in this lifetime. Senior Brother Wu smiled helplessly. Brother Feng, you really make us envious. The disciples of the Refinement Palace were full of envy. You will also have a chance. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Immediately, he sensed something and looked up into the sky. He smiled faintly and said, he's here. The sect master of the mysterious sect. Yi Quantu and the Refinement Palace Master's expressions changed slightly. After a while, an extremely terrifying aura descended from the sky and shrouded the Refinement Palace. Feeling this terrifying aura, the disciples of the Refinement God Palace were terrified. They felt weak all over and could barely breathe. Third stage chaotic heavenly master. Brother Feng, can you really deal with it? Yun Fengxiao asked in a trembling voice. He was so frightened that his body couldn't stop trembling. Injuring an elder of my 10,000 profound sect and even wanting me to personally apologize. This is the first time in my life that I've encountered such an interesting matter. I am very curious as to who said those words. An aged voice filled with might resounded through the refinement divine palace. It was extremely frightening. The sect master is here. The sect master is here. Great! The third elder. The sect master is here to save us. They're dead. Everyone in the refinement palace will die too. The disciples of the mysterious sect were ecstatic. It was as if they could already see the tragic end of Feng Wuchen and the refinement palace. In the sky above the refinement palace, a white-robed elder with white hair and beard appeared. The terrifying aura emanated from his body. This person was the sect master of the mysterious sect, Mu Yangshan. Shoo shoo shoo. After Mu Yangshan appeared, a few other figures appeared in a flash. They were all emitting extremely terrifying auras. They were the Great Elder, Second Elder, and the Protector of the mysterious sect. The Great Elder and Protector of the mysterious sect. Yi Kuangtu and the Refinement Palace Master's faces changed again. Sect Master, Great Elder, it's that brat. He's a second-stage chaotic heavenly emperor. A disciple pointed at Feng Wuchen and shouted angrily. Looking at Mu Yangshan and the others, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "That's right. I said it. Sect Master, that brat seriously injured the third elder. Quickly kill him." Another disciple said angrily as he stared viciously at Feng Wuchen. Mu Yangshan, the Great Elder and the Protector all looked at Feng Wuchen at the same time. However, they were scared out of their wits when they saw it. Mu Yangshan and the Great Elder's faces were filled with extreme fear as if they had seen a ghost. The young master of the Chaos Divine Palace. After a long while, Mu Yangshan and the others finally exclaimed, their bodies trembling violently. The terrifying aura instantly disappeared. Mu Yangshan and the others had already recognized Feng Wuchen. As one of the transcendent forces in the chaos domain, how could Mu Yangshan not know of Feng Wuchen's existence? Mu Yangshan would never have thought that LV Qingshan would provoke Feng Wuchen. LV Qingshan, who was heavily injured, saw the terrified expressions on Mu Yangshan and the Great Elder's faces and felt a strong sense of unease. It seems that Feng Wuchen's identity is even more terrifying than I thought. Otherwise, Mu Yangshan wouldn't have been so scared, and Mu Tianhun wouldn't have been so respectful. Yi Kuangtu thought to himself. Obviously, he had also seen the fear on Mu Yangshan and the others' faces. The Alchemy Palace Master and the Great Elder looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Who exactly was Feng Wuchen? How could he make Mu Yangshan and the others so scared? Sect Master Wan Xian and the others. Yun Fengxiao and Senior Brother Wu also saw it, but they were very confused. Mu Yangshan was a third-stage Chaos Heavenly Master, and the Elders and Protectors were all Chaos God Emperors. Why were they so scared? Sect Master Wan Xian, why did your powerful aura disappear? Weren't you very powerful just now? Feng Wuchen sneered. What? Is it so satisfying to bully others with your power? Mu Yangshan and the others didn't dare to fart. Sect Master, this brat is insulting Sect Master. Kill him quickly. Don't let him go. And the Alchemy Palace, don't let anyone go. That's right. Sect Master, kill all of them. Wash the Alchemy Palace with blood. The disciples roared and stared fiercely at Feng Wuchen, but they didn't notice the fear on Mu Yangshan and the others' faces. Only their voices could be heard in the huge palace. Mu Yangshan and the others' voices all disappeared. What was going on? How could Mu Yangshan and the elders tolerate Feng Wuchen's insults? With Mu Yangshan's temper, there was no way he would tolerate such disrespect. When they realized that something was wrong, they looked up at the sky. They wouldn't have known if they hadn't seen it, but the moment they saw it, they were scared out of their wits. They realized that Mu Yangshan and the first elder were staring at Feng Wuchen in fear, as if they had seen a ghost. Master, they seem to know your identity. Long Xinjian laughed. Since it is a transcendent power of the primal chaos domain, they naturally know Master's identity. Otherwise, the 10,000 Mystery Sect would not be qualified to be a transcendent power. A respectful voice came from the Divine Eye. Kill me? Massacre the Refinement Divine Palace? Feng Wuchen sneered, I'm afraid that your sect master and elders don't have the guts. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Mu Yangshan, the first elder, and the others shuddered as their backs were covered in cold sweat. The dozen or so disciples of the 10,000 profound sect no longer dared to say anything. They seemed to have realized something, and right now, there was only intense fear. Mu Yangshan and the others did not dare to say anything. Looking at Mu Yangshan again, a domineering aura burst out. Feng Wuchen sneered, Sect Master Wan Xian, are you here to apologize to the Refinement Divine Palace? Or are you here for something else? Hearing this, Mu Yangshan came back to his senses. He cupped his fists and said respectfully, I am here to personally apologize to the Alchemy Palace. The third elder and many disciples of the mysterious sect bullied us. I will definitely punish them severely. Please forgive me, Palace Master. The elders and protectors of the 10,000 profound sect were even more terrified. They were afraid that Feng Wuchen would pursue the matter. The 10,000 profound sect could not afford to offend the young palace master of the Chaos Sacred Palace. Boom! Mu Yangshan's words caused an uproar among the disciples of the Refining Divine Palace. Their jaws dropped in shock. Mu Yangshan really apologized. He was so domineering when he first arrived, but he became so respectful in the blink of an eye. What was going on? Was Mu Yangshan really here to apologize? Who in the Refinement Divine Palace could make Mu Yangshan and the others so afraid? Does this have something to do with Brother Feng? Yun Fengxiao looked at Feng Wuchen in shock as he guessed. The disciples of the Refinement Divine Palace also seemed to have guessed that this had something to do with Feng Wuchen. They all looked at Feng Wuchen. Other than Feng Wuchen, they could not think of any other possibility. Who was Feng Wuchen to make Mu Yangshan and the others so afraid? The disciples of the 10,000 profound sect and the Refinement Divine Palace were very curious. Sect Master Wan Xian, this is not a big deal. You don't have to be so polite. The Refinement Divine Palace Master was very polite. He did not intend to pursue the matter. Mu Yangshan and the elders and protectors heaved a sigh of relief. However, they did not dare to relax completely. After all, Feng Wuchen did not say anything. They were still worried. Mu Yangshan and the others looked at Feng Wuchen respectfully. They were clearly waiting for Feng Wuchen's instructions. Since the Refinement Divine Palace Master is not going to pursue the matter, you may leave. Feng Wuchen said calmly. Mu Yangshan and the others heaved a sigh of relief. The fear on their faces disappeared. They were secretly glad that Feng Wuchen did not pursue the matter. Otherwise, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Thank you. Mu Yangshan cupped his fists and thanked him. Then, he waved his hand and took the heavily injured LV Qingshan and the other disciples away. The elders and protectors left right after them. They did not dare to stay for even a moment, as if they were afraid that Feng Wuchen would change his mind. After Mu Yangshan and the others left, the silent palace suddenly burst into cheers. I can't believe that Mu Yangshan really came to apologize. Brother Feng is so awesome. Mu Yangshan and the others were shocked. Haha. This is so satisfying. The 10,000 profound sect is a transcendent force. They were shocked by Brother Feng. Haha. This is so satisfying. The disciples of the Refinement Divine Palace cheered excitedly. They all guessed that this had something to do with Feng Wuchen's identity. Brother Feng, who on earth are you? Why are Mu Yangshan and the others so afraid of you? Yun Fengxiao asked quickly. He was really curious. That's right. Brother Feng, Mount Muyang and the others are so scared. It must have something to do with your identity, Brother Wu continued. All the disciples looked at Feng Wuchen again. Yi Guangtu and the master of the Refinement Divine Palace also looked at Feng Wuchen. I am from the Chaos Temple. It's just that not many people know about it. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. He knew that he could not hide it anymore. What? The Chaos Divine Palace? Everyone present was shocked. Their hearts were in turmoil. No wonder Mu Yangshan and the others were so afraid. It turned out that Feng Wuchen was from the Chaos Temple. The Chaos Temple was the most powerful existence in the chaotic realm. Who would dare to offend it? Yi Guangtu finally understood why Mu Tianhun was so respectful to Feng Wuchen. Brother Feng, I didn't expect your identity to be so terrifying. You must take care of the Refinement Divine Palace in the future. Yun Fengxiao was shocked and excited. Since Brother Yun has said so, I can't refuse. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Back mountain of the Refinement Divine Palace. Yun Fengxiao laughed happily. Brother Feng, to be honest, as a member of the Chaos Divine Palace, I don't believe that you would make friends with us. I, Feng Wuchen, don't care about the other party's identity when making friends. Brother Yun is not bad. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Brother Yun, I'm here this time because I have something to ask you. You have something to ask me? Yun Fengxiao looked at Feng Wuchen in surprise. Yun Fengxiao was only a disciple of the Refinement Divine Palace. Be it cultivation or alchemist realm, they were both weak. What could Feng Wuchen want from him? Brother Yun, I have established the Dragon Soul and want to invite you to join. I need someone I can trust. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Dragon Soul? Yun Fengxiao said awkwardly, Brother Feng, with my cultivation, it's not good to join the Dragon Soul, right? It's fine, I can help Brother Yun raise his cultivation quickly, including alchemist realm. The Dragon Soul has several powerful alchemists. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Since Brother Feng personally invited me, it would be too disrespectful if I don't agree. Yun Fengxiao laughed happily. Then it's settled. Feng Wuchen smiled. Brother Yun can return to the Refinement Divine Palace whenever he wants. Brother Feng, how is the strength of the Dragon Soul? Yun Fengxiao asked curiously. Very strong. Feng Wuchen smiled mysteriously. Young Hall Master, someone has ascended. It's an old man. At this time, Xianlu Protector's respectful voice suddenly sounded. Ascended? Didn't you say half a month? Why is it a few days earlier? It should be the Chaos World's treasures I left behind. Feng Wuchen was stunned, then transmitted his voice, I'll rush over immediately. Brother Yun, something important suddenly came up. I have to leave first. When the time comes, you can go to the sacred region's Pangu Immortal Manor to find me. Feng Wuchen quickly smiled and disappeared. Brother Feng. Yun Fengxiao still wanted to say something, but Feng Wuchen had already disappeared. As expected of a strong cultivation base. I have to work hard on my cultivation as well. I can't embarrass Brother Feng. Yun Fengxiao sighed with a face full of envy. What Yun Fengxiao didn't know was that joining Dragon Soul would change his fate. What Yun Fengxiao didn't know was that the ordinary Yun Fengxiao would become a peak expert that could shake the entire primal chaos region in the future. Chaos Realm Gate. Pangashi walked out of the primal chaos world gate. Sensing the tremendous chaos power, Pangashi laughed excitedly and said, This must be the chaos world. The spiritual energy is extremely terrifying. Senior, are you from the Panga realm? Protector Xianlu showed up and asked respectfully. Protector Xianlu's sudden appearance startled Pangashi. Old man has indeed ascended from Panga realm. Pangashi hurriedly cupped his fists and said. He sensed a terrifying divine power from Protector Xianlu. This person must be a peak expert of the chaos world. Protector Xianlu cupped his fists again and said respectfully, Young Hall Master ordered me to wait again. Young Hall Master is on his way. Young Hall Master? Pangashi was stunned and said inwardly, Is it that brat Feng Wuchen? If Feng Wuchen established the Dragon God Palace, he should at least be the Hall Master. How can he be the Young Hall Master? Did he make a mistake? At this moment, the Chaos Realm Gate glowed with golden light again. Another old man walked out of the Chaos Realm Gate. The second to ascend was Supreme Primordial Beginning. Supreme Demon Emperor, Supreme Sword Soul, Desolate Flame Emperor, Supreme Peerless, Ancestor Xianzhan and the others walked out of the Chaos Realm Gate one after another. Protector Xianlu was dumbfounded when he saw dozens of old men walking out of the Chaos Realm Gate in just a few minutes. He couldn't believe it. For tens of millions of years, no one had ascended from the Chaos Realm. Feng Wuchen was the first one. But now, so many people had ascended in a single day. Who are they? Why do I feel such a huge pressure? Protector Xianlu was shocked. What shocked Protector Xianlu even more was that these old men seemed to be very weak, but they gave off a feeling of being otherworldly experts. The ancient aura that these old men exuded was extremely domineering. Young Hall Master, many people have ascended. Protector Xianlu transmitted his voice respectfully and looked at Panga Shi and the others in shock. I'm ready. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice with a smile. He was extremely excited. As expected of the Chaos Realm. The spiritual energy is so dense. Even if I'm not cultivating, I can feel my cultivation slowly rising. Supreme Primordial Beginning laughed excitedly. I've finally succeeded in ascending to the Chaos Realm. Supreme Peerless laughed happily. Where's Feng Wuchen? Space Sovereign looked around but didn't see Feng Wuchen. He only saw Protector Xianlu. Seniors, please wait for a moment. The young Hall Master will be here soon. Protector Xianlu said respectfully. Whoosh. As soon as Protector Xianlu finished speaking, Feng Wuchen appeared. Young Hall Master. Protector Xianlu bowed respectfully. Protector Xianlu, thank you. This is a 10-time space ring. You can go back and cultivate first. Leave this place to me. Feng Wuchen smiled happily and gave Protector Xianlu a 10-time space ring. 10-time space ring? Protector Xianlu's heart almost jumped out of his chest. Then, he said in a daze, yes, young Hall Master. Good disciple. Supreme Peerless was overjoyed. Senior Panga Shi, Senior Primordial Beginning, Master, you've all ascended. Feng Wuchen laughed happily and looked extremely excited. Supreme Primordial Beginning laughed happily and said, thanks to the treasures you left in the Chaos Realm, we can go through the tribulation a few days earlier. People kept coming out of the gate of the Chaos Realm. They were all 100 Supremes. After an hour, all 100 Supremes had successfully ascended. Protector Xianlu was stunned. So many people from the Panga realm ascended on the same day, and each of these elders had an unfathomable state of mind. Wasn't the Panga realm too terrifying? All 100 Supremes have successfully ascended. Master, Senior Primordial Beginning, I'll take you to the Pangu Immortal Abode now. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Feng Wuchen, who was that expert just now? Why did he call you young Hall Master? Ancestor Xianxia asked curiously. That protector just now must be very powerful. Supreme Demon Emperor said. With his eyesight, he naturally wouldn't be wrong. Feng Wuchen smiled happily and said, he's a protector of the Chaos Temple, a Chaos Heavenly Venerable Expert. I'm now the young Hall Master of the Chaos Temple. The Chaos Temple is the most powerful force in the Chaos Realm. What? You're the young Hall Master of the most powerful force? The 100 Supremes were shocked. Seeing the shocked expressions of the 100 Supremes, Feng Wuchen smiled proudly and said, of course, don't you know who I am? Master, you'll understand after you understand the Chaos Realm. It's rare for us to ascend to the Chaos Realm. I must take a good look at these few days. As for cultivation, there's no rush. Supreme Peerless smiled happily. Feng Wuchen smiled happily and said, Master, you'll definitely be the 100 Supremes of the Chaos Realm in the future. Pangu Immortal Manor. On the majestic plaza, Feng Wuchen appeared with 100 Supremes. Master, Senior Panga Shi, this is the Pangu Immortal Manor prepared for you. Feng Wuchen said happily. Supremes Wushuang said happily, yes, the Pangu Immortal Manor is really majestic. It's even more majestic than Forefather Xianzhan's palace. Forefather Xianzhan said with a smile, the divine palace of the primal chaos realm is indeed majestic. It's just lacking a powerful spirit-gathering formation. Supreme Xianzhan said happily. The 100 Supremes looked at the majestic divine palace, all of them very satisfied. Panga Shi, you guys have finally ascended. Supremes Donghuang immediately appeared with a smile on his face. Supremes Donghuang, haha, I knew you would be fine. Supreme Xinglong laughed happily. Seeing Supremes Donghuang appear, the 100 Supremes were finally relieved. Supremes Donghuang said with a smile, how is it? Are you satisfied with the immortal manner Feng Wuchen prepared for us? Haha. Satisfied. Satisfied. The 100 Supremes laughed happily. Welcome to the Pangu Immortal Manor. Purgatory Taoist and Gui Mukin appeared and greeted them politely. Seeing the 100 old men, Purgatory Taoist and Gui Mukin guessed that they had ascended from the Panga realm. Because of this, they were extremely shocked. More than 100 people ascending, this was simply impossible. Shangguan Wufeng, immediately order Dragon's Soul and everyone to return to the Pengu Immortal Matter. Feng Wuchen ordered through voice transmission. Understood. Shangguan Wufeng replied respectfully through voice transmission, then ordered, Dragon Soul Supremes, heed my orders. Immediately return to the Pengu Immortal Matter. After the order was given, Dragon Soul Supremes immediately rushed back to the Pengu Immortal Matter. Feng Wuchen said happily, Master, Senior Panga Shi, let me introduce you. This is Dragon Soul Grand Elder Purgatory Taoist, a 9th level chaotic heavenly venerable. He's also the Primal Chaos Realm's strongest formation master. This is 2nd Elder Gui Mukin, a 7th level chaotic heavenly venerable and an alchemist. Formation master? Alchemist? Supreme Xianxia and Wu Shuang's eyes were instantly lit up. Feng Wuchen smiled happily and said, That's right. Master, Xianxia Supreme, you can communicate with each other. You just ascended to the Chaos Realm and are not familiar with it. They can help you understand. Greetings to the two elders. Panga Shi and Primeval Supreme cupped their fists politely. There's no need to be so polite. Purgatory Taoist and Gui Mukin said happily. Looking at Purgatory Taoist and Gui Mukin, Feng Wuchen said with a smile, Elders, let me introduce you. This is Panga Shi, this is Supreme Xianxia, this is Supreme's Wu Shuang, who is also my alchemist's master. This is Supremes Mo Luo, Time Supremes, and Space Supremes. Feng Wuchen patiently introduced the 100 Supremes. The Purgatory Taoist and Gui Mukin were shocked when they learned that they were the most senior experts in the Pengu Immortal Realm, and that they controlled each powerful divine force. Grand Elder, they are not simple. Gui Mukin transmitted his voice. They are indeed not simple. Although they have just ascended, their state of mind is very strong. They are not inferior to me. Many of them even have the state of mind of a primal chaos ancestor. Purgatory Taoist said in his heart. He did not dare to underestimate any of the 100 Supremes. Even with the Purgatory Taoist and Gui Mukin's cultivation, they could tell that the 100 Supremes were not simple. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! At this moment, the Dragon Soul Supremes appeared one after another above the Pengu Immortal Abode, emitting a powerful aura. Greetings, Supremes! The Dragon Soul Supremes knelt on one knee respectfully. Are they the Dragon Soul Supremes? Supreme Xianxia asked with a smile, looking at the 100 Supremes in the sky. Feng Wuchen said happily, Senior Primal Chaos is right. They are the Dragon Soul. Such strength. Supremes Peerless nodded and said happily, the Dragon Soul you established is indeed not simple. The Dragon Soul's strength has already surpassed ordinary transcendental forces. It can be considered a top transcendental force in the Primal Chaos Realm. Purgatory Taoist said with a faint smile, however, no. One in the Primal Chaos Realm knows about the existence of the Dragon Soul Supremes. Gui Mukin said with a smile, Supremes, you have also strengthened their divine power. Their combat strength is very strong, second only to the War God Guards of the Primal Chaos Shrine. Strengthening their divine power? The 100 Supremes looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Supreme Xinglong quickly asked, Feng Wuchen, Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, and the Dragon Soul War God's divine power were strengthened by you? Supreme Xianxia and the others looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. That's right. I plan to have them ascend as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen said with a smile, that's why I strengthened their divine power and left them with treasures from the Primal Chaos Realm. They will be able to ascend in a month. Master, Senior Primeval, it won't be too late for me to strengthen your divine power when you cultivate. There's no rush. You've just ascended, so you should first understand the Primal Chaos Realm. The 10 times space ring, the heaven-defying divine orb, and a large amount of treasures and pills can help you quickly improve your cultivation. There's no rush. Supreme's Peerless nodded. Feng Wuchen said happily, also, the Pengu Immortal Abode is prepared for you. The Dragon Soul doesn't belong to the Pengu Immortal Abode. It's only a subsidiary force. As for who will be the Abode Lord and Elders, that's up to you. We old things don't need Abode Lords and Elders. We only need to focus on improving our cultivation. Supreme's Primeval smiled happily. Supreme's Primeval is right. Haha. Supreme Sword Soul laughed happily. Feng Wuchen said helplessly with a wry smile, "It seems that I have to find someone else." "My lord, who are they?" Bai Xiankong landed and looked at the 100 Supremes in confusion. The 100 Supremes in front of him were only chaotic heavenly immortals. They were pitifully weak. That being said, the 100 Supremes gave them the feeling that they were otherworldly experts. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, "They are all my seniors. This is my master. We've all ascended from the Panga realm. Don't you want to know my background? I've also ascended from the Panga realm." Ascended from the Panga realm? Bai Xiankong and the others widened their eyes in shock. That's right. In half a month, my wife and other brothers will also ascend to the primal chaos realm. By then, the Pangu immortal abode will be lively. I asked you to come back so that you can get to know each other. Feng Wuchen smiled. What? Wife? My lord, you're married? Bai Xiankong and Lu Yunqing were shocked again. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, the Purgatory Taoist and Gue Mukan led the 100 Supremes to the 4 major regions of the chaotic realm to help them understand the chaotic realm. They learned about the forces in the 4 major regions of the chaotic realm, including the cultivation techniques, spells, elixirs, treasures, herbs, divine powers, and so on. After understanding everything, Feng Wuchen strengthened the divine powers of the 100 Supremes before they went into seclusion to cultivate. If someone was in their spatial ring, they would be shocked to find that the 100 Supremes had broken through the 2nd to 3rd level of cultivation. This was just relying on the ancient divine power and treasures in the spatial ring to cultivate. From this, one could see how terrifying the cultivation speed of the 100 Supremes was. Firstly, they were extremely talented in cultivation. Secondly, they had a thorough understanding of cultivation. Thirdly, they had the cultivation experience of the 100 Supremes. Judging from the current cultivation speed of the 100 Supremes, they would soon break through to the chaotic golden immortal realm. At that time, they would use the heaven-defying divine pearl to increase their cultivation. They would not be far from breaking through to the chaotic heavenly lord realm. Once the 100 Supremes came out of seclusion, the dragon's soul would definitely be shocked. One should know that with 10 times the number of spatial rings, a year of seclusion was equivalent to 10 years. The 100 Supremes had only been in seclusion for a few days, and they had already improved so much. One could imagine how terrifying they would be when they came out. I've finally settled Master and the rest. Now, we just have to wait for my wife and the rest to ascend. At most, we'll have to wait for another half a month. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. He was looking forward to it. Ling Xiaoxiao and Lu Qingyang's current cultivation had already met the conditions for ascension. However, they still had to make sufficient preparations. After half a month, they would ascend to the chaotic realm. Master, why don't you let them cultivate with the ancient divine power of origin? Won't this increase their cultivation faster? Long Shenjian asked through voice transmission. It would be too much of a waste to let Master and the others cultivate now. Given their immense talents and comprehension towards cultivation, the ancient god energy and heavenly treasures would definitely allow them to raise their cultivation states rapidly. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, moreover, they just started to raise their cultivation, so they can't be too fast. It won't be too late to absorb the ancient source energy after their cultivation is strong enough. Master and the others have just gone into seclusion. My wife and the others still need at least half a month. There's no movement from the dark forces now. I have to hurry up and find the strongest soul power in the chaos realm, Feng Wuchen continued with a smile. Master, did you sense it? The Aeon Origin asked. No. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, but at least it's not in the sacred region or the primal chaos region. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to sense its existence. Feng Wuchen had been in the sacred domain and primal chaos domain all this time. The ancestor of soul power had not sensed the existence of a powerful soul power. This also meant that the strongest soul force in the chaos realm was not in the saint domain or the chaos domain. Bai Xiankong, Zhu Wutian and the others should be coming out soon. Tell them about the 100 Supremes. I'm going out to take care of something. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice and was about to fly away. Feng Wuchen. At this moment, the chaotic celestial fire beast's voice was suddenly heard. Chaotic celestial fire beast, what's the matter? Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice and asked. Come to the depths of the Wuji heavenly realm immediately. Something has happened here. It's very strange. I've been investigating for a few days and I still can't figure it out. You're an alchemist. Maybe you can figure it out. The chaotic celestial fire beast transmitted his voice with a solemn expression. It had been 7 or 8 days since the chaotic celestial fire beast heard about it, but he still could not figure it out. Even the chaotic ice wolf could not smell anything suspicious. He had investigated the depths of the Wuji heavenly realm several times and found nothing. Where in the world did those powerful exotic beasts disappear to? The depths of the Wuji heavenly realm? Feng Wuchen was stunned. He stopped and transmitted his voice to ask, what happened in the depths of the Wuji heavenly realm? Many powerful beasts have disappeared in the depths of the Wuji heavenly realm, the chaotic celestial fire beast transmitted his voice. I'll be there right away. Feng Wuchen frowned and turned to the teleportation formation. The teleportation formation of the Pangu Immortal Mansion led directly to the depths of the Wuji heavenly realm. After entering the teleportation formation, Feng Wuchen arrived at the Wuji heavenly realm in an instant and immediately shot toward the depths of the Wuji heavenly realm. Pass down the order. Tell all the beasts to avoid him. The chaotic celestial fire beast ordered. He had already sensed Feng Wuchen. All beasts listen to my order. Avoid the human who has a bloodline that surpasses the chaotic dragon tribe. He's the young master of the chaotic divine palace. The chaotic celestial fire beast ordered. After the order was given, many powerful beasts in the Wuji heavenly realm made way for Feng Wuchen when they sensed his bloodline. Even if they did not make way, Feng Wuchen's terrifying bloodline power was enough to scare them. Master, what's going on? Long Xinjian transmitted his voice and asked. Feng Wuchen's expression was solemn as he frowned and said, I don't know what's going on. But the powerful auras in the depths of the Wuji heavenly realm have disappeared. I could still feel them when I came here. As for the specific situation, he could only understand it when he reached the deepest part. He used the Thousand Illusions great technique and the ancestor of soul power to investigate carefully while rushing forward. In less than 10 minutes, Feng Wuchen had already reached the deepest part of the Wuji heavenly realm. Greetings, young master. The war god guards and beasts bowed respectfully. Chaotic celestial fire beast, what's going on? Feng Wuchen asked solemnly. The chaotic celestial fire beast shook his head and said in a deep voice, I don't know either. This was discovered by the heavenly spirit beast. We've been investigating for a few days, but we couldn't find anything. The ice wolf also couldn't smell anything suspicious, so I called you over. Feng Wuchen frowned and said, I've come to the Wuji heavenly realm to search for treasures before. I sensed the auras of many powerful ancient beasts in the depths of the Wuji heavenly realm. Now, many of them have disappeared. Young master, you have the heaven-defying reincarnation ability. Can you revive them? They are our best companions. The chaotic celestial fire beast asked respectfully. That's right, young master, you can use heaven-defying reincarnation to revive them. The chaotic golden crow looked at Feng Wuchen excitedly. The war god guards and beasts were excited as they saw hope. Feng Wuchen sighed softly and shook his head, Heavenly Spirit Beast, I understand your feelings, but heaven-defying reincarnation can't be used at any time. Although heaven-defying reincarnation is very powerful, the most important conditions are aura and blood. Without these two conditions, I can't do it. The moment Feng Wuchen said this, the chaotic celestial fire beast and the others instantly fell into despair. Feng Wuchen had indeed sensed their auras before, but he didn't care. Now that they had mysteriously disappeared, Feng Wuchen couldn't revive them through their auras. Feng Wuchen, do you see anything suspicious? The chaotic celestial fire beast asked with a frown. I rushed all the way here, but I didn't find anything wrong. My ancestor of soul power also didn't sense any suspicious auras. Feng Wuchen shook his head again. End of chapter. Buzz. Buzz. Feng Wuchen slowly closed his eyes and circulated the longevity god force. The ground trembled slightly as the longevity god force spread out rapidly. Wherever the longevity god force passed, a mystical scene appeared. The flowers and trees seemed to be nourished by holy water as they grew and bloomed at a speed visible to the naked eye, releasing rich and powerful spiritual energy. Seeing this mystical scene, the war god guards and mutated beasts widened their eyes in shock. They had never seen such a mystical scene before. What kind of longevity god force is this? Bloodthirsty Ares was shocked and curious. The chaos mystical fire beast said, "This is the longevity god force, it can control life forms." Longevity god force? Control life forms? The war god guards and mutated beasts were shocked. After a while, Feng Wuchen slowly opened his eyes and said disappointedly, "The longevity god force can't sense any life forms. The one who did this is not in the Wuji heavenly realm." Looking at the chaos heavenly beast, Feng Wuchen asked, "Chaos heavenly beast, how did you find out?" "The mutated beasts in the Wuji heavenly realm sent me a message, saying that the powerful mutated beasts in the depths of the Wuji heavenly realm had mysteriously disappeared. When I rushed over, the mutated beasts in the depths of the Wuji heavenly realm had all disappeared." The chaos heavenly beast said respectfully. Feng Wuchen frowned and asked, "Didn't the other mutated beasts see anything?" "They only said that they sensed an extremely terrifying aura. Those who couldn't escape in time all disappeared. They don't know who escaped, they didn't see anything. However, they said that this terrifying aura is very strange and they have never seen it before." The chaos heavenly beast said respectfully. "Strange aura?" Feng Wuchen frowned deeply and asked doubtfully, "Is it not a human?" The chaos mystical fire beast shook his head and said, "We don't know." Feng Wuchen asked again, "Are there any races with strange auras in the chaos world?" "No." The chaos mystical fire beast shook his head and said, "I don't know what kind of strange aura it is. Young Hall Master, we have carefully checked the surrounding thousands of miles, but we didn't find anything." The chaos ice wolf said respectfully. "I can't sense any aura, I don't know what that strange aura is. Even if I'm an alchemist, I can't do it." Feng Wuchen shook his head. "Master, time reversal." Nian Hun suddenly said respectfully. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen's eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly said, "That's right. Time reversal." Time reversal? The primal chaos mysterious fire beast and the others looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Buzz. Feng Wuchen immediately unleashed his time god power with all his might, and took out the year ring tooth. The surroundings shook violently, and the ground also tore open with fangs and brandished claws. The chaos mysterious fire beast was overjoyed and said, "Oh right, I almost forgot, you have powerful time divine power." "That's right. I can reverse the flow of time in a certain area and see what happened before." Feng Wuchen smiled. "And I can sense the auras of the exotic beasts that have disappeared. This way, I can revive them." "Can Young Hall Master really control the flow of time? Can you really revive them?" "Great! Young Palace Master is really amazing. Young Palace Master can actually reverse time. Isn't this too powerful?" Hearing this, the primal chaos mysterious fire beast and the others were ecstatic, and they were incomparably excited as they finally saw hope. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast's eyes flickered with ruthless killing intent as he said fiercely, "I want to see what exactly it is." "Everyone, back off," Feng Wuchen quickly said, and his time god power had already locked onto a large area. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast and the others retreated in a flash. Time reversal. Feng Wuchen put his palms together, and the year ring tooth revolved around Feng Wuchen rapidly. In the next moment, the area that the time god power locked onto, space reversed rapidly, and everything that happened in the area was quickly reversed, and the scene was like a movie rewinding. In the beginning, it was the primal chaos mysterious fire beast and the others' figures that appeared. When their figures disappeared, they finally waited for the scene that they wanted to see. However, Feng Wuchen did not stop, but kept rewinding rapidly until the strange incident did not happen. "Feng Wuchen, I can't see who did it." The primal chaos mysterious fire beast frowned. In the entire process of rewinding, they only saw many powerful exotic beasts mysteriously disappear, and did not see anyone make a move. "I can't see it either." Feng Wuchen frowned, and immediately began to control the flow of time, just like a movie that was playing normally. When the scene was replayed in time, one could see that the peaceful scene suddenly shook violently, and an extremely terrifying aura swept out wildly. An extremely domineering and terrifying divine power instantly suppressed down, and many powerful exotic beasts were scared out of their wits and fled in panic. Almost in the blink of an eye, many powerful exotic beasts mysteriously disappeared into thin air. Even the powerful primal chaos mysterious fire beast could not resist in time. There was no fighting at all throughout the entire process, and it was over in an instant. No wonder the primal chaos mysterious fire beast and the others could not detect anything. Seeing these scenes, Feng Wuchen and the primal chaos mysterious fire beast were dumbfounded. Utmost God. Feng Wuchen's face instantly turned cold. Bloodthirsty Ares gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Only utmost God experts have such terrifying aura and divine power. Preposterous. Who is it?" The primal chaos mysterious fire beast gritted his teeth in anger, and bloodthirsty killing intent burst out crazily. Looking at the primal chaos mysterious fire beast, Feng Wuchen asked, "I have never seen such a strange aura before. This strange divine power is extremely terrifying, and I have never seen it before." Primal chaos mysterious fire beast, you have been in the primal chaos world for tens of millions of years, and you have never seen it before? The primal chaos mysterious fire beast was in a daze, as if he did not hear Feng Wuchen's words. Primal chaos mysterious fire beast? Feng Wuchen frowned and said inwardly, "It seems like the primal chaos mysterious fire beast knows who it is. How can it be him? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible." The primal chaos mysterious fire beast shook his head in a daze, and his face was filled with disbelief. "Big brother primal chaos, do you know who it is?" The primal chaos ice wolf quickly asked. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast and the others looked at the primal chaos mysterious fire beast. "Guardian supremacy, do you know who it is?" Bloodthirsty Ares also asked, and he looked anxious. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast shook his head and said, "It's obviously dead, how can it be him? Impossible. It's impossible for it to be resurrected, absolutely impossible." The primal chaos mysterious fire beast became more and more agitated as he spoke, and he looked flustered. "Primal chaos mysterious fire beast, who is it?" Feng Wuchen frowned and asked. It was the first time he saw the primal chaos mysterious fire beast so flustered. "Brother primal chaos, tell us, we are about to die from anxiety." The primal chaos undying bird asked anxiously. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast suppressed the shock in his heart and said in a trembling voice, He is my twin brother." "What? Twin brother?" Feng Wuchen, the divine war guards and the other beasts were dumbstruck, and they were scared silly. "Impossible, right? The chaotic Xian fire beast has a twin brother? Did I hear it wrong? There's a twin brother in the chaos realm?" The dragon god sword, divine eye, and the other artifact souls were shocked and could not believe it. "Are you kidding me?" Feng Wuchen asked in confusion, "Chaotic Xian fire beast, aren't you the ancestor of the ancient beasts in the chaos realm? Where did your twin brother come from? Brother chaotic, why have we never heard of you having a brother?" The chaotic heavenly beast asked in shock. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast's thoughts were in a mess. He said, "When the primal chaos realm gave birth to us, it was already dead. However, I will never forget its aura. I have never thought that I would see it again after tens of millions of years. He's still alive." For the chaotic Xian fire beast, this was simply unbelievable. He died when the chaos realm was born? What's the reason? Feng Wuchen asked in confusion. The chaotic Xian fire beast shook his head, "I don't know why. I was still young then, I didn't have any feelings and didn't think too much. We are cold-blooded and violent by nature, even if we knew we were going to die, we wouldn't be sad. I don't even know his name, I just remember having a brother." Even the chaotic ancestor doesn't know? Have you asked the primal chaos ancestor? Feng Wuchen asked. The chaotic Xian fire beast shook his head, the chaotic ancestor doesn't know what happened back then. He just opened the chaos realm and has many things to do, why would he care about this? When I met the chaotic ancestor, he was already the strongest ancient beast in the chaos realm. Later on, he subdued and sealed my cultivation. Since he's still alive, why didn't he come to find you for tens of millions of years? He should know about your existence. Feng Wuchen frowned in confusion. I don't know either. The chaotic Xian fire beast shook his head. I suddenly feel that things are not so simple back then. My twin brother didn't die at all. You're just as I guessed. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, something must have happened back then and you don't know about it, or someone intervened. Supreme Guardian, what do we do now? We can't sense its aura, how do we find it? What about the missing exotic beasts? Bloodthirsty Ares asked respectfully. Feng Wuchen frowned and said, for tens of millions of years, you didn't know of its existence, nor have you sensed its aura. This can only mean that it is not in the Chaos realm, but is hiding in some mysterious space. Even this mysterious space is not easy to find. You're right, Junior Hall Master, said Tenyu Ares gravely. If it were so easy to find, then the Paragon Guardians would not have failed to notice it for tens of millions of years. This means that it's hidden very well. I'm afraid that not even the Primal Chaos Ancestor knows of its existence. Brother! Was it you or not? Since you're still alive, why didn't you come to see me? What exactly happened back then? Quickly tell me. The Primal Chaos Mystical Fire Beast tried to transmit its voice. However, there was no response. Why aren't you talking? I know you can hear me. I know you still recognize me. Why didn't you come to see me? Why didn't you answer me? The Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast roared. Didn't you suddenly appear in the Chaos realm to tell me that you're still alive? Why did you show up but not come to see me? What exactly do you mean? No matter how the Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast roared, there was no response. In a mysterious space, an exotic beast that looked very similar to the Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast was looking at the Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast through a light screen. The Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast was covered in red flames and was domineering and ferocious. However, the Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast was covered in red flames and it was bloodthirsty and eerie. One look at it would make one feel terrified. It was the twin brother of the Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast. The terrifying aura that it emitted was even more powerful than the Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast. After looking at it for a long time, it waved its hand and removed the light screen. Then, it walked to the cliff on the mountain peak and looked into the distance. Its huge back was filled with loneliness and even a little desolation. On another mountain peak, there were dozens of powerful exotic beasts that were trapped by terrifying divine power. They were the Primal Chaos Mysterious Beasts that had mysteriously disappeared in the Wuji Heavenly Realm. You went to the Chaos Realm? Just then, a cold and majestic voice was heard. The Primal Chaos Mysterious Beast trembled slightly and said respectfully, I went to catch some exotic beasts. I'm going to kill them and experience the joy of killing. Then, do it, the cold and majestic voice was heard. Yes. The Primal Chaos Mysterious Beast replied respectfully and swung its claw. An overbearing and terrifying energy claw shot out and the dozens of exotic beasts were scared out of their wits. They were in complete despair. In the next second, the dozens of exotic beasts were instantly cut into pieces and died. It was very bloody and cruel. Great. I won't blame you this time, but there won't be a next time. The cold voice was heard. Yes. The Primal Chaos Mysterious Beast replied respectfully and turned to look at the dozens of exotic beasts that had died tragically. There was a flash of complexity in its eyes. At the same time, Young Master, can you revive them? The Primal Chaos Mysterious Beast asked respectfully and looked at Feng Wuchen. Let me try. Feng Wuchen nodded. He had already sensed the powerful aura of the Primal Chaos Mysterious Beasts earlier. After activating the Ancestor of Soul Power, Feng Wuchen put his palms together and shouted, against the heavens reincarnation. However, after Feng Wuchen shouted, he didn't see any Primal Chaos Mysterious Beast's soul form. There wasn't even any reaction. Young Master, what's wrong? The bloodthirsty Ares asked curiously. The Primal Chaos Divine Sparrow asked anxiously, Young Master, can't we revive them? Or is their aura useless? It's not that we can't revive them. It's just that they are still alive. That's why we can't revive them. Feng Wuchen frowned and said, the primal chaos mysterious fire beast's brother didn't kill them, but I don't know why. After hearing Feng Wuchen's words, the primal chaos divine sparrow heaved a sigh of relief and felt relieved. What Feng Wuchen didn't know was that the dozens of exotic beasts were killed right after he executed the Against the Heavens reincarnation. However, as long as Feng Wuchen grasped their aura, even if they were dead, he could still condense their soul form. Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast, let's go back first. I'll look for the Primal Chaos Ancestor and see if he knows anything. Feng Wuchen said indifferently and disappeared. Supreme Guardian, do you want us to investigate? The bloodthirsty Ares asked respectfully. No need, you won't be able to find anything. The Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast shook its head and said, even I can't sense its existence, let alone you. Continue to monitor the dark forces. What happened back then? The Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast was puzzled and wanted to know, but no one could give it an answer. In a 9-colored space, a golden light appeared. It was Feng Wuchen. A huge figure with some Taoist connotation appeared in front of Feng Wuchen. I feel that the ancestor of chaos is different. Feng Wuchen thought, but he did not think too much about it. Feng Wuchen, I already know. The ancestor of chaos's ethereal voice sounded. Feng Wuchen frowned and asked, Ancestor of chaos, you really don't know what happened back then? The ancestor of chaos said lightly, just as the Chaos Xian fire beast said, I just opened up the chaos realm and did many things myself. I had no time to care about other things. If I'm right, the death of the Chaos Xian fire beast's twin brother should have something to do with those experts. Feng Wuchen frowned and guessed. It seems that you already know. The ancestor of chaos smiled. With a thought, Feng Wuchen took out the divine eye and said, Ancestor of chaos, you should be familiar with this magic treasure, right? It has already recovered its memory. Everything I know is told by it. The Sun Eye of the Heavenly Way Patriarch. The ancestor of chaos was not shocked at all. I know a little about the Heavenly Way. I also know that there were many experts back then. The death of the Chaos Xian fire beast's twin brother should have something to do with those experts. Feng Wuchen said seriously. Other than them, I can't think of anyone else. The ancestor of chaos was obviously the same as Feng Wuchen's guess. Feng Wuchen wondered, but if it's really them, what do they want to do? With their strength, they don't seem to need to do that. I can't figure it out either. The Chaos Xian fire beast's twin brother shouldn't have what they want. The ancestor of chaos said lightly. Feng Wuchen spread his hands helplessly and said with a wry smile, it seems that the sun will rise from the west if we want to find out. And we don't even know where they are hiding. Maybe we can only rely on the Chaos Xian fire beast or they will show up. The ancestor of chaos said lightly, there's no other way. Primal Chaos Ancestor, were the experts back then stronger than you? The dark forces you're worried about should be experts stronger than the God-fiend Patriarch, Feng Wuchen asked curiously. You're right. I'm indeed worried about those experts. Their strength is indeed above mine. The Primal Chaos Ancestor said, once they appear, it means that the Primal Chaos realm will be plunged into misery and suffering. Blood will flow like rivers. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, it shouldn't be as serious as you say. The real Primal Chaos Temple should also have experts guarding it, right? I don't believe that they won't make a move. You didn't intervene because you didn't want them to make a move so soon, right? I know that the Primal Chaos Ancestor hasn't told me many things, but I'm too lazy to ask. Even if I know now, there's nothing I can do. Since I don't know about the Primal Chaos Celestial Fire Beast's twin brother, I'm going back to Cultivate. With that, Feng Wuchen disappeared. This kid is quite smart. The more I look at him, the more I like him. Ha ha ha. Patriarch Primal Chaos laughed happily. You old things should have sensed the existence of the primordial divine power, right? I wonder if you're feeling very afraid now. Or are you planning to snatch the primordial divine power? Haha. Primal Chaos Divine Peak, War God Temple. On the square, Feng Wuchen appeared. Greetings, young master. The War God guards and ancient strange beasts bowed respectfully. How is it? Feng Wuchen, does the Primal Chaos Ancestor know? The Primal Chaos Celestial Fire Beast quickly asked. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, the primal chaos ancestor doesn't know either. But what's certain is that an expert must have intervened back then. As for who it is, I don't know. Expert? The primal chaos celestial fire beast frowned and said, is it related to them? Feng Wuchen glanced at the primal chaos celestial fire beast and said, I don't know the details. If you want to know the answer, either your brother appears again, or those experts appear. We don't know what their goal is. According to the current situation, they won't appear so soon. Let's put this matter aside for now. Don't think too much about it. We have to focus on dealing with the dark forces and Dao ancestor Jiao Xian. The primal chaos celestial fire beast nodded and said, let it go. I know the big picture is important. It's still alive. I should be happy. You're right. After all, it's your brother. Alright, I'm leaving. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and flew away. Farewell, young master. The war god guards and strange beasts bowed respectfully and sent him off. The primal chaos celestial fire beast's expression was extremely solemn. He thought to himself, I don't care what you've become. If you dare to touch my people, I won't let you off. The primal chaos celestial fire beast did not know why his twin brother had captured dozens of strange beasts. Chaos Temple. Feng Wuchen appeared and went straight to the main hall. Young master. The ancient heavenly emperor and the other elders bowed respectfully. We're all on the same side. Elders, there's no need to be so polite. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, I came back to look for the fourth elder for something important. Young master, why are you looking for the old man? Zhuge Qingfeng asked in surprise. Fourth elder, do you know the strongest soul power in the chaos realm? Feng Wuchen asked directly. The strongest soul power? The elders were shocked. Zhuge Qingfeng frowned and said seriously, young master, I've heard of the strongest soul power in the chaos realm, but I've never seen it. I'm not sure if it exists. How much do you know, fourth elder? Feng Wuchen asked. I know very little. Back then, I heard Yanfeng mention the strongest soul power. Not many alchemists in the chaos realm know about it. Yanfeng has been looking for it all these years, but he hasn't found it. Zhuge Qingfeng said seriously, the strongest soul power is called the Chaos Soul. Yanfeng said that it had appeared in the heavenly divine domain, but he hasn't found it after so many years. In the heavenly divine domain? Feng Wuchen was delighted. He didn't need to know too much. After all, the ancestor of soul power could sense it. Thank you so much, fourth elder. Feng Wuchen thanked him happily and then disappeared. Young master. Zhuge Qingfeng wanted to say something, but Feng Wuchen had already left. Fourth elder, what's wrong? The ancient heavenly emperor asked. The chaos soul might have a master. Yanfeng said that there's an even more terrifying alchemist hidden in the chaos realm, but I'm not sure, Zhuge Qingfeng said worriedly. Don't worry. Don't you know the young master's character? He won't do anything rash. Nie Wuhuan smiled faintly. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had already entered the teleportation formation. In the next second, Feng Wuchen arrived in the heavenly divine domain. I hope it's as fourth elder said. The chaos soul is in the heavenly divine domain. Don't waste my time. Feng Wuchen smiled happily and immediately activated the ancestor of soul power. Master, aren't you worried that the chaos spirit already has a master? The immemorial Origin's voice suddenly sounded. Yes, master. That old bastard Yanfeng hasn't found it after so many years. Maybe it really has a master. Dragon Xinjian said. Then there's no other way. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled, it's not that I haven't thought about it. But what if it doesn't? If I don't try, who will know? Not many people in the chaotic realm know about the existence of the chaos spirit. So, I can only hope that the chaos spirit doesn't have a master. Then it'll be mine. If it really has a master, I'll just pretend that I don't know about its existence. Feng Wuchen naturally hoped that the chaos spirit didn't have a master. The chaos spirit was stronger than the ancestor of soul power. How could Feng Wuchen not want it? Master, quickly try it. Divine, I said, don't forget that the Yan tribe is in the heavenly celestial domain. It's impossible that they didn't notice Master's arrival. Okay. Feng Wuchen nodded. The overbearing ancestor of soul power exploded. Feng Wuchen closed his eyes and sensed carefully. Just as Feng Wuchen was sensing the chaos spirit, the experts of the Yan tribe had already noticed his presence. Why is Feng Wuchen in the heavenly celestial domain? The experts of the Yan tribe frowned and asked curiously. They immediately sent a message to the Flame Emperor Spirit and Elder Yan Feng. In the main hall of the Yan tribe, the Flame Emperor Spirit and Elder Yan Feng were shocked when they heard that Feng Wuchen had stepped into the heavenly celestial domain. Why is Feng Wuchen in the heavenly celestial domain? The Flame Emperor Spirit frowned and asked curiously. The Yan tribe didn't attack the Chaos Temple in the heavenly celestial domain. This brat came at the right time. He delivered himself to me. Saves me the trouble of looking for him. Yan Feng squinted his eyes and murderous intent flashed in them. This is a good opportunity. The Flame Emperor Spirit sneered. Yan Feng asked, where is Feng Wuchen in the heavenly celestial domain? Great Elder, Feng Wuchen is in the Xian celestial city. The experts of the Yan tribe replied respectfully. This elder will be there immediately. Keep a close eye on Feng Wuchen. Elder Yan Feng transmitted his voice and immediately disappeared. Feng Wuchen had come to the heavenly immortal domain by himself. How could Grand Elder Yan Feng miss such a rare opportunity? If Feng Wuchen was really an alchemist, then Great Elder Yan Feng could take the opportunity to heavily injure Feng Wuchen and forcefully seize the heavenly Tao divine fire. He could even help Tao ancestor Jiao Xian seize the primordial god power. Meanwhile, as soon as Feng Wuchen closed his eyes to sense it, the ancestor of soul force reacted instantly and became somewhat agitated. I sensed it. In the south. What a tyrannical soul power. The chaos soul is really in the heavenly celestial realm. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. He turned his head and looked toward the south. Master, how is it? Does the chaos soul have a master? Long Shenjian asked anxiously. I'm not sure yet. I only sensed a powerful and tyrannical soul power. My ancestor of soul force suddenly became agitated. It should have been stimulated. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. Excited, Feng Wuchen closed his eyes again to sense it. At the same time, in a mysterious space in the heavenly celestial realm. And? There is actually someone in the primal chaos realm who can sense my chaos soul. And this soul power is also quite powerful. I have been in the primal chaos realm for so many years, why didn't I know about it? What kind of person could it be? A mysterious old man suddenly opened his eyes. His old face was filled with shock and disbelief. Just as the mysterious old man was in shock, he suddenly sensed a powerful soul power probing his chaos soul. The mysterious old man was instantly furious. A vast and surging aura instantly burst out. Who is this junior? How dare you spy on my chaos soul? The mysterious old man shouted angrily. The tyrannical chaos soul burst out and the mysterious old man disappeared. Pooh! Feng Wuchen, who was sensing the chaos soul, suddenly heard the old man's angry shout. The ancestor of soul force was severely injured and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Feng Wuchen was unable to withstand the impact of the ancestor of soul force attack. He was severely injured on the spot and his soul body was also severely injured. This was the first time Feng Wuchen's soul body suffered such a serious injury. Feng Wuchen's soul body was severely injured, causing him to be extremely weak. His body was already on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, his eternal realm physical body was recovering quickly. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen would have definitely fallen. His physical body's injuries were quickly recovering, but his soul body was severely injured. The ancestor of soul force was still being suppressed and was unable to recover his soul body. Master! Long Shenjian, Divine Eye, and the other artifact souls exclaimed at the same time. The chaos soul has a master. Feng Wuchen said with a shocked expression, it's a supremacy realm alchemist. What? A supremacy realm alchemist? Long Shenjian and the other artifact souls were shocked again. A supremacy realm alchemist, how terrifying was that? He could suppress Feng Wuchen with just his soul state alone, not to mention the even more terrifying chaos soul. Crushing Feng Wuchen was as easy as crushing an ant. Feng Wuchen had never thought that there would be such a terrifying alchemist in the Chaos Realm. Master, are you all right? Long Xinjian asked anxiously. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, I'm fine. My injuries are already recovering quickly, but my soul body is still unable to recover. The ancestor of soul force is being suppressed by the chaos soul. His eternal realm physical body had already helped Feng Wuchen recover completely, but he was still weak. Master, hurry up and leave before the chaos soul's master finds us. The Yan tribe might also take the opportunity to attack. Divine, I hurriedly transmitted. Seeing the perfectly fine Feng Wuchen suddenly vomiting blood and being severely injured, the Yan tribe experts who were secretly monitoring him were dumbfounded. What was going on? Even if he delivered himself to their doorstep, he wouldn't be severely injured, right? Wasn't this a little too sincere? Reporting to Grand Elder, Feng Wuchen suddenly suffered a serious injury. I don't know what happened, but no one fought with him. He suddenly vomited blood, but his injuries are quickly recovering. The Yan tribe expert immediately transmitted. Serious injury? Quick recovery? Grand Elder Yanfeng frowned and was puzzled. What's going on? Feng Wuchen was seriously injured. Wasn't this a good opportunity? Not good. Feng Wuchen, who was just about to leave, suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. Feng Wuchen. Grand Elder Yanfeng's cold laughter suddenly resounded in the air as an extremely terrifying aura pressed down on them. Yanfeng. Divine Eye and Dragon Xinjian exclaimed at the same time. The Yan tribe had indeed sensed Feng Wuchen's existence. Master, hurry up and leave. Divine Eye transmitted. My soul body is severely injured, I can't leave even if I want to. Feng Wuchen smiled bitterly. Grand Elder Yanfeng, is there anything I can help you with? Seeing Grand Elder Yanfeng appear, Feng Wuchen wasn't afraid at all. His pale face revealed a faint smile. Great Elder Yanfeng smiled unhurriedly. I just want to take back what originally belonged to the Yan clan. Something that belongs to the Yan tribe? Feng Wuchen was stunned at first, then he sneered, then you found the wrong person. I don't have anything that belongs to the Yan tribe. Even if you give me something from the Yan tribe, I'll feel that it's an insult. Grand Elder Yanfeng didn't mind and smiled. I heard that you're an alchemist? That's right. I'm now an alchemist in the primal chaos realm. Feng Wuchen boldly replied. Hearing Feng Wuchen's reply, Grand Elder Yanfeng's face revealed a bright smile, as expected of the successor that the primal chaos ancestor has his eyes on. You're a genius among geniuses. Thank you for your praise, Grand Elder Yanfeng. Feng Wuchen smiled. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. If you don't hand over the Yan tribe's item, do you think you can leave? Grand Elder Yanfeng smiled faintly. A terrifying aura suppressed Feng Wuchen. Grand Elder Yanfeng, you can't be thinking that you can resist my god power with your god power, right? You can't keep me here. Feng Wuchen smiled. Then what if it's soul power? Grand Elder Yanfeng sneered. A terrifying soul power burst out and locked onto Feng Wuchen. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen frowned. He had guessed that Grand Elder Yanfeng was planning to use soul power to deal with him. But at this moment, Feng Wuchen's soul body was heavily injured and the ancestor of soul power was suppressed. He couldn't resist Grand Elder Yanfeng's soul power at all. That sovereign realm alchemist is really something. I only sensed it a little. Is there a need to be so ruthless? Feng Wuchen grumbled in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that the ancestor of soul force was strong enough, Feng Wuchen's soul would have been destroyed on the spot. Grand Elder Yanfeng sneered coldly. Feng Wuchen, do you think it's faster for you to suppress me with your god force or for me to injure you with my soul force? That's right, your soul has already been severely injured. You might not be able to use your divine power to suppress me. Grand Elder Yanfeng, you can try. Feng Wuchen said coldly as a murderous aura flashed in his eyes. Since First Elder Yanfeng had come personally, he wouldn't give up until he obtained the heavenly Tao divine flame. Humph. Great Elder Yanfeng suddenly snorted angrily. His tyrannical soul power mercilessly attacked Feng Wuchen. Feeling the tyrannical soul power of Yanfeng, Feng Wuchen's face turned grave. Feng Wuchen's soul was severely damaged, and his ancestor of soul power was being suppressed. He didn't dare to say that he could withstand Yanfeng's soul power. Feng Wuchen did not think too much about it as he forcefully unleashed his primordial god force to suppress Grand Elder Yanfeng. PFFF. In an instant, the tyrannical soul power caused Feng Wuchen to spit out a mouthful of blood. The ancestor of soul power did not have the slightest ability to resist. His soul was already severely injured, and right now, it was one disaster after another. Master. The divine dragon sword, divine eye, and the other artifact souls panicked. Feng Wuchen's soul was severely injured, and it was very likely that his soul would be destroyed. At the same time, although Grand Elder Yanfeng was being suppressed by the primordial god force, Feng Wuchen's soul was injured again, causing Feng Wuchen to be unable to control his primordial god force. Otherwise, Grand Elder Yanfeng would have been severely injured. With the terrifying suppression gone, Grand Elder Yanfeng let out a sigh of relief and sneered, "Feng Wuchen, it seems like your god force is no longer under your control. The current you can't do anything to me." Boom. PFFF. With that, Grand Elder Yanfeng appeared in front of Feng Wuchen and slammed his palm onto Feng Wuchen's chest. With a loud explosion, the terrifying god force once again caused Feng Wuchen to spit out a mouthful of blood. His body turned into a black line and flew out. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were severely injured. At this moment, Feng Wuchen's consciousness was a little blurry and he had completely lost the ability to resist. Master. The divine dragon sword and divine eye were even more worried. The Eternal Realm Physique was currently trying its best to heal Feng Wuchen's injuries. This brat's injuries are recovering very quickly. His physique has already reached a perfect state. We can't give him the chance to recover. Grand Elder Yanfeng thought in his heart as he shot out fiercely. Whoosh. Boom. Grand Elder Yanfeng suddenly appeared and slammed his palm down. With a loud explosion, Feng Wuchen was sent flying into a majestic mountain range. The terrifying power created a huge crater in the mountain range. Even if Feng Wuchen had a powerful Eternal Realm Physique, his cultivation couldn't withstand the power of a peak 9th level Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerate. Boom. Buzz buzz. Just as Feng Wuchen's body created a huge crater in the mountain range, Grand Elder Yanfeng followed up with a stomp. With a loud explosion, the majestic mountain range instantly collapsed and countless rocks swallowed Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen, aren't you able to heal your injuries? Grand Elder Yanfeng sneered as he burst out with terrifying Yanhua's god force. Primal Chaos Formula. Destructive Fire Meteor. Grand Elder Yanfeng shouted coldly as tens of thousands of terrifying flaming energy swords condensed in the void. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Buzz buzz. Grand Elder Yanfeng suddenly waved his hand and tens of thousands of flaming energy swords shot out like meteors. With a sharp and ear-piercing sound, the space violently shook and collapsed. The tyrannical and terrifying god force caused countless cultivators to feel intense fear as if they had fallen into the 18 levels of hell. Boom boom boom. Large amounts of flaming energy swords attacked, causing deafening explosions as they forcefully pierced through the collapsed mountain range. Countless rocks fell from the void. The attack power was extremely terrifying. After a short while, when countless rocks fell, Feng Wuchen's figure appeared. Whoosh! Great Elder Yanfeng instantly flashed over and grabbed Feng Wuchen's throat, lifting him up. Feng Wuchen, you didn't expect that a stinking brat like you would have such a day, right? Grand Elder Yanfeng sneered complacently. There was no need to mention how much hatred he had in his heart. You dare to go against the Yan race and humiliate my race time and time again. You even snatched the Yan race's heavenly Tao divine flame. Now that you have fallen into my hands, do you know the consequences? Grand Elder Yanfeng sneered as he asked. He really wanted to break Feng Wuchen's neck. However, before he obtained the heavenly Tao divine flame and Feng Wuchen's primordial god force, Feng Wuchen couldn't die yet. Feng Wuchen's throat was tightly gripped and it was difficult for him to even breathe, let alone speak. Stinking brat, even if the primal chaos ancestor comes, he won't be able to save you. Grand Elder Yanfeng sneered as he pressed his palm on Feng Wuchen's head. Only the Yan race has the right to possess the heavenly Tao divine flame. Feng Wuchen, you don't deserve to have the heavenly Tao divine flame. Grand Elder Yanfeng sneered and planned to take the heavenly Tao divine flame by force. Great! Grand Elder succeeded. Finally, there's a way to deal with Feng Wuchen. The hidden expert from the Yan tribe was extremely excited. Feng Wuchen, I heard that you have a lot of powerful divine powers in your body. Other than your strongest divine powers, I want to see what other divine powers you have. Grand Elder Yanfeng sneered proudly as if he was sure that he could defeat Feng Wuchen. At this critical moment, Feng Wuchen spoke. Grand Elder Yanfeng, don't you think that it's going too smoothly? Aren't you underestimating me? Feng Wuchen's weak voice sounded. The expression of First Elder Yanfeng, who was about to make a move, changed slightly. He said with a gloomy expression, What? You don't think that the Chaos Temple can save you, right? Chaos Xian Fire Beast? Or Chaos Ancestor? Feng Wuchen, don't forget that you're already in my hands. No matter who comes, they won't be able to save you. The Heavenly Immortal Domain was the territory of the Yan tribe. Behind the Yan tribe was Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian and the Dark Faction. With such a strong force, even if the Chaos Temple sent out all the experts, even if the Chaos Ancestor came personally, he wouldn't dare to say that he could destroy the Yan tribe. Now that Feng Wuchen was in Yanfeng's hands, Yanfeng definitely had the right to speak. Grand Elder Yanfeng, I'm talking about myself, not the Chaos Temple. Feng Wuchen sneered weakly as he raised his head and looked coldly at Grand Elder Yanfeng. You? Grand Elder Yanfeng sneered disdainfully, what can you do now? You can't recover from your injuries and you can't use your divine powers. In my eyes, you're no different from a piece of trash. Trash? Feng Wuchen sneered weakly, then, Grand Elder Yanfeng, please do as you wish. Humph. Great Elder Yanfeng snorted coldly. His tyrannical Yanhua power erupted, forcibly absorbing Feng Wuchen's heavenly Dao Fire ancestor. Feng Wuchen did not resist at all. He looked as if he was resigned to his fate. Of course, Feng Wuchen could not resist now. However, just as Grand Elder Yanfeng was about to seize the heavenly Dao Flame ancestor, his expression changed drastically. What kind of flame is this? It's even more terrifying than the heavenly Dao Divine Flame. Grand Elder Yanfeng was scared out of his wits. His expression was one of extreme fear as he hurriedly retracted his palm. In that instant, First Elder Yanfeng's palm was burned. If it wasn't for his powerful divine power, Great Elder Yanfeng's hand would have been burned to ashes. The fearsomeness of the divine fire had already exceeded First Elder Yanfeng's imagination. However, this was not the end. First Elder Yanfeng's desire to seize the heavenly Dao Fire ancestor had already provoked it. Even if First Elder Yanfeng withdrew his hand, it was too late. Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying golden flame erupted from Feng Wuchen's body. It burned fiercely with a domineering aura that could shake one's soul. This? First Elder Yanfeng looked at the burning golden flame with extreme fear. The intense aura of danger almost made First Elder Yanfeng suffocate. The heavenly Dao Flame ancestor's fearsomeness had exceeded First Elder Yanfeng's imagination. This level of flame was definitely not something he could endure. Even a sovereign like the primal chaos mystical flame beast would not be able to endure for long. Furthermore, it could even devour divine power, let alone First Elder Yanfeng. Feng Wuchen sneered mockingly. First Elder Yanfeng, I already reminded you just now. Unfortunately, you did not understand. As it turned out, Feng Wuchen's reminder was not directed at the Primal Chaos Temple or the Primal Chaos Ancestor. It was directed at himself. At this moment, Feng Wuchen's injuries were rapidly recovering. Weren't you unable to recover from your injuries? First Elder Yanfeng asked in shock. Sorry, I forgot to tell you that I can control whether or not my injuries recover, said Feng Wuchen coldly. Then he waved his hand. The golden flame instantly transformed into a sea of flames. It erupted with unimaginable divine power as it mercilessly pounced at First Elder Yanfeng. First Elder Yanfeng's expression was as if he had seen a ghost. In the face of such a terrifying divine flame, First Elder Yanfeng's first reaction was to flee. Humph. Feng Wuchen endured his injuries and forcibly released his divine power. Not good. First Elder Yanfeng jumped in fright. Cold sweat poured down his back. Unfortunately, Feng Wuchen's injuries had not recovered by much. His divine power only managed to shake First Elder Yanfeng. It did not heavily injure him. But that was already enough. First Elder Yanfeng was blocked, and the sea of flames instantly devoured him. Feng Wuchen, you bastard! You bastard! Great Elder Yanfeng cursed angrily. He was scared out of his wits. There was no time to think. First Elder Yanfeng immediately released his divine power. At the same time, he took out all sorts of powerful chaos divine items to resist the heavenly Dao Fire Ancestor. Old bastard, you dare to attack me? Even if you don't die, I'll make you lose a layer of skin. Feng Wuchen sneered. The moment First Elder Yanfeng was swallowed by the sea of flames, his divine power was crazily devoured by the heavenly Dao Fire Ancestor. The chaos divine items he took out were also burned by the heavenly Dao Fire Ancestor. Even the primal chaos art he used could only resist for a moment. The terrifying temperature was unbearable. His entire body was burning with pain. In the sea of flames, First Elder Yanfeng clearly felt the aura of disappointment for the first time. For the first time, he clearly felt how terrifying the taste of fear was. In just a moment, the terrifying aura of the heavenly Dao Fire Ancestor had swept across the entire heavenly immortal domain. All the forces in the heaven immortal realm and countless cultivators were scared out of their wits by the terrifying divine fire of the ancestor of heavenly Dao Fire. Feng Wuchen! You damned bastard! I won't forgive you! First Elder Yanfeng roared in fear and anger. Clan leader! Something happened! First Elder was swallowed by the terrifying divine fire. It's a very terrifying divine fire. First Elder can't withstand it. The experts of the Yan tribe in the dark were so scared that their little brother shrank. They immediately sent a voice transmission to report. What? Emperor Yan's soul's face suddenly changed. He immediately waved his hand and removed the barrier that sealed the Yan tribe's palace. At that moment, everyone in the Yan tribe felt the terrifying aura of the divine fire that surpassed the heavenly Dao fire. What kind of divine fire is this? First Elder Yanyue was so scared that his face turned pale. Yan Tianyun was dumbfounded. How can there be a flame that surpasses the heavenly Dao fire in the chaos realm? How is this possible? This divine fire aura is even more terrifying than the heavenly Dao fire. Young Master Yan Wutian said in fear. First Elder is in trouble. Emperor Yan's soul panicked and immediately disappeared. What? First Elder is in trouble? Is it Feng Wuchen? First Elder Yanyue and the others were shocked again and immediately rushed forward. End of chapter. Grand Elder Yanfeng's screams could be heard from the sea of fire. Why are you screaming? Weren't you very ferocious just now? Feng Wuchen sneered. His injuries had already healed. However, his soul was still unable to recover. The ancestor of souls was suppressed and would not be able to recover in a short time. Feng Wuchen. Stop it. Stop it. Grand Elder Yanfeng screamed in fear. Apparently, he could no longer withstand the ancestor of heavenly flame's crazy burning. Grand Elder Yanfeng could not hold on for more than half a minute. His chaos divine weapon was burned and his flame divine power was devoured. Great Elder Yanfeng's entire body was severely burned and could be burned to ashes at any moment. Feng Wuchen shrugged and sneered, you can't blame me. I warned you but you didn't listen. Also, when you attacked me, did you think about stopping? It was too late to regret now. Great Elder. At this moment, the Flame Emperor's soul roared anxiously. Flame Emperor's soul. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. Clan leader. Save me. Save me. Grand Elder Yanfeng shouted suddenly. It was as if he would be sent to hell if he was half a step slower. Feng Wuchen. Flame Emperor's soul appeared and glared at Feng Wuchen fiercely. Then, he rushed into the sea of fire with all his strength. You don't have to be in such a hurry. At least listen to me before going in. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Flaming Moon, Yan Wutian and the other experts of the Flaming Tribe appeared. Clan leader, Grand Elder. Flaming Moon and the others were frightened and worried. Seeing the terrifying sea of fire, they were completely stunned and could not hide the fear on their faces. They had never seen such a flame that surpassed the heavenly flame. Oh, the top experts of the Flaming Tribe are all here. Feng Wuchen smiled and glanced at them without any change in expression. Feng Wuchen. Yan Wutian glared fiercely at Feng Wuchen, gnashing his teeth. He wished he could tear Feng Wuchen into pieces with his own hands. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. Don't look at me like that. Look inside. Your patriarch just jumped in. Looking at the unimaginably terrifying sea of fire, Elder Flaming Moon and the others became more and more worried and panicked. Back then, the Flame Emperor's soul had not been able to hold on for long with the Heavenly Tao Divine Fire, let alone this one that was even more terrifying than the Heavenly Tao Divine Fire. They were all worried that the Flame Emperor's soul would not be able to come out. Buzz. A short while later, the Flame Sea Patriarch, which was 10,000 zhang tall, crazily emitted a tyrannical and terrifying divine power and energy, causing the space to tremble violently. Swish, immediately after, two figures shot out from the sea of fire. They were Flame Emperor's soul and Great Elder Yan Feng. Patriarch. Great Elder. Flaming Moon and the others were overjoyed and finally felt relieved. But when they saw Great Elder Yanfeng, they were all stunned. Great Elder Yanfeng's entire body was severely burned, and he was completely unrecognizable. He looked very terrifying. He only had half a breath left and could die at any time. Even Flame Emperor Soul's old face was a little pale. It was obvious that a lot of Yanhua's divine power had been devoured. Great Elder Yanfeng, this is called playing with fire. It's really terrible to look at. Feng Wuchen grinned and said, looking very proud. In short, it made people have the urge to kill. Feng Wuchen. Flame Emperor's soul stared at Feng Wuchen viciously, wishing he could kill Feng Wuchen immediately. Don't look at me like that. I've already warned Great Elder Yanfeng, but he didn't listen. Feng Wuchen shrugged and looked innocent. Patriarch, Great Elder's injuries are very serious. He needs to be treated immediately. Feng Wuchen's flames are too terrifying. We can't do anything to him for the time being. Let's go. Elder Flaming Moon said anxiously. Let's go. Flame Emperor's soul shouted angrily and immediately brought Great Elder Yanfeng back. Feng Wuchen. Let's wait and see. Yan Wutian shouted angrily and glared at Feng Wuchen fiercely. Then, he flashed and left. Feng Wuchen shrugged and looked indifferent. He didn't intend to stop them. Feng Wuchen's soul body was seriously injured. It had reached the point where it could dissipate at any time. He needed to recover his soul body immediately. This was also the reason why Feng Wuchen didn't stop them. Otherwise, Great Elder Yanfeng would be dreaming if he thought he could return alive. After Flame Emperor's soul and the others left, Feng Wuchen immediately flashed to a nearby celestial mountain and quickly sat down cross-legged. That old bastard Yanfeng, if it wasn't for his soul body, my soul body wouldn't have become so serious. Feng Wuchen said coldly, a murderous look flashing in his eyes. Of course, the most important thing was the suppression of the chaos spirit, which caused the ancestor of soul body to be unable to activate. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen's soul body would be able to recover quickly. Master, can your soul body hold on? Long Xinjian asked worriedly. Feng Wuchen said solemnly, my primordial spirit avatar has been cultivating soul body. I can still hold on for a while. I hope the ancestor of soul body can recover quickly. Thinking back to the tyrannical chaos spirit, Feng Wuchen was still a little afraid. Time passed little by little. The primordial spirit avatar continued to transmit soul body, which allowed Feng Wuchen to stabilize his deteriorating soul body. Because of this, Feng Wuchen was relieved. At least it was under control. Now, he only needed to wait for the ancestor of soul body to recover and his soul body would recover. The ancestor of soul body still hasn't reacted. I don't know how long it will take for it to recover. As expected of the chaos spirit, it's really scary. Feng Wuchen said to himself. The serious damage to his soul body made Feng Wuchen feel very insecure. Master, fortunately, the owner of the chaos spirit didn't come. Long Xinjian said. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen nodded slightly. Then, he suddenly thought of something and his expression changed. Bloodline divine power immediately erupted. Feng Wuchen suddenly shouted, Chaos Blood Eye. The moment the Chaos Blood Eye opened, Feng Wuchen saw an old figure right in front of him. Oh? You've comprehended the Chaos Blood Eye. The old man hidden in the dark said in shock. His figure slowly appeared. Master, he's... Long Xinjian and Divine Eye looked at the old man in shock. Feng Wuchen also sized up the old man. The old man was not hidden in the chaos domain, but Feng Wuchen did not notice his existence. Feng Wuchen was only guessing. He did not expect to see the old man with the chaos blood eye. One could imagine how terrifying the old man in the white robe before him was. This person's aura is even scarier than the chaos ancestor. In the beginning, I did not notice his existence at all. He can completely avoid the detection of the eternal life divine power. Feng Wuchen frowned. His expression was very serious. I did not expect the owner of the eternal life divine power to have such a powerful soul body. The old man in the white robe stared at Feng Wuchen. His voice seemed calm, but it gave people a very terrifying feeling of oppression. You are the owner of the chaos soul? Feng Wuchen frowned as he stared at the white-robed old man. Feng Wuchen was not surprised that the white-robed old man knew about the primordial divine power. Feng Wuchen's soul was severely injured because of the white-robed old man. The white-robed old man possessed the chaos soul and was the only top-notch expert that could threaten Feng Wuchen. Of course, this was under the condition that Feng Wuchen's soul was severely injured. Once Feng Wuchen's soul recovered, the white-robed old man might not be able to threaten him. After all, the primordial divine power and the ancestor of heaven's path fire were not just for show. Moreover, Feng Wuchen had his own heaven spirit-grade chaos domain. That's right. The white-robed old man said proudly, you have guts to peep at my chaos soul. Not many people in the chaos realm know about the existence of the chaos soul, and they don't know that the chaos soul already has an owner, including me. Feng Wuchen said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, since the chaos soul already has an owner, consider it my recklessness. Why? You seem to be unconvinced. The white-robed old man sneered, indeed, not many people know about the chaos soul, but you are too impulsive and self-righteous. Don't think that just because you have the primordial divine power and the powerful god fire, you can do whatever you want in the chaos realm. Master, this old thing's words are really annoying. Long Xinjian said angrily. At his level of cultivation and possessing the strongest chaos soul, it's only natural for him to be arrogant. Nian Luan transmitted his voice. Divine Eye, do you recognize this old thing? Long Xinjian asked. No, I don't remember him. However, he should be from heaven's path. Divine Eye said. To be honest, if I knew that the chaos soul already had an owner, I wouldn't have touched it. If the chaos soul is in your hands, even if you give it to me, I don't want it. Feng Wuchen said firmly. He was indeed unhappy with the white-robed old man, but he could not do anything about it. Don't want it? The white-robed old man sneered disdainfully, you don't have the qualifications to have it either. Although your soul power is strong, I don't care about it. Master, the primordial god power can still help you strengthen the ancestor of soul power. It's fine if you don't want the chaos soul. After all, it's just the soul power of the chaos realm. The primordial origin said respectfully. What? The ancestor of soul power can be strengthened? Dragon God Sword, Divine Eye, and the other weapon souls exclaimed. Senior, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Feng Wuchen said coldly and was about to fly away. Did I allow you to leave? The white-robed old man said coldly. He seemed to be displeased with Feng Wuchen's attitude. Looking at the white-robed elder again, Feng Wuchen said coldly, if I, Feng Wuchen, want to leave, no one can stop me. No one has the right to stop me, including you. To be honest, I don't like you. I didn't know that the chaos soul had a master, but because of that, my soul was severely injured by you. This matter is even. You and I have no grudges. If Senior still wants to haggle over it, then we'll talk about it another time. The white-robed old man's previous words had already made Feng Wuchen very unhappy. But no matter what, it was because he was reckless. Feng Wuchen accepted it and didn't want to haggle over it. Boy, you're very arrogant. The white-robed old man narrowed his eyes and a fierce look flashed through them. What does my arrogance have to do with you? There are many arrogant people in the chaos realm. Don't tell me you don't like them and want to kill them all? Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. With that, Feng Wuchen flew away and didn't want to pay any more attention to the white-robed old man. If it wasn't for the fact that his soul was seriously injured and couldn't do anything to the white-robed old man, Feng Wuchen would definitely teach him a lesson. Boy, no one in the Chaos Realm dares to be arrogant in front of me, including the Chaos Ancestor. Since you don't respect me, I'll teach you a lesson today. The white-robed old man said fiercely, and a terrifying aura erupted. The white-robed old man's strength was terrifying. Even the Chaos Ancestor didn't care about him. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of the people behind Feng Wuchen. You respect me? I don't need you to teach me about respect. You're not qualified. The respect my parents taught me is not respect for people like you. Feng Wuchen didn't even turn his head and ignored the white-robed old man's terrifying aura. Outrageous. The white-robed old man was furious. Buzz buzz. The white-robed old man suddenly waved his hand and a white energy boundary sealed a certain area. Overbearing and unimaginable ancient divine power erupted and the boundary shook violently. The terrifying aura locked onto Feng Wuchen and the white-robed old man shot out fiercely. Old thing, it seems like you've thought it through. Feng Wuchen's aura suddenly became incomparably overbearing. His cold and bone-chilling voice made one's heart tremble. The white-robed old man's attack made everything clear. He wanted to be Feng Wuchen's enemy. Since they were enemies, there was nothing more to say. The overbearing ancient divine power erupted and ruthlessly suppressed the white-robed old man. The white-robed old man chose to attack. Feng Wuchen could use this opportunity to vent his displeasure. The moment the ancient divine power erupted, the white-robed old man's ancient divine power was instantly suppressed. The white-robed old man was no fool to have reached such a terrifying cultivation. The Chaos Soul also erupted in an instant. The moment the ancient divine power was suppressed, the overbearing Chaos Soul ruthlessly attacked Feng Wuchen. In an instant, Feng Wuchen spat out a mouthful of blood. The white-robed old man was strongly suppressed, but because Feng Wuchen was injured, the ancient divine power suppression disappeared. Master! Long Xinjian and Xinyan cried out in panic. Feng Wuchen's soul body was only under control and did not get any better. Now that it was attacked by the Chaos Soul again, Feng Wuchen's soul body was already shattered. The Chaos Soul was so terrifying. How could a heavily injured soul body withstand it? Feng Wuchen's injuries were extremely serious. He could already feel his shattered soul body leaving his body. The ancient divine power is really overbearing. With my cultivation, I am unable to contend against it. But how did this brat obtain the ancient divine power? The white-robed old man was secretly shocked. If not for the Chaos Soul being strong enough and Feng Wuchen's soul body being severely injured, the white-robed old man would definitely have been injured by the ancient divine power. This brat's soul body is already shattered. He can no longer resist. It's hard to say if he can recover his soul body and survive. I can devour his soul power and ancient divine power. The white-robed old man's eyes were filled with greed. How could the white-robed old man miss such a great opportunity? Humph. I'll let you know the consequences of being arrogant in front of me. The white-robed old man angrily snorted and immediately charged towards Feng Wuchen, intending to kill Feng Wuchen with a single blow. Old thing, you've already missed your chance to live. Feng Wuchen strenuously said. His eyes were filled with killing intent, causing one's heart to palpitate. Miss the chance to live? The white-robed elder's face darkened as he said fiercely, humph. Brat, even a chaotic ancestor wouldn't dare to talk to me like that. A mere second heaven chaotic god emperor dares to boast shamelessly in front of me. Feng Wuchen's words completely infuriated the white-robed elder. In the white-robed elder's opinion, Feng Wuchen was insulting him. As the top expert in the chaotic world, how could he allow others to belittle and humiliate him? Feng Wuchen was courting death. A chaotic ancestor is a chaotic ancestor, and I am me. I will soon know the consequences of being my enemy. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Humph. I will kill you now. Your soul has been shattered, and I will personally send you on your way. The white-robed elder shouted angrily as a cold murderous aura burst out. Send me on my way? Feng Wuchen said disdainfully, just you? I don't think you are that great. Die. The white-robed elder roared angrily as he was about to explode. The white-robed elder's speed was terrifying, beyond Feng Wuchen's imagination. Even a supreme god expert might not be able to see it clearly. He could definitely kill Feng Wuchen in an instant. Feng Wuchen naturally couldn't see such a terrifying speed. He didn't even notice it, but Feng Wuchen was already prepared. Feng Wuchen's soul had been shattered. If it wasn't for the fact that his soul was strong enough, his soul would have been destroyed. As his soul was shattered and his injuries were serious, Feng Wuchen knew that he couldn't resist the white-robed elder. Therefore, rather than being killed by the white-robed elder, he would rather be reborn. Boom! Buzz buzz! Just as the white-robed elder shot out, Feng Wuchen forcefully activated his bloodline power and his body expanded. Then, there was an explosion and Feng Wuchen turned into ashes. The terrifying self-explosion swept out with a destructive force. Feng Wuchen had self-exploded. Feng Wuchen's aura no longer existed in the air. The white-robed old man's eyes widened in disbelief. He was so close to personally killing Feng Wuchen and seizing Feng Wuchen's divine power and divine fire. However, the white-robed elder had never expected that Feng Wuchen would instantly self-destruct. Didn't he just say that the white-robed old man had missed his chance to live? Why did it suddenly self-destruct? Damn it! The ancient godly power had disappeared. This stinking brat actually chose to self-destruct. Do you really think this little bit of power is enough to deal with me? The white-robed old man was both heartbroken and enraged. He could only watch helplessly as the ancient godly power disappeared in front of him. The more the white-robed old man thought about it, the angrier he became. He regretted not killing Feng Wuchen earlier. Reporting to the Supreme Protector, the young hall master has self-destructed. Fire War God transmitted his voice respectfully, feeling a little worried in his heart. Don't worry. Feng Wuchen has the most perfect and powerful body. He won't die. Since he doesn't want us to interfere, he will definitely be able to deal with this old thing. Just watch the battle. The Chaos Xian Fire Beast transmitted his voice. Understood. Fire War God transmitted his voice respectfully. Big brother, will something happen to the Supreme Lord? He self-destructed. A primal chaos heavenly venerable dragon soul supremacy asked in a panic, his expression filled with worry. I don't know either. However, the Supreme Lord is so powerful. He should be fine. The leading dragon soul supremacy shook his head in confusion. He didn't believe it himself. He had self-destructed, and his soul had dissipated. How could he be fine? Feng Wuchen had previously ordered that the heavenly immortal domain's war god guards and dragon soul were not allowed to interfere. Even if Feng Wuchen didn't give the order, all of them would only be sending themselves to their deaths if they attacked together. The white-robed old man was even stronger than the primal chaos patriarch. Just as the white-robed old man was enraged and the war god guards and dragon soul were panicking and worried, there was a sudden movement in space. A ray of golden light suddenly appeared. The light that bloomed became more and more dazzling. Following that, an extremely overbearing aura spread out. This is that kid's aura. He's still alive. How is this possible? How can he still be alive after his soul dissipated? His soul body can't be alive. The white-robed old man's expression changed drastically as he turned his head to look. The young hall master's aura. The young hall master has indeed been reborn. Fire War God was so shocked that his eyeballs almost flew out. Is this the young hall master's heaven-defying reincarnation? Wind War God and the others were dumbfounded. The Supreme Lord's aura. He has been revived. How is this possible? The Supreme Lord's aura has returned to its peak. Am I seeing things? The Supreme Lord can actually be revived. What kind of divine ability is this? The Dragon Soul Supremacies were also shocked. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe it. This had already exceeded their scope of knowledge. They couldn't understand it at all. After a while, the dazzling golden light quickly condensed into Feng Wuchen's soul body, followed by Feng Wuchen's physical body. The overbearing and terrifying aura had already returned to its peak. The Eternal Realm physical body helped Feng Wuchen to be reborn. The reborn Feng Wuchen's soul body had already recovered to its original state. Even the ancestor of soul power had also recovered. This is rebirth. The white-robed old man's eyes widened as he said in shock, "This kid's physical body has already reached the most perfect state. No wonder his injuries could recover so quickly." The white-robed old man only understood now, but he still didn't dare to believe it. How is this possible? How can a junior have a perfect physical body? The white-robed old man couldn't believe it at all. But the truth was right in front of him, so he had no choice but to believe it. "Old thing, you're the first to force me to this point," Feng Wuchen said coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The primordial god power erupted and ruthlessly suppressed the white-robed old man. "How dare you make an enemy out of me? Even if your strength surpasses the Chaos Ancestor, I'll let you know what regret and fear are," Feng Wuchen said fiercely and attacked without mercy. Feeling the overbearing and terrifying primordial god power, the white-robed old man's face changed drastically, and the chaos soul also erupted. The white-robed old man had to severely injure Feng Wuchen's soul body again. Otherwise, what awaited him was death. In front of the primordial god power, the white-robed old man's strength was nothing. Pft. Pft. The moment the two attacked, the white-robed old man was suppressed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Feng Wuchen's ancestor of soul power was suppressed again, and his soul body was also affected and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Old thing. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you have the chaos soul. I have the immortal body. I can be reborn continuously. Let's see how long you can last. If you don't have the immortal body, I'll send you on your way now," Feng Wuchen said fiercely, looking like he was going all out. "Despicable brat." The white-robed old man was suppressed by the primordial god power and couldn't use his primordial god power. He couldn't even move his body. Puff. Puff. The white-robed old man's face was pale and his body was trembling. He could not hold on any longer. The white-robed old man's aura was extremely weak. He could not hold on for much longer. This damn brat. The white-robed old man was furious. If this goes on, I will definitely die. The primordial god power completely ignored my primordial god power and even devoured my god power. The white-robed old man's injuries were getting worse. He could already feel the strong aura of death. Feng Wuchen could be resurrected. Although the white-robed old man was a supreme god realm alchemist, he did not have the perfect body. Once his soul was destroyed, he could not be resurrected. The white-robed old man was burning with anxiety. He already regretted provoking Feng Wuchen and acting cool in front of Feng Wuchen. If he had let Feng Wuchen leave at that time, there would not be such a dangerous situation. But it was too late to regret now. In front of the primordial god power, you are just an ant. Your injuries are serious. I want to see how you can control the primordial god power," Feng Wuchen shouted angrily. He desperately controlled the primordial god power to suppress the white-robed old man. Under the crazy attack of the primordial god power, Feng Wuchen's soul was shattered again. His soul could be destroyed at any time. However, Feng Wuchen did not care. After all, he could still be resurrected. Feng Wuchen must make the arrogant white-robed old man pay a painful price. "Old thing, your aura is getting weaker and weaker. Even if my soul is destroyed again, I'm afraid you won't be able to survive," Feng Wuchen said fiercely. He desperately controlled the primordial god power to suppress the white-robed old man. Preposterous. The white-robed old man was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Boom. The furious white-robed old man forcibly released the terrifying primordial god power. Suddenly, there was an explosion and violent air waves swept out. Just a mere primordial god power. In front of the primordial god power, it has no resistance, Feng Wuchen said savagely. Because his soul had been shattered once more, Feng Wuchen was like a lamp that had run out of oil. His face was completely pale. However, the moment the white-robed elder unleashed his ancient god power, he did not intend to deal with Feng Wuchen. Instead, he immediately used his movement skill to escape. After all, Feng Wuchen's soul had been shattered once more. His injuries were severe, and his control over the primordial god force was growing weaker and weaker. Otherwise, the white-robed old man would not have been able to escape. Stinking brat. This seat will definitely not spare you. Next time I will definitely tear you to shreds. You will never be able to reincarnate. The white-robed old man's angry roar came from the void, and the powerful white barrier disappeared. Master, that old thing has escaped. Long Xinjian hurriedly said. After the white-robed elder escaped, Feng Wuchen also fell down due to the shattering of his soul body. He fainted on the spot. Master! Long Xinjian, Divine Eye, and the other weapon souls exclaimed. Reporting to the Supreme Guardian, that old thing has escaped with serious injuries. Young Hall Master's injuries are very severe. He is unable to recover and has fainted. Fire War God immediately reported to the Chaos Xian Fire Beast. Don't worry. Feng Wuchen will be fine. No one in the primal chaos realm can kill this brat. Chaos Xian Fire Beast transmitted. Feng Wuchen had an eternal realm physical body and the primordial god force to suppress all divine powers. Who could kill him? Where is the dragon soul? I am Master's weapon soul, Long Xinjian. Master's soul body has been shattered. Quickly send Master back to the Pangu Immortal Mansion. Second Elder may be able to restore Master's soul body. Long Xinjian immediately transmitted to the Dragon Soul Supremacy nearby. Yes. The Dragon Soul Supremacy instantly responded. Swish swish swish. A few Dragon Soul Supremacies appeared. The leading 8th stage Primal Chaos Heavenly Supremacy caught Feng Wuchen who had fainted and fell down. Supremacy! Supremacy! The leading Dragon Soul Supremacy called out in panic. However, Feng Wuchen didn't respond. Supremacy's injuries are very severe. His soul body has been shattered. We must immediately bring him back for Second Elder to heal. A Dragon Soul Supremacy said anxiously. Swish. A few Fire War Gods appeared. Fire War God asked coldly, Who are you people? Put Young Hall Master down. Fire War God. We are Dragon Soul Supremacies. We are a force established by Supremacy. Supremacy's injuries are very severe. We must immediately return to the Pangu Immortal Mansion to treat Second Elder. The leading Dragon Soul Supremacy quickly said. Dragon Soul? Fire War God frowned deeply. He had never heard of Feng Wuchen establishing any Dragon Soul force. Their divine power aura is very terrifying. Water War God frowned and whispered. His expression was very solemn. He was worried that these people had other intentions. Give Young Hall Master to me. I will personally bring him to the Pangu Immortal Mansion. Wind War God said coldly. Clearly, he didn't believe him. After all, he had never seen them before. Moreover, these Dragon Soul Supremacies were very terrifying. They were not below Fire War God and the others. Quickly. The leading Dragon Soul Supremacy immediately handed Feng Wuchen over to Wind War God. Go. Fire War God said. The War God guards immediately brought Feng Wuchen and left. The Dragon Soul Supremacies also disappeared. When Fire War God and Wind War God appeared again, they were already at the plaza of the Pangu Immortal Mansion. A few Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerables Dragon Soul Supremacies appeared at the same time. The leading Dragon Soul Supremacy immediately rushed into the main hall and reported respectfully, reporting to Grand Elder, Second Elder, something happened to Supremacy. Master's Dragon God Sword's Tool Soul said that Master's soul body has been shattered. Second Elder needs to act as soon as possible. What? Soul body shattered? The Purgatory Taoist and Gue Muchen's old faces changed greatly. Gue Muchen did not even think and quickly rushed out. When he saw the unconscious Feng Wuchen, his heart almost jumped out. What happened to Supremacy? Bai Yuhun, what's going on? The Purgatory Taoist appeared and asked anxiously. Reporting to Grand Elder, it's an extremely terrifying expert. He's even stronger than the Primal Chaos Ancestor. We have never seen him before. Supremacy has already heavily injured him. The leading Bai Yuhun reported respectfully. Seeing this, Fire War God and the others finally believed that the Dragon Soul Supremacy was not lying. At the same time, they were secretly shocked by the Dragon Soul's powerful strength. When did Feng Wuchen establish such a powerful Dragon Soul? Even more terrifying than the Primal Chaos Ancestor? The Purgatory Taoist and Gue Muchen were stunned. Was there an expert stronger than the primal chaos ancestor in the primal chaos realm? How come they have never heard of it? The purgatory Taoist did not think too much and quickly asked, Second Elder, how is supremacy? I can't sense supremacy's soul power. His soul body has been shattered. It's very serious. His soul can be destroyed at any time. I'm trying to heal supremacy's soul body. Gue Muchen said anxiously. His terrifying soul power was already pouring into Feng Wuchen's body. Grand Elder, Second Elder, you don't have to worry. Supremacy fought with that old man and self-destructed once. Later, he came back to life. Bai Yuhan said respectfully. Self-destruct? Came back to life? The Purgatory Taoist and Gue Muchen were once again stunned. The Supreme Guardian also said that the young Hall Master will not die. Fire War God added. As long as he won't die. The Purgatory Taoist let out a sigh of relief. The High Lord's soul did not deteriorate, nor did it dissipate. He won't die. However, my soul power is unable to restore his soul. Gue Muchen smiled bitterly. Normally speaking, a broken soul should have dissipated. However, the High Lord's soul did not disappear. I have never seen such a strange thing. Without restoring the High Lord's soul, even if he doesn't die, he won't be able to wake up. Second Elder, is there no other way? Bai Yuhan asked with a frown. Gue Muchen sighed helplessly. Healing a soul body is a very difficult thing to do. Moreover, I have never seen anything like the Great Lord's situation. I have already poured more than half of my soul power into the Great Lord's body, but there is no improvement. There is no other way. Supreme Peerless is in seclusion. I don't know when he will come out. Otherwise, with his attainments in the field of alchemy, he might have a way. Fire War God frowned. Second Elder is right. If the High Lord's soul cannot be restored, he won't be able to wake up. Fourth Elder and Soul-Devouring Dragon Elder can't do it together? Wind War God asked. Gue Muchen frowned. After a while, he said, we can try. After all, powerful soul power will be of some help. I will immediately send a message to Fourth Elder and Soul-Devouring Dragon Elder. Fire War God quickly sent a message to Zhuge Qingfeng and Soul-Devouring Dragon Elder. The two rushed to the Pengu Immortal Abode as soon as they received the message. However, 3 primal chaos heavenly alchemists worked together and injected all their soul power into Feng Wuchen's body. Still, they could not restore Feng Wuchen's soul. No matter what method they used, it was useless. Fourth Elder, is it still not working? Fire War God asked anxiously. Zhuge Qingfeng shook his head and sighed. There is no improvement. This is the first time I have seen such a situation. The High Lord's soul power is very frightening. Logically speaking, no one should be able to hurt his soul. Moreover, his soul power has completely disappeared. This is too strange. Soul-Devouring Dragon Elder frowned. Hearing this, Zhuge Qingfeng's face suddenly changed. He said in shock, is it the Chaos Soul? Chaos Soul? Soul-Devouring Dragon Elder's face. Chaos Soul? Dao Ancestor Purgatory and Gue Muchen frowned. Clearly, they had never heard of it. White Spirit quickly said, Fourth Elder is right. When Honorable Lord fought with that old man, he did mention the Chaos Soul. Honorable Lord didn't fight with him, but Honorable Lord was heavily injured. This should be caused by soul force. As I thought. The High Lord's soul power. Therefore, the only thing that could harm the young master's soul was the Chaos Soul. I knew that the Chaos Soul already had a master. Zhuge Qingfeng exclaimed, his face full of shock. What is a Chaos Soul? Dao Ancestor Purgatory asked, puzzled. Zhuge Qingfeng explained, the Chaos Soul is the most powerful soul power in the Chaos realm. It is even stronger than the High Lord's soul power. Before the High Lord went to the Heavenly Divine Region, he asked me about the Chaos Soul. The Chaos Soul is very frightening. I'm afraid we can't do anything about the High Lord's situation. Can't do anything? The Dragon Soul Honorable and the War God Guard's faces changed. Now we can only rely on the High Lord himself. If the High Lord's soul power recovers, his soul will naturally recover. However, we don't know how long it will take. Gue Muchen shook his head helplessly. With the chaos soul suppressing him, who knew when Feng Wuchen's ancestor of souls would recover? If the ancestor of souls could not recover, Feng Wuchen's soul would not be able to recover. He would remain in a coma. Zhuge Qingfeng said, "Don't worry. The High Lord's broken soul shows no signs of worsening. He will be fine. To be honest, I hope that the High Lord's soul will show signs of worsening. If the High Lord's soul is destroyed, he can be resurrected." Just now, the High Lord came back to life after self-destructing. A dragon soul honorable said. As soon as this was said, everyone present looked at the dragon soul honorable in shock. Seeing everyone's gaze, the dragon soul honorable was shocked. His face turned green and he almost knelt down. "Great Elder, why are you all looking at me? Did I say something wrong?" The dragon soul venerable asked in horror. He was scared out of his wits. Bai Yuhan smiled excitedly. "Yi Yufeng, you're right. You're absolutely right. Thank you for reminding us. Otherwise, we would have to wait for the High Lord to wake up. You're really smart." Gui Mukin smiled happily. "Why didn't we think of this method?" Haha. The soul-devouring dragon laughed. Fire War God smiled happily. "This is indeed the only way. But it's a bit too much. This is the young lord we're talking about." Yi Yufeng breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. "That scared me. I thought I said something wrong. Let this elder do it." Gui Mukin smiled happily and directly used his soul power to attack Feng Wuchen's shattered soul. With just one attack, Feng Wuchen's shattered soul completely dissipated. The High Lord's soul has dissipated. Gui Mukin smiled. "We're just waiting for the young lord to come back to life." Zhuge Qingfeng and a purgatory Taoist were looking forward to it. As expected. Soon, a ray of golden light suddenly shone. It was extremely dazzling. Then, a domineering aura swept out. Feng Wuchen's soul was reformed. Reborn. Reborn. The High Lord's soul. Gui Mukin was extremely excited. Fire War God said excitedly, as expected of the young lord. "He's so strong. He can even come back to life. This is the second time. That's great. The High Lord has come back to life." Bai Yuhan and the others were also overjoyed. The soul-devouring dragon smiled happily. "This is a good idea. The young lord is indeed powerful. He can still come back to life even after his soul has dissipated." Feng Wuchen couldn't come back to life successfully. Everyone was completely relieved. "My soul is finally restored." Feng Wuchen smiled happily. "Yi Yufeng, your rotten idea is really good. Even the High Lord knows?" Yi Yufeng scratched his head awkwardly. "Well done," Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Then, his soul went back into his physical body and quickly recovered. However, just as his soul entered his body, Feng Wuchen suddenly felt his soul power rising crazily. In a few breaths, Feng Wuchen broke through to the Chaos Emperor realm. "The ancestor of soul power swallowed your soul power and allowed me to break through to the Chaos Emperor realm." Feng Wuchen's face was full of shock and disbelief. Chaos Emperor Realm Alchemist. Gui Mukin, Zhuge Qingfeng, the soul-devouring dragon, and the Dragon Soul Realm Alchemists exclaimed at the same time. Breakthrough in an instant, what was going on? Chaos Emperor Realm Alchemist. The War God Guards and the Dragon Soul Realm Venerable were also shocked. The three Chaos Heavenly Venerable Realm Alchemists had just injected all their soul power into Feng Wuchen's body. Now, they had become Feng Wuchen's nourishment, helping him break through to the Chaos Emperor Realm Alchemist realm. Is this called a blessing in disguise? Isn't this too fast? The ancestor of soul power can absorb your soul power directly. It seems that I have to thank the three elders. Feng Wuchen was both shocked and overjoyed. It was too unexpected. Absorb it directly? The soul-devouring dragon was stunned and said in disbelief, "Young Hall Master can break through like this. Unbelievable." Zhuge Qingfeng was dumbfounded. He could not believe it at all. They had been in the chaotic realm for so many years, but they had never seen an alchemist like Feng Wuchen, who could directly absorb other people's soul power to achieve the effect of rapid improvement. It is indeed unbelievable. Even I can't believe it. I have troubled the three elders this time. As a reward, I will give you a treasure. Feng Wuchen smiled happily, then took out 2 space rings and handed them to the soul-devouring dragon and Zhuge Qingfeng. Young Hall Master, this is? Zhuge Qingfeng asked in shock. 4th Elder, this is a space ring. Fire War God hurriedly said. He recognized it at a glance and was overjoyed. Space ring? The soul-devouring dragon was stunned at first, then smiled awkwardly. Young Hall Master, this elder has a space treasure. Great Elder Soul-Devouring Dragon, this is a space ring with 10 times the capacity. Wind War God smiled slightly. What? Space ring with 10 times the capacity? The Soul-Devouring Dragon and Zhuge Qingfeng exclaimed at the same time, their eyes bulging. The 2 of them were stunned on the spot. The space ring that Feng Wuchen gave was actually a space ring with 10 times the capacity. This was unheard of. If this really was a 10-fold space ring, just how terrifying would it be? 4th Elder, all of us War God guards have it. It was given to us by the Young Hall Master. I heard from Protector Jizun that only the Young Hall Master can refine it. Fire War God laughed softly. Boom, Zhuge Qingfeng's mind went blank for a moment, and his heart trembled. Feng Wuchen could actually refine a magic treasure with 10 times the space. In the entire primal chaos realm, there was absolutely no one who could refine it. Even Grand Elder Yanfeng could at most forge a magic treasure with 3 times the space. Even the white-robed old man, a supreme being alchemist, would not be able to refine it. Young Hall Master, is this really a 10 times space ring? The soul-devouring dragon asked in shock, his voice trembling slightly. Looking at the 2 shocked elders, Feng Wuchen smiled happily and said, yes, it's a 10 times space ring. How else do you think my cultivation improved so quickly? Since Feng Wuchen said it himself, Zhuge Qingfeng and the soul-devouring dragon had to believe it even if they did not want to. Young Hall Master, doesn't that mean cultivating in the space ring for 10 days is only 1 day in the outside world? Zhuge Qingfeng asked in shock. Just thinking about it was terrifying. That's right. That's it. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, then sent a voice transmission to Gue Muken, 2nd Elder, I'll teach you how to refine the heaven-defying divine pearl later. Thank you, Honorable Lord. Gue Muken thanked him respectfully, his heart filled with excitement. Since Feng Wuchen said he would teach him, then it must be a treasure that Gue Muken could not refine. Too powerful. The soul-devouring dragon said in shock, his old face still stiff. Alright, I still have important matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, then disappeared. The War God guards and the Dragon Soul Honorable Lord also disappeared, continuing to monitor the dark forces in the heavenly celestial realm. When Feng Wuchen reappeared, he had already entered the divine ring. Ancient source, is what you said before true? Feng Wuchen hurriedly asked, remembering what the ancient source had said before. Master, the ancient god power is not the divine power of the chaotic realm. It is not difficult to strengthen Master's ancestor of soul power. What's more, Master has already broken through the cultivation realm, so it can be further improved. As Master's cultivation grows stronger, both the divine power and the ancestor of soul power will be strengthened. The ancient source said respectfully. It will be strengthened as my cultivation increases? Can it surpass the chaos spirit? Feng Wuchen asked in shock, somewhat in disbelief. Master can try. With Master's current cultivation, I don't know to what extent it can be strengthened. The ancient source said respectfully. Alright. I'll try it right away. Feng Wuchen could not wait to sit down cross-legged, urging the ancient god power and the ancestor of soul power. Under Feng Wuchen's control, he began to strengthen the ancestor of soul power. Needless to say, the ancestor of soul power really began to improve. That's great. The ancestor of soul power has become stronger, it can still be strengthened. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. If the ancestor of soul power could be strengthened, it meant that there was a chance to surpass the chaos spirit. Although it could be strengthened, the speed of improvement was not fast. It would take some time. However, this had already made Feng Wuchen very motivated, and he yearned for the ancestor of soul power to surpass the chaos spirit. Since the chaos spirit already had a master, then it would surpass the chaos spirit. As time passed, the ancestor of soul power became stronger and stronger. As long as it could surpass the chaos spirit, the white-robed old man would no longer have to worry. Old thing. Just you wait. You are lucky this time, but it might not be the same next time. No matter how strong the chaos spirit is, I will surpass it. Feng Wuchen sneered, his eyes flashing with ruthlessness. He could not wait to drag the white-robed old man out and suppress his chaos spirit. Time passed day by day. In order to surpass the chaos spirit, Feng Wuchen could be said to be desperately strengthening. 7 days later, Feng Wuchen finally stopped strengthening. This was because the ancestor of soul power could no longer be strengthened. However, the ancestor of soul power had become extremely strong, more than 10 times stronger than before. After 7 days of strengthening, the ancestor of soul power has become so strong. As expected of the primordial god power, it is too strong. My ancestor of soul power is close to the chaos spirit. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. Feng Wuchen was already very satisfied that the ancestor of soul power could be strengthened to such an extent. Master, refine the Chaos God Emperor Realm Heaven-defying Divine Pearl and increase your cultivation. When the time comes, the ancestor of soul power will surpass the chaos spirit. Dragon Xinjian laughed excitedly. It is not difficult to refine the heaven-defying Divine Pearl, but now is not the time to increase my cultivation. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. After all, Feng Wuchen's cultivation had just increased. If he increased it further, it would affect his foundation. After activating the ancestor of soul power, Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. With the current strength of my ancestor of soul power, even if I can't defeat the chaos spirit, I should be able to hold on for a while. However, it is enough to deal with that old thing. Old thing, don't let me touch you. Otherwise, you will suffer. Yan tribe. In the main hall, Yan Dihun and the rest of the upper echelons were gloomy. Feng Wuchen has such a terrifying divine fire. It'll be even harder to deal with him. This kid has been our enemy time and time again. We won't give up until we kill him. Yan Wutian said angrily as he clenched his fists. Yan Wutian wanted to tear Feng Wuchen apart, but he couldn't do anything to Feng Wuchen. His heart was filled with anger. Feng Wuchen won't be happy for long. Yan Dihun squinted his eyes as they flashed with murderous intent. He gritted his teeth and said, when the war breaks out, I'll make you wish you were dead. Patriarch, the most important thing now is to find a way to heal Great Elder's injuries as soon as possible. Great Elder's injuries are too serious. Pills won't be of much use. We still need to consume our divine power, Elder Flaming Moon said in a low voice. Looking at Yan Feng, who was beyond recognition, her heart was bleeding. Yan Dihun nodded and said, unfortunately, the demoness hasn't come out yet. We can only work together to heal Great Elder and let him recover as soon as possible. Today was the 8th day. With the help of the Yan tribe's most powerful healing elixir, Great Elder Yan Feng's injuries had already recovered by 30%. The most powerful healing elixir could only recover 30%. This showed how serious Great Elder Yan Feng's injuries were. These were only internal injuries. The severely burned skin had not recovered at all. Great Elder Yan Feng's body was severely burned. He had already decided to give up on his physical body. As long as his injuries were healed, it wouldn't be difficult for him to rebuild his physical body with his cultivation as an alchemist. Although Great Elder Yan Feng didn't speak and couldn't speak, the murderous intent in his eyes made anyone who saw it feel like they were in hell. Feng Wuchen, if I don't kill you, I'm not human. Great Elder Yan Feng roared in his heart. The severely burned Great Elder Yan Feng's face had fallen off and covered his mouth. He couldn't speak. Yan Feng could only vent his unimaginable anger in his heart. Great Elder Yan Feng had been in the chaotic realm for tens of millions of years. He had a high status and had never been humiliated like this. How could Great Elder Yan Feng be satisfied if he didn't kill Feng Wuchen? 3 days later. Pangu Immortal Abode. Honorable Lord, is this the heaven-defying divine bead? Gui Mukin asked excitedly. In the alchemy pavilion, under Feng Wuchen's guidance, Gui Mukin spent 3 days and finally succeeded in refining a heavenly immortal realm heaven-defying divine pearl. Feng Wuchen had also successfully refined the chaotic God Emperor realm heaven-defying divine pearl. Just one chaotic God Emperor realm heaven-defying divine pearl alone cost 10 billion universe treasures. If Feng Wuchen hadn't obtained a large number of heaven and earth treasures from the infernal spirit divine nation, he wouldn't have been able to refine it. That's right. This is a heaven-defying divine bead. It has a powerful effect of increasing one's cultivation base. It can be directly absorbed to increase one's cultivation base. It is even more powerful than heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Moreover, it does not have any side effects, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. What? The heaven-defying divine pearl can be directly absorbed to increase one's cultivation base? Gui Muken and a few other powerful alchemists widened their eyes in shock. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, that's right. There's no need to refine it and it won't take too much time. Although the heaven-defying divine pearl is very powerful, it's not advisable to continuously consume it. After all, if one's cultivation base increases too quickly, it will affect one's foundation and future cultivation base. The most troublesome thing is that it consumes a lot of universe treasures. The more powerful the heaven-defying divine pearl is, the more universe treasures it consumes. You all saw it just now. Gui Muken suppressed the shock in his heart and nodded, Honorable Lord is right. It does consume a lot of universe treasures. Fortunately, Honorable Lord has set up a teleportation array. There are countless universe treasures in the Wuji heavenly realm that can provide them to us. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, of all the worries in the world, there must be good and bad. Nothing is perfect. Honorable Lord is right. Gui Muken nodded. Brother Feng. At this moment, Yun Fengxiao's voice suddenly rang out. Brother Yun? Feng Wuchen was immediately overjoyed and immediately walked out of the alchemy pavilion. Yun Fengxiao was currently at the square of the Pangu immortal abode. Seeing Feng Wuchen come out, he immediately smiled and flashed over. Brother Yun, you're finally here. Feng Wuchen happily smiled. I naturally won't go back on my promise to Brother Feng. I only found it after asking around for a long time. Your Pangu immortal abode is too imposing, right? It's even more imposing than the alchemy divine palace. Yun Fengxiao's face was full of shock, but his heart was also extremely excited. Brother Yun, you can cultivate in the Pangu immortal abode in the future. Let's go, I'll introduce you to a powerful alchemist. Feng Wuchen happily smiled. Yun Fengxiao had already sensed a few terrifying soul forces, but he couldn't tell what realm the alchemist was at. Feng Wuchen brought Yun Fengxiao to the alchemy pavilion. Brother Yun, this is the second elder of the Dragon Soul, Gui Muken, a primal chaos heavenly venerate realm alchemist. These few people are also from the Dragon Soul. They are all primal chaos god emperor realm alchemists. In the future, they will guide your cultivation. Your alchemist realm will definitely rise very quickly. Feng Wuchen faintly smiled. Primal chaos heavenly venerate realm alchemist? Primal chaos god emperor realm alchemist? Hearing Feng Wuchen's introduction, Yun Fengxiao's eyeballs almost flew out. He was stunned on the spot. They were actually Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerate Realm Alchemists and Primal Chaos God Emperor Realm Alchemists. Yun Fengxiao had never thought that he would have Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerate Realm Alchemists to guide him. He didn't even dare to think about it. Junior Yun Fengxiao greets the second elder and the three seniors. Yun Fengxiao hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed. He was so frightened that his face was somewhat pale. Gui Muken happily smiled and said, Welcome to the Dragon Soul. Thank you, second elder. Yun Fengxiao respectfully cupped his fists and said with a very nervous expression. Feng Wuchen patted Yun Fengxiao's shoulder and said with a smile, Brother Yun, you are now a Dragon Soul sovereign. You should enjoy the treatment of a Dragon Soul sovereign. With that, Feng Wuchen handed over a spatial ring with 10 times the capacity to Yun Fengxiao. Immediately after, he activated his ancient god power to help Yun Fengxiao strengthen his divine power. The powerful ancient primal chaos mantra and array were also handed over to Yun Fengxiao. Feng Wuchen's series of actions shocked Yun Fengxiao once again. Brother Feng, my divine power, seems to have increased by dozens of times. This can't be right? Am I hallucinating? Yun Fengxiao was extremely shocked. He looked at Feng Wuchen as if he was looking at a monster. This isn't a king dream, right? Who are you trying to fool? How can there be such a good thing in the world? Yun Fengxiao didn't dare to believe that this was what changed his life. Looking at the incomparably shocked Yun Fengxiao, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, "Brother Yun, this is all real. I will help you increase your cultivation as soon as possible. Elder heir, I will have to trouble you to give Brother Yun pointers." Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. "Lord, please rest assured." Gui Mukan said respectfully. "Brother Yun, I still have important matters to attend to in the Primal Chaos Temple. You stay here and cultivate well." Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Soon, Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest would ascend. Feng Wuchen had to make preparations. In a mysterious space, a white-robed old man slowly opened his eyes and an unimaginably terrifying aura burst out. "Feng Wuchen." The white-robed old man's face suddenly turned ferocious and cold, killing intent swept across the mysterious space. The white-robed old man was the Sovereign Realm alchemist expert. After 8 days of recuperation, the white-robed old man's injuries were completely healed. With his strength as a supreme divine stage alchemist, serious injuries were nothing to him. "You dare to injure me? Next time I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes," the white-robed old man said fiercely. When he thought of Feng Wuchen, his killing intent multiplied. The white-robed old man was severely injured by Feng Wuchen. This was the biggest stain and humiliation in his life that he would never be able to wash away. If he didn't kill Feng Wuchen, the white-robed old man wouldn't be able to quell his anger. However, Feng Wuchen possessed the tyrannical primordial god force. If the white-robed old man wanted to kill Feng Wuchen, he wouldn't be able to do it alone. After all, Feng Wuchen had the immortal body. This was the most troublesome part for the white-robed old man. "Yao Kuan, old ancestor." The white-robed old man transmitted his voice. In a mysterious space, an old man with white hair and beard slowly opened his eyes. His old face was filled with surprise. The old man with white hair and beard was Yao Kuan, old ancestor. "Xiandaoshan?" Yao Kuan, old ancestor was slightly surprised and asked doubtfully, "It has been tens of millions of years. Why did Xiandaoshan suddenly call for me? Is he going back?" Just as Yao Kuan, old ancestor was puzzled, a white-robed old man appeared. It was Xiandaoshan. Xiandaoshan was also the white-robed old man that was injured by Feng Wuchen. "Xiandaoshan, I haven't seen you for tens of millions of years. Your cultivation is getting stronger. Why are you suddenly looking for me?" A smile appeared on Yao Kuan, old ancestor's old face as he looked at Xiandaoshan. "Do you want the primordial god force?" Xiandaoshan went straight to the point with a domineering aura. "Primordial god force?" Yao Kuan, old ancestor's old face was filled with shock as he looked at Xiandaoshan in a daze. Primordial god force was so powerful, who wouldn't want it? Yao Kuan, old ancestor frowned and asked doubtfully, "Xiandaoshan, why do you ask?" "Xiandaoshan wants to help me get the primordial god force?" Yao Kuan ancestor was Yao old ancestor's old man was Yao Kuan. "Yao Kuan, if I had the chance, I would naturally want to obtain the ancient god power. This is the god power that comes from the heaven's will." Monster Kuan, old ancestor smiled faintly. "It's just that the brat in the primal chaos world who possesses the primal chaos god force has someone backing him." "Zen, you know about the primal chaos realm?" Xiandaoshan looked at Yao Kuan, old ancestor in surprise. Xian, the monster Kuan ancestor nodded and slowly stood up. He smiled and said, "I've been awake for a long time. Not long ago, I sensed the aura of the primal chaos realm. I also know that his name is Feng Wuchen and that he has the backing of the primal chaos ancestor." Old Xiandaoshan frowned and said coldly, "That old thing is nothing. With our strength, he is nothing in our eyes. The primal chaos ancestor is indeed weaker than us, but don't forget that Xiandaoshan is backed by the heavenly Tao's sacred ancestor. His position in the heavenly Tao is higher than ours." The monster Kuan ancestor shook his head and smiled. "I'm not the only one who sensed the primordial god force. Those old farts must have sensed it too. Because of the relationship between the primal chaos ancestor and the heavenly Tao divine ancestor, they haven't done anything." Kuan monster ancestor looked at Xiandaoshan and asked with a smile, "Xiandaoshan, you're not thinking of seizing the primordial god force, are you?" "I don't care." Xiandaoshan said coldly, "It's just that Feng Wuchen, that stinking brat, not long ago, spied on this seat's primal chaos soul and was heavily injured by this seat's soul." "Oh? There was such a thing?" If Feng Wuchen can spy on your primal chaos soul, it means that his soul power is not weak. The monster Kuan ancestor was shocked. I could have killed him and taken the primordial god force, but I didn't expect him to have an immortal body. I was also heavily injured by his primordial god force. He has the most perfect body now. Xian Daoshan said fiercely, the primordial god force can't resist my primal god force. I can't do anything to Feng Wuchen, so I came to find you. Xian Daoshan, you want to join forces with me to deal with Feng Wuchen? The monster Kuan ancestor finally understood Xian Daoshan's intention. That's right. Xian Daoshan said fiercely, the primordial god force is yours, and Feng Wuchen is mine. This? The monster Kuan ancestor hesitated. The monster Kuan ancestor really wanted the primordial god force, but he was afraid of the primal chaos ancestor and the heavenly Tao divine ancestor. Xian Daoshan, you have to think carefully. Feng Wuchen isn't easy to deal with. The monster Kuan ancestor said solemnly, I have observed him for a while. Anyone who wants to deal with him doesn't have a good ending. The Yan tribe has also been taken advantage of by him time and time again. The primordial god force is very dangerous. My primal god force can't fight against it. I am afraid of accidents. I won't talk nonsense with you. Are you going to fight or not? Xian Daoshan asked angrily. The monster Kuan ancestor was silent. He was struggling in his heart. Think carefully. If you join forces with me, it won't be hard to get the primordial god force. If you don't agree, I can find someone else. Xian Daoshan said coldly. He couldn't wait to deal with Feng Wuchen. Okay. I agree. The monster Kuan ancestor agreed. The primordial god force was too tempting. Moreover, this was a good opportunity. Xian Daoshan's primal chaos soul could severely injure Feng Wuchen's soul. This was the best opportunity. If he could really get the primordial god force, the monster Kuan ancestor wouldn't be afraid of the heavenly Tao divine ancestor. Xian Daoshan, when will you fight? I can do it anytime. The monster Kuan ancestor asked with a smile. When you fight, I will send you a message. You should also think about how to deal with Feng Wuchen's undying body. Xian Daoshan said coldly. Feng Wuchen's body has reached the strongest level. The best way to deal with his undying body is to seize his body and refine his soul. This shouldn't be difficult for Xian Daoshan. The monster Kuan ancestor smiled faintly. Seize the body? It's not bad to have the strongest body. Elder Xian Daoshan sneered. Xian Daoshan, Feng Wuchen's cultivation has increased tremendously. If you want to fight, you must hurry. Otherwise, once he becomes stronger, it will be harder to deal with him. The monster Kuan ancestor reminded. It seemed like he had a certain understanding of Feng Wuchen. Those old bastards might also interfere. We have to end this quickly. I know. Xian Daoshan said fiercely, I won't give Feng Wuchen a chance. If you join forces with me, Feng Wuchen won't be able to fight back. As for those old things, if they dare to fight, don't blame me for being merciless. Xian Daoshan, a sneak attack is the best way. We cannot underestimate the primordial divine power. Kuan demon ancestor said seriously, as long as you injure Feng Wuchen, you can use the primal chaos soul to deal with him. This way, Feng Wuchen will lose the ability to resist and you will have the chance to take over his body and refine his soul. With their terrifying cultivation, a sneak attack was indeed the least risky method. Feng Wuchen would not be able to detect their presence. This way, Feng Wuchen would not be able to guard against them. Although a sneak attack was not honorable, Feng Wuchen had the primordial divine power after all. They had to be careful. If any accident happened, death would be the only thing waiting for them. Then you go first. Xian Daoshan said. If it's a sneak attack, I am 100% confident. Kuan demon ancestor was very confident. Xian Daoshan frowned. 7 days later. I need some time to refine a powerful pill, just in case. Alright. 7 days later. Kuan demon ancestor said straightforwardly. He was looking forward to it. Right, Xian Daoshan, Dao ancestor Jiao Xian and the rest also want to deal with Feng Wuchen. They have already formed an alliance with the dark forces and the Yan tribe. Should we let them go first? Kuan demon ancestor laughed. No need. They should be thanking me for helping them get rid of Feng Wuchen. If not for the fact that I am worried about accidents, I can deal with that brat myself. Xian Daoshan sneered, as if he was sure that he could defeat Feng Wuchen. The immortal body is indeed not easy to deal with. Kuan demon ancestor smiled faintly. We have to injure his body and soul at the same time. Only then will we have a chance. Kuan demon ancestor, let me remind you. Feng Wuchen's injuries are recovering very quickly. He can use the primordial divine power at any time. Don't fail. Xian Daoshan said and disappeared. I will definitely not fail. Feng Wuchen is merely a primal chaos god emperor. If I fail in my sneak attack, there are no ifs. Kuan monster ancestor sneered confidently, if this seed obtains the primordial god force, not to mention the heavenly Dao's ancestor and heavenly Dao's holy ancestor, even the entire heavenly Dao will be under my control. Ha ha ha. In the deepest part of the Wuji heavenly realm, Xian Daoshan appeared out of thin air. He did not emit any aura at all. However, the powerful exotic beasts in the deepest part of the forest had all sensed the intense danger and fled one after another. Xian Daoshan had come to the deepest part of the Wuji heavenly realm for the precious herbs. Xian Daoshan's figure was like a ghost, drifting left and right, quickly searching for herbs. If anyone saw this, they would be scared half to death. Even though there are countless herbs in the Wuji heavenly realm, the herbs needed to concoct supremacy realm pills are extremely rare. I hope I can find them. The Dao accumulation in the primal chaos world is too little. Xian Daoshan mumbled to himself. Everywhere Xian Daoshan went, there were precious and rare herbs, but he did not touch a single one. Clearly, these precious medicinal herbs were not worthy of his attention. Xian Daoshan suddenly stopped and frowned. The aura of the time divine power and an extremely powerful ancient aura. It should be his aura. What is he doing in the Wuji heavenly realm? Xian Daoshan could sense the powerful ancient aura, which showed how terrifying his cultivation was. Has he also come out of seclusion? He has been in seclusion for tens of millions of years. Perhaps he has already succeeded. Xian Daoshan frowned deeply. However, he did not think too much about it and continued to search for herbs. At the same time, the ancient exotic beast in the deepest part of the forest had already sent the news to the Chaos Heaven spiritual beast. Big Brother Chaos, I just received news that an extremely terrifying old man has come to the Wuji heavenly realm. They all said that this old man is even stronger than the Chaos ancestor. The Chaos Heaven spiritual beast immediately sent a message to the Chaos Xian fire beast. Stronger than the Chaos ancestor? The Chaos Xian fire beast's expression changed drastically. He was shocked. I just met Feng Wuchen a few days ago. Why is there another one? Could it be that those old things are all here for the ancient divine power? What the Chaos Xian fire beast did not know was that the expert that appeared in the Wuji heavenly realm was the Xian Daoshan that attacked Feng Wuchen. Spirit beast, pass down the order. Tell them not to come near. The Chaos Xian fire beast ordered. Chaos Xian fire beast. Feng Wuchen's figure appeared in the war god shrine. Welcome, young hall master. The war god guards and the exotic beast bowed respectfully. Feng Wuchen, you came at the right time. A terrifying expert has appeared in the Wuji heavenly realm. It is very likely that he is here for your ancient divine power. The Chaos Xian fire beast said solemnly. Experts that can make you afraid should be those old monsters. Feng Wuchen smiled. He was not worried at all. The Chaos Xian fire beast said solemnly, that's right. They should have all awakened. I was just about to ask you. Who is the sovereign realm alchemist that attacked me? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Xian Daoshan. The Chaos Xian fire beast said solemnly, he is from the heavenly Dao. He is not a sovereign realm alchemist. He is even stronger. Stronger than a sovereign realm alchemist? No wonder he can control the chaos soul. Feng Wuchen nodded. Feng Wuchen, although the ancient divine power can suppress their divine power, don't underestimate them. Their realms have already surpassed the sovereign realm. The Chaos Xian fire beast warned. How many experts are guarding the real Chaos God Shrine? Feng Wuchen asked. 3. The Chaos Xian fire beast said, but they only listen to the heavenly Tao sacred ancestor. I'm afraid they won't interfere in the matters of the chaos realm. Won't interfere? Feng Wuchen was stunned and immediately asked, those old monsters are also from the heavenly Tao. If they don't interfere, could it be that the chaos ancestor can deal with them? I'm not sure. They are from the heavenly Tao. The reason why they guard the chaos god shrine is to cultivate. The Chaos Xian fire beast explained. Alright. Feng Wuchen shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Seeing that Feng Wuchen was not worried at all, the Chaos Xian fire beast really wanted to slap him with his claws. Feng Wuchen, you better not underestimate them. Their strength is beyond your imagination. Don't forget how you were heavily injured. The Chaos Xian fire beast angrily reprimanded and glared fiercely at Feng Wuchen. If I meet that old thing again, he will definitely die. Feng Wuchen sneered, his eyes flashing with killing intent. That old thing's chaos soul is indeed very strong, but my soul force has also been strengthened. I can speak properly, but don't think that I'm easy to talk to. If I don't kill that old thing, my name is not Feng Wuchen. Chaos Xian fire beast, I will cultivate here for a few days. My wife and the others are about to ascend. I have already ordered Protector Xian Lu to open the door to the Chaos Realm again. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, the Chaos Xian fire beast, the war god guards and the strange beasts were all dumbfounded. That was an expert who surpassed the Chaos ancestor. Feng Wuchen said he would kill him, just how arrogant was he? Soul power strengthened? Could it be that it has surpassed the Chaos spirit? The Chaos Xian fire beast thought to himself, although Feng Wuchen is arrogant, he won't act recklessly if he isn't confident. But is he really that confident? Xian Daoshan and the rest were much stronger than the Chaos ancestor. Even if Feng Wuchen had the ancient divine power, he might not be able to deal with them. Just like the sneak attack mentioned by Yaokuan old ancestor, with Feng Wuchen's cultivation, it was impossible for him to detect their existence. Once he was sneak attacked, the consequences were imaginable. Even if it wasn't a sneak attack, with their cultivation realm and terrifying speed, Feng Wuchen definitely wouldn't be able to detect them. Once they attacked, Feng Wuchen wouldn't even have the chance to react. But Feng Wuchen didn't care about such terrifying existences. The Chaos Xian fire beast wanted to say something, but Feng Wuchen had already flashed into a palace on the mountain peak. What the Chaos Xian fire beast didn't know was that it was useless for Feng Wuchen to worry. Those old monsters would still attack when it was time. At their terrifying cultivation realm, it wasn't useful to be careful, unless they hid for the rest of their lives. Of course, that wasn't possible. It was because Feng Wuchen knew this that he didn't care. Those old monsters were from the heavenly Tao. No matter how arrogant Feng Wuchen was, he wouldn't dare to say that he could fight against them. I'll cultivate the ancient chaos mantra here. When my wife and the rest ascend, I can also increase my cultivation. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and entered the divine ring. Master, when you break through to the Chaos Heavenly Master, it will be equivalent to having 300 Chaos Heavenly Masters. Dragon Xinjian laughed. Long Zun and the rest have already reached the Chaos God Emperor realm. When I break through to the Chaos Heavenly Master, they will be almost there. At that time, it will be a big surprise for the dark forces. Feng Wuchen laughed happily. Feng Wuchen's 300 puppets weren't just for show. Once a great battle broke out, the 300 puppets would definitely strike fear into the hearts of their enemies. There are only 3 primal chaos gems and soul source stones left. I'm afraid I won't be able to break through to the primal chaos god emperor realm. The mutated beasts haven't sent any over yet. It seems like they aren't easy to find. Feng Wuchen smiled bitterly. Alchemists had accidentally broken through to the primal chaos emperor realm. In order to break through to the primal chaos god emperor realm, 3 primal chaos crystals and soul source stones were not enough. Even if there were dozens of primal spirit avatars cultivating at the same time, it would still be difficult to break through. Let nature take its course, Feng Wuchen sighed and sat down cross-legged to cultivate the ancient chaos mantra. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Feng Wuchen had already spent more than 2 months cultivating in the God Ring. During the process of cultivating the ancient chaos mantra, Feng Wuchen's foundation was already very firm. With the help of the heaven-defying divine pearl, Feng Wuchen's cultivation level soared to the 7th level of Chaotic God Emperor realm. He wasn't far from breaking through to Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerate. After all, Feng Wuchen still had a part of the Heaven Path Divine Flame that had yet to be refined. 7th level of Chaotic God Emperor realm, this power is very strong. Feng Wuchen smiled with satisfaction. The heaven-defying Divine Pearl had never disappointed him. With his cultivation level reaching the 7th level of Chaotic God Emperor realm, Feng Wuchen was absolutely invincible below the Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerate. He was so strong that he could be ranked among the top experts. Master, with your current strength, you should be able to fight against a 1st-level Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerate, right? Nian Luan asked through voice transmission. You underestimate the power of the Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerate. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, unless I use the primordial divine power, with my current strength, I can only defeat a 9th-level Chaotic God Emperor. I can't fight against the Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerate even if I have a Chaos Divine weapon, except for the Divine Eye. No matter how strong a Chaotic God Emperor was, he couldn't surpass the Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerate. The gap between the two was as big as heaven and earth. It was impossible to compare. Primordial Source, now that you have strengthened the Ancestor of Soul Power, it should be able to surpass the Primal Chaos Spirit, right? Feng Wuchen asked. The Primordial Divine Power and the Ancestor of Soul Power had been activated at the same time. It should be enough. A respectful voice came from the Primordial Source. I hope it can surpass the Primal Chaos Spirit. It's about to start. Feng Wuchen's face revealed an excited smile, and he was looking forward to it. Once the Ancestor of Soul Power surpassed the Primal Chaos Spirit, then Feng Wuchen would be its father. Under Feng Wuchen's control, the Primordial Divine Power strengthened the Ancestor of Soul Power again. Just as the Primordial Source said, as Feng Wuchen's cultivation level increased, the Ancestor of Soul Power could be strengthened again. In a mysterious space. Xianxia, 7 days have passed. It's time to make a move, right? Monster Kuan Old Ancestor asked through voice transmission. I can't sense Feng Wuchen's soul power. He hasn't appeared yet. Xianxia transmitted. Even if Feng Wuchen could completely hide his aura, he wouldn't be able to escape the senses of the Primal Chaos Spirit. Xianxia's Primal Chaos Spirit could sense the soul power of all the alchemists in the Primal Chaos realm, and could cover every corner of the Primal Chaos realm. As long as Feng Wuchen appeared, Xianxia would be able to sense it immediately. Feng Wuchen was still strengthening the Ancestor of Soul Power in the God Ring, so Xianxia naturally couldn't sense it. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. Under Feng Wuchen's crazy strengthening of the Ancestor of Soul Power, the Ancestor of Soul Power had already surpassed the Primal Chaos Spirit. It surpassed. Feeling the incomparably tyrannical Ancestor of Soul Power, Feng Wuchen laughed in ecstasy. Very tyrannical soul power. This aura has already surpassed the Primal Chaos Spirit. Congratulations, Master. How could Long Xinjian and the others congratulate him? That old thing Xianxia better not appear in front of me, or else she'll be dead. Feng Wuchen sneered. He couldn't wait to find Xianxia for revenge. Feng Wuchen could imagine what kind of spectacular scene it would be if he met Xianxia. An alchemist who has surpassed the Sovereign God realm? I'll let you see the power of a Primal Chaos Emperor realm alchemist. Feng Wuchen sneered. He was getting more and more excited. Feng Wuchen, Protector Xianlu sent a message, someone has ascended. Just as Feng Wuchen was getting excited, the Primal Chaos Xian Fire Beast's voice came. Wife and the others have ascended. Feng Wuchen was instantly overjoyed. He immediately left the God Ring. Primal Chaos Xian Fire Beast, thank you. Feng Wuchen directly turned into a golden flash and left. 7th level Primal Chaos God Emperor? The Primal Chaos Xian Fire Beast was stunned, its huge eyes bulging. Didn't the young Hall Master just cultivate in seclusion for 7 days? Even if he has 10 times the space ring, it's impossible to break through the 5th level of cultivation, right? The War God Guards and strange beasts were also stunned. They were almost scared to death. Feng Wuchen's speed was extremely terrifying. He disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Wife's aura. Haha. Feng Wuchen couldn't help but laugh. Yao Kuan Old Ancestor, Feng Wuchen has appeared. Xian Daoshan suddenly opened his eyes. He had already sensed Feng Wuchen's soul power. I'm coming. Yao Kuan old ancestor's excited voice came. What's going on with Feng Wuchen's soul power? How did it become so powerful? Did I see wrongly? Xian Daoshan frowned, but he didn't think too much about it. After all, the primal chaos spirit was the most powerful. The Chaos Realm Gate. Looking at the people coming out of the Chaos Realm Gate one by one, Protector Xianlu was stunned again. The previous ascension of 100 Supremes was enough to shock him. However, this time, hundreds of people ascended one after another. Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, and the rest of the younger generation, Emperor Yi Jun, Ao Feng, Lai Feng, White Tiger, and the other Dragon Soul War Gods, Jian Chou, Yi Qingyu, and the other Dragon Soul Venerables, Ancient Sorcerer Emperor, Nalan Gong, and the younger brother of the Chaos Mystical Fire Beast, Qing Xian Turtle. Protector Xianlu was so shocked that he almost had a heart attack. The shock in his heart was indescribable. Panga Realm is too terrifying. There are hundreds of people ascending this time. Protector Xianlu was extremely shocked. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Not only Protector Xianlu, but many cultivators near the Chaos Realm Gate were also attracted by the ascension of Ling Xiaoxiao and the others. All of them were shocked and in disbelief. They all came out of the Chaos Realm Gate, and Protector Xianlu personally welcomed them. Who are they? I heard that someone just came out of the Chaos Realm Gate not long ago. It seems that they ascended from the lower world. Could it be that they also ascended from the lower realm? But how can so many people ascend at once? This is impossible, right? The onlooking cultivators widened their eyes and talked about it. Ling Xiaoxiao and Lu Qingyang, who had ascended to the Chaos Realm, were full of excitement and curiosity. We finally ascended to the Chaos Realm. Haha. Beta Yan laughed excitedly. Is this the Chaos Realm? The spirit chi here is hundreds of times more powerful than the Panga Realm. It's terrifying. Tianqing was excited and shocked. As expected of the Chaos Realm. It's too powerful. Dragon Emperor smiled happily. If it weren't for Brother Feng, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to ascend to the Chaos Realm in this lifetime. It's all thanks to the treasures from the Chaos Realm that the Lord gave us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have ascended so quickly. White Tiger smiled excitedly. Ancient Sorcerer Emperor smiled happily. I didn't dare to ascend to the Chaos Realm before. Where's Brother Feng? Why don't I see him? Lin Yu asked anxiously. Xiaoxiao, who is he? His aura is very terrifying. Is he here to pick us up? Shan Tong asked doubtfully, sizing up Protector Xianlu. Yes, Big Brother Shan Tong. He is the Xianlu protector of the Chaos Temple. My husband is on his way here. Please wait for a moment, Ling Xiaoxiao said with a happy smile. Young madam, please wait a moment. Young master will be here soon, Protector Xianlu said respectfully. He could tell that Ling Xiaoxiao was Feng Wuchen's wife. These hundreds of people were Feng Wuchen's men. Wife. At this moment, Feng Wuchen's excited shout came from the distant void. My husband is here. Ling Xiaoxiao was filled with joy. Her face was filled with a sweet smile, and her beautiful eyes were moist. Brother Feng. Young master. Alliance master. Master. Teacher. High Lord. Hundreds of people raised their heads to look at the void and shouted excitedly. Protector Xianlu was once again dumbfounded by the way they addressed him. Whoosh! A golden flash burst out and instantly appeared in front of Ling Xiaoxiao and the others. It was Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen anxiously hugged Ling Xiaoxiao into his arms and spun in circles excitedly. He smiled happily and said, Wife, you have finally ascended. Husband, slow down, Ling Xiaoxiao said with a happy smile. Everyone looked at him enviously. Long Xiaoyang smiled helplessly and said, Brother Feng, you really don't care about our feelings. Jian Chou curled his lips and said, Of course. Can't you see that we are all here? That's because you don't want to find one. Shan Tong added. The Dragon Emperor shrugged and said with a smile, I'm not envious. My mother forced me to see many girls in the past. I'm scared now. Mo Shantian smiled and said, in that case, you will be alone for the rest of your life. Then you will look at us with envy. Haha. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Big brother Feng, I want a hug too. Lu Qingyang shouted excitedly and rushed forward. Get lost. Feng Wuchen kicked out and said, Protector Xian Lu, hug him. Huh? Protector Xian Lu looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. He was dumbfounded. Should he hug or not? Lu Qingyang looked at Protector Xian Lu awkwardly and said, Protector Xian Lu, there's no need for that, right? Protector Xian Lu also smiled awkwardly and didn't know what to say. Haha. Everyone laughed again. The 3 primogenitors didn't ascend? Feng Wuchen asked. He didn't see Long Shihun and the others. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled happily and said, Husband, the 3 primogenitors need to take care of the dragon gods. They don't plan to ascend too early. They even said that they haven't spent enough time in the Panga realm. Qiu Tian, where are your grandfather and the others? Feng Wuchen looked at Qiu Tian and asked. Reporting to Honorable Lord, they don't plan to ascend either. Qiu Tian respectfully replied. Jian Chou then said respectfully, Honorable Lord, Lu Wuhan went back to find his fiancée. They might be getting married soon. He told me to inform Honorable Lord. I see. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Qingyang, Qingqing, it's time for you two to get married. Big brother Feng, we'll get married when Qingqing agrees. My father and the others are waiting anxiously. Lu Qingyang smiled. I didn't agree to marry you. Miao Qingqing rolled her eyes at Lu Qingyang. You guys should hurry. Feng Wuchen looked at Long Xiaoyang and the others and said with a smile. Honorable Lord, recently Brother Qiu Tian and Shui. Gue Su suddenly opened his mouth, but before he could finish, Qiu Tian covered his mouth. Gue Su, shut up. Qiu Tian scolded in a low voice. He's very close to Shui Yuner. Yanhu laughed loudly. Shui Yuner? Feng Wuchen was stunned and smiled in surprise. Qiu Tian, not bad. Shui Yuner is indeed not bad. She's kind and beautiful. Has she ascended? Qiu Tian blushed and said respectfully, Honorable Lord, she's still in the ancient immortal world. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled and said, Husband, you don't know this, but Qiu Tian often returns to the ancient immortal world. Qiu Tian's face instantly turned red to his neck. It was boiling hot. Everyone laughed heartily again. Seeing Feng Wuchen talking and laughing happily with everyone, Protector Xian Lu was shocked. Aren't they the young lord's subordinates? Why are they talking and laughing like friends? Everyone, follow me back to the Pangu Immortal Abode and choose someone to be the Abode Lord. None of the 100 Supremes are willing to be the Abode Lord, so I can only choose from you. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Husband, is there still a need to choose? The Myriad World Pavilion Lord is the most suitable. Ling Xiaoxiao quickly said. Xiaoxiao is right. The Myriad World Pavilion Lord is in charge of the entire Pangu Immortal World. He's the most qualified. Miao Qingqing nodded. Feng Wuchen's eyes lit up. He looked at the Myriad World Emperor and smiled happily. Myriad World Pavilion Lord, I'll leave the Pangu Immortal Abode to you. The Myriad World Emperor was shocked. I've just ascended to the chaotic world. How can such a good thing happen? Master, if the position of Pangu Immortal Mansion Master is given to the Pavilion Master, then what about you? Great Emperor Danfeng asked doubtfully. Great Emperor Danfeng, we are Dragon Soul. Lu Qingyang smiled and said, Big Brother Feng prepared the Pangu Immortal Mansion for you. Yi Tianwei smiled and said, Of course the Dragon Soul is in the Dragon Temple. The Dragon Temple has not been built yet. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Let's go back to the Pangu Immortal Mansion first. With that, Feng Wuchen was about to take Ling Xiaoxiao's hand and fly away. But at this moment, Feng Wuchen suddenly noticed something. That feeling disappeared in a flash. His gaze saw a shadow that disappeared strangely in the distance. Feng Wuchen was not even sure if it was a human figure. In short, a trace of uneasiness surged in his heart. Husband, what's wrong? Ling Xiaoxiao asked, seeming to have realized something. Nothing, let's go. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and thought to himself, is it an illusion? Protector Xianlu and Lu Qingyang did not notice anything wrong. But just as Feng Wuchen flew a few meters away with Ling Xiaoxiao, a strong sense of danger instantly surged in Feng Wuchen's heart. Boom, puff, with a sudden explosion, Feng Wuchen spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew out like a cannonball. It was too sudden. No one could react. Feng Wuchen himself did not react. Even if he sensed the danger, it was too late. For a moment, Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, and the others seemed to have been immobilized. Everyone was petrified. The laughter and cheers also disappeared at that moment. Husband. Big brother Feng. Lord. Young master. The dead space, in just a moment, exploded. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others seemed to scream in panic. No one expected such a thing to happen so suddenly. Little girl, don't worry. Feng Wuchen is not dead yet. Monster Kuan old ancestor sneered. Ling Xiaoxiao's face shook. She turned to look at Monster Kuan old ancestor, who attacked. You old bastard. Lu Qingyang was furious and scolded Monster Kuan old ancestor. Don't attack, this person is very powerful. Protector Xianlu quickly stopped him and sent a message to the chaotic mystical fire beast. I'll go check on teacher's condition. Zhang Junlan hurriedly said and was about to dash out. A tyrannical and terrifying aura burst out. The monster Kuan old ancestor sneered, if anyone dares to make a move, I will kill them. The myriad world's great emperor immediately stopped Zhang Junlan and said solemnly, don't act recklessly. Emperor Yi Jun's lord, his eyes, he lord, Yi, Feng, his Yi, the lord, his. You are not qualified to know. Patriarch Yao Kuan sneered. Master Feng, bang, puff, with that, monster Kuan ancestor dashed out. Another explosion sounded. Feng Wuchen spat out blood again and fell into the mountain below. Monster Kuan ancestor had attacked personally. In just 2 attacks, Feng Wuchen was severely injured. And this was just a casual attack. With Monster Kuan ancestor's power, he could easily injure an honorable god expert. Moreover, Feng Wuchen was just a 7th-level chaotic god emperor. Xian Daoshan, it's your turn. No matter how fast this kid recovers, it's too late. Monster Kuan ancestor smiled and appeared in front of Feng Wuchen. At this moment, Xian Daoshan appeared in front of the severely injured Feng Wuchen. I knew it was related to you. Feng Wuchen said weakly. He recognized Xian Daoshan through his blurry eyes. Feng Wuchen, I'll take care of your powerful body and soul. Xian Daoshan said coldly. The overbearing chaotic soul exploded and tried to injure Feng Wuchen's soul. Feng Wuchen sneered, is that so? Alchemist. What an overbearing soul power. It's even scarier than teacher's ancestor of soul power. Zhang Junlan and the great emperor of ancient sorcery exclaimed at the same time. They immediately looked down in shock. What? Everyone's expression changed. His soul power was stronger than Feng Wuchen's. How was Feng Wuchen going to resist? Emperor Danfeng said in shock. What is he trying to do to teacher? No. Stop. Zhang Junlan roared. Ling Xiaoxiao also shouted in grief and indignation, stop. Roar. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar came from the void. A domineering and terrifying aura swept out wildly with an earth-shattering might. The sudden terrifying pressure immediately gave Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest a big fright. Big brother. Qing Xian Turtle was overjoyed and said excitedly, don't worry, it's my big brother, the chaotic mysterious fire beast. The primordial strange beast of the chaos realm. A huge primordial fire beast charged over. It was overbearing and domineering. Monster Kuan old ancestor. Xian Daoshan. I didn't expect it to be you. You really want to snatch the primordial divine power. The chaotic mysterious fire beast roared. Its terrifying aura locked onto Monster Kuan old ancestor and Xian Daoshan. I'll leave Feng Wuchen to you. Leave the chaotic mysterious fire beast to me. Ancestor Monster Kuan sneered coldly. Soon after, he waved his hand and set up a huge and terrifying barrier. His figure slowly floated into the sky and sneered, chaotic mysterious fire beast, you are no match for me. Feng Wuchen, you can't touch him. Overbearing primordial divine power burst out. Cold and bloodthirsty killing intent spread out. The chaotic mysterious fire beast pounced towards Monster Kuan Old Ancestor. The chaotic mysterious fire beast's primordial divine power seems to be stronger than other primordial divine powers. I can feel a dangerous aura. Monster Kuan Old Ancestor was surprised. Monster Kuan Old Ancestor didn't think too much about it. After all, the chaotic mysterious fire beast was only in the sovereign god realm. Monster Kuan Old Ancestor didn't put it in his eyes. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the primal chaos celestial fire beast unleashed its ferocious attacks, causing deafening explosions to ring out incessantly. A series of devastating energy ripples swept out wildly as well. The ancient primal chaos mantra was deployed as well. However, it was still unable to shake the old master Monster Kuan in the slightest. All of the chaotic mysterious fire beast's attacks were easily blocked by Monster Kuan Old Ancestor. The difference in strength is too big. My attacks are useless. Emperor Wanxi frowned. How can this be? Big Brother is very strong. There aren't many people in the chaos world who are a match for Big Brother. Xianxia was shocked. He couldn't believe it. There aren't many people in the chaos world who are a match for the honorable guardians. However, their strength has surpassed the honorable god realm. They aren't from the chaos world. Their goal is to snatch young master's primordial divine power. Xianlu Guardian said solemnly. What? They aren't from the chaos world? Surpassing the honorable god realm? Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were shocked. With such terrifying strength, who could deal with them? The chaotic mysterious fire beast's speed and strength were suppressed by Monster Kuan Old Ancestor. He couldn't do anything to Monster Kuan Old Ancestor. Not to mention injuring Monster Kuan Old Ancestor, his terrifying divine power was forcefully dissolved the moment it got close to him. Chaos Xian Fire Beast, is that all you've got? Monster Kuan Old Ancestor sneered in disdain, your attack is nothing to me. You've disappointed me. Monster Kuan Old Ancestor's strength has already surpassed that of a supreme god. I can't defeat him. The barrier he set up is terrifying. The primal chaos ancestor dragon and the others can't enter. I can't let Xian Daoshan take the primordial divine power. I must stop him. Chaos Xian Fire Beast thought to himself. He couldn't win if he fought head-on. He had to save Feng Wuchen first. Thinking of this, Chaos Xian Fire Beast immediately used his movement skill. His huge body suddenly disappeared. Even if he wasn't a match for Xian Daoshan, he had to stop him even if he had to risk his life. Otherwise, if the primordial divine power was taken away, everything would be over. Monster Kuan Old Ancestor sneered and his figure disappeared mysteriously. In the next second, Monster Kuan Old Ancestor sent Chaos Xian Fire Beast flying. Chaos Xian Fire Beast, you have to go through me if you want to save Feng Wuchen. Monster Kuan Old Ancestor sneered arrogantly. Chaos Xian Fire Beast's face was hideous and he disappeared again. Shoo shoo shoo. However, it was impossible for Chaos Xian Fire Beast to save Feng Wuchen. No matter how Chaos Xian Fire Beast flashed, he was stopped by Monster Kuan Old Ancestor. Monster Kuan Old Ancestor seemed to be able to predict Chaos Xian Fire Beast's next move. What terrifying speed! As expected of an expert from the Heavenly Tao. He seems to have seen through me. Chaos Xian Fire Beast frowned and his expression was solemn. However, you can't save Feng Wuchen in front of me. Monster Kuan Old Ancestor sneered. He didn't take Chaos Xian Fire Beast seriously. Looking at the severely injured Feng Wuchen, Chaos Xian Fire Beast was anxious. However, he couldn't do anything to Monster Kuan Old Ancestor even if he tried his best. Chaos Xian Fire Beast can't defeat him. What should we do? My lord is severely injured. He can't fight back. Everyone, think of something. Ling Xiaoxiao and Lu Qingyang were anxious but they couldn't do anything. The enemy was too powerful. They couldn't deal with him. Feng Wuchen. If you're not dead, then get up. I can't save you now. The primal chaos mystical fire beast shouted. Stop shouting, you just need to stall this old thing. The profound Tao God won't be able to steal my ancient God power. Feng Wuchen's voice came over. Hearing Feng Wuchen's voice transmission, the chaotic mysterious fire beast instantly felt relieved. Feng Wuchen, do you have a way to deal with Xianxia? His primal chaos soul can suppress your soul power. The primal chaos mystical fire beast asked. Don't worry. Feng Wuchen sent a sound transmission. This old thing came here to throw away his life. I don't plan on letting him leave alive. At this moment, Xianxia released a tyrannical primal chaos soul and crazily rushed into Feng Wuchen's body. Feng Wuchen, in front of my chaos soul, your soul power is powerless. If your soul body is damaged, you will be powerless. Xianxia sneered. However, before Xianxia could be happy for long, his old face suddenly changed. What's going on? My primal chaos soul has been blocked. How is this possible? Xianxia's old face was shocked, he could not believe it. The primal chaos soul was the strongest soul power in the primal chaos realm, it could suppress all soul power, how could it be blocked? Wait, what's going on with Feng Wuchen's soul power? Why did it suddenly become stronger? It can actually block the primal chaos soul. Xianxia was even more shocked. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Xianxia shook his head in shock. Half a month ago, Xianxia used the primal chaos soul to heavily injure Feng Wuchen's soul body and forcefully suppress Feng Wuchen's ancestor of soul power. But now, Feng Wuchen's soul power was able to block the primal chaos soul. It was only half a month, how could Xianxia accept this? Xianxia's soul power, it can still be blocked. Zhang Junlan suddenly said, staring at Feng Wuchen. That's right. It was indeed blocked. Great Emperor Danfeng exclaimed. What's going on? His soul power is stronger than senior brother's soul power. Great Emperor Gu Wu and Great Emperor Tianlin were shocked and confused, they had no idea what was going on. Xianxia, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and attack. Monster Kuan old ancestor's voice suddenly came. Humph. Xianxia. If you dare to touch Feng Wuchen, I will not forgive you. Primal Chaos Xian Fire Beast roared, pretending to want to save Feng Wuchen, he kept using his movement technique to delay Monster Kuan old ancestor. What's going on? Aren't you going to heavily injure my soul body? Why aren't you attacking? I can't wait any longer. Feng Wuchen's weak sneer sounded. What's going on with your soul power? Why did it suddenly become so strong? Xianxia asked gloomily, staring at Feng Wuchen fiercely. Strong? Feng Wuchen sneered, let me show you something even stronger. With a thought, an even more tyrannical soul power burst out and devoured Xianxia's primal chaos soul. What? Xianxia was shocked, his old face was filled with extreme fear. Feng Wuchen's soul power could devour primal chaos soul, what's going on? Did primal chaos soul become weaker? Xianxia didn't have time to think, he quickly used primal chaos soul to resist. Xianxia's soul power was devoured by teacher's soul power. Zhang Junlan exclaimed again. How is this possible? Great Emperor Danfeng and the others widened their eyes in shock. Devouring? Lu Qingyang was overjoyed, he laughed excitedly, Big Brother Feng, teach this old thing a lesson. Brother Feng, devour all of his soul power. Shan Tong roared. Ling Xiaoxiao shouted, that's right. Husband. Devour all of his soul force. What's going on? Xianxia can't do anything to Feng Wuchen? His soul power was devoured? Monster Kuan old ancestor frowned, he looked at Xianxia. Monster Kuan old ancestor was not an alchemist, he naturally couldn't tell. Old thing. I was just wondering when I would meet you, but you delivered yourself to me. Feng Wuchen sneered, his eyes filled with murderous intent. This is impossible. Your soul power can't be this strong. It can't be stronger than primal chaos soul. Xianxia shouted in panic. Pooh. Under primal chaos soul's devouring and suppression, Xianxia could no longer bear it, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Xianxia is injured. His soul body is heavily injured. Zhang Junlan and the other alchemists exclaimed again, they were both shocked and excited. What? Monster Kuan ancestor's expression changed drastically when he saw this. Monster Kuan old ancestor, do it quickly. Feng Wuchen is devouring my primal chaos soul. Hurry! Xian Daoshan shouted in panic, his heart filled with fear. Monster Kuan old ancestor? Feng Wuchen grinned coldly, he raised his head and looked at Monster Kuan old ancestor. What a terrifying gaze. Yao Kuan old ancestor's heart trembled. The moment he met Feng Wuchen's gaze, Yao Kuan old ancestor felt as if he was struck by lightning. A strong sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. Yao Kuan old ancestor could already feel a strong sense of danger. Yao Kuan old ancestor hadn't felt this for many years. While Feng Wuchen was suppressing Xian Daoshan's chaotic spirit, Feng Wuchen's injuries were quickly recovering with the help of the Eternal Realm. You want to save Xian Daoshan? If you want to save him, you have to be quick. I'm currently devouring his chaos soul. My alchemist realm is improving very quickly. I might be able to break through to the Chaos God Emperor realm soon, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. The overbearing ancestor of soul power was crazily devouring the chaotic spirit and suppressing it. Xian Daoshan's soul was severely injured. Feng Wuchen's alchemist realm was also rising crazily because of the chaotic spirit. Feng Wuchen! Stop it! Stop! Xian Daoshan shouted in panic. He tried his best to resist but to no avail. Xian Daoshan was so regretful that his intestines turned green. If this continued, Xian Daoshan's soul would definitely shatter. What awaited him was his soul being destroyed. Yao Kuan old ancestor, do it quickly. If you don't hurry, it will be too late. Xian Daoshan roared in fear. Feng Wuchen sneered in disdain, you from the heavenly Tao, are you so afraid of death? Feng Wuchen's injuries were still recovering quickly. If Yao Kuan old ancestor attacked now, he might have a chance. The chaotic Xian fire beast laughed, Feng Wuchen, you are really something. I didn't expect your soul power to surpass the chaotic spirit. Well done. Feng Wuchen looked at Zhang Junlan and said, Little Zhang, come and devour his chaos soul origin. In the future, this soul power will belong to you. Yes. Teacher. Zhang Junlan was ecstatic and immediately flashed down. Was there a need to be so surprised? Was there a need to be so surprised? He had just ascended to the chaotic realm and he had already obtained such a domineering and terrifying chaos soul. Under Feng Wuchen's suppression, Xian Daoshan was already heavily injured and unable to resist. Zhang Junlan could boldly devour the chaos soul's origin. Zhang Junlan madly devoured, and his alchemist realm also soared rapidly. Little Zhang's soul power is improving so quickly. His alchemy realm is also improving. Great Emperor Danfeng and Great Emperor Ancient Shaman were envious. This was the strongest soul power in the primal chaos realm. Stinking brat! How dare you devour my chaos soul? Stop! Xian Daoshan roared madly. Zhang Junlan sneered, old thing, you dared to provoke teacher. It's hard to say if you can survive today. Demon Kuan old ancestor, hurry up and attack. Xian Daoshan roared in despair. Xian Daoshan, you should have warned me earlier. It's too late now. Demon Kuan old ancestor transmitted. If Xian Daoshan had told Demon Kuan old ancestor the moment he realized something was wrong, he might still be able to make it. Demon Kuan old ancestor didn't dare to attack. He wasn't blind. Feng Wuchen's injuries had mostly recovered. Even if Demon Kuan old ancestor attacked now, it would be too late. Not only would he not be able to save Xian Daoshan, but he would also be suppressed by Feng Wuchen's primordial god force. Demon Kuan old ancestor couldn't even protect himself now. Feng Wuchen sneered, seems like he doesn't dare to save you. Xian Daoshan, no matter who comes today, they won't be able to save you. Whether I kill you or not depends on my mood. Feng Wuchen, stop. I know I was wrong. Please give me a chance. Xian Daoshan begged in fear. He was truly afraid. It wasn't easy to reach such a realm. Give you a chance? Feng Wuchen sneered in disdain, Xian Daoshan, if my soul power hadn't become stronger, what do you think would have happened to me? When you first injured my soul, you were already destined to die in my hands. In my eyes, you have already lost the right to live. Xian Daoshan's aura was getting weaker and weaker. Xian Daoshan was very clear that he was completely done for. Xian Daoshan, I can't do anything. Demon Kuan old ancestor transmitted and was about to leave. Demon Kuan old ancestor, you want to leave after injuring me? Isn't that too easy? Am I, Feng Wuchen, so easy to bully? Feng Wuchen's bone-chilling voice rang out. Demon Kuan old ancestor trembled in fear. He wasn't afraid of Feng Wuchen. He was afraid of the primordial god force. In front of the primordial god force, no matter how strong Demon Kuan old ancestor was, it was useless. Feng Wuchen, I am indeed afraid of your primordial god force. But if I want to leave, I'm afraid you can't stop me. Demon Kuan old ancestor said fiercely, suppressing the fear in his heart. Demon Kuan old ancestor's strength was terrifying. He indeed had the power to say this. You are right. If you want to leave, I might not be able to stop you. Feng Wuchen said coldly, but if you stay, you might have a chance to live in the future. If you leave now, the next time I see you, you will die. If you don't believe me, you can try. It was a naked threat. He didn't put Demon Kuan old ancestor in his eyes. What do you want? Demon Kuan old ancestor asked with a frown. He was really threatened by Feng Wuchen. Let me deal with Xianxia first. Feng Wuchen sneered and said, to be honest, I can deal with you now. In front of the primordial god force, you can't leave even if you want to. If you want to live, don't move. You. Demon Kuan old ancestor was about to explode. His old face was hideous, but he couldn't do anything to Feng Wuchen. Teacher, I have completely devoured his soul force origin. I feel that I have broken through to the alchemist realm. Zhang Junlan said excitedly. Primal Chaos Heaven Monarch Realm Alchemist. Feng Wuchen smiled happily and said, you have broken through 2 realms. Very good. Go back and refine it. What? He broke through 2 major realms? This can't be real, right? Zhang Junlan's eyes widened. His heart was in turmoil. What kind of soul force is so terrifying? It can let old Zhang break through 2 realms in an instant. Lu Qingyang and the others also widened their eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? Ancient Shaman Great Emperor and the others were shocked. Wasn't it too easy for an alchemist to break through? Xian Daoshan, do you have any last words? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. He looked at Xian Daoshan as if he was looking at a dead man. Kill me if you want. Xian Daoshan said weakly. He had already given up resisting. His chaos soul had been completely devoured. In addition, his soul body was severely damaged. In this situation, he had no chance of surviving. Then be on your way. Feng Wuchen sneered and said, if you have a next life, don't provoke me. Unfortunately, you don't have a next life. Your soul will scatter. The ancestor of soul force fiercely attacked Xian Daoshan's soul. Xian Daoshan's soul was already heavily injured, so the ancestor of soul force's attack mercilessly shattered it. After the soul is destroyed, there will be no more Xian Daoshan in this world. Feng Wuchen sneered. Xian Daoshan didn't react. He slowly closed his eyes and waited for death. It was impossible for him to beg for mercy. Not long after, the broken soul body dissipated. Xian Daoshan's aura gradually disappeared. Husband, his aura has disappeared, Ling Xiaoxiao said. This meant that Xian Daoshan was dead. Feng Wuchen smiled. Before you ascended, this old bastard used the primal chaos soul to heavily injure my soul, forcing me to self-destruct and revive. This time, he attacked again, so he must die. Feng Wuchen, well done. The primal chaos profound flame beast laughed. An expert stronger than a sovereign has been killed by Big Brother Feng. This will definitely shake the entire primal chaos world. Lu Qingyang laughed excitedly. Sovereign. Good job. Big Dipper Flame and Yi Tianwei roared angrily. In their eyes, Xian Daoshan was courting death. Xian Daoshan is dead. The monster Kuan forefather was terrified. Xian Daoshan was definitely the first heavenly Dao expert to die at the hands of someone from the primal chaos world. Feng Wuchen is too terrifying. We can't provoke him. The monster Kuan forefather was even more terrified. He was filled with dread for Feng Wuchen. Xian Daoshan's strength was terrifying. In a life and death battle, the monster Kuan forefather might not be his match. But such a terrifying existence was like an ant in front of Feng Wuchen. He could kill him with a flip of his hand. Oh? Just as Xian Daoshen's soul dissipated, Feng Wuchen seemed to sense something and frowned. Teacher, Xian Daoshen's soul. Zhang Junlan suddenly exclaimed. He had also sensed something. His soul suddenly disappeared. The ancient shaman Great Emperor and Great Emperor Danfeng exclaimed at the same time. His soul suddenly disappeared? The Chaos Mystical Fire Beast and Ling Xiaoxiao were stunned. They looked at Feng Wuchen in confusion. Seems like someone wants to save Xian Daoshen. Feng Wuchen smiled. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, the monster Kuan ancestor frowned and thought to himself, who could it be? Husband, are there more powerful alchemists in the primal chaos world? Ling Xiaoxiao asked with a frown. One must know that Xian Daoshen was an alchemist who had surpassed the supremacy realm. Feng Wuchen shook his head and smiled, I don't know either. I can't sense this person's soul power, but the person who can save Xian Daoshen is either an alchemist or someone from the heavenly Tao. Master, it must be someone from the heavenly Tao, the divine, I said respectfully. Are you sure? Feng Wuchen asked in surprise. Among the heavenly Tao experts in the primal chaos world, only Xian Daoshen is an alchemist. No one else has the ability to save him. The divine, I said respectfully. Forget it. No matter who it is, we can't stop him from saving us. If Xian Daoshen really revives, I will kill him again if he dares to attack again. Feng Wuchen shrugged. With that, Feng Wuchen took off Xian Daoshen's storage ring. Looking at the exquisite storage ring, Feng Wuchen said with a smile, ancient chaos divine weapon. Xian Daoshen is an alchemist from the heavenly Tao. The treasure inside will definitely satisfy me. This should be the most powerful one among the spoils of war that Feng Wuchen had obtained. Pung. With a thought, the black fire was activated and devoured Xian Daoshen's corpse, turning it into ashes. Big brother Feng, how do you plan to deal with that old thing? Lu Qingyang asked and lifted his chin at Demon Kuan Old Ancestor. Feng Wuchen looked at Demon Kuan Old Ancestor. Before Feng Wuchen could speak, Demon Kuan Old Ancestor said, Feng Wuchen, if you want me to submit to you, you should give up. Don't worry, you are not qualified to be my subordinate. Feng Wuchen sneered, in my eyes, you are not even comparable to my dragon soul. Even if you submit to me, I will not put you in an important position. You. Demon Kuan Old Ancestor exploded with anger. His old face was as ferocious as a tiger. As a heavenly Tao expert, Feng Wuchen dared to belittle him as if he was worthless. However, Demon Kuan Old Ancestor did not dare to flare up. He could only suppress his anger. Demon Kuan Old Ancestor, I want to know what happened back then. You should be very clear about it, right? As long as you answer my question honestly, I will write off the matter of you seriously injuring me. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. What happened back then? Demon Kuan Old Ancestor frowned, not knowing what Feng Wuchen wanted to ask. That's right. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, you are from the heavenly Tao. You should be very clear about what happened in the primal chaos realm back then. It might be related to you. What do you want to know? Demon Kuan Old Ancestor frowned and asked. Straightforward. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. First question, how many heavenly Tao experts are there in the primal chaos realm? Excluding Xian Daoshen, there are 4. Demon Kuan Old Ancestor answered honestly. They also want to seize the primordial divine power? What is your relationship with the heavenly Tao ancestor? Feng Wuchen asked. I am not sure, but the primordial divine power is the strongest divine power. Everyone wants it. We only know the heavenly Tao ancestor and have no relationship with him. Demon Kuan Old Ancestor replied. Then it must be related to the dark forces? Feng Wuchen guessed. Xian Daoshen and I have no relationship with the dark forces of the primal chaos realm. Demon Kuan Old Ancestor replied. If Demon Kuan Old Ancestor and Xian Daoshen had no relationship with the dark forces, then the only ones who were related were the other 2 heavenly Tao experts. What's going on with the twin brother of the primal chaos mysterious fire beast? Since it is still alive, then there must be something hidden back then. Feng Wuchen asked again. Primal chaos mysterious fire beast looked at Demon Kuan Old Ancestor. Demon Kuan old ancestor glanced at Primal Chaos mysterious fire beast and frowned. Primal Chaos scarlet blood beast was born with Dao accumulation, so it was captured. Dao accumulation? Primal Chaos mysterious fire beast frowned. What is Dao accumulation? Ling Xiaoxiao and Lu Qingyang were puzzled. Aren't you from the heavenly Dao? Why do you need Dao accumulation? Feng Wuchen frowned and asked. Demon Kuan old ancestor replied, Dao accumulation can increase our cultivation. The stronger the Dao accumulation, the stronger our strength. Even if we are from the heavenly Dao, we still need Dao accumulation to increase our cultivation. Dao accumulation is extremely rare, even in the heavenly Dao. Who captured the Primal Chaos scarlet blood beast? Feng Wuchen asked. Heavenly old ancestor. Demon Kuan old ancestor replied. Heavenly old ancestor. Primal Chaos mysterious fire beast's face was extremely ferocious, and a terrifying murderous aura burst out. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, second question. Feng Wuchen, you have already asked a lot of questions. Demon Kuan old ancestor gritted his teeth and said angrily, as if he wanted to slap Feng Wuchen to death. If I say it's the second question, it's the second question. I have the final say now. Feng Wuchen sneered. End of chapter. Old ancestor monster Kuan's face was extremely ferocious. Only the heavens knew how furious he was right now. Old ancestor monster Kuan, you don't seem to be convinced. Feng Wuchen sneered as his primordial god power erupted. Once the primordial god power was unleashed, all other powers in the world would have to submit to it. Feeling the terrifying pressure of the primordial god power, old ancestor monster Kuan's face changed drastically. He was scared out of his wits as cold sweat poured down his back. His body trembled uncontrollably. Especially when the primordial god power's terrifying aura locked onto him, old ancestor monster Kuan felt as though he had fallen into the 18th level of hell. That feeling was too terrifying. Old ancestor monster Kuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva in fear and said with a trembling voice, You can ask whatever you want. Where is old ancestor Wutian? Feng Wuchen asked. In a space that he created himself. As for where exactly he is, I don't know. Old ancestor monster Kuan answered without hesitation. That's true. With such a strong cultivation, it's indeed not easy to find him if he wants to hide. Feng Wuchen nodded his head, feeling disappointed. It seemed like it was impossible to save those ancient beasts. Don't be afraid. This is the last question. After you answer it, you can leave. The grudge between you and me will be written off. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly as he retracted his primordial god power. Ask away. Old ancestor monster Kuan finally heaved a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the primordial god power would suddenly suppress him. Feng Wuchen looked at old ancestor monster Kuan and asked with a smile, How do I obtain Dao connotation? The existence of Dao connotation can only be sensed when one reaches a certain cultivation realm. Even an honorable god might not be able to sense the existence of Dao connotation. Old ancestor monster Kuan quickly replied. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded his head and smiled faintly, All right, you can leave now. Take it as I'm giving you a chance. I'll remove your barrier while I'm at it. If there's a next time, I won't let you off. Old ancestor monster Kuan immediately left, and the terrifying barrier disappeared with him. Big brother Feng, are you letting him go just like that? Lin Yu quickly asked. Let him live for a while. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Didn't I always say this in the past? When dealing with enemies, they have to die. As well. Feng Wuchen, do you have any countermeasures? The Chaos Mystical Fire Beast asked. In front of absolute strength, any countermeasures are nonsense. Increasing our strength is the most important thing. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. My wife, let's go. I'll bring you to the Pangu Immortal Abode to have a look, and then I'll bring you to the Primal Chaos Realm to have a look and understand it. SSS God Kuan. He-Man and US Ants. And Monster Leasts as well. He. And Monster. Was. Had est. Goddess God. Is. Is. Honorable ofs them. Young Master, how many forces are there in the primal chaos realm? Young master, how many people are there in the primal chaos realm? What are their names? In a mysterious space. Xianxia, whose soul had been scattered, had formed a new soul body in the mysterious space. This is... Xianxia was shocked. He was still alive. Xianxia. An old and ethereal voice sounded. Heavenly Way Ancestral Master. Xianxia frowned. He knew who it was from the voice. So Xianxia still remembers me. Heavenly Way Ancestral Master laughed. Xianxia looked at the endless space and asked, "You saved me?" "That's right. I did save you." Heavenly Way Ancestral Master smiled faintly. "Other than me, there's probably no one in the Chaos Realm who can save you. As for rebuilding your body, it's a piece of cake for you." "Why did you save me?" Xianxia asked. He didn't believe that Heavenly Way Ancestral Master did it out of sympathy. "Xianxia, do you know that you'll never exist after your soul is scattered? I saved you to give you a chance." Heavenly Way Ancestral Master smiled faintly. Xianxia frowned. "I knew it wasn't that simple." "What? Xianxia, you don't want to live?" "I saved you. Shouldn't you repay me?" Heavenly Way Ancestral Master smiled faintly. Xianxia was silent for a moment. He frowned and asked, "Tell me, how do you want me to repay you?" "My disciple is Jiu Xiandao Ancestor. Xianxia, you should know that I saved you because I want you to help me secretly. It's that simple." Heavenly Way Ancestral Master smiled faintly. "Steal the Master of all worlds?" Xianxia frowned. "How can this Seat's disciple lose to this ancestor's junior brother? Primal Chaos Ancestor has been the master of all worlds for so many years. It's time for a change." Heavenly Way Ancestral Master smiled faintly. "You just don't want to lose to Heavenly Way. Divine Ancestor? You want to interfere with Jiu Xiandao Ancestor's matters? Even if you take the Master of all worlds, it's not Jiu Xiandao Ancestor's true ability. Do you know how many innocent people will die?" Xianxia said in a low voice. "Heavenly Way Ancestral Master, this old thing, is playing with the lives of all the cultivators in the Chaos Realm." Xianxia thought. Since when did Xianxia care about the life and death of others? "You don't have to worry about that. You just need to promise me that you will help me secretly. You don't have to worry about anything else." Heavenly Way Ancestral Master smiled faintly. "I can promise you." Xianxia said, "However, you should know how terrifying Feng Wuchen's primordial god power and his soul force are. I don't need to tell you. If Jiu Xiandao Ancestor wants to deal with Primal Chaos Ancestor, Feng Wuchen will definitely interfere. I can't do anything to that brat. You should have seen it just now. I can't do anything to him even if I work together with Yakuan Ancestor. It's not that you can't do anything to Feng Wuchen, but that you missed the opportunity. Yakuan Ancestor is not an alchemist. If you had reminded him quickly, you might have had a chance to turn the situation around. Unfortunately, you didn't grasp the opportunity." Heavenly Way Ancestral Master smiled faintly. Primordial god power is indeed powerful, but it is not impossible to deal with Feng Wuchen. I just happened to see Feng Wuchen's wife and friends today. This is Feng Wuchen's weakness. Heavenly Way Ancestral Master, since you have already interfered, you don't plan to deal with Feng Wuchen personally? Xianxia frowned and asked. Why would this Ancestral Master need to personally take action to deal with a junior? Heavenly Way Ancestral Master smiled faintly. Jiu Xiandao Ancestor has already taken control of the dark forces and the witch is about to come out. The war is imminent. I hope Xianxia will be more careful. As soon as Heavenly Way Ancestral Master finished speaking, the space suddenly changed. Xianxia actually returned to his mysterious space. Feng Wuchen. Xianxia's old face instantly became gloomy. He gritted his teeth and angrily said, I will not forgive you. Everyone related to you, I want them to die. Feng Wuchen. This seat will let you know the consequences of angering this seat. Dragon God Supreme will continue to be updated on the website. There are no advertisements in the website. Please bookmark and recommend the website. If you like Dragon God Supreme, please bookmark. Dragon God Supreme's update speed is the fastest. 3 days later. In the main hall of the Pangu immortal abode, Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, and the rest of the younger generation were gathered in the main hall. Emperor Myriad World and Emperor Ancient Sorcerer were cultivating in seclusion. With the help of the ancient god energy, the heaven-defying divine orb, and many other treasures and elixirs, their cultivation would definitely soar by leaps and bounds. Big brother Feng, why did you call us here? We have to hurry up and cultivate. We can't let Emperor Myriad World and the rest surpass us. Lu Qingyang said anxiously. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Of course, it's to give you some good treasures. Treasures? Hearing these two words, everyone's eyes lit up. Young master, could it be the treasures in Xian Dao God's storage ring? Long Nidian guessed. Shan Tong smiled excitedly. Brother Feng, what treasures do you have? Take them out. They are the best treasures to raise cultivation. Shan Tong, you guessed it. Feng Wuchen looked at Shan Tong in surprise. Is it really a treasure that can increase one's cultivation? Everyone was shocked, and their expressions became more and more excited. Husband, what treasure is it? Ling Xiaoxiao asked anxiously. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. In these few days, you have roughly understood the chaos realm. But since you have just ascended, your cultivation is still very weak. So, I have to prepare some powerful treasures for you. Big brother Feng, don't keep us in suspense. Hurry up and tell us. You are making us anxious. Miao Qingqing said anxiously. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and set up the dragon god barrier in the main hall. Everyone quieted down and looked at Feng Wuchen expectantly. Feng Wuchen stretched out his hand and a wisp of golden energy appeared on his palm. It exuded an extremely pure energy. Ancient god energy origin. Everyone's shocked eyes fell on the primordial divine power origin. Everyone was shocked. Husband, what is this ancient god energy? Ling Xiaoxiao asked in shock. Her face was blank. What a domineering and pure primordial divine power. Emperor Yijun was astonished. Honorable Lord, could it be that you also relied on it to raise your cultivation base so quickly? Jian Chou asked in shock, his face petrified. Feng Wuchen laughed faintly, not entirely, but it is also very important. This is the source of the primordial god's power, and can be directly absorbed to raise one's cultivation. Although it is not as fast as the heaven-defying god bead, the effect is still very powerful. We can directly absorb it to increase our cultivation base? Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were instantly overjoyed. It was as if they had won the lottery. Feng Wuchen nodded and continued, the spatial rings of the myriad world's great emperor and the others only contain ancient god force. There isn't any ancient god force origin. After all, there aren't many treasures like this. As people of the dragon soul, you naturally have the priority to become stronger than them. I have prepared everything for you, but remember, the foundation is the most important. Thank you, brother Feng. Thank you, my lord. Everyone's excitement could no longer be described with words. Brother Feng, you didn't steal this treasure, did you? Long Xiaofeng asked. Haha. Feng Wuchen laughed and said, young master Xiaofeng is right. This treasure was stolen from Dao ancestor Jiao Xian. This is the primordial god's power that the heavenly Dao ancestor left to him. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian wanted to steal my primordial god's power, but in the end, I stole it instead. I will inject the primordial god's power into your spatial rings. Under the condition of stabilizing your foundation, you can increase your cultivation base at any time. The strengthening of the dragon's soul will depend on you. Next, Feng Wuchen injected the primordial god's power into the spatial rings of Ling Xiaoxiao and the others, and let them cultivate immediately. With powerful resources and sufficient time to cultivate, Feng Wuchen believed that Ling Xiaoxiao and the others' cultivation base would soar by leaps and bounds. I should also upgrade the Dragon God Sword to a chaotic divine artifact. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. With Feng Wuchen's current alchemist realm, upgrading a chaotic divine artifact was not difficult. Once the Dragon God Sword, the Divine Eye, and the Growth Ring were upgraded to the chaotic divine artifact level, Feng Wuchen's combat power would naturally be stronger. In a mysterious space, Xian Daoshan's body had been reformed, and the entire space was filled with an immeasurably terrifying divine power. Demon Ku, an old ancestor. Xianxia transmitted his voice. Xianxia? You're still alive? Demon Kuan old ancestor's shocked voice suddenly came. Xianxia transmitted his voice. It seems that Feng Wuchen did not kill you. Feng Wuchen only allowed me to answer a few questions. At that time, it was not that I did not want to help, but it was really too late. Demon Kuan old ancestor transmitted his voice. He was more or less worried that Xianxia would blame him. Demon Kuan old ancestor, you have some relationship with Heavenless old ancestor. Where is he? Xianxia transmitted his voice and asked. He did not seem to blame Demon Kuan old ancestor. Feng Wuchen also asked me the same question, but I did not tell him. Why are you looking for Heavenless old ancestor? Demon Kuan old ancestor asked curiously. Bring me there, and you will know when the time comes. Xianxia transmitted his voice. Dark world. Demon Kuan old ancestor and Xianxia appeared. Heavenless old ancestor has been cultivating in Aussie's dark world. However, in the dark forces, other than demon god old ancestor and Chiamo Laozu, no one knows of his existence. Demon Kuan old ancestor smiled faintly. Just as Demon Kuan old ancestor finished speaking, the two of them mysteriously disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in a dark domain. The domain was filled with a terrifying aura. Xianxia, long time no see. How have you been? An old laughter rang out. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, as expected of Heavenless old ancestor. Your cultivation is getting stronger and stronger. Your Tao has already surpassed me. Demon Kuan old ancestor smiled happily and said, Brother Heavenless, did I disturb your cultivation? Brother Demon Kuan, don't worry. I have already come out of seclusion. Heavenless old ancestor smiled faintly. As Heavenless old ancestor appeared, the dark domain suddenly lit up. This was a boundless space of the sea, with countless islands in it. Heavenless old ancestor was wearing a black robe. His hair and beard were white, and his face was skinny. He gave off a weak feeling. However, the aura he exuded was stronger than Xianxia and Demon Kuan old ancestor. Heavenless old ancestor's domain is quite special. Xianxia smiled faintly. Xianxia, why are you looking for me? Heavenless old ancestor smiled faintly. Obviously, he guessed that Xianxia was here for something. Demon Kuan old ancestor also looked at Xianxia. Heavenless ancestral master saved my life. I promised him to help Tao ancestor Jiuxian secretly. The person behind the dark forces is Heavenless old ancestor. This is why I am here. Xianxia said. Heavenless ancestral master saved you? Demon Kuan old ancestor's face was filled with shock. Old ancestor Wu Tian, with your strength, why are you willing to submit to the patriarch of the heavenly path? Xianxia was confused and asked, you should be strong enough to fight him. It's hard to say who will win. Why, the heavenless patriarch interjected before the legend of the profound Tao could finish, given my strength, I would never submit to the patriarch of the heavenly Tao. However, the patriarch of the heavenly Tao has issued the heavenly Tao order, so I have no choice but to help. Moreover, the master of the demonic god patriarch has some friendship with me. It can be considered as revenge for the demonic god patriarch. Heavenly Tao order? Xianxia expression changed. Heavenless ancestor said helplessly, even if I don't give face to the heavenly Tao patriarch, can I not give face to the heavenly Tao? Who asked the heavenly Tao token to be in the hands of the heavenly Tao founder? Looks like we've all become heavenly Tao patriarch's pawns. Xianxia's old face darkened. Heavenless ancestor smiled faintly. No matter what the result is, I will return to the heavenly law after the battle. I have the same idea. Monster Kuan old ancestor nodded. Xianxia said lightly, I've been cultivating in the chaos realm for so many years and my Tao accumulation hasn't improved much. It's time to go back. After all, the chaos realm isn't our world and the heavenly Tao divine ancestor isn't easy to deal with. However, before I go back, I have to find Feng Wuchen and take back my chaos soul. Moreover, I have to seize his soul energy and refine his soul so that he can't be resurrected. At the end of his speech, Xianxia uncontrollably released a terrifying killing intent. Feng Wuchen? Old ancestor Wu Tian frowned and said, Dao ancestor Jiao Xian has always wanted to seize Feng Wuchen's primordial divine power, but he failed. That kid is not easy to deal with. I don't know much about Feng Wuchen, but he has the godly power of the ancients, which means he's not to be underestimated. We can't afford to be careless when dealing with him. And don't forget, the Primal Chaos Patriarch and the other old fogies guarding the Primal Chaos Shrine haven't made a move yet because it's not necessary. Kuan Monster Ancestor snarled, this Feng Wuchen is indeed not easy to deal with. If it weren't for his primordial god force, I would have killed him long ago. Recalling the scene of Feng Wuchen behaving so arrogantly in front of him, Yao Kuan Old Ancestor was filled with anger. Let's wait and see. Heavenless Ancestor said solemnly, there are too many factors now, and Feng Wuchen is the biggest one. We can't be careless. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Xian Daoshen, we haven't seen each other for many years, let's have a good drink. Xian Daoshen smiled happily, all right. Pangu Immortal abode. In an hour, Feng Wuchen had successfully upgraded the Dragon God Sword, Divine Eye, Battle Armor, Growth Ring, and other treasures to Chaos Divine artifacts. Just from the powerful aura that it emanated, one could tell that it was extremely powerful. The Dragon God Sword has become dozens of times stronger, maybe even 100 times stronger. Thank you, Master. Long Xinjian said excitedly. Master, I can feel that the area where I can control the flow of time is getting bigger and bigger. An excited voice came from the tree teeth. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Fortunately, the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation has many Chaos Divine Stones and Chaos Divine Artifacts. Although they are not as powerful as the ancient Chaos Heavenly Bell the Chaos Ancestor gave me, they are not much weaker. With the Divine Artifacts, no one below the Chaos Heavenly Master is my match. Master, there are even more powerful treasures in the Chaos Realm, the Chaos Supreme Divine Artifact. Divine, I said, the Heavenly Tao Patriarch destroyed the Sun's Eye because he had the Supreme Chaos Supreme Divine Artifact. Chaos Supreme Divine Artifact? Feng Wuchen smiled, when my Alchemist Realm breaks through to the Chaos Heavenly Master Realm, I might be able to forge a Chaos Supreme Divine Artifact. After devouring some Chaos Souls, my Alchemist Realm has improved a lot. I'm not far from breaking through to the Chaos God Emperor Realm. Master, even if you can forge it, you don't have the powerful materials. Divine, I said respectfully. Feng Wuchen was stunned, then smiled bitterly, that's true. The Infernal Spirit Divine Nation is so powerful, but they only have a dozen Chaos Divine Stones. I'm afraid there are no more powerful Divine Stones in the entire Chaos Realm. Master, if there are, it's in the Wuji Heavenly Realm. Dragon Xinjian said. Looks like I'll have to trouble the Second Elder. There are also strange beasts in the Wuji Heavenly Realm. I'll have to ask them for help. Feng Wuchen nodded. Boom. At this moment, an explosion came from the Pangu Immortal Mansion. A seriously injured person smashed a big hole in the square of the Pangu Immortal Mansion. What's going on? Feng Wuchen frowned, feeling a weak aura, then walked out of the alchemy pavilion. Coming to the square, Feng Wuchen saw a familiar face. Emperor Lingyun? Feng Wuchen was very surprised, and immediately went down. Feng Wuchen, save my Chaos Divine Nation. The seriously injured Emperor Lingyun quickly grabbed Feng Wuchen for help, his pale face full of anxiety. What's going on? Feng Wuchen frowned and asked, the Chaos Divine Nation is so powerful, which force can deal with your Chaos Divine Nation? Your grandfather is a Supreme Divine Realm expert. The Dark Forces. The Dark Forces suddenly attacked the Chaos Divine Nation, and many of the ministers were secretly controlled by them to threaten my grandfather. Their strength is very terrifying, causing the Chaos Divine Nation to suffer heavy casualties. I also risked my life to come to the Pangu Immortal Mansion. Emperor Lingyun said anxiously. The Dark Forces? Feng Wuchen was stunned and frowned, the Chaos Divine Nation is sealed by a powerful barrier. Even if the War God Guards are secretly watching, they won't notice anything. Feng Wuchen, seeing that the Chaos Divine Nation has never been your enemy, please help me. Emperor Lingyun said anxiously. Seems like it's because of you that the Chaos Divine Nation didn't do anything to me? The three Divine Nations have been coveting the position of the Lord of all Realms for a long time. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. In the past, the Chaos Divine Nation was bewitched by Tao ancestor Jiao Xian, and it was indeed me who warned my grandfather, so the Chaos Divine Nation has never been your enemy. Emperor Lingyun quickly said. Feng Wuchen patted Emperor Lingyun, and his serious injuries suddenly healed at a terrifying speed. Thank you. Emperor Lingyun said gratefully. Since the Chaos Divine Nation was sealed, they have been obedient. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, the war is coming, and we need people. The Chaos Divine Nation is not weak. Are you willing to stand on my side? Feng Wuchen, if you save the Chaos Divine Nation, we are willing to stand on your side. Emperor Lingyun said without hesitation. Since the Dark Forces have made a move on the Chaos Divine Nation, it seems that the other Dark Forces will also make a move. The show is about to begin. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, let's go, take me to see. Great. Thank you, Brother Feng. Emperor Lingyun smiled gratefully and immediately disappeared with Feng Wuchen. Bloodthirsty Ares, who is monitoring the Primal Chaos Divine Nation. After entering the Primal Chaos domain, Feng Wuchen immediately sent a voice transmission to the bloodthirsty war god. Young Master, the Primal Chaos Dragon tribe is monitoring the Primal Chaos Divine Nation, Bloodthirsty Ares replied respectfully. The Dark Coalition has already made their move, and the Primal Chaos Divine Nation has suffered heavy casualties. Perhaps they will make their move against other factions in the near future. Pass down my orders, and kill anyone who dares to make a move. Feng Wuchen said in a domineering tone. Understood. Bloodthirsty Ares replied respectfully. Young Master, you're so domineering. Unlike the Grand Elder, you don't have to worry about this and that. Feng Wuchen had already warned Chiemo Laozu that if the Dark Coalition stayed put, Feng Wuchen would give them a place to live. However, if they dared to make a move, Feng Wuchen would kill them all. Young Master Ao Tian, who is monitoring the Primal Chaos Divine Nation? Feng Wuchen asked Ao Tianlong. Ao Tianlong replied respectfully, Young Master, my father and the 3 enforcers are monitoring the Primal Chaos Divine Nation. Your father is monitoring it personally? Feng Wuchen was surprised. Young Master Ao Tian, why don't you come to the Primal Chaos Divine Nation as well? Alright. Ao Tianlong replied respectfully. Before long, Emperor Lingyun and Feng Wuchen arrived at the Primal Chaos Divine Nation. As soon as Feng Wuchen appeared, Torch Dragon and the 3 enforcers immediately called out respectfully, Greetings, Young Master. Torch Dragon replied respectfully, Young Master, the barrier around the Primal Chaos Divine Nation has disappeared. It has been sealed by another powerful barrier. I feel that something is amiss. Uncle Torch Dragon, the Dark Coalition has already made a move on the Primal Chaos Divine Nation. Emperor Lingyun asked me for help. I'll go in and see what's going on. Feng Wuchen smiled. I see, Torch Dragon replied. Young Master, please be careful. The enormous castle in the Primal Chaos Divine Nation was indeed sealed by another powerful barrier. This isn't the barrier of the Primal Chaos Divine Nation. We can't go in. Emperor Lingyun said in shock. With his strength, there was no way he could break through. This is a barrier set up by a 9-fold Chaos Celestial. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, with your grandfather's strength or the Primal Chaos Imperial Preceptor's strength, they can break it at any time. It seems like they are threatened and can't do anything. Brother Feng, what do we do now? How do we get in? Emperor Lingyun asked anxiously. Don't worry. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. This barrier can't stop me. After saying that, Feng Wuchen stretched out his finger and lightly tapped on the powerful barrier. Crack! Feng Wuchen tapped lightly, and with a cracking sound, the powerful barrier covering the castle of the Primal Chaos Divine Kingdom collapsed. As soon as the barrier was shattered, powerful auras began to spread across the area. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Can't we go in now? Emperor Lingyun was shocked and dumbfounded. This was a barrier set up by a 9-fold Chaos Celestial. Feng Wuchen broke it with a casual tap. Isn't this 2F** King abnormal? Feng Wuchen didn't even use the primordial divine power. How did he do it? Could it be that Feng Wuchen's cultivation had surpassed a 9-fold Chaos Celestial? Emperor Lingyun couldn't believe it. Whoosh! At this moment, Ao Tianlong came over and cupped his fists respectfully. Young Master! Young Master Ao Tianlong came at the right time. Let's go in. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly as if he was returning home. Emperor Lingyun? Seeing Emperor Lingyun, Ao Tianlong was stunned at first, then frowned. Young Master, is the primal chaos divine nation? Before Ao Tianlong could finish, he suddenly felt a terrifying dark divine power coming from the primal chaos divine nation. The dark faction. Ao Tianlong frowned. Emperor Lingyun said gloomily, the dark faction has infiltrated the primal chaos divine nation and secretly threatened the ministers. My grandfather and the grand tutor should be threatened too. The primal chaos divine nation has suffered heavy casualties. I had no choice but to ask Brother Feng for help. Let's go in and see what's going on. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and took the lead to descend. At the same time, the primal chaos divine nation and the dark factions experts sensed the breaking of the barrier. The barrier is broken. The emperor of the primal chaos divine nation suddenly looked up. Emperor! It's the young master and Feng Wuchen, and young master Ao Tianlong. The grand tutor was overjoyed. The moment he saw Feng Wuchen, he knew that the primal chaos divine nation was saved. The young master actually invited Feng Wuchen here. The princes and the higher-ups were surprised and in disbelief. The millions of people in the primal chaos divine nation all looked at Feng Wuchen, who was descending from the void. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was the god of war, their savior, to the millions of people in the primal chaos divine nation. After the previous battle, many of the primal chaos divine nation's experts had been severely injured. More than 100,000 people had died in the army. Dozens of ministers had been forced to submit. The emperor of the primal chaos divine nation and the grand tutor did not dare to do anything. Feng Wuchen, the leader of the dark faction's ninefold chaos heavenly master, stared coldly at Feng Wuchen with a grave expression. League of Legends. Is he Feng Wuchen? Is he the one who broke the barrier? Why don't I see anything scary about him? The primal chaos divine nation is not a force of the primal chaos temple. This has nothing to do with Feng Wuchen, right? What is he doing here? The other overlords of the dark faction looked at Feng Wuchen, who was descending from the sky. As expected of the primal chaos kingdom. The palaces here are so grand. They are more than 10 times bigger than the Pangu immortal abode. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Looking at the dense buildings all around him, he exclaimed. One could imagine how big the palace of the primal chaos divine nation was to be able to accommodate millions of people. After a while, Feng Wuchen, Emperor of Lingyun and Ao Tianlong landed on the huge square in front of the main palace. Grandpa, Grand Tutor, are you okay? Emperor of Lingyun rushed over anxiously. Swish. However, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked Emperor Lingyun's path. Boom. League of Legends novel YXLMXSW. Calm, poof. The moment the figure appeared, Feng Wuchen attacked. Suddenly, there was an explosion and the terrifying energy made the person spit out blood and his body was shot out like a cannonball. Feng Wuchen was extremely ruthless. The person was already dead. A one-hit kill. You are too bold to stop the primal chaos heavenly master as a 5th-level chaos god emperor. You are lucky that I am the one who attacked. If young master emperor of Lingyun attacked, you would be dead, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. Young master, he's already dead, Ao Tianlong said. Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen was stunned. He smiled awkwardly and said, I am so sorry. I hit him too hard. I didn't expect to kill him with one punch. You can't blame me for this. It's because he's too weak and can't take a beating. Brat. You are courting death. A 9th-level chaotic god emperor roared. His overbearing darkness divine power erupted and his murderous aura soared. The man stomped on the ground and shot out fiercely. He threw a punch at Feng Wuchen mercilessly. Zhou Xianfeng, stop. The leading man shouted angrily, but it was too late. Young Hall Master, be careful. Ao Tianlong shouted and charged forward with all his might. However, as soon as Ao Tianlong made his move, the following scene gave him a great shock. Boom, puff, just as the expert from the dark forces struck, Feng Wuchen struck at an even faster speed. There was a loud explosion and the overbearing divine power caused the expert from the dark forces to spit out blood. His body shot out like a cannonball and pierced through a few palaces. The overbearing divine power killed the 9th-level chaotic god emperor on the spot. That was right. It was just a punch. Feng Wuchen's punch shocked everyone. What a terrifying power. His control of divine power has reached a terrifying level. The leading expert from the dark forces was shocked. This is outrageous. This brat dares to kill our men. A chaotic heavenly master gritted his teeth and said angrily. Terrifying divine power erupted and he was about to strike, but he was stopped. Don't be rash. Don't forget what Xianxia Laozu said. Our darkness divine power is unable to suppress his divine power, the leading expert from the 9th-level chaotic heavenly master said solemnly. When did Feng Wuchen become so powerful? His cultivation level rose too quickly? An expert from the dark forces was stunned and his expression was stiff. I heard that he was only a chaotic emperor. Now it seems that his cultivation level is above the 9th-level chaotic god emperor realm. Has he broken through to the chaotic heavenly master realm? How is that possible? Another expert from the dark forces said in disbelief. While the experts from the dark forces were shocked, they stared at Feng Wuchen fiercely. They wanted to tear Feng Wuchen into pieces and burn him into ashes. Feng Wuchen glanced at them and a harmless smile appeared on his face. He killed a 9th-level chaotic god emperor expert with one punch. Feng Wuchen's strength has already become so powerful? Could it be that he had broken through to primal chaos heavenly venerate? His divine power erupted in an instant and then disappeared in an instant. Emperor Lingyan's heart was shaken to the core. He couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen had such abnormal strength. The fact that Feng Wuchen could kill a 5th heaven chaotic god emperor expert with one punch was frightening enough. Feng Wuchen killed a 9th-level chaotic god emperor with one punch. His cultivation level was definitely above that of a 9th-level chaotic god emperor. Emperor Lingyun was very certain. Emperor Lingyun remembered the time when he fought with Feng Wuchen. At that time, Feng Wuchen was pitifully weak. But how long had it been? Feng Wuchen's cultivation had already broken through to the 9th level of chaotic god emperor. How terrifying was his cultivation speed. For others to reach this level, even the top geniuses in the chaotic world would need tens of millions of years. Feng Wuchen didn't even take half a year. Emperor Lingyun couldn't imagine and couldn't understand. It wasn't just Emperor Lingyun. Everyone in the chaotic divine nation, including the emperor and the imperial tutor, were shocked. No one dared to believe that Feng Wuchen's strength had reached such a level. Feng Wuchen's current strength was already invincible below the chaotic heavenly master. When the terrifying divine power erupted, coupled with the 1,000 illusions' great skill, it would definitely catch the enemy off guard. Killing a 9th-level chaotic god emperor with one punch was nothing difficult. Grandfather, imperial tutor, how are you? Emperor Lingyun quickly asked. Young master, we're fine. The imperial tutor suddenly woke up and shook his head in a daze. Young master, it's fortunate that you came back in time. Otherwise, the chaotic divine nation would have become theirs. A prince said with a face full of fear. Your injuries. The primal chaos monarch looked at Emperor Lingyun in shock, his face filled with disbelief. When Emperor Lingyun escaped, he was already severely injured. But now that he was back, he had recovered. Emperor Lingyun smiled and said, Grandfather, it was Brother Feng who helped me recover. Thank you, young master, for your help. The emperor looked at Feng Wuchen and thanked him with cupped fists. The shock in his heart didn't lessen at all. The emperor secretly rejoiced that he had listened to Emperor Lingyun's words. Otherwise, he would be courting death with Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, You're welcome, Emperor. Feng Wuchen, the chaotic divine nation isn't a force under the chaotic temple. This has nothing to do with you, right? The leader of the dark forces asked coldly. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen glanced at the leader and smiled. It seems that Xianxia Laozu didn't tell you what I said. I once warned Patriarch Xianxia that the reason why the dark forces were able to come out of the sealing array ahead of time was because I ordered the war god guards not to interfere. I do not object to everyone from the dark forces moving around in the chaos realm. As long as you know your place, I can give you a place to stand. But if you dare to run amok in the chaotic realm, I'll kill everyone I see. I'll kill anyone who dares to interfere. His words seemed calm, but they were full of dominance. Feng Wuchen, aren't you meddling too much? Based on what you've said, you're imprisoning all of us in the chaotic realm. We can't do anything. The leader of the dark forces said gloomily. Is it too much? Feng Wuchen sneered. If you think it's too easy, you can go back to the dark world. Unfortunately, you've already made your move. You've injured so many experts from Primal Chaos Divine Nation and killed so many people. Feng Wuchen, don't go too far. A chaotic heavenly lord shouted angrily, his face as ferocious as a tiger. I'm going too far? Feng Wuchen was stunned. You're going too far. Emperor Lingyun shouted. Did the chaotic divine nation offend the dark forces? Did they have a grudge against you? The chaotic divine nation has no grudge against you, but you want to annex the chaotic divine nation and kill so many of our people. How dare you say we're going too far? Emperor Lingyun shouted angrily, and the dark forces experts were speechless. Did you hear that? Feng Wuchen sneered. I did warn you about the dark forces, but you didn't listen. So don't blame me. Chiemo Laozu, Feng Wuchen has interfered. He wants to kill all of us. The leader of the dark forces immediately transmitted a message to Chiemo Laozu. You can't resist his divine power. Leave now and give up on the chaotic divine nation. Chiemo Laozu ordered without hesitation. Chiemo Laozu had seen how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. Even his dark divine power couldn't do anything to Feng Wuchen, let alone the chaotic heavenly lord. Yes, sir. The leader replied respectfully. Let's go. Go? Feng Wuchen sneered. When did I say you could go? Dragon God Supreme will continue to be updated in the bar. There are no advertisements in the bar. Please bookmark and recommend the bar. If you like Dragon God Supreme, please bookmark. Dragon God Supreme's fighting bar updates the fastest. I've already warned Patriarch Chiemo, but you all still dare to attack. Are you not taking my words seriously? Are you not putting me in your eyes? Feng Wuchen sneered. I also said that I will kill anyone who dares to make a move. None of you will leave the Primal Chaos Divine Nation alive today. The leader of the dark forces said angrily, Feng Wuchen, you can't stop us if we want to leave. Is that so? Feng Wuchen sneered. He waved his hand and a huge dragon god boundary covered the entire Primal Chaos Divine Nation. I would like to see which of you can escape. Feng Wuchen sneered. Do you think you can stop us with this boundary? An 8th level Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerate sneered disdainfully. He didn't take the dragon god boundary seriously. Feng Wuchen, I'm afraid you don't know that the lives of the 18 ministers and their families are in our hands, the leader said coldly. I will give you a chance to kill them all before you die. Feng Wuchen shrugged. He wasn't threatened at all. The moment Feng Wuchen said that, the faces of the Primal Chaos Divine Nation monarch, the imperial tutor, and many ministers changed dramatically. Do it. If you don't, I won't give you a chance. Feng Wuchen sneered and a cold murderous aura spread out. Feng Wuchen, don't force us to do it. Do you really think we won't dare? An 8th level Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerate shouted angrily. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said indifferently, I'm not stopping you. You. The 8th level Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerate exploded with anger. Big brother, what should we do? A 6th level Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerate asked with a frown. Don't talk nonsense with him. Charge out. If Feng Wuchen dares to make a move, kill those ministers. The leading expert said fiercely. The terrifying divine power of a 9th level chaotic heavenly venerate erupted. He took the lead and soared into the sky, intending to forcibly break through Feng Wuchen's boundary. Feng Wuchen, given your cultivation, no matter how strong your bloodline power is, the boundary you cast won't be able to stop us. A 7th level chaotic heavenly venerate said disdainfully as he soared into the sky. Dozens of Dark Coalition experts soared into the sky. Young Hall Master, can your barrier stop them? Ao Tianlong glanced at Feng Wuchen and asked. After all, their enemies were all Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerates. Although they could see that Feng Wuchen's dragon god bloodline divine power was extremely terrifying, they weren't sure if it could withstand dozens of primal chaos heavenly venerates. Brother Feng's enchantment doesn't have his mysterious and terrifying divine power. Although it's a bloodline divine power, it's still very terrifying. It's much stronger than my desolation divine power. It's almost comparable to primal chaos divine power. Emperor Lingyun was shocked and terrified. In the previous battle with Feng Wuchen's bloodline divine power wasn't so terrifying. What was going on? What had Feng Wuchen experienced? Why could his bloodline divine power surpass his chaos divine power? Feng Wuchen's bloodline divine power is extremely powerful. It's beyond imagination, but his cultivation is only at the 7th level chaotic heavenly venerate. The primal chaos emperor frowned. No matter how strong his bloodline divine power is, I'm afraid it can't stop dozens of primal chaos heavenly venerates. The primal chaos imperial tutor didn't believe it either. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, they won't be able to escape." As expected. Just as dozens of primal chaos heavenly venerates unleashed their terrifying divine power and attacked the dragon god boundary, the dragon god boundary suddenly burst into a dazzling golden light. Buzz buzz. An even more domineering bloodline divine power suddenly erupted from the boundary, causing the space to shake violently. The divine power unleashed by dozens of primal chaos heavenly venerates was forcefully suppressed. Almost at the same time, dozens of primal chaos heavenly venerates from the dark forces spat out blood. Feng Wuchen's bloodline divine power can suppress our darkness divine power. How is this possible? The leader of the group turned pale with fright, his heart filled with terror. Impossible. It's impossible to suppress the darkness divine power with bloodline divine power alone. An 8th level primal chaos heavenly venerate said in horror. Our divine power has been suppressed. We can't move our bodies. A 7th level primal chaos heavenly venerate said in horror, his eyes filled with despair. Their divine power was suppressed, and they couldn't move their bodies. Wasn't this the same as being at the mercy of others? They couldn't resist at all. The dozens of primal chaos heavenly venerates began to panic. Bloodline divine power can suppress the darkness divine power. Ao Tianlong was so frightened that his eyeballs almost flew out. What a domineering bloodline divine power. I really can't believe it. Emperor Lingyun was scared silly. The primal chaos emperor and the imperial preceptor were all stunned. They were motionless as if they had been petrified. The dozens of primal chaos heavenly venerates from the dark forces were instantly suppressed by Feng Wuchen's divine power. They couldn't even move their bodies. What kind of terrifying divine power was this? Feng Wuchen slowly floated into the sky. My dragon god barrier isn't something you can break through just because your cultivation is strong. Feng Wuchen sneered. Darkness divine power is nothing. Besides, only a few of you have darkness divine power. Seeing Feng Wuchen float over, the leading expert immediately sent a voice transmission in horror. Chiamo Laozu, we are suppressed by Feng Wuchen's bloodline divine power. We can't move. Come and save us. Dark World, Qi Demon Shrine. Chiamo Laozu opened his eyes and said in shock, bloodline divine power suppressing darkness divine power? How is that possible? When Chiamo Laozu fought with Feng Wuchen, darkness divine power could fight against Feng Wuchen's ancient divine power. How could it be suppressed by Feng Wuchen's bloodline divine power? Chiamo Laozu, what's wrong? Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian asked. Xian and the others are suppressed by Feng Wuchen's bloodline divine power and trapped in the primal chaos divine kingdom. Chiamo Laozu frowned and replied worriedly. Feng Wuchen? Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian frowned and said solemnly, how did Feng Wuchen notice? I don't know. Chiamo Laozu shook his head and asked, Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian, do you have a way to save them? No. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian shook his head and said, even if you go, you won't be able to save them. I'm afraid even you might not be able to return. Haven't you seen his divine power? Are we just going to watch Feng Wuchen kill them? Chiamo Laozu frowned and clenched his fists. Chiamo Laozu, we have to look at the big picture. Since we can't control the primal chaos divine kingdom, let's give it up. It won't affect us much. Once the witch comes out of seclusion, it will be time for war. At that time, we can avenge them. Perhaps Feng Wuchen can revive them, Dao ancestor Jiao Xian said solemnly. Chiemo Laozu fell silent. They could only win this war. They couldn't lose. Chiemo Laozu, come and save us. Xian's panicked voice sounded again. Why hasn't Chiemo Laozu come to save us? Brother Chu, how is it? What did Chiemo Laozu say? If Chiemo Laozu doesn't come, we will all die here. The experts of the dark forces were getting more and more anxious and terrified. They couldn't move their bodies and their divine power was being suppressed mercilessly. They couldn't use any power to resist. If no expert from the dark world came to save them, they would undoubtedly be waiting for death. Chiemo Laozu didn't respond to Xian's call for help. Feng Wuchen sneered as he looked at the terrified Xian and the others. Have you thought of your last words? Or should I ask the experts of the dark forces to come and save you? Feng Wuchen, Chiemo Laozu will be here soon. Don't be too arrogant. An 8th level Chaos Heavenly Venerate shouted in terror. Feng Wuchen, if you dare to kill us, Chiemo Laozu and the Divine Demon Patriarch won't let you go. Another 8th level Chaos Heavenly Venerate shouted angrily. Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen sneered. However, if they really came to save you, shouldn't they have come long ago given their powerful cultivation? Xian and the other experts of the dark forces were petrified when they heard Feng Wuchen's words. They seemed to have realized something at that moment. The experts of the dark forces were all dumbfounded. Intense despair surged in their hearts. Chiemo Laozu and the Divine Demon Patriarch had already given up on them. That's impossible. Chiemo Laozu can't possibly leave us in the lurch. I don't believe it. Xian shook his head in terror. No, Chiemo Laozu won't do that. We have contributed a lot over the years. Chiemo Laozu can't possibly leave us in the lurch. An 8th level Chaos Heavenly Venerate said in terror. None of them dared to believe it, but the truth was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. Although they said they didn't believe it, they were in complete despair. The dark forces have already given up on you. Feng Wuchen laughed mercilessly. Chiemo Laozu and the others don't have the guts to save you. As he spoke, a domineering and terrifying sword intent burst out. Feng Wuchen controlled it with one hand and his sword intent instantly formed dozens of energy swords. His aura locked onto the experts of the dark forces. Feeling Feng Wuchen's domineering sword intent, Xian and the others struggled in fear and despair. Their desire to live was very strong. But no matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break Friez's. Go on your way and kill all of you. Let me see if anyone from the dark forces dares to commit crimes in the chaos dimension. Feng Wuchen laughed coldly, and his voice was filled with piercingly cold killing intent. Stop. 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 Don't kill us. Don't kill us. We're willing to submit to you. A 7th level chaotic heavenly master said in extreme fear. That's right. Feng Wuchen, we're willing to submit to you. We'll do whatever you want us to do. Please spare our lives. A 6th level chaotic heavenly master begged for mercy. Spare my life. I don't want to die. Feng Wuchen, I know I'm wrong. Spare my life. Feng Wuchen, spare my life. Chiemo Laozu ordered us to do this. It has nothing to do with us. Dozens of Dark Coalition experts begged for mercy in fear. They were all afraid when they were faced with real death. Chiemo Laozu had already given up on them. They could only beg for mercy if they wanted to live. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't move, they would have knelt down and kowtowed. Chiemo Laozu has given up on you. What's the use of keeping you? Killing you can at least suppress some of the experts of the dark forces. Feng Wuchen sneered. I've already given you a chance. Blame yourselves for not cherishing it. Go to hell. Feng Wuchen had always killed his enemies without mercy, moreover, Feng Wuchen had already given them a chance. There wouldn't be a second time. Swish. Swish, swish. Swish, as soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen suddenly waved his hand. Dozens of overbearing and terrifying sword intent energy swords shot out at the same time. The space shook violently, and there was a sharp, ear-piercing sound. It gave people a feeling of invincibility. Feng Wuchen, stop. Stop it. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Feng Wuchen, spare my life. Spare my life. The experts of the dark forces screamed when they saw the overbearing sword essence energy swords shooting towards them. Unfortunately, Feng Wuchen wouldn't give them a chance to live. Ao Tianlong, Emperor Lingyun, and the monarch of the primal chaos country followed the movement of the sword essence energy swords. Swish. Swish, swish. Swish. Swish, swish. In an instant, the overbearing sword essence energy swords pierced through the hearts of the experts of the dark forces mercilessly. They spat out blood and their internal organs were severely damaged. Without being able to activate their divine power to resist and under the suppression of the primordial divine power, even the experts of the primal chaos country couldn't block Feng Wuchen's sword essence energy swords. My soul is shattered. I'm dead. I can't live. Feng Wuchen. You bastard. I won't let you go even if I die. GMO Laozu. You old bastard. We did our best for you, but you didn't save us. We won't let you go even if we become ghosts. Feng Wuchen. GMO Laozu. I won't let you go even if I become ghosts. I want you to die a horrible death. The experts of the dark forces cursed with their last breath in desperation. When the domineering sword intent energy sword shattered their internal organs, it also shattered their souls. What awaited them was their souls being destroyed. Feng Wuchen sneered as he looked at the roaring people. Unfortunately, you can't be ghosts even if you want to. You don't have the right to be ghosts. You will be destroyed in both body and soul. Peng, the ancestor of heavenly Dao fire, was activated. The golden flame danced in Feng Wuchen's palm, exuding an unimaginably terrifying aura. What kind of divine fire is that? Ao Tianlong and Emperor Lingyun exclaimed at the same time, their eyes widening. The aura of the heavenly Dao fire is even more terrifying than the heavenly Dao fire. The emperor of the primal chaos country couldn't help but exclaim, his face full of fear. Feng Wuchen has such a terrifying divine fire. The emperor of the primal chaos country and the princes were scared out of their wits and almost suffocated. What kind of divine fire is that? A very domineering aura. Torch Dragon and the three guardians who were hiding in the dark were also shocked. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and the golden flame instantly transformed into dozens of golden fire dragons that shot out wildly. In an instant, Xian and the other experts of the dark forces were devoured by the golden fire dragons. The experts of the dark forces were reduced to ashes, their bodies and souls destroyed. The overbearing and terrifying ancestor of heavenly Dao fire burned Xian and the other storage rings to ashes. Gulp, everyone at the scene swallowed their saliva in fear. They had never seen such a terrifying godly flame. Feng Wuchen's terror was deeply engraved in their souls. If you like Dragon God Supreme, please bookmark, Dragon God Supreme Book C Pavilion updates the fastest. The young palace master is truly terrifying. Killing dozens of primal chaos heavenly exalts is as easy as crushing dozens of ants. Ao Tianlong was shocked. He simply couldn't describe how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. Feng Wuchen's divine power, divine flame and cultivation base. What's going on? Emperor Lingyun stared at Feng Wuchen with wide eyes, feeling breathless. What kind of divine flame is that? It's even more terrifying than the legendary heavenly Dao divine flame. The primal chaos imperial tutor's voice trembled, his face as pale as paper. If Feng Wuchen wanted to destroy the primal chaos divine nation, no one would be able to resist such a tyrannical divine flame. Feng Wuchen's strength has already become so terrifying? The primal chaos imperial tutor looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. It was like he was looking at a monster. The primal chaos imperial tutor had never imagined that Feng Wuchen would grow so quickly. Dead. They're all dead. Over 30 primal chaos heavenly exalts were instantly killed by Feng Wuchen. How terrifying. It's simply unimaginable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if you beat me to death. The primal chaos divine nation was shocked. Cries of alarm soared into the sky. Everyone was awed by Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength. Looking at the entire primal chaos realm, Who else besides paramount gods could kill dozens of primal chaos heavenly exalts in an instant, not to mention Xian and several others who were at the 8th or 9th level of the primal chaos heavenly exalts. Their strength was absolutely terrifying. But such terrifying experts were like ants in front of Feng Wuchen. They couldn't resist at all. Primal Chaos Imperial Tutor, the matter has been resolved. The dark forces shouldn't dare to touch the Primal Chaos Divine Nation in the short term. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly as if killing dozens of Primal Chaos Heavenly Exalts was something insignificant. Feng Wuchen's merciless slaughter of dozens of Primal Chaos Heavenly Exalts was definitely a deterrent. Emperor Lingyun hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed. Thank you for saving us, Brother Feng. Thank you for saving us, young Hall Master. The Primal Chaos Country Monarch and the Imperial Tutor hurriedly cupped their fists in thanks. Thank you for saving us, young Master. The million-strong army of the chaotic divine nation expressed their gratitude respectfully, their voices shaking the heavens and the earth. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, King of Primal Chaos, from today onwards, we are allies. There's no need for thanks. Allies? The Primal Chaos Monarch and the Imperial Tutor were stunned. Grandpa, I have already promised Brother Feng that the Primal Chaos Godly Nation will stand on the side of the Primal Chaos Temple. Let bygones be bygones, Emperor Lingyun quickly explained. He looked a little anxious, as if he was worried that the Primal Chaos Godly Emperor would not agree. Primal Chaos Country Monarch, are you unwilling? Feng Wuchen asked. No. The Primal Chaos Monarch hurriedly said, I just can't believe it. After all, the Primal Chaos Divine Nation was planning to deal with you because of Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian. I never thought that you would ally with the Primal Chaos Divine Nation. Monarch is right. We have let you down, the Imperial Tutor added. You should thank Emperor Lingyun. Let's not talk about the past. As long as you are willing, it's fine. Didn't Emperor Lingyun say to let bygones be bygones? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. He did not care about the past. After all, the Primal Chaos Godly Nation did not do anything to Feng Wuchen. On the other hand, the Infernal Spirit Godly Nation had done so many times. Thank you, young master. The Primal Chaos Monarch and the Imperial Tutor cupped their fists and thanked him again. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll make a move first. Send someone to keep an eye on the people from the Dark Coalition. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and was about to fly away. But just as he turned around, Feng Wuchen turned back and asked, Oh yes, King of Primal Chaos, does the Primal Chaos Divine Nation have Supreme God Stones? Supreme God Stones? The King of Primal Chaos was stunned. He shook his head and said, Supreme God Stones are legendary items. The Primal Chaos Divine Nation does not have them. Alright, I'll make a move first. Feng Wuchen nodded in disappointment and flew away. Chiemo Shrine. They're all dead. Chiemo Laozu frowned deeply and clenched his fists again. His old eyes flashed with murderous intent. Chiemo Laozu was the first to notice that Xian and dozens of experts from the Dark Coalition had been killed. In the hall, the elders and many experts looked gloomy. At the same time, they were wary of Feng Wuchen. More than 30 experts at the level of Primal Chaos Heavenly Masters had died at the hands of Feng Wuchen. How terrifying was Feng Wuchen, Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian said faintly, they won't die in vain. We'll avenge them and completely destroy the Primal Chaos Divine Palace. Pass down the order. Everyone from the Dark Coalition should not take action for the time being to avoid more casualties. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian did not take the deaths of the Primal Chaos Heavenly Masters of the Dark Coalition seriously. In Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian's opinion, the experts at the level of Primal Chaos Heavenly Masters were useless in this battle. As long as they could kill the Primal Chaos Ancestor and the Primal Chaos Fire Beast, the others were no threat. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian, when will the Saintess come out of seclusion? Chiemo Laozu asked with a frown. It seemed that he could not wait any longer and was worried that something would happen if he waited any longer. Even if the Saintess comes out of seclusion, she won't be able to fight against Feng Wuchen with her Dark Divine Power and Primal Chaos Divine Power. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian said solemnly, Feng Wuchen and the Primal Chaos Ancestor are the most crucial in this battle. Someone has to hold Feng Wuchen back. Otherwise, once Feng Wuchen attacks, it won't be so easy for us to kill the primal chaos ancestor. Don't forget that old thing still has the primal chaos divine power. The Saintess' mission is to deal with Feng Wuchen. The Saintess' divine power can't fight against Feng Wuchen. How will she deal with Feng Wuchen? Chiemo Laozu asked with a frown. That's why I said we have to wait. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian said solemnly, wait for Master's orders. When the time comes, a powerful divine power that can fight against the ancient divine power might appear. Heavenly Dao Ancestral Master. Chiemo Laozu and the elders looked at Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian in shock and confusion. Didn't he say that they could start the battle after which Yan came out of seclusion? Why did they have to wait for the Heavenly Dao Ancestral Master's orders now? Could it be that the Heavenly Dao Ancestral Master was going to interfere? If the Heavenly Dao Ancestral Master were to interfere, wouldn't the world be in chaos? With the Heavenly Dao Ancestral Master's terrifying divine power, just his aura alone was enough to kill countless cultivators. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian nodded and said solemnly, Master has already sent me a voice transmission not long ago. Wait for his orders. This battle is very important. We have to prepare everything. I know what you are worried about. Master won't interfere. He will only help in secret. The primal chaos realm isn't worthy of Master's help. Then we can rest assured. With the Heavenly Dao Ancestral Master's help in secret, we will definitely win this battle, the Grand Elder said confidently with a smile on his old face. It won't be long before the Saintess comes out of seclusion, Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian said with a faint smile. End of chapter. Chiemo Laozu, I can understand your feelings right now. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian said calmly, in order to destroy the primal chaos patriarch and the others, we must endure and wait for the best opportunity to eliminate them completely. Give the Holy Maiden some more time. Don't worry, Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian. I know what to do. Chiemo Laozu nodded. Alright, I'm going back to cultivate. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian smiled faintly and then disappeared. After Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian left, Chiemo Laozu and the elders' faces darkened. Xian and the others died too unjustly. The first elder gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with grief and indignation. Chiemo Laozu, we can't spare Feng Wuchen. We must kill him to avenge Xian and the others. An 8th-level primal chaos heavenly venerate gnashed his teeth. Chiemo Laozu said gloomily, I will definitely avenge Xian and the others, but not now. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian is right. We must endure and look at the big picture. We cannot lose this battle. As long as we destroy the primal chaos patriarch, we will win. At that time, we can use Feng Wuchen to revive Xian and the others. But most importantly, the Holy Maiden can hold Feng Wuchen back and resist Feng Wuchen's great divine power. Xian was Chiemo Laozu's most capable general. Now that Feng Wuchen had killed him, he was more heartbroken than anyone else. However, this was a critical moment. Chiemo Laozu had no choice but to look at the big picture. He could only watch as Xian and the others were mercilessly killed by Feng Wuchen. If he acted impulsively, he would undoubtedly be mercilessly suppressed or even killed by Feng Wuchen. Go back and cultivate. Once the Holy Maiden comes out of seclusion, the battle will begin. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian said that it won't take too long. I don't think we have to wait too long, Chiemo Laozu said solemnly. Feng Wuchen, if you are determined to destroy the Dark World, then don't blame me for being merciless. If you push me too far, I'll just take you down with me, Chiemo Laozu said viciously in his heart as his eyes narrowed into a straight line. After leaving the Primal Chaos Divine Kingdom, Feng Wuchen returned to the Flame God Hall. Yan Wushuang and Yan Yanshui had already broken through to the Primal Chaos Great God Lord Realm after cultivating diligently. It wouldn't take long for them to break through to the Primal Chaos Great Emperor Realm. In the hall, Feng Wuchen smiled happily and said, Big Brother Yan, Fei Shui, with your current cultivation speed, breaking through to the Primal Chaos Emperor Realm within 3 months will not be a problem. It's all thanks to Brother Feng. Otherwise, I wouldn't be where I am today. Yan Wushuang's face was filled with a happy smile. He was extremely grateful. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, Big Brother Yan, you're being too courteous again. By the way, Big Brother Feng, our sister-in-law and the rest in seclusion? Why didn't they come with you? Yan Yanshui asked with a smile. Feng Wuchen nodded and said with a smile, Yes, they are all in seclusion. Their cultivation will increase very quickly. Fei Shui, you have to work hard in your cultivation. Yan Yanshui smiled happily and said, Big brother Feng, don't worry. Although my talent isn't as good as sister-in-law and the rest, I have been working hard in my cultivation. Haha. That's great. Feng Wuchen laughed happily. After sensing for a while, Feng Wuchen thought to himself, I can't sense the three elders' auras. Feng Wuchen had come this time to see if the experts from the dark world who had infiltrated the Flame God Hall had made any moves. By the way, Big Brother Yen, where are the Great Elder and the rest? Why don't I see them in the Flame God Hall? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. He hadn't seen the elders since he came to the Flame God Hall. The elders have just returned from the Flame Spirit Divine Nation and are in seclusion. Yan Wushuang said with a smile. Obviously, he hadn't noticed that something was wrong with the three elders. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded. He didn't intend to tell Yan Wushuang the truth. Brother Feng, we have been cultivating for 2 months. Can we use the heaven-defying divine pearl to break through to the Chaos Emperor realm? Yan Wushuang quickly asked with an excited expression. Of course. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, as long as it doesn't affect your foundation, you can use the heaven-defying divine pearl to increase your cultivation. It's just that you can't increase your cultivation too quickly. That's great. We can break through to the Chaos Emperor realm. The sect master and the elders will be very happy. Yan Wushuang was very excited. Brother Yan Yishui, hurry up and increase your cultivation. I have something important to do. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile and left the Flame God Hall. Feng Wuchen was relieved after confirming that the Dark World had a deterrent effect. At least the Dark World couldn't increase their strength secretly and they couldn't control the major forces in the chaotic world. Battle God Emperor, what's the situation in the Flame Spirit Divine Nation? Is there anything suspicious about the elders of the Flame God Hall? Feng Wuchen asked through voice transmission. Young Palace Master, the 3 elders of the Flame God Hall had already sent people to infiltrate the Flame Spirit Divine Nation. I didn't alert them. Battle God Emperor replied respectfully through voice transmission. It seems that the Dark World has a deterrent effect. Otherwise, the 3 elders wouldn't have left the Flame Spirit Divine Nation so easily. Feng Wuchen sneered in his heart. Young Palace Master, the Dark World has been unsealed for so long. Why hasn't there been any movement? Are they afraid? Battle God Emperor asked through voice transmission. Feng Wuchen replied with a smile, the quieter it is, the more turbulent it is. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian and the Dark World must be preparing. It's better for us if they take action later. But it should be soon. Better for us? Battle God Emperor asked through voice transmission, Young Palace Master, are you going to break through to the Chaos Heavenly Master? Not so fast. Of course, I hope that they won't take action before I break through to the Chaos Heavenly Master. Give us more time to gather more strength. Feng Wuchen replied with a smile. Now that Feng Wuchen had roped in the Chaos Divine Nation, he had another honorable God Realm expert. However, this strength was far from enough. After all, Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian and the Celestial Demon Ancestor were comparable to the Chaos Ancestor. Any one of them might be able to hold the Chaos Ancestor back. The Chaos Celestial Fire Beast, the Infernal Spirit Emperor, and the Primal Chaos Emperor might not be able to fight against one of them. Unless they burned their honorable god body. But in this way, even if they could destroy the enemy, they would also cause terrible damage to their own people. In addition, the Dark World had Chiemo Laozu, the Moonless Emperor, and the Chaos Dao Ancestor. Divine I had also said that the Dark World Ancestor wasn't the strongest. There were stronger experts. From this point, Feng Wuchen's strength was far inferior to the Dark World. Gather more strength? Battle God Emperor asked in shock, Young Palace Master, are you talking about the Dragon Soul? Of course not. The Dragon Soul isn't as strong as the Battle God Guards. Feng Wuchen replied with a smile, I'm talking about the ancient Heavenly Emperor, the Chaos Ancestor Dragon, and the Purgatory Taoist. It's time for them to break through to the Honorable God Realm. Break through to the Honorable God Realm? Battle God Emperor was stunned. Young Master, why do I feel that you can help the Great Elder and the rest break through to the Paramount God Realm? Crazed Emperor Battle God asked. That was how the stunned crazed Emperor Battle God understood Feng Wuchen's words. Crazed Emperor Battle God felt that Feng Wuchen was joking. In the entire Chaos world, there weren't many people who could reach the Paramount God realm. Every single Paramount God had cultivated for tens of millions of years. Many top experts in the Chaos world had cultivated for tens of millions of years, but they still couldn't break through to the Paramount God realm. One could imagine how difficult it was. The ancient Heavenly Emperor, the Primal Chaos Ancestor Dragon, and the Purgatory Taoist, which one of them hadn't cultivated for tens of millions of years, but they still couldn't break through to the Paramount God realm. It's not as if I can help them break through to the Paramount God realm. Feng Wuchen laughed. Boom, hearing Feng Wuchen's reply, crazed Emperor Battle God's mind went blank. His breathing quickened, and he was dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen could actually help 9th-level Primal Chaos Heavenly Emperors break through to the Paramount God realm. Was that possible? In the history of the Chaos world, which one of the experts who broke through to the Paramount God realm didn't go through countless life and death situations and tens of millions of years of arduous cultivation to reach this realm? But Feng Wuchen said that he could help the ancient Heavenly Emperor and the rest break through to the Paramount God realm. Was it really so easy to break through to the Paramount God realm? If that was the case, wouldn't there be so many Paramount Gods in the Chaos world? Young Master, is what you said true? My heart isn't good. Don't leave me out. Crazed Emperor Battle God asked in a trembling voice. If bloodthirsty Ares and the rest knew about this, their hearts would jump out of their chests. Of course it's true. I've already returned to the Chaos Shrine. Feng Wuchen laughed. Young Master, since you can help the Great Elder and the rest break through to the Paramount God realm, why didn't you do it earlier? Crazed Emperor Battle God asked in fear, as though he couldn't believe it. I didn't have such conditions before. Besides, if I helped them break through to the Paramount God realm earlier, what if Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian and the Dark Forces were scared? Where am I supposed to find a reason to eliminate them? Feng Wuchen retorted. The Battle God Crazed Emperor turned into a vegetable. The Mad Monarch Battle God's body shuddered as he blurted out, No, I have to go back and take a look. Leaving behind a clone, Mad Emperor Battle God disappeared in a flash. Battle God Crazed Emperor could no longer describe how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. He wanted to see for himself if Feng Wuchen was telling the truth. Chaos Shrine. When Feng Wuchen returned to the Chaos Temple, the ancient Heavenly Emperor and the Primal Chaos Ancestor Dragon were already waiting for him. They didn't know why Feng Wuchen was looking for them. Just as Feng Wuchen entered the hall, Battle God Crazed Emperor returned. Young Palace Master, is what you said true? This is a breakthrough to the Paragon God realm. Battle God Crazed Emperor asked again, looking at Feng Wuchen in shock. You'll know in a while. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly as he entered the hall. Battle God Crazed Emperor followed him excitedly. Seemed like Feng Wuchen was telling the truth. Otherwise, why would he come to the Chaos Temple? Within the hall, the ancient Heavenly Emperor and the Primal Chaos Ancestor Dragon cupped their fists respectfully. Young Palace Master. Grand Elder, Primal Chaos Ancestor Dragon, do you guys want to break through to the Paragon God realm? Feng Wuchen went straight to the point. The ancient Heavenly Emperor and the Primal Chaos Ancestor Dragon were stunned. Break through to the Paragon God realm, what did Feng Wuchen mean by this, asking this the moment he entered? Did he have to be so scary? After being stunned for a moment, the ancient Heavenly Emperor said respectfully, Young Palace Master, breaking through to the Paragon God realm is the dream of every cultivator in the Chaos world. Everyone wants to break through to the Paragon God realm. However, it's not something that can be achieved through hard work. Young Palace Master, I've cultivated for tens of millions of years. Although I've reached the peak of the 9th stage Chaos Heavenly Lord realm, I've never been able to touch the Paragon God realm. The Primal Chaos Ancestor Dragon smiled bitterly. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Now, I have the chance to help you guys break through to the Paragon God realm. Are you willing? What? A chance to break through to the Paragon God realm? The ancient Heavenly Emperor and the Primal Chaos Ancestor Dragon were stunned once again. Battle God Crazed Emperor became even more excited. His eyes were filled with anticipation. That's right. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. If Grand Elder and the Primal Chaos Ancestor Dragon want to, I can help you. I feel that Tao Ancestor Xian and the others are about to make their move. I'm willing. I'm willing. The ancient heavenly emperor and the primal chaos ancestor dragon nodded excitedly. All right. Feng Wuchen smiled. Then, he activated his primordial god power and set up the dragon god barrier. Feng Wuchen stretched out his palm. A stream of primordial god power origin condensed. It emitted an extremely vast and pure energy aura. Hiss. Battle god crazed emperor sucked in a breath of cold air when he sensed this terrifyingly pure energy. An extremely vast amount of pure energy. The ancient heavenly emperor exclaimed. This is primordial god power. The primal chaos ancestor dragon also exclaimed. He was extremely shocked. This is the primordial god power origin. Moreover, it's a treasure left behind by the heavenly Tao ancestral master. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Left behind by the heavenly Tao ancestral master? The ancient heavenly emperor and the primal chaos ancestor dragon exclaimed in unison. Young Hall Master, where did you get this primordial god power origin? Battle god crazed emperor asked in shock. How did Feng Wuchen obtain something that belonged to the heavenly Tao ancestral master? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. I snatched it from Tao ancestor Xian. Snatched it from Tao ancestor Xian? The ancient heavenly emperor and the others were shocked again. How dare Feng Wuchen snatch something that belonged to Tao ancestor Xian? Moreover, it was left behind by the heavenly Tao ancestral master. Feng Wuchen took out 2 spatial rings and handed them to the ancient heavenly emperor and the primal chaos ancestor dragon. He smiled and said, this is a 10-fold spatial ring. It already contains the primordial god power origin. It should be enough for Grand Elder and the primal chaos ancestor dragon to break through to the supremacy realm. 10-fold spatial ring? The ancient heavenly emperor and the primal chaos ancestor dragon's hands trembled as they held the spatial rings. They felt that they had spent the entire day in shock. The things that Feng Wuchen took out were too frightening. Grand Elder, primal chaos ancestor dragon, cultivate well. With the help of the primordial god power origin, you might be able to touch the supremacy realm very soon. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Thank you, young Hall Master. The ancient heavenly emperor and the primal chaos ancestor dragon were extremely emotional. They almost knelt down and kowtowed. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, Grand Elder, primal chaos ancestor dragon, hurry up and cultivate. Break through to the supremacy realm as soon as possible. The war is coming soon. Let's go cultivate immediately. The ancient heavenly emperor said excitedly. Young Hall Master, give me some primordial god power origin too. This subordinate is about to break through to the 9th stage primal chaos heavenly venerate. Battle god crazed emperor said excitedly. It's not impossible to give you some. As long as you call me big brother, I will. Feng Wuchen grinned. Let's go to the war god temple. It's time to raise the cultivation of the war god guards. Feng Wuchen spread his hands helplessly and smiled. When the time comes, let the dark forces see how powerful the war god guards and dragon soul are. Great. Thank you, young master. Mad Emperor Battle God shouted excitedly. With the help of the primordial divine power origin and the 10 times space ring, Mad Emperor Battle God didn't dare to imagine how terrifying his cultivation would be. Since Feng Wuchen had decided to help the ancient heavenly emperor and primal chaos ancestor dragon break through to the supremacy realm, he naturally planned to raise the cultivation of the war god guards. Feng Wuchen could feel that a great battle was imminent, so he had to make preparations. Raising his strength was the most important thing. After arriving at the war god temple, the war god guards led by bloodthirsty Ares and many ancient beasts were already waiting respectfully in the square. The shadow battle god, who had been secretly tracking Jian Wuhan, had also returned. Greetings, young master. The war god guards bowed respectfully, looking very excited. Seeing the war god guards so excited, Feng Wuchen glanced at Mad Emperor Battle God and smiled faintly. It seems that you all know. Young master, I have already transmitted a message to them. Mad Emperor Battle God smiled embarrassedly. Shadow Battle God, is there any news about Jian Wuhan? Feng Wuchen looked at the Shadow Battle God and asked. The Shadow Battle God cupped his fists and reported respectfully, Young master, Jian Wuhan is hiding in Dao Ancestor Waning Moon's spatial treasure to cultivate and hasn't come out. Spatial treasure? Feng Wuchen nodded and said, let's not worry about him for now. There's no need to monitor him. Feng Wuchen, can you really help them raise their cultivation? The Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast looked at Feng Wuchen and asked, you haven't refined the Primal Chaos Heavenly Emperor's heaven-defying Divine Pearl, right? I can't do it now, but it will be soon. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, helping the War God Guards raise their cultivation is not referring to the heaven-defying God Bead, but the Heavenly Dao Ancestors' treasure. Do you think it's possible? The Heavenly Dao Patriarch's treasure? The chaotic Xian Fire Beast and the War God Guards were shocked. They looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Mad Emperor Battle God explained respectfully, the Paragon Dharma Protector is an ancient God Force source that Young Hall Master snatched from Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian. It's extremely pure, and Young Hall Master said that he can directly absorb it without refining it. He can definitely improve his cultivation base by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. It won't be a problem for him to break through to the next realm. Hiss. The War God Guards and ancient beasts were so shocked that they sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of primordial divine power source could be so terrifying? Can the Great Elder and the Primal Chaos Ancestor Dragon really break through to the Supreme God level? The Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast asked. I don't know either. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly and said, it's not easy to break through to the Paragon realm. However, they have been at the peak of the 9th level chaotic heavenly venerate for many years. They should have a chance to break through to the Paragon realm. After all, it's the divine power source left behind by the Heavenly Dao Patriarch. Of course, it's best if they can break through. Our strength will increase a lot. I feel that the war is coming, so I plan to help you raise your cultivation base. We can't lose this war. The chaotic Xian Fire Beast said solemnly, you're right. In terms of strength, we are indeed inferior to Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian and the Dark Forces. If we can have a few more Paragon Gods, it will definitely increase our strength. On the Dark Forces side, there are more powerful existences than the God-Devil Patriarch. We have to be mentally prepared. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. After saying that, Feng Wuchen didn't waste any more time and injected the primordial divine power source into the War God Guard's spatial rings. Bloodthirsty Ares, cultivate well. You might be able to break through to the Paragon God realm. The chaotic Xian Fire Beast looked at Bloodthirsty Ares and said. Don't worry, Supreme Guardian. I will do my best. Bloodthirsty Ares said respectfully. He was extremely excited. His cultivation base hadn't increased for many years. Now was definitely the best opportunity to break through to the Paragon God realm. Bloodthirsty Ares wouldn't miss this opportunity. Cultivate while monitoring the dark forces. Don't give them any chance to grow stronger. Feng Wuchen ordered. Yes, sir. The War God Guard excitedly roared. Then, he disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Feng Wuchen, are you going to break through to the chaotic Heavenly Master realm soon? The chaotic Xian Fire Beast looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. You're right. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, however, my cultivation base has increased too quickly. It's not suitable for me to increase my cultivation base now. After I return, I will enter the Divine Ring to cultivate. By then, I will be able to break through to the chaotic Heavenly Master realm. Before that, I hope that I can break through to the chaotic Divine Emperor realm. You're sick. The chaotic Xian Fire Beast said, you won't be able to find another person as sick as you in the chaotic world. Haha. Feng Wuchen laughed out loud. Boom. At this moment, there was a terrifying divine power in the square of the War God Hall. There was an explosion and a huge pit was formed in the square. The divine power of the chaotic red blood beast. Feng Wuchen frowned and looked at the void. Feng Wuchen would never forget the terrifying divine power aura. The chaotic Xian Fire Beast frowned and said fiercely, since you're here, why don't you show yourself? Feng Wuchen, use your divine power to set up an enchantment. I don't have much time. A strange voice was heard. Dragon God enchantment. Feng Wuchen activated his ancient divine power and cast the Dragon God enchantment to seal the War God Hall. The moment the dragon god enchantment appeared, an ancient strange beast that was burning with crimson flames appeared in the sky above the war god hall. It looked exactly like the chaotic Xian fire beast. The aura of the chaotic red blood beast was even stronger than the chaotic Xian fire beast. Seeing the chaotic red blood beast, Feng Wuchen was stunned. Then, he looked at the chaotic Xian fire beast. Feng Wuchen was shocked and said, "Other than the flames, they are exactly the same. Where are the ancient strange beasts of the infinite heavenly realm?" The chaotic Xian fire beast asked in a deep voice, his eyes filled with hostility. "I killed them." The chaotic red blood beast replied and looked at the chaotic Xian fire beast. "I'll kill you." The chaotic Xian fire beast was instantly enraged. Overbearing chaotic divine power burst out and rushed out crazily. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and cast the chaotic territory. Instantly, they were brought into the chaotic territory. Buzz buzz. Terrifying chaotic divine power burst out and Feng Wuchen's chaotic territory shook violently. Facing the chaotic Xian fire beast's attack, the chaotic red blood beast did not say a word. Instead, it kept looking at the chaotic Xian fire beast. Boom. Buzz buzz. The chaotic Xian fire beast attacked furiously. Boom. Destructive energy swept out crazily. However, the chaotic Xian fire beast's attack was blocked by the chaotic red blood beast's divine power. It could not move the chaotic red blood beast at all. Such powerful strength. The chaotic Xian fire beast's terrifying strength could not even make it move half a step. Feng Wuchen was shocked. Boom. Suddenly, the chaotic crimson blood beast unleashed an even more terrifying divine power. With a loud explosion, the chaotic celestial fire beast was sent flying. The chaotic crimson blood beast was obviously much stronger than the chaotic celestial fire beast. The enraged chaotic celestial fire beast forcefully stabilized its body. Then, it shot out fiercely again with a loud explosion. Its speed was terrifying and its aura was overwhelming. The chaotic crimson blood beast frowned and said, "Celestial fire beast, you are no match for me. Stop." The chaotic celestial fire beast unleashed a bloodthirsty murderous aura and roared, "Even if I die, I will kill you to avenge them." Seeing that the chaotic celestial fire beast had almost lost its mind, Feng Wuchen quickly said, "Chaotic celestial fire beast, I can revive them. Calm down first. Don't you want to hear what it has to say?" The enraged chaotic celestial fire beast could not listen to it anymore. It only wanted to avenge the dead ancient demonic beasts. "Master, quickly control the chaotic celestial fire beast. It has lost its mind." The divine eyes sent a message to Su Ping respectfully. "Chaotic blood eye." Feng Wuchen clasped his hands together and shouted. Blood chi shot out from his eyes and he instantly controlled the chaotic celestial fire beast. "Feng Wuchen, let go of me." The chaotic celestial fire beast roared furiously. Feng Wuchen flashed over and frowned, "I can revive the dead ancient demonic beasts. Don't you want to know why it is here? Celestial fire beast, you can't even defeat me. You are no match for them." The chaotic crimson blood beast said. "Them?" Feng Wuchen frowned and asked seriously, "Who are they?" "The people who took me away back then." The chaotic red blood beast said seriously, "They came from the heavenly Tao, and their goal is to absorb the Taoist connotation in my body. With my strength, I don't even have the chance to escape from them, let alone you. Even the chaotic ancestor is no match for them. They absorbed my Taoist connotation and became very powerful. I am afraid that they can compete with the ancestor of the heaven path." Hearing this, the chaos mysterious fire beast calmed down. Feng Wuchen withdrew his chaos blood eye. He can already contend with the heavenly Tao ancestral master? Feng Wuchen frowned deeply. He did not expect such a terrifying expert to exist in the primal chaos realm. "I know a few heavenly Tao experts." "Who is the one who captured you?" The primal chaos mysterious fire beast asked gloomily. The chaotic scarlet blood beast said, "Ancestor Wu Tian." "So it's that old bastard heavenless ancestor." The chaotic mystical fire beast gnashed its teeth in anger. Its bloodthirsty killing intent erupted again. "Then why are you here this time?" Feng Wuchen asked with a frown. You should be well aware of the dark faction. Aside from Forefather Celestial, there's someone even stronger. Forefather Shadow Demon is Forefather Celestial's subordinate. The Crimson Blood Beast said seriously, the Shadow Demon ancestor is even more powerful than the Chaos ancestor. The enemy you will be facing is more powerful than you can imagine. Feng Wuchen's divine power can suppress their divine power. The chaotic mystical fire beast said solemnly. Feng Wuchen's divine power can indeed suppress their divine power, but that's not the real reason I'm here. The chaotic scarlet blood beast said seriously, the one behind the dark faction is Ancestor Wutian. Ancestor Wutian? Feng Wuchen asked in confusion, he's from the Heavenly Tao. Why would he help the dark faction? Since he's helping the dark faction, why didn't he break the seal and let them out? The chaotic scarlet blood beast said seriously, Ancestor Wutian received the Heavenly Tao Ancestral Master's Heavenly Tao Decree not long ago. In front of the Heavenly Tao Decree, Ancestor Wutian had no choice but to act. You can say that the Heavenly Tao Ancestral Master is secretly helping you. In other words, you will not only be facing Forefather Shadow Demon, but also the even more terrifying Ancestor Wutian. You can't even detect their existence. No matter how strong Feng Wuchen's divine power is, it's hard for him to deal with them. You haven't forgotten how you were injured before, have you? Xiandaoshan's sneak attack. Feng Wuchen nodded. The chaotic scarlet blood beast continued, Xiandaoshan has already teamed up with Ancestor Wutian. There's also Ancestor Yaokuan and the other two. There's a total of 5 experts from the Heavenly Tao. 5 experts from the Heavenly Tao were enough to destroy the entire chaotic realm. 5 experts from the Heavenly Tao working together? The chaotic mystical fire beast was shocked. You're telling us this because you have a way to deal with them? Feng Wuchen asked with a frown. Facing 5 experts from the Heavenly Tao, Feng Wuchen felt pressured even though he had the primordial divine power. At their level of cultivation, it was unimaginable how powerful they were. There are 3 experts from the Heavenly Tao guarding the Chaos Temple. You have to persuade them to act. Otherwise, you'll lose for sure. The chaotic scarlet blood beast said seriously. The chaotic mystical fire beast said that they might not interfere. Feng Wuchen shrugged helplessly. Go and find them yourself. The chaotic scarlet blood beast said, if you can't persuade them, unless you can use your divine power to suppress the 5 experts from the Heavenly Tao, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Feng Wuchen frowned and said, do I have to go personally? Feng Wuchen had the chaotic heavenly bell and could sense the existence of the primal chaos supreme divine power. He could also head to the real chaos temple at any time. However, the experts from the Heavenly Tao might not care. The chaotic mystical fire beast looked at the chaotic scarlet blood beast suspiciously and asked, how do you know so much? You even know that Feng Wuchen was ambushed by Xiandaoshan? Mystical fire beast, what's your natural godly skill? The chaotic scarlet blood beast asked. Gather power. The chaotic mystical fire beast said. Gather power? Feng Wuchen looked at the chaotic mystical fire beast in shock. He only knew now that the chaotic mystical fire beast had a natural godly skill. The chaotic mystical fire beast explained, gather all the power in your body and you can unleash 3 times your combat power. 3 times my combat power? Feng Wuchen widened his eyes in shock. This was definitely the trump card of the chaotic mystical fire beast. No wonder the chaotic mystical fire beast had ignored the monarchs of the 3 divine kingdoms. My natural godly skill is the everlasting eyes. Other than the spatial domains, spatial magical treasures, and arrays, I can see everything. Plus, no one can sense my existence. The chaotic scarlet blood beast said and immediately performed the everlasting eyes. 2 rays of purple light shot out from its eyes and formed a light screen. Mystical fire beast, all these years, I have watched you grow up through the everlasting eyes. Although we have no feelings for each other, I know that you are my twin brother. During these years when you were growing up, I knew about all the life and death situations you went through. I have also helped you secretly. It's just that you didn't know about my existence. It was only after the chaotic ancestor took you in that I was relieved. After that, I have been watching you grow up through the everlasting eyes and stopped helping you. Hearing this, the chaotic mystical fire beast was shocked. A strong warmth flowed into his heart. He quickly recalled the scene of him escaping from death and his eyes became wet. It turned out that his twin brother had been helping him secretly. The Chaos Xian fire beast was so touched that tears rolled down its cheeks. Feng Wuchen looked back at the Chaos Xian fire beast and laughed happily. Why are you crying? Shouldn't you be happy? At least the Chaos Red Blood Beast is not. What do you think it is? Then why didn't you come to me for so many years? The Chaos Xian fire beast sobbed. I wanted to go to you, but I couldn't. The Chaos Red Blood Beast shook its head and said, if I leave his space, he will kill you. No one in the chaotic realm is his match. Even if the Chaos Ancestor can revive you, if the Heavenless Ancestor refines you, he won't be able to save you. That's true. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, the Chaos Xian Fire Beast's Chaos Divine Power is the strongest in the chaotic realm. It might be helpful to the Heavenless Ancestor. Why did you kill the beasts in the Wuji Heavenly Realm? The Chaos Xian Fire Beast asked. The Chaos Red Blood Beast said seriously, you have to understand that I had no other choice. The Heavenless Ancestor used you to threaten me. If I didn't kill them, he would kill you. The reason why I appeared in the Wuji Heavenly Realm is to remind you that there are stronger beings in the chaotic realm. I just didn't want the Heavenless Ancestor to be suspicious. Besides, Feng Wuchen's appearance gave me hope. I know that Feng Wuchen can revive them. The Chaos Xian Fire Beast asked worriedly, aren't you afraid that the Heavenless Ancestor will find out? The Chaos Red Blood Beast said, the Heavenless Ancestor is discussing something with Xian Daoshan, so I took the opportunity to tell you that I have to go back as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen, you have to go to the Chaos Divine Palace as soon as possible to persuade them. Otherwise, you won't have any chance of winning. The Heavenless Ancestor won't get involved. Otherwise, the Heavenless Ancestor will get involved as well. I'll try my best. Feng Wuchen nodded and waved his hand, leaving the Chaos Xian Fire Beast and the Chaos Red Blood Beast. Brother, whose side will you be on? The Chaos Xian Fire Beast asked quickly. The Chaotic Red Blood Beast laughed and did not answer. It disappeared in an instant. Do you still need to ask? Of course, it's on your side. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Otherwise, why would it risk telling us all this? Although you haven't seen each other for tens of millions of years, it has tried its best to be a big brother. It has watched you grow for so many years. When the war breaks out, it will definitely take action. Don't worry. Heaven's reincarnation. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen's soul power erupted and he immediately used heaven-defying reincarnation. In the next second, the ancient mutated beasts that had been killed by the Chaos Crimson Blood Beast all gathered their souls and bodies, and were instantly revived. Reincarnated? Is this a dream? Why are we in the War God Temple? Look. Brother. Brother. Reincarnated we rainless the beasts as beastess surprised them as beasts. Feng Wuchen reincarnated all of you. The Chaos Xian Fire Beast smiled happily. The Chaos Xian Fire Beast was relieved. Thank you, young master, for saving our lives. The beasts thanked him respectfully. They were familiar with Feng Wuchen. Oh yes, Brother Chaos, we saw a beast that looked exactly like you in a mysterious space. It was covered in red flames and was very powerful. One of the beasts said. Yes, yes, yes. We saw it. It was the one that killed us. Another beast nodded. The Chaos Xian Fire Beast smiled. It is my twin brother. It left and asked Feng Wuchen to reincarnate all of you. What? Big Brother Han Dun's elder brother? The strange beasts turned pale with fright. Since when did the Chaos Xian Fire Beast have a twin brother? Since it was his twin brother, why did it kill them? What was going on? Seeing the beast's doubts, the Chaos Xian Fire Beast said helplessly, it had no other choice. You will know in the future. The Heavenly Spirit Beast and the others will be very happy that you are resurrected. Chaos Xian Fire Beast, you guys take your time. I'll be leaving first. Feng Wuchen bid his farewell and disappeared. When Feng Wuchen appeared again, he was already in a 9-colored space. You're here. The Chaos Ancestor's ethereal laughter sounded. It seems like the Ancestor guessed that I would come. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly as he looked at the huge golden body of the Chaos Ancestor. Feng Wuchen, those old fellows won't give me any face. I'll tell you if you can convince them. The Chaos Ancestor laughed. What if I can't convince them? Feng Wuchen asked with a frown. He did not have much hope. Didn't Xianxia die in your hands? Are you still afraid of them? The Chaos Ancestor asked with a smile, as if he was not too worried. The Heavenly Tao Ancestor has resurrected Xianxia. Feng Wuchen said solemnly, to be honest, I am not afraid of the 5 experts from the Heavenly Tao, but I don't dare to imagine the consequences if they attack. I also guessed that the Heavenly Tao Ancestor would secretly interfere. The Chaos Ancestor smiled faintly, but you can rest assured that the Heavenly Tao Ancestor would not dare to attack openly. I'll leave the Chaos Realm to you, so I believe that you can deal with them. The war is unavoidable. Once the war starts, if the Heavenly Tao experts attack, I will definitely not stand by and watch. Even if I am not their match, I will let them know that the Chaos Realm is not a place where they can behave atrociously. Tell them to scram back to where they came from, or stay in the Chaos Realm forever. I'll do my best. I'll go to the Chaos Temple now and hope to persuade them. Feng Wuchen nodded and immediately took out the Chaos Heavenly Bell. The primordial divine power was activated and injected into the Chaos Heavenly Bell. Feng Wuchen closed his eyes and felt the Chaos Supreme Divine Power. After sensing for a while, Feng Wuchen opened his eyes and said, "What a powerful Chaos Supreme Divine Power. As expected of an existence that surpasses the Chaos Supreme Divine Power." With that, Feng Wuchen used the 1,000 illusions technique and disappeared. Feng Wuchen's cultivation increased faster than I expected. I thought that he would need a few years, but now, he has reached the 7th level of the Chaos God Emperor realm in less than a year. The Chaos Ancestor smiled happily, obviously very satisfied. When Feng Wuchen appeared again, he was already in another mysterious space. The entire space was filled with the aura of the Chaos Supreme Divine Power. In the sky, there was a majestic celestial mountain with a majestic palace. That was the real Chaos Temple. Is this the real Chaos Temple? I've finally seen it. Feng Wuchen exclaimed, how majestic. The entire space is filled with the Chaos Supreme Divine Power. Swish. Feng Wuchen's figure appeared in the majestic palace plaza. The more I look at it, the more majestic it is. I'm filled with reverence. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, in the future, the Dragon God Palace will also be this majestic. Although the majestic palace was majestic, it was empty. It was cold and cheerless, as if it was a forgotten palace. Other than the overbearing primal Chaos Supreme Divine Power, the palace was also filled with an ancient aura. It was unknown how long this palace had existed. Master, I can't sense anyone's aura. Long Xinjian transmitted his voice. I can't sense anyone's aura either. Divine Eyes replied respectfully. Feng Wuchen sized up the palace and smiled. The existence of Heavenly Tao experts is not something we can sense. Even the eternal life Supreme Divine Power cannot sense them, let alone you. Although he could not sense anyone's aura, Feng Wuchen knew that there must be Heavenly Tao experts guarding the Chaos God Palace. Looking at the main palace, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, the primal Chaos Supreme Divine Power is in the main palace. The place where the primal Chaos Supreme Divine Power's aura was densest was the main palace. Feng Wuchen did not enter the main palace. Instead, he cupped his fists and said politely, Junior. Feng Wuchen, the inheritor of the primal Chaos Patriarch, greets the 3 Heavenly Tao experts. No one replied to him in the cold palace. Master, they wouldn't have left, right? Long Xinjian transmitted his voice. Since they promised the Heavenly Tao's divine ancestor to guard the Chaos God Palace, they shouldn't have left. Nian Luan transmitted his voice. Maybe they feel that Master is not qualified to meet them, or maybe they are cultivating in seclusion. Divine Eyes transmitted his voice. Junior Feng Wuchen requests to meet the 3 Heavenly Tao experts. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and bowed again. A few minutes passed, but there was still no reply. The palace was still cold. Feng Wuchen felt helpless. Before he came, he had already guessed that it would not be so easy. Master, what should we do if they don't come out? Long Xinjian transmitted his voice. Feng Wuchen smiled bitterly and said, "What else can we do? We can only think of a way to get them to come out. Otherwise, it will be difficult to deal with 5 heavenly Dao experts." "Master, do you have a way?" Divine Eyes asked respectfully. "Not at the moment. Let's go in and take a look at the primal chaos over God power. I wonder if there are any barriers or seals." Feng Wuchen shook his head and walked towards the main hall. Feng Wuchen did not sense any aura of barriers or seals. As expected, Feng Wuchen entered the main hall without any obstruction. The 3 heavenly Dao experts guarding the primal chaos temple did not appear either. But when he thought about it, it made sense. The chaos temple was such a mysterious place. Without the divine power of the Great Path or the primal chaos celestial, it was impossible to sense the existence of the primal chaos supreme divine power. If he couldn't sense the primal chaos over God power, he wouldn't know where the true primal chaos shrine was. Therefore, there was no need to set up a barrier or sealing array. Within the majestic and extravagant palace, Feng Wuchen caught sight of the primal chaos over God power origins floating in midair with a single glance. They were emitting resplendent golden light. "Is this the primal chaos supreme divine power?" Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. The primal chaos supreme divine power that all the top experts of the primal chaos world could only dream of was now right in front of Feng Wuchen. Others had spent tens of millions of years without ever obtaining it or even seeing it. But Feng Wuchen had arrived here with ease. The primal chaos supreme divine power was at his fingertips. Feng Wuchen approached slowly and felt the powerful primal chaos supreme divine power. He said excitedly, "The primal chaos supreme divine power is extremely pure and vast. If I devour it, it might even help me break through to the primal chaos celestial level." "Master, quickly try it," Long Xinjian said excitedly. "Who knows, it might even lure out the 3 heavenly Dao experts." Divine Eyes sent a voice transmission respectfully. "That makes sense." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Feng Wuchen glanced at the hall, and then he sat down cross-legged. He condensed a few dozen origin soul clones and started to absorb the supreme chaotic divine energy. But what disappointed Feng Wuchen was that even though he had started to madly absorb the primal chaos supreme divine power, the 3 heavenly Dao experts guarding the primal chaos palace still did not appear to stop him. This made Feng Wuchen feel strange. Could it be that anyone who came here could obtain the primal chaos supreme divine power? Since the 3 heavenly Dao experts did not appear, Feng Wuchen could only continue to absorb it. As Feng Wuchen madly absorbed the primal chaos supreme divine power, his primal chaos supreme divine power was madly refining it. At this moment, his cultivation level was soaring at an alarming speed. "Oh? Refining is actually so easy. My cultivation level is rising so quickly." Feng Wuchen was instantly overjoyed. The primal chaos supreme divine power was vast and pure. Refining it was not difficult. It was just slightly more strenuous than directly absorbing it. "Master, there is also the heavenly Dao divine flame. Refine it together. You are going to break through to the primal chaos celestial level anyway," Divine Eyes suddenly said. "That's right. I almost forgot about the heavenly Dao divine flame." Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. There were still some heavenly Dao divine flame that he had not refined previously. Now, he could refine it to raise his cultivation level. Peng! Feng Wuchen immediately activated the heavenly Dao divine flame. The golden flame danced in his palm and emitted an extremely domineering and terrifying aura. "If we refine it together, our cultivation level will rise even faster. Originally, I planned to stop for a period of time before cultivating. But now, it seems that it will be difficult not to raise my cultivation level. I can't possibly waste the primal chaos supreme divine power. At most, I will work hard to strengthen my foundation in the future," Feng Wuchen said excitedly. After refining the primal chaos supreme divine power and the heavenly Dao divine flame together, Feng Wuchen's cultivation level rose several times in an instant. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Feng Wuchen's cultivation level had already broken through to the 8th heaven chaotic God Emperor level. To have broken through in just 3 days, one could imagine how terrifying his cultivation speed was. Breaking through to the 8th heaven chaotic God Emperor level in 3 days, as expected of the primal chaos supreme divine power, haha. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. Master, work harder and break through to the primal chaos heavenly realm in one go. Long Xinjian laughed excitedly. All right. Break through to the primal chaos heavenly realm in one go. Feng Wuchen said excitedly and continued to cultivate crazily. Time passed day by day. As the primal chaos supreme divine power and the heavenly Tao divine flame were continuously refined and absorbed by Feng Wuchen's cultivation level rose day by day. Half a month later, when the last trace of the primal chaos supreme divine power was refined and absorbed by Feng Wuchen. Boom. Buzz buzz. An extremely terrifying divine power suddenly exploded from Feng Wuchen's body with a loud boom. The entire chaos divine palace shook violently. A violent and domineering force swept out with an earth-shattering might. First heaven chaotic heavenly realm. I broke through. First heaven chaotic heavenly realm. Haha. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. After cultivating crazily in the Chaos Divine Palace for close to 20 days, Feng Wuchen's cultivation level directly broke through to the first heaven chaotic heavenly realm from the seventh heaven chaotic God Emperor level. Congratulations, Master, for breaking through to the primal chaos heavenly venerate realm. Dragon Xinjian, Divine Eye, and the other artifact souls said respectfully. Feng Wuchen clenched his fists and felt the terrifying divine power of the primal chaos heavenly venerate. He laughed excitedly. Breaking through to the primal chaos heavenly venerate realm is beyond my imagination. I didn't expect this trip to the primal chaos divine palace to allow me to break through to the primal chaos heavenly venerate realm. Happiness came too suddenly. The existence of the primal chaos supreme divine power was prepared for Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen broke through to the primal chaos heavenly venerate realm when he didn't plan to cultivate. Master, after consolidating your primal chaos heavenly venerate realm, Master's combat power should be able to fight a third stage primal chaos heavenly venerate. Dragon Xinjian laughed excitedly. Absolutely. Feng Wuchen was confident in his own strength. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and his primordial spirit avatar disappeared. He entered the divine ring to cultivate his soul power. Feng Wuchen's alchemist realm was about to break through to the primal chaos God Emperor realm. When the time came to refine a primal chaos heavenly venerate realm heaven-defying divine pearl, Feng Wuchen's cultivation would skyrocket. Just thinking about it made him excited. In the next few days, Feng Wuchen consolidated his primal chaos heavenly venerate realm while fusing the heavenly Tao divine fire into the heavenly Tao fire ancestor. After consolidating my realm, my combat power has increased by a lot. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. He felt that his body was filled with power, as if he could destroy the world with a punch. Master, it's time to get down to business. The 3 heavenly Tao experts haven't moved at all. A respectful voice came from the divine eye. Feng Wuchen stood up slowly and stretched his body. His body crackled like firecrackers. It was extremely comfortable. Feng Wuchen had been in the primal chaos divine palace for nearly a month, but the 3 heavenly Tao experts hadn't appeared. Feng Wuchen walked out of the hall and said solemnly, "Seniors, the battle of the chaos dimension is about to arrive. This time, 5 experts of the Tao of Heaven have interfered. I came here this time precisely to ask seniors to come out of seclusion, and I hope that seniors can lend me a hand. Wu Tian Old Ancestor, Xian Dao Shen, Yao Kuan Old Ancestor, and Shadow Devil Old Ancestor, the 3 seniors should be familiar with them. With the current strength of the Chaos Realm, we are no match for them." A few minutes passed, but there was still no response from the Chaos Temple. Feng Wuchen had already started to lose his patience. He was extremely disappointed. "Seniors, even if you don't want to help, you can at least give me a reply. At least let me give up." Feng Wuchen frowned and asked, his voice somewhat cold. Unfortunately, there was still no response. "Am I really not qualified for you to reply?" Feng Wuchen said coldly. He had completely lost his patience. Buzz. Feng Wuchen, who was slightly enraged, suddenly released his primordial god force. The Chaos Temple shook violently, and the air was instantly replaced by the domineering primordial god force. "Seniors, since you don't want to help, then please get out of the Chaos Temple. This is the Chaos Dimension, and I have the final say in the Chaos Dimension." Feng Wuchen said fiercely. "Oh? Primordial God Force?" The moment the primordial god force erupted, an old exclamation finally came from the deserted Chaos Temple. Primordial god force. Another old exclamation was heard. The legendary primordial god force, how could it be in the hands of a junior? What is going on? A shocked and puzzled old voice was heard. Master, there is indeed an expert of the Tao of Heaven. Long Xinjian said. Feng Wuchen wasn't happy at all because he was too disappointed. Master, if it wasn't for the primordial god force, they wouldn't even bother with you. They are too much. Nian Luan said angrily. That was indeed the case. If Feng Wuchen hadn't used the primordial god force, the three experts of the Tao of Heaven wouldn't have cared about Feng Wuchen at all. Even if Feng Wuchen was the inheritor of the Chaos Ancestor. The three experts of the Tao of Heaven didn't even care about the Chaos Ancestor, let alone Feng Wuchen. The three experts of the Tao of Heaven appeared on the square at the same time and looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. A white-robed old man quickly asked, Your primordial god force. Before the white-robed old man could finish, Feng Wuchen interrupted him. The Chaos Dimension is now under my control. Since the three of you are from the Tao of Heaven, please leave immediately. The Chaos Temple doesn't need you to guard it anymore. The Chaos Realm doesn't welcome you. Brat. What's with your attitude? A black-robed old man shouted angrily. I don't have any attitude. Seeing that you have guarded the Chaos Temple for so many years, I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. After that, you can return to your world, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Feng Wuchen wouldn't spoil these old farts. Feng Wuchen had given them enough face, but the three experts of the Tao of Heaven didn't want it. Since they didn't want it, it was no wonder that Feng Wuchen didn't give them any face. Didn't you want our help just now? You're chasing us away now. Do you have the confidence to deal with the Heavenless Ancestor and the rest? A gray-robed old man asked with a sneer. There's no need for that now. As for whether I have the confidence to deal with them, what does that have to do with you? Feng Wuchen said coldly. The primordial god force could completely suppress the experts of the Tao of Heaven. Although facing 5 experts of the Tao of Heaven was dangerous, Feng Wuchen wasn't afraid. At most, he would die together with them. Brat, don't be too arrogant. The black-robed old man said angrily, his old face twitching violently. So what if I'm arrogant? What does it have to do with you? Only you can pretend to be virtuous in front of me, but I can't be arrogant? Who do you think you are? Feng Wuchen glanced at the black-robed old man coldly. You're courting death. The black-robed old man was furious. An unimaginably terrifying divine power erupted, and his killing intent soared. Buzz. Buzz, the domineering and terrifying divine power shook the entire space. Humph. Feng Wuchen snorted fiercely. The primordial god force erupted crazily, mercilessly suppressing the 3 experts of the Tao of Heaven. The divine power was instantly suppressed. The 3 experts of the Tao of Heaven had a drastic change in expression. They felt as if they had fallen into the 18th level of hell. The terrifying divine power that the black-robed old man unleashed was instantly defeated. It couldn't even withstand a single blow. In front of the primordial god force, even the experts of the Tao of Heaven couldn't resist. The divine power is being suppressed. Is this the terror of the primordial god force? The black-robed old man said in extreme fear. His anger was instantly replaced by fear. Feng Wuchen, stop. The gray-robed old man shouted in horror. The 3 experts of the Tao of Heaven couldn't hold on much longer. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Don't think that you're so great. Feng Wuchen said coldly, time is up. Get out of the Chaos Realm immediately. Time has just begun. The white-robed old man gritted his teeth and said angrily. This is the Chaos Realm. I, Feng Wuchen, have the final say. If I say time is up, it's up. You have no right to question me. Feng Wuchen said domineeringly, not giving them any face. Feng Wuchen retracted the primordial god force and said coldly, get out of the Chaos Realm. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Dragon God Supreme will continue to be updated in the bar. There are no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend the bar. If you like Dragon God Supreme, please bookmark. Dragon God Supreme's bar updates the fastest. At the start, Feng Wuchen had already given them enough face. Unfortunately, the three heavenly Dao experts thought highly of themselves and did not take Feng Wuchen seriously at all. No matter what Feng Wuchen said, they did not care at all, treating him like air. They insisted on angering Feng Wuchen to the point that he would erupt with primordial divine power before they showed themselves. How could Feng Wuchen give them face if they showed up now? Feng Wuchen could talk nicely, but Feng Wuchen was not easy to talk to. Under the merciless suppression of primordial divine power, the three heavenly Dao experts fell powerless. Their faces were pale, and they were extremely terrified. If not for Feng Wuchen withdrawing the primordial divine power in time, they would definitely have been injured. What dogs hit heavenly Dao experts? You think highly of yourselves. Scram! Feng Wuchen said coldly, his face full of disdain. The three heavenly Dao experts wanted to say something, but Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed with a cold light. An even more terrifying primordial divine power suddenly erupted. I'm being polite to you all because you have guarded the primal chaos temple for so many years. Do you really think that I don't dare to touch you? Feng Wuchen said coldly, his words carrying a terrifying killing intent. We'll leave immediately. The three heavenly Dao experts were scared out of their wits and immediately left. The three heavenly Dao experts originally planned to stay, but Feng Wuchen did not give them the chance. Master, you really don't plan on asking them for help? Xianxia asked via voice transmission. It's not that I don't want to, but they are too arrogant and think highly of themselves. Didn't you all see it? Feng Wuchen said helplessly, I don't feel at ease asking them for help. If they cause any trouble, I don't know how to deal with it. They have guarded the primal chaos temple for so many years, and even the primal chaos ancestor does not care about them. You can imagine what kind of people they are. Rather than asking them for help, it is better not to ask. Master's words are reasonable. It's fine to not use such people, Divine Eyes said respectfully. Feng Wuchen sighed softly. It's better to rely on ourselves. We'll take one step at a time. At the very least, the primordial God force will be able to suppress them. The people from the heavenly Dao have interfered. Does the heavenly Dao not care? Master, we don't know what kind of world the heavenly path is. The masters of the heavenly path have been cultivating in the chaos realm for many years. If the heavenly path was managed by someone, they wouldn't be cultivating in the chaos realm, Divine Eyes said respectfully. What you said makes sense. Forget it, let's not care about this anymore. Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly. Feng Wuchen turned his head to look at the majestic temple, smiled and said, since there is no one guarding it, this temple is mine. Master, just change it to Dragon God Palace. Xianxia said. Hearing that, Feng Wuchen's eyes lit up, and he immediately laughed loudly and said, haha. Good idea. Change it to Dragon God Temple. Only such a magnificent temple was worthy of the Dragon God Temple. I'll transfer the Chaos Temple back in a while. Such a magnificent temple with an ancient aura. My wife and the others will definitely like it. Master is right. Only such a majestic temple is worthy of the Dragon God Temple. Nianluan laughed excitedly. The excited Feng Wuchen flashed into the sky, and with a wave of his hand, he stored the majestic Chaos Temple into his divine ring. He could store even the reincarnation pagoda, let alone the Chaos Temple. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. The harvest is not bad. Not only did I obtain the primal chaos supreme God force, but I also obtained such a magnificent temple. I keep feeling that all of this was prepared for me. Master, without the help of the masters of the heavenly path, you have to be careful. Xian Daoshan and the others can attack at any time. Divine Eyes said. If Xian Daoshan and Yaokuan old ancestor dare to attack again, I will not give them a chance to revive. Feng Wuchen sneered, and his eyes flashed with ruthless killing intent. Clenching his fists, Feng Wuchen said fiercely, after devouring the primal chaos supreme God force, the primal chaos supreme God force is much stronger than before. If I can control the true power of the primal chaos supreme God force, even the masters of the heavenly path may not be able to do anything to me. After all, the primal chaos supreme God force was very terrifying. With the protection of the primal chaos supreme God force, it would be difficult for the masters of the heavenly path to refine Feng Wuchen. However, Feng Wuchen's cultivation had already broken through to the Primal Chaos Supreme God Force, but he still had not mastered the strongest Primal Chaos Supreme God Force. He would have to wait for Feng Wuchen to break through to the Supreme God Force before he could master the strongest Primal Chaos Supreme God Force. I am about to break through to the Alchemist Realm. I wonder if the beasts of the Wuji Heaven Realm have found the Primal Chaos Crystal Soul Source Stone. After returning, I have to go into seclusion. The sooner I break through to the Primal Chaos Supreme God Force Alchemist Realm, the sooner I can refine the Primal Chaos Supreme God Force Pearl and raise my cultivation level as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen thought to himself, and then disappeared in a 9-colored space. After the 3 masters of the heavenly path left the Chaos Shrine, they immediately went to the space of the Primal Chaos Ancestor. The 3 of them were filled with anger, and they shouted at the Primal Chaos Ancestor as if he owed them tens of millions. If the Primal Chaos Ancestor was not the disciple of the Heavenly Path Divine Ancestor, the 3 of them would have beaten him up. Looking at the anger of the 3 masters of the Heavenly Path, the Primal Chaos Ancestor smiled faintly and said, "Seniors, this matter has nothing to do with me. Who asked you to look down on him? I have already handed the Chaos Realm to Feng Wuchen. You should have known that he is not simple since he was able to go to the real Chaos Shrine. You just had to provoke him. Now that he has chased you away, I can't do anything about it." Even though he said that, the Primal Chaos Ancestor was extremely pleased. The more he saw the 3 of them being humiliated and angry, the happier he was. If they were not people that the Heavenly Path Divine Ancestor had found, the Primal Chaos Ancestor would not have bothered. "Primal Chaos Ancestor, what is up with Feng Wuchen's Primal Chaos Supreme God Force?" The white-robed old man asked angrily. "I don't know where Feng Wuchen got his Primal Chaos Supreme God Force from. If I knew, I would have snatched it long ago. Would he even have a chance?" The Primal Chaos Ancestor said helplessly with a bitter smile. "Since he is your successor, take back the Primal Chaos Supreme God Force. That kid is not worthy of it," the black-robed old man said angrily. "Sigh." The Primal Chaos Ancestor said helplessly with a bitter smile, "Seniors, I don't have the strength. If the 3 of you had the ability, you would not have been scared out of your wits by Feng Wuchen. You." The 3 masters of the Heavenly Path Divine Ancestors' old faces instantly flushed red as they exploded with anger. "Alright, seniors, please return to the Heavenly Tao. You've all seen Feng Wuchen's temper. If he finds out that you're still in the Chaos Realm, I can't guarantee the consequences." The Primal Chaos Ancestor smiled slightly. That smile made people feel like he was mocking them. "Humph. You can deal with the Heavenly Path Divine Ancestor on your own." The gray-robed old man gritted his teeth and left in a flash. Ha ha ha. After the 3 Tao of Heaven experts left, the Primal Chaos Patriarch could not help but laugh out loud. "Feng Wuchen, that brat, really didn't disappoint me." The Primal Chaos Patriarch laughed happily. "But I didn't expect that brat to chase them away. Those 3 old things have never taken me seriously. After so many years of abusing me, they were chased away by Feng Wuchen. This is great. This is really great. Haha." The Primal Chaos Patriarch had already guessed that the 3 Tao of Heaven experts would not help, but he did not expect that Feng Wuchen would chase them away with the primordial divine power. However, Feng Wuchen chased them away. How is he going to deal with Heavenless Patriarch and the rest? The Primal Chaos Patriarch frowned again. 5 Tao of Heaven experts. Their strength is terrifying. Even if Feng Wuchen has the primordial divine power, it will be difficult for him to control the situation. I really didn't expect Xianxia and Heavenless Patriarch to interfere. They even have Uncle Master helping them secretly. What will Feng Wuchen do? The Primal Chaos Patriarch was originally only afraid of Shadow Devil Patriarch. After all, he was the strongest person behind the dark forces. But now that Heavenless Patriarch and Xianxia were involved, it was undoubtedly more troublesome. Primal Chaos Patriarch, I've moved the Primal Chaos Temple out and made it my Dragon God Temple. At that moment, Feng Wuchen's happy laughter suddenly came. The Primal Chaos Realm is now under your control. You can decide how to deal with the Primal Chaos Temple. But you chased them away, kid, and helped me vent my anger. The Primal Chaos Patriarch laughed. It's not that I don't want to ask for their help, but they are too arrogant. Even if they kneel down and beg me, I won't ask for their help. Feng Wuchen transmitted. By the way, I've already refined the primal chaos supreme divine power. In that case, your cultivation has already broken through to primal chaos heavenly lord. The primal chaos patriarch guessed with a smile. I successfully broke through. Feng Wuchen transmitted with a smile. You chased them away. How are you going to deal with Heavenless Patriarch and the rest? Do you have any ideas? The Primal Chaos Patriarch asked. There's nothing I can do for now. I say, Primal Chaos Patriarch, they are experts of the Tao of the heavens. Even you are no match for them. What can I do? Feng Wuchen sent a voice transmission helplessly. Hopefully, the primordial godly power will be able to resist them. Their strength is indeed terrifying. However, you have the protection of the primal god force, so you should be fine. Still, you have to be careful. The primal chaos ancestor warned through voice transmission. I'll be careful, Feng Wuchen replied. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had already returned to the sacred region. The Pangu Immortal Manor and the Flame God Shrine were both in the sacred domain. Feng Wuchen also planned to move the Dragon God Shrine to the sacred domain, and it was between the Pangu Immortal Manor and the Flame God Shrine. A majestic and imposing immortal mountain appeared out of nowhere. Numerous majestic palaces stood on top of the mountain peaks. The entire immortal mountain exuded an ancient aura. The temple had been changed to the Dragon Temple. The appearance of the Dragon God Temple immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding major forces and many cultivators. What's going on with this immortal mountain shrine? There was no such thing before. What faction is this? This temple should have appeared out of nowhere, right? This immortal mountain shrine is definitely not simple. It exudes an ancient aura. I wonder what faction it is. Dragon God Shrine? I have never heard of it. Could it be the primal chaos dragon race? Even if it is, it should not be in the sacred region. The cultivators of the various major factions discussed in shock, curious about what faction it was. The Dragon God Shrine exuded an ancient aura. It was cold and cheerless, filled with mystery. The surrounding cultivators did not dare to approach, only watching from afar. Only Feng Wuchen was in the entire Dragon God Shrine. After the news spread, the major factions of the sacred region and many experts came over. More and more cultivators came to watch. Cultivators from other regions also heard the news and came over. Everyone was curious about what faction the Dragon God Shrine was. It was not until 7 days later that the number of cultivators watching dwindled and finally dispersed. For a time, the news of the cold and cheerless Dragon God Shrine spread throughout the sacred region. The existence of the Dragon God Shrine had already gained some fame. Spirit Beast, ask if you have found the Chaos Crystal Soul Source Stone. If you have, send it to the sacred region Dragon God Shrine. In the main hall, Feng Wuchen asked through voice transmission. He was anxious to break through to the Chaos God Emperor realm. Young Hall Master, there are only 3. I will send it over now. The Chaos Heaven Spirit Beast replied respectfully. Great. 3 is enough. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. 3 Chaos Crystal Soul Source Stone was enough for Feng Wuchen to break through to the Chaos God Emperor realm. In the imposing square of the Dragon God Shrine, the Chaos Heaven Spirit Beast appeared. It took him a long time to find the Dragon God Shrine. This is Young Hall Master's Dragon God Shrine? It's really imposing, and the ancient aura is very rich. The Chaos Heaven Spirit Beast was shocked. An afterimage flew out of the main hall and instantly appeared in front of the Chaos Heaven Spirit Beast. Young Hall Master, where did you get this Dragon God Shrine? This shouldn't be a newly built Dragon God Shrine. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a rich ancient aura. The Chaos Heaven Spirit Beast asked curiously. At the same time, he handed the Chaos Crystal Soul Source Stone to Feng Wuchen. This is the real Chaos Dragon God Shrine. I moved it out. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly as if he was talking about something insignificant. But to the Chaos Heaven Spirit Beast, it was an incomparably shocking existence. What? The real Chaos Dragon God Shrine? Young Hall Master, you are not lying to me, right? The Chaos Heaven Spirit Beast was so shocked that his eyes popped out and his huge body trembled. Feng Wuchen actually moved the legendary Chaos Dragon God Shrine out. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "Why would I lie to you? This is the real Chaos Dragon God Shrine. The primal Chaos Ancestor also agreed to let me move it out. Wouldn't it be a waste not to use such a magnificent shrine? The Chaos Heaven Spirit Beast. You have a good look. I am going to cultivate." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and disappeared. Feng Wuchen entered the divine ring immediately. His original body and dozens of primordial spirit avatars immediately started to absorb the Chaos Crystal Soul Source Stone to cultivate their soul power. I will definitely be able to break through to the Chaos God Emperor realm within 3 months of cultivating in the divine ring. Feng Wuchen said excitedly, and his heart was filled with anticipation. The Chaos Crystal Soul Source Stone contained a huge amount of soul power. To an alchemist, it was absolutely an irreplaceable supplement. But such a treasure was extremely precious and rare. In the chaotic world, there were not many powerful alchemists who possessed the Chaos Crystal Soul Source Stone. There were many ancient strange beasts in the Wuji heavenly realm. After searching for so long, they only found 3 Chaos Crystal Soul Source Stones. One could imagine how rare they were. My soul power is increasing so fast. Within 3 months, I will definitely break through to the Chaos God Emperor realm. At that time, I can use the heaven-defying divine pearl to increase my cultivation. Feng Wuchen was ecstatic. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. World of Darkness, Qi Demon Shrine. Buzz. Buzz, the Qi Demon Shrine, which had been peaceful for a long time, suddenly shook violently. An extremely terrifying divine power surged out like raging waves. What a terrifying divine power! Is this darkness divine power or chaos divine power? This aura belongs to the Saintess. That's right. The Saintess has broken through. She even merged chaos divine power and darkness divine power. 9th level chaos heavenly venerate. Oh my god. How long has it been? The Saintess has broken through. The entire Qi Demon Celestial Hall was in a state of shock and fear. Cries of alarm rang out unceasingly. The Saintess has come out of seclusion. Chiemo Laozu and the elders rushed out of the shrine. The God-fiend Patriarch appeared and frowned. What a powerful divine power. The Saintess has successfully merged 2 types of divine power. In a palace, Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian slowly opened his eyes and smiled. She has finally come out of seclusion. To be able to break through to the 9th level Chaos Heavenly Venerate in such a short time, she is indeed the #1 genius of the Chaos realm. Master has not misjudged her. The Witch Yan's palace was enveloped in a resplendent light. Domineering divine power surged out continuously. Soon, the domineering divine power gradually disappeared. A beautiful figure flashed out of the palace. It was the Witch Yan. Although the domineering divine power had disappeared, the aura emitted by the Witch Yan's body was extremely terrifying. As expected of a 9th level Chaos Heavenly Venerate. What a terrifying power. The Witch Yan was shocked and overjoyed. She could clearly feel the terrifying divine power in her body. In the entire Chaos realm, only the Witch Yan could reach such a level among the super geniuses of the younger generation. Welcome, Saintess. The God-fiend Patriarch, Chiemo Laozu, and the others knelt on one knee respectfully. The Saintess who had been personally conferred by the Heavenly Tao Patriarch had a transcendent status. They had to be respectful. God-fiend Patriarch, Chiemo Laozu, please rise. The Witch Yan said courteously. You are my seniors. There is no need to be so polite. It seems that everything went very smoothly. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian's faint laughter rang out, and then his figure appeared. Thank you for your help, Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to break through to become a 9th level Chaos Heavenly Venerate so quickly. Witch Yan thanked him respectfully. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xuan smiled happily and said, Master left this for you. There's no need to thank me. Saintess, how did you fuse darkness divine power and chaos divine power? Ancestor God asked curiously as he looked at Witch Yan. Flamewood shook her head, Demon God Old Ancestor, I didn't merge them. The 2 god powers are extremely strong and I don't have the ability to forcefully merge them. This was merged by Heaven Dao Ancestor. Patriarch Heavenly Dao fused with him? Patriarch Fiend God and Chiamo Laozu were stunned. The heavenly Tao ancestral master was indeed terrifying. Tao ancestor Jiao Xian smiled faintly and said, "Only master can do that. However, this shouldn't be the most powerful divine power. This is merely the fusion of two divine powers. Not the strongest godly power?" Patriarch Fiend God and Chiamo Laozu were shocked once more, their old faces petrified. The fusion of darkness divine power and chaos divine power wasn't the strongest godly power. Don't forget that master is an expert from heaven Tao. Tao ancestor Jiao Xian smiled faintly and said, "If Tao essence is fused with it, this godly power will be even stronger. However, it should be a little difficult for master." Tao essence? Patriarch Fiend God frowned and said, "I've cultivated for many years, but the existence of Tao essence is still a little vague. I can feel it, but I can't control it. I can't even feel the existence of Tao essence." Chiamo Laozu shook his head helplessly. It was still difficult to feel the existence of Tao essence even after reaching the supremacy realm. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to go to heaven Tao. Otherwise, Primal Chaos Ancestor and Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian wouldn't be unable to go to heaven Tao even after cultivating for tens of millions of years. The existence of Tao essence can't be seen or touched. Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian shook his head and said, "Only when one's cultivation reaches a certain level can they feel the existence of Tao essence. Even without Tao essence fused with godly power, with my current strength, if I use this godly power, no one below the supremacy realm can be my match." Wei Qian said, full of confidence in her own strength. "Don't underestimate Feng Wuchen's godly power." Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian said seriously, "His godly power is also very terrifying. It's not something that darkness godly power can resist." Darkness godly power can't resist? Wei Qian was shocked. Didn't she resist Feng Wuchen's primordial godly power back then? Furthermore, primordial godly power couldn't suppress darkness godly power. With the situation back then, Feng Wuchen couldn't possibly be weak. What was going on? Wei Qian was confused. Seeing Wei Qian's confusion, Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian frowned and said, "I don't know why you could resist Feng Wuchen's godly power back then. However, his godly power has become very strong now. Perhaps it has something to do with his cultivation. His godly power will become stronger when his cultivation increases? How is that possible?" Wei Qian was in disbelief. What kind of godly power could be so terrifying? Chiamo Laozu said seriously, "Saintess, I fought with Feng Wuchen before. His godly power is indeed terrifying. My darkness godly power can't do anything to him. Also, I feel that he hasn't used his true godly power yet." Hearing this, Wei Qian was in disbelief. Chiamo Laozu personally attacked but he couldn't do anything to Feng Wuchen. Chiamo Laozu was a supreme god expert. Wei Qian took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in her heart. She asked curiously, "What is Feng Wuchen's godly power? Why is it so strong?" "We don't know either." Demon God Old Ancestor shook his head. Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian, how is Feng Wuchen now? Wei Qian frowned and asked. She really wanted to know about Feng Wuchen's current situation. Feng Wuchen has already built the Dragon God Palace in the sacred region. His palace is a bit special. It has an ancient aura. I don't know where he got it from. Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian said seriously, "I feel that the palace is the real Chaos Palace. He just changed it to the Dragon God Palace." What? The real Chaos Palace? Demon God Old Ancestor and Chiamo Laozu were shocked again. Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian, if it really is the Chaos Palace, then wouldn't the Chaos over God power be in Feng Wuchen's hands? Wei Qian asked in shock. "I'm just guessing. I'm not sure. However, with such a powerful ancient aura, I can't think of any palace other than the Chaos Palace." Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian shook his head slightly. However, the darkness godly power and chaos godly power have successfully merged. This godly power definitely won't lose to the chaos over God power. Don't underestimate him. Tao Ancestor Jiaoshuan warned, even Chiamo Laozu can't do anything to Feng Wuchen. It's obvious how powerful his divine power is. Don't be careless. Now is not the time to fight. You have to control yourself. Dao ancestor Jiuxuan and the others didn't know how powerful the divine power was after the fusion of darkness and chaos divine power. They also didn't know if it could fight against Feng Wuchen's ancient divine power. Therefore, Wu Qian wanted to test Feng Wuchen's divine power. Dao ancestor Jiuxuan didn't object. Wu Qian said respectfully, "I will be careful. Before going to find Feng Wuchen, go back to the Yan clan and see Elder Yan Feng." Dao ancestor Jiuxuan continued. "What happened to the Grand Elder?" Wu Qian frowned. Dao ancestor Jiuxuan said solemnly, "Not long ago, he fought with Feng Wuchen and was injured by Feng Wuchen's divine fire. If your grandfather hadn't acted in time, I'm afraid Elder Yan Feng would have died." "Feng Wuchen. I won't let him go." Wu Qian's face instantly turned cold. Her beautiful eyes flashed with vicious killing intent before disappearing. Dao ancestor Jiuxuan, Saintess has already come out of seclusion. The two divine powers have already fused. Even if she can't defeat Feng Wuchen's divine power, she should be able to fight. When will the battle begin? Chiemo Laozu frowned and asked. The fiend god ancestor said seriously, "With our strength, we can definitely fight them. Moreover, we have the help of the shadow demon ancestor. As long as Saintess can stall Feng Wuchen, we will definitely win. I will personally deal with the primal chaos ancestor. Master hasn't given the order yet." Dao ancestor Jiuxuan shook his head. "Let's wait. What is the heavenly Dao ancestor worried about? Is it Feng Wuchen's divine power?" The fiend god ancestor frowned. Clearly, he couldn't wait for the battle to begin. "I'm not sure either." Dao ancestor Jiuxuan said seriously, "However, Master has his reasons for not giving the order. We just have to wait patiently. The primordial god force comes from the heavenly Dao. Master should also have some misgivings, but why hasn't he given the order yet? Can it be that with the help of Patriarch Skylus and the others, we won't be able to wipe out Patriarch Primordial Chaos?" Dao ancestor Jiuxuan mused to himself. Dao ancestor Jiuxuan really did not know what the heavenly Dao ancestral master was worried about. Flame Clan. On the plaza, the beautiful figure of the Flame Witch appeared. A terrifying aura rolled out like a huge wave. Everyone in the flaming race was shocked. They thought that a strong enemy had come to attack. Even Yan Dihun and the others were shocked. After all, Wu Qian's current divine power aura was completely different from before. Moreover, she was a 9th-level chaotic heavenly venerate. But when they saw who it was, they were all stunned. "Welcome, Saintess." The members of the flame race knelt down respectfully, their expressions filled with excitement. Demoness Yan's return meant that he could avenge Grand Elder Yan Feng. Which? Hearing the shouts outside, Yan Dihun and the others were shocked. Wu Qian had actually broken through to the 9th-level primal chaos heavenly venerate realm. Furthermore, her divine power was much more terrifying than before. "What the hell is going on?" Yan Dihun and the others did not think much and immediately flashed out of the hall. Yan Dihun and the others' cultivation had improved greatly with the help of the elixirs given by Demoness Yan. Yan Dihun's strength was definitely not below Chiemo Laozu's. "Which, it's really you. That's great. You're finally back." Yan Dihun was excited and could not stop smiling. Yan Wutian asked excitedly, "Sister, how did you cultivate? How did you break through so quickly? Also, what's with your divine power? How's Grand Elder's injury?" Demoness Yan looked at Yan Dihun and asked, ignoring Yan Wushuang. "Grand Elder's injury is very serious. We tried our best but only recovered 30%. Yan Dihun shook his head helplessly. "Sister, this is all Feng Wuchen's fault. The heavenly divine flame originally belonged to our flame clan, but it was snatched away by Feng Wuchen." Yan Wushuang gritted her teeth and said angrily. "Saintess, only you can deal with Feng Wuchen. Saintess, please avenge Grand Elder." "That's right. Avenge Grand Elder." The members of the Flame Clan shouted in grief and anger. They were all hopeful about Demoness Yan's divine power. Demoness Yan took out an elixir and gave it to Yan Dihun. She said coldly, "Heal Grand Elder. I'll deal with Feng Wuchen." "Demoness, what's with your cultivation and divine power?" Yan Dihun asked curiously. "My divine power merged." Demoness Yan answered simply. Her expression was cold and she was about to leave. Yan Dihun frowned and said, Demoness, Feng Wuchen's divine power is very scary. It's much stronger than before. He also has a very scary divine flame. You must be careful. I know what I'm doing. Demoness Yan replied coldly and disappeared in a flash. Sister. Wait for me, I'll go too. Yan Wutian said quickly and disappeared in a flash. Clan leader, is Demoness Yan going to find Feng Wuchen? Elder Flaming Moon asked quickly. He seemed to be worried. Demoness Yan's divine power is not to be underestimated. It has already surpassed chaotic divine power. Perhaps it can compete with Feng Wuchen's divine power. Yan Dihun frowned but he was not sure. If Demoness Yan's divine power is no match for Feng Wuchen's divine power, coupled with a flame more terrifying than the heavenly divine flame, the consequences will be unimaginable. Elder Flaming Moon was worried. I'll go take a look. Second Elder, please give the elixir to Grand Elder. Yan Dihun frowned and gave the elixir to Flaming Moon. He then disappeared. Dragon Temple. Purgatory Taoist, Gui Mukan, Yun Fengxiao, and the others had already moved to Dragon Temple. However, the huge temple still seemed cold and cheerless. After all, there were too few people. Dragon Soul Venerable had been monitoring the Dark Forces experts and was not in Dragon Temple. Looking at the cold and cheerless temple, Feng Wuchen said to himself, I don't know when my wife and master will come out of seclusion. With such crazy cultivation, if they improve too quickly, it will have a great impact on their foundation. Master, don't worry. They have been cultivating for so many years. Don't they know? They just want to improve their cultivation as soon as possible. They don't want to be left behind too far. Long Xinjian said. That's true. It seems that I've been worrying too much. Feng Wuchen smiled awkwardly. Walking out of the temple slowly, Feng Wuchen said lightly, when my wife and the others come out of seclusion, they should be able to reach the chaotic divine master realm. As soon as he said that, Feng Wuchen suddenly noticed something. He frowned and looked up at the void. There was a beautiful figure there. Which Yan? Feng Wuchen recognized her at a glance. He said in surprise, as expected of the Chaos Realm's #1 genius. She has broken through to the 9th level chaotic heavenly venerate realm in such a short time. Moreover, her divine power has become even stronger. The aura of the dark divine power and the chaotic divine power. It seems that she has fused the two divine powers. Witch Yan was staring coldly at Feng Wuchen. Her bone-chilling murderous aura made people tremble. Feng Wuchen. Your time has come. Yan Wutian's angry roar suddenly sounded. Death? Feng Wuchen sneered. Yan Wutian, you speak as if I, Feng Wuchen, am easy to kill. I don't believe you have the ability to do so. Feng Wuchen, I admit that you have a powerful divine power. I can't kill you, but it doesn't mean that no one can kill you. Yan Wutian said coldly. His figure slowly appeared and stared at Feng Wuchen contemptuously. What are you doing here? Yan Wuch glanced at Yan Wutian coldly. Sister, I'm here to see Feng Wuchen's fate. Yan Wutian laughed excitedly, as if he could already see the scene of Feng Wuchen's tragic death. Yan Wutian, even if I don't use my powerful divine power, you can't kill me. Feng Wuchen sneered contemptuously. He didn't put Yan Wutian in his eyes at all. Feng Wuchen, don't be too arrogant. Yan Wutian's face instantly turned ferocious, and he clenched his fists. Feng Wuchen sneered disdainfully. I haven't seen you for so long, and your cultivation is still the same. It hasn't improved at all. You want to kill me with your little ability? What? You speak as if you have surpassed me. Yan Wutian said fiercely. Feng Wuchen, I'm telling you, if you don't use your divine power, I can crush you with one finger. Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen sneered, his face full of disdain. Yan Wuch frowned slightly. Feng Wuchen's words shocked her. Could Feng Wuchen's cultivation really surpass Yan Wutian's? How was this possible? When she first saw Feng Wuchen was just a chaotic great emperor. It was impossible to surpass Yan Wutian, a 5th-level chaotic heavenly master, in such a short time. After all, if it were other top geniuses, it would take at least 10 million years. Or even longer to reach the 5th level chaotic heavenly master realm from the chaotic great emperor realm. How could Feng Wuchen surpass it in less than half a year? Preposterous. How dare you not put me in your eyes? Yan Wutian exploded when he saw Feng Wuchen's disdainful look. He wanted to tear Feng Wuchen to pieces. Feng Wuchen ignored Yan Wutian's anger. He glanced at Yan Wuchen and sneered. He means you can kill me, right? I don't believe you are here to drink tea. Wei Yan stared coldly at Feng Wuchen, but she didn't say anything. However, Demoness Yan found it strange that Feng Wuchen could still be so calm in front of her. There was no panic in his eyes. Why was this? Could it be that her current divine power wasn't enough to make Feng Wuchen fear her? Or perhaps Feng Wuchen's divine power was stronger than hers? Yan Wutian shouted angrily, you are right. My sister can kill you. As long as you are not blind, you should be able to see how powerful she is. Feng Wuchen shrugged and sneered. You are right. I can see it. So what? Do you think she can kill me? You are right. My sister can kill you at any time. Any time? Yan Wutian answered with certainty. He was very confident in Yan Wuch's. Feng Wuchen looked at Yan Wuch again and sneered. Tell me, why are you here? If you are here to kill me, then do it quickly. Don't waste time. Looking at the arrogant Feng Wuchen, Yan Wutian gritted his teeth and said angrily, Sister, kill him. Feng Wuchen, it seems that your cultivation has improved a lot, Yan Wuch said coldly. The Flame Wuch said coldly. Although she couldn't tell the depth of Feng Wuchen's cultivation, she could guess. As soon as she finished speaking, her beautiful figure had already appeared on the square of Dragon God Temple and was walking toward Feng Wuchen. An extremely terrifying aura burst out and suppressed Feng Wuchen mercilessly. However, Feng Wuchen's expression did not change. He was not suppressed at all. Seeing Yan Wuch walk over, Feng Wuchen spread his hands and smiled. No matter how much I improve, I am not as good as you, a 9th level Chaos Heavenly Lord. You are very confident in your god's power, Yan Wuch said coldly. Sister, don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him quickly. Yan Wutian said angrily. His eyes were like a viper's as he stared at Feng Wuchen. If it were not for his fear of Feng Wuchen's ancient divine power, Yan Wutian would have killed Feng Wuchen himself. If you want to kill me, then do it. Feng Wuchen smiled coldly. He was not afraid at all. Yan Wuch said coldly, I will not be courteous with you. Not only will I kill you, but I will also turn you into ashes. Buzz buzz. As soon as she finished speaking, Yan Wuch's merged divine power burst out. A majestic aura soared into the sky. The extremely terrifying power shook the entire Dragon God Temple. The terrifying power turned into a gust of wind that swept out. It was breathtaking. Yan Wuch's combat power instantly soared to the peak of 9th level Chaos Heavenly Lord. With such fierce combat power, she was absolutely invincible under the Honorable God. What powerful combat power! As expected of the #1 genius of the Chaos Realm. Feng Wuchen was amazed. At this time, the Purgatory Taoist, Gui Muken, and Yin Fengxiao walked out of the Alchemy Pavilion. Very domineering divine power. It is even more terrifying than Chaos divine power. The Purgatory Taoist frowned. A strong fear flashed in the depths of his old eyes. Purgatory Taoist? Gui Muken? Why are they in the Dragon God Temple? Yan Wutian frowned. He saw the Purgatory Taoist immediately. However, Yan Wutian did not think much of it and did not take it to heart. Yan Wutian only wanted to see Yan Wuch kill Feng Wuchen with her own hands. Grand Elder, who are they? What terrifying divine power? Yun Fengxiao asked in shock. His face was pale. The Purgatory Taoist frowned and said, People of the Yan tribe. What? Yan tribe? Yun Fengxiao's eyes widened. The terror of the Yan tribe was known by everyone in the Chaos Realm. Yan Wuch is the #1 genius of the Chaos Realm. Yan Wushuang is the young lord of the Yan tribe. Gui Muken added. Such terrifying divine power. Can Supreme Lord Wind fight them? Yun Fengxiao asked worriedly. His body began to tremble. The Purgatory Taoist said solemnly, Supreme Lord's divine power is very powerful. Don't worry. Sister. Kill him quickly. Yan Wutian shouted angrily. Feng Wuchen hasn't even activated his divine power and is still so calm. Is he so confident in his own divine power? Yan Wich thought to herself. She did not dare to underestimate Feng Wuchen. Looking at Yan Wich, Feng Wuchen sneered, hesitating, this is not like you. Shut up. Yan Wich shouted coldly. Her palm fiercely slammed towards Feng Wuchen without mercy. The terrifying palm slammed out. Space distorted and the air seemed to have solidified. It was obvious that this palm was very powerful. Boom. Weng weng. Feng Wuchen did not want to be outdone. His bloodline divine power burst out and his palm met the attack. With a loud explosion, overbearing and terrifying energy ripples rolled out without restraint. The Purgatory Taoist waved his hand and formed a powerful array to seal off the square. What? Sixth layer Chaos Heavenly Venerable. Yan Wich's eyes widened as she looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. End of chapter. 6th level Chaos Heavenly Venerate. Demoness Yan was so shocked that she felt dizzy. Her face was filled with confusion. How could Feng Wuchen's cultivation soar to 6th level Chaos Heavenly Venerate so quickly? This was a lie, right? How did Feng Wuchen cultivate? How could he have such a terrifying cultivation speed? Yan Wich already found it unbelievable that she had broken through to 9th level Chaos Heavenly Venerate so quickly. However, Feng Wuchen was even more abnormal than her. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Yan Wich would rather believe that a pig could climb a tree than believe that Feng Wuchen had broken through to 6th level Chaos Heavenly Venerate. How is this possible? Feng Wuchen has broken through to 6th level Chaos Heavenly Venerate. His cultivation has surpassed mine. Yan Wutian's eyes were about to fly out. He couldn't believe it. Yan Wutian now knew why Feng Wuchen had been so disdainful of him. 6th level Chaos Heavenly Venerate. The Purgatory Taoist, Gui Mukan, and Yin Fengxiao were all shocked. Heaven-defying Divine Pearl? Gui Mukan's first thought was the powerful heaven-defying Divine Pearl. The Purgatory Taoist was shocked. Even the heaven-defying Divine Pearl can't improve so quickly. Supremacy won't absorb 2 heaven-defying Divine Pearls consecutively. Yin Fengxiao's eyes widened. No way? Supremacy's cultivation has already reached 6th level Chaos Heavenly Venerate? And can withstand the power of a 9th level Chaos Heavenly Venerate? Wasn't Feng Wuchen in the Chaos God Emperor realm? When did Feng Wuchen break through to Chaos Heavenly Venerate? When did he break through to 6th level Chaos Heavenly Venerate? Was the Feng Wuchen in front of him still the Feng Wuchen he knew in the Refinement Divine Palace? At that time, Feng Wuchen was only a Chaos Golden Immortal. In less than a year, Yun Fengxiao's cultivation hadn't broken through, but Feng Wuchen had soared from Chaos Golden Immortal to 6th level Chaos Heavenly Venerate. What kind of terrifying gap was this? Yun Fengxiao couldn't imagine it, nor did he dare to imagine it. Feng Wuchen was too scary, they were not the only ones. Flame Emperor's soul, who was hiding in the dark, froze on the spot as if he had been struck by lightning. His expression was filled with shock and disbelief. A 6th level Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerate? How is that possible? I have cultivated for tens of millions of years and have yet to break through to Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerate. Feng Wuchen reached the 6th level Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerate in less than a year, Flame the Arch Soul said in a daze. Shocking, it was too shocking, this kind of terrifying cultivation speed was completely beyond their imagination. They couldn't understand it. No one in the entire chaotic realm could match such a terrifying cultivation speed. Looking at the stunned Witch of Flame, Feng Wuchen smiled coldly and said, You seem to be very shocked. You don't believe that I have become so powerful? Feng Wuchen had instantly erupted with his divine power after clashing violently with the palm. He completely blocked the Witch of Flame's divine power, so he was not knocked back at all. Feng Wuchen's current strength was already completely capable of contending with the Witch of Flame. Even though the Witch of Flame's divine power had merged, she couldn't suppress Feng Wuchen's primordial divine power. A 6th level Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerate could contend with a 9th level Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerate. It was no wonder the Witch of Flame was so shocked. No one else would dare to believe it. You. How can your cultivation, break through to the 6th level primal chaos heavenly venerate. Witch of Flame said in shock, still in disbelief. The Witch of Flame couldn't imagine how terrifying Feng Wuchen's cultivation speed was. Not only was his cultivation speed terrifying, but his divine power was also overbearing. Even with her divine power, she still couldn't suppress Feng Wuchen's divine power. This isn't Feng Wuchen's divine power from before. This is his bloodline divine power. Witch of Flame was extremely shocked. That's right. Feng Wuchen had blocked the Witch of Flame's divine power attack with his bloodline divine power alone. Feng Wuchen slowly retracted his palm and smiled faintly. I was just lucky. He could improve so quickly just because he was lucky. Who was he trying to fool? Buzz. Buzz, an even more terrifying divine power suddenly erupted, and the surging aura soared again. The temple shook violently, and the formation set up by the Purgatory Taoist was instantly filled with cracks. It could be forcefully broken at any time. What terrifying divine power! Even my powerful formation can't block it. The Purgatory Taoist gritted his teeth as a strained expression appeared on his old face. Gui Mukin hurriedly channeled all his divine power into the Purgatory Taoist's body. Feng Wuchen, since you've already broken through to the 6th level primal chaos heavenly venerate realm, let me see how powerful you are. Bring out your strongest divine power. The Witch of Flame said coldly, and her face turned cold again. The Witch of Flame unleashed her full power, and her combat strength surpassed the peak of the 9th level primal chaos heavenly venerate realm. It was abnormally terrifying. Feng Wuchen's lips curled up slightly as he sneered, to be honest, I also want to know how powerful I am now. Feng Wuchen had just broken through to the 6th level primal chaos heavenly venerate realm, and the Witch of Flame had come knocking on his door. It was a good opportunity for Feng Wuchen to test his current strength. Grand Elder, your formation can't block our divine power. Let's withdraw. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and immediately soared into the sky. All right. The Purgatory Taoist waved his hand and immediately withdrew the formation. Although the Purgatory Taoist was also a 9th level primal chaos heavenly venerate, he was much weaker than the Witch of Flame. No matter how powerful the formation was, it couldn't withstand the impact of their divine power. Grand Elder? Yan Wutian was stunned. The Purgatory Taoist was actually the Grand Elder of the Dragon Temple. The Witch of Flame snorted angrily and soared into the sky. Terrifying divine power condensed on her palm and mercilessly blasted forward. Her attack was extremely ferocious. Primal divine power instantly erupted, and her combat strength skyrocketed. Feng Wuchen also blasted forward with his palm. Feng Wuchen's divine power can actually still increase. Yan Wutian was extremely frightened, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Boom! Buzz buzz! In the blink of an eye, the two palms collided again. There was an earth-shattering boom, and the terrifying and domineering force of the collision swept out unscrupulously. The chaotic void was collapsing and shattering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The destructive power was extremely shocking. Feng Wuchen's divine power has indeed become stronger. My divine power can't suppress it. As Tao ancestor Jiao Xian said, Feng Wuchen's cultivation has increased, and his divine power has also become stronger. The Witch of Flame was secretly shocked. However, what the Witch of Flame didn't know was that Feng Wuchen's primal divine power didn't suppress her divine power. Moreover, Feng Wuchen's primal divine power hadn't completely erupted yet. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. The Witch of Flame immediately launched a fierce and merciless attack. Every move was fatal and incomparably ruthless. Earth-shattering explosions rang out incessantly, and the space shook incessantly. However, in the face of the Witch of Flame's fierce and merciless attacks, Feng Wuchen was also ruthless and merciless. In the fierce battle, the two could be said to be evenly matched. Terrifying energy ripples instantly covered the entire sanctuary, scaring the major forces and countless cultivators out of their wits. Yan Wutian and the Purgatory Taoist were dumbfounded at this moment. The Dragon Soul Venerable and the War God Guards all rushed over to watch the battle. They didn't know if they didn't see it, but once they saw it, they were scared silly. Is that our honorable lord? That's impossible, right? 6th level Chaos Heavenly Venerate. Am I seeing things? When did the young Hall Master break through to 6th level Chaos Heavenly Venerate? How is this possible? How can a 6th level Chaos Heavenly Venerate contend with a 9th level Chaos Heavenly Venerate, Yan Witch? His strength has already surpassed us. His speed and divine power don't lose to Yan Witch at all. I'm afraid the young Hall Master's strength can already fight Big Brother Bloodthirsty. When did the Honorable Lord's fighting strength become so terrifying? This isn't a joke, right? The Dragon Soul Honorable and the War God Guards in the dark were scared into vegetative states when they saw the battle between Feng Wuchen and Yan Witch. They also couldn't imagine how Feng Wuchen's cultivation had improved so quickly. The more they watched, the more shocked and frightened they were. They felt like they were going crazy. How could there be such an abnormal person? How can Feng Wuchen's strength be so strong? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Yan Wutian shook his head in horror as if he had seen a ghost. Not only did Feng Wuchen improve his cultivation at a terrifying speed, but he had also surpassed him and his fighting strength didn't lose to Yan Witch. How could Yan Wutian accept this? How can Feng Wuchen's strength suddenly become so strong? Yan Witch's divine power can't suppress his divine power at all. Feng Wuchen's growth is too terrifying. The Flame Emperor's soul in the dark was more and more shocked the more he watched. If Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian and the Demon God Ancestor were watching the battle in the dark, they would definitely be shocked by Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength. On the Dragon God Temple Square, the Purgatory Taoist and Gui Mukan were terrified. Grand Elder, I didn't see anything. How is it now? Yun Fengxiao asked anxiously. The Purgatory Taoist was dumbfounded. The Honorable Lord's strength doesn't lose to Yan Witch. He's not at a disadvantage in the clash of divine power. Doesn't lose to Yan Witch? A 6th level Chaos Heavenly Venerate can compete with a 9th level Chaos Heavenly Venerate. Yun Fengxiao was dumbfounded again. The High Lord is too terrifying. I've been in the Chaos Realm for so many years, and I've never seen anyone's cultivation level increase as fast as the Great Lord's. Furthermore, he has such a powerful combat strength. Gui Mukan was both shocked and excited. Boom boom boom. Buzz. As the battle went on, more and more experts came to watch the battle from afar. The battle became more and more intense. All kinds of ruthless moves were used. The two of them clashed madly. Their speed was so fast that it was impossible to see with the naked eye. The many experts who were watching the battle were shocked and terrified. They could only feel the strong impact. Every time there was a strong collision, their hearts would beat violently. Although Feng Wuchen's divine power is strong, it is still unable to suppress my divine power. However, how could his fighting strength be so strong, to actually be able to contend against me at my peak strength? Not only that, other than his divine power being extremely overbearing, his physical body is also very strong. My divine power actually has a feeling that it can't break through his physical body. His speed is also not inferior to mine. All of my attacks are perfectly blocked by him. It's as if he can predict my next attack. His divine power is also filled with penetrative power. It's as if he can penetrate all of my defenses, even my divine power. If this continues, I will definitely lose. The Witch of Flame was shocked again. She even felt that Feng Wuchen's divine power was even more terrifying than hers. After the intense battle, the Witch of Flame had already realized that it was impossible for her to kill Feng Wuchen with her current strength. Feng Wuchen's existence was the most terrifying of all the opponents the Witch of Flame had encountered. The Witch of Flame finally truly understood Feng Wuchen's strength. Boom! The intense battle lasted for a few minutes. In the end, the two of them clashed with their palms and retreated. In the intense battle, the two of them seemed to be evenly matched, but in reality, Feng Wuchen had the upper hand. Others might not be able to tell, but the Witch of Flame knew very well. Feng Wuchen's physical body had already reached an unimaginably terrifying level. He had never been afraid of anyone in close combat. The Witch of Flame did not have a strong physical body. It was impossible for her to gain the upper hand. Although that was the case, the Witch of Flame had also obtained the answer she wanted. Feng Wuchen's primordial divine power could not suppress her divine power. Unfortunately, the Witch of Flame did not know that Feng Wuchen did not suppress her divine power. He also did not unleash his true primordial divine power. In the intense battle, Feng Wuchen did not use his full strength. After the intense battle ended, the many experts watching from afar finally saw the true faces of Feng Wuchen and the Witch of Flame. The Witch of Flame tribe. The #1 genius of the chaos world. It's actually her. She actually broke through to the 9th level chaotic heavenly venerate realm. Who is the other person? That kid is even more terrifying. He fought against the Witch of Flame with the strength of a 6th level chaotic heavenly venerate. He can't be the master of Dragon Temple, right? To reach such a realm at such a young age, who is he? He is the young hall master of Chaos Temple, Feng Wuchen. That's right. It's Feng Wuchen. The young hall master of Chaos Temple. I've seen him before. What? He's the young hall master of Chaos Temple? The many experts watching the battle were shocked. After learning of Feng Wuchen's identity, they instantly exploded. Witch of Flame, is this already your strongest power? If this is all you've got, you can't kill me, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. It seems that I've underestimated you. I never thought that your strength could reach such a realm so quickly, the Witch of Flame said coldly, the viciousness in her eyes growing stronger. The stronger Feng Wuchen was, the more the Witch of Flame wanted to destroy him. Feng Wuchen spread his hands and said with a smile, to be honest, even I didn't think that I could reach such a realm so quickly. Looking at Yan Wutian, who was not far away, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile, Yan Wutian, how is it? I underestimated you, didn't I? Yan Wutian was already scared out of his wits. How would he dare to refute? Feng Wuchen, don't be too happy. The battle has just begun, the Witch of Flame said coldly. Although she might not be able to defeat Feng Wuchen in close combat, she might not be able to defeat him in spells. With a thought, the Witch of Flame took out her primordial chaos divine weapons, an armor and a sword. After taking out her primordial chaos divine weapons, the Witch of Flame's combat power rose crazily. Even if she had not reached the honorable god realm, she was not far away. Her majestic aura rose again. This was the Witch of Flame's peak strength. Primordial Chaos Divine Weapons. The Witch of Flame's combat power has increased. Yun Fengxiao said in fear. As expected of the Chaos Realm's #1 genius. The Witch of Flame's strength is too terrifying. Brother Bloodthirsty is no match for her. The Witch of Flame's primordial Chaos Divine Weapons are very powerful. I wonder if the Honorable Lord can increase his combat power. If he can't, he's no match for the Witch of Flame. Feng Wuchen, show me your true ability. This saintess will kill you, who is the strongest? Said the Flame Witch coldly. Her cold killing chi transformed into a blue storm. It was as if killing Feng Wuchen was an extremely easy task. Wuqian's bone-chilling voice caused all the spectators to feel fear and trepidation. The incomparably sharp sword intent was like a raging wave that surged into the sky. It was soul-stirring and suffocating. The terrifying aura and pressure made the many experts watching the battle feel as if they could topple mountains and overturn seas. That feeling was as if all the strength in their bodies had been instantly sucked dry and their bodies were no longer under their control. What powerful strength! The ancient Chaos Divine tool is even more impressive. It actually makes me feel a strong sense of danger. Feng Wuchen grinned as a strong battle intent was ignited. Master, that sword is called the Heavenly Tao Emperor Spirit Sword. It is the sword of the Heavenly Tao Ancestor. Its power is extremely terrifying. Divine Eyes said respectfully. Master, that sword is even stronger than the Dragon God Sword. The sword spirit feels suppressed by it. The Dragon God Sword also said. So it is the sword of the Heavenly Tao Ancestor. No wonder it is so powerful. Feng Wuchen nodded as he felt the Dragon God Sword trembling slightly. Master, the Heavenly Tao Emperor Spirit Sword can unleash 3 times the fighting strength. It can also absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and transform it into divine power. Simply put, Wuqian's divine power is inexhaustible. The Heavenly Tao Emperor Spirit Sword is the strongest divine sword in the primal chaos realm. Divine Eyes said respectfully. What? It can even absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and transform it into divine power? Isn't that too powerful? Feng Wuchen was shocked when he heard it. Feng Wuchen was not surprised that it could unleash 3 times the fighting strength. However, the ability to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and transform it into divine power shocked Feng Wuchen. Because Feng Wuchen had never seen such a powerful divine sword. Feng Wuchen could not forge such a powerful divine sword. After all, he did not have powerful refining materials or refining methods. Master's godly power is inexhaustible. What's more, Master hasn't even used his strongest godly power. What are you afraid of? Nian Luanya transmitted. Master, which Yan's armor is called the Heavenly Way Dark Soul Armor. Its defense is extremely terrifying. Normal attacks can't hurt her at all. Moreover, the Heavenly Way Dark Soul Armor can absorb half of the power of any attack. This means that Witch Yan also has a powerful physical body. It's impossible to hurt her, Divine Eyes said respectfully. Half the power of any attack? Isn't this too powerful? Feng Wuchen was shocked again, and his face stiffened. How is this possible? The Dragon God Sword, the Year Wheel, and the other artifact souls were also incomparably shocked. She could absorb half of the power of all attacks. How was he going to fight against the Witch of Flame? How powerful was the Heavenly Way Mysterious Soul Armor? The Witch of Flame possessed such an overpowered primordial chaos divine artifact. No wonder she dared to continue fighting. It turned out that this was her trump card. All the experts watching the battle, including the Dragon Soul Honorable and the War God Guards, as well as the Flame Emperor's soul, could feel the terrifying aura of the primordial chaos divine artifact. I have never seen such a powerful primordial chaos divine artifact. The Flame Emperor's soul was extremely shocked. Sister's divine artifact is too terrifying. This must be the top divine artifact bestowed by the Heavenly Way Ancestral Master. The terrified Yan Wutian was now excited again. Feeling the terrifying power of the Witch of Flame, Yan Wutian was even more convinced that the Witch of Flame could kill Feng Wuchen. Master, if you don't suppress her godly power, you may not be her opponent. The Heavenly Way Emperor's soul sword has 3 times the fighting power. Perhaps it can allow her to use the technique to reach the honorable god level. Divine Eyes transmitted respectfully. It can't be that powerful, right? Dragon God Sword was panicking. The Heavenly Way Ancestral Master is too good to her. The Primordial Chaos Ancestor only gave me the Heavenly Chaos Bell. Other than knowing that the Heavenly Chaos Bell has the ability to suppress, I don't know any other uses. Feng Wuchen was a little dazed. Master, the Witch of Flame may be the person the Heavenly Way Ancestral Master is looking for. Divine Eyes transmitted respectfully. The person he is looking for? Feng Wuchen was stunned at first. He didn't understand and asked curiously, what do you mean? She is the wife of the humans. The Witch of Flame was able to merge the dark divine power and chaos divine power. She must have had the help of the Heavenly Way Ancestral Master. Divine Eyes transmitted respectfully. I see. No wonder the Heavenly Way Ancestral Master was willing to give her such a powerful divine artifact. Feng Wuchen nodded. Master, don't forget that the Witch of Flame still has the Heavenly Way Divine Pendant. Her fighting power can still be improved. Divine Eyes transmitted again. That's right. When the Witch of Flame first appeared, she used the Heavenly Way Divine Pendant to suppress the Chaos Temple. The Heavenly Way Divine Pendant represented the Heavenly Way Ancestral Master. No one in the Chaos Realm dared to provoke him. Just as expected. When the Witch of Flame's fighting power reached its peak, she took out the Heavenly Way Divine Pendant and her fighting power increased again. The Witch of Flame's fighting power increased again. She couldn't have broken through to become a supreme god, right? Yun Fengxiao said in fear, his voice trembling. Too scary. I don't dare to imagine it. The Witch of Flame can't be hiding powerful strength, right? Or maybe she has the divine power of the Heavenly Way Ancestral Master. The War God Guards and Dragon Soul Sovereign were frightened again. The terror of the Witch of Flame was deeply engraved in their souls. At this moment, no one knew what level the Witch of Flame's strength had reached. The terrifying and domineering aura had already covered the entire Chaos world. Countless top experts of the Chaos world were stunned. Pairs of terrifying eyes looked in the direction of the sacred region Dragon God Palace. The top experts of the 3 divine kingdoms of the Chaos world and the top experts of the various transcendental forces all rushed over from the various lands. The Witch of Flame's divine power aura made them feel terrified. The top experts of the various factions all wanted to know who the owner of this terrifying aura was. So terrifyingly strong. I underestimated her before. Feng Wuchen looked at the Witch of Flame in shock. Feng Wuchen didn't expect the Witch of Flame to be so terrifying. Master, you must be careful. Divine Eyes sent a message respectfully. Master, are you confident? Dragon God Sword sent a message. Feng Wuchen suppressed the shock in his heart and said with a frown, I don't know either. I will only know if I am a match for her after we fight. The Witch of Flame was also the strongest opponent that Feng Wuchen had ever faced. And it was a woman. Feng Wuchen, are you ready? The Witch of Flame asked coldly. Her cold killing intent locked onto Feng Wuchen, ready to launch a fierce attack at any moment. Feng Wuchen took out his armor and Dragon God Sword. His monstrous aura rose rapidly as a domineering sword intent burst out. His combat strength also rose crazily. Feng Wuchen pointed the Dragon God Sword at the Witch of Flame and sneered, let's fight. Whoosh, just as Feng Wuchen finished speaking, the Witch of Flame suddenly appeared in front of him. Her speed was so fast that it exceeded Feng Wuchen's reaction. Witch Yan arrived in an instant and swept out her sword fiercely. It was as if the sword could split the heavens and earth. It was extremely overbearing. Ding! Buzz buzz. As Feng Wuchen did not react immediately, he instinctively struck out with his sword. With a crisp sound, Feng Wuchen was sent flying. The terrifying power wreaked havoc in the space. What a powerful force! Feng Wuchen was greatly shocked. The hand holding the Dragon God Sword was trembling. With just one sword, the gap between the two could be seen. The attack power is extremely overbearing. It can already threaten my physical body. Astonishing speed. The impact also has a certain amplification effect on strength. The moment the Heavenly Tao Emperor Spirit Sword attacked, it also suppressed the power of the Dragon God Sword. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Such a powerful opponent made Feng Wuchen sweat. Witch Yan's terrifying strength was even stronger than Feng Wuchen had imagined. He can't even block a single sword? Isn't this too strong? A casual sword from Witch Yan actually has such terrifying power. If she uses a sword art, wouldn't the Honorable Lord be injured? 3 primordial chaos divine artifacts have increased Witch Yan's fighting strength to such a terrifying extent. The young Hall Master is no match for her. Seeing this scene, the Purgatory Taoist, Gue Muchen and the others were shocked and worried. The Dragon Soul Honorable Lord and the War God Guards were worried as they looked at Feng Wuchen. They could see that Feng Wuchen was no match for Witch Yan. Many experts who were watching the battle from all directions were so frightened that they could not speak. Feng Wuchen, your time of death has come. Yan Wutian suddenly roared. Heavenly Tao Shadowless Art. Witch Yan growled as a terrifying aura locked onto Feng Wuchen. Swish. Just as Feng Wuchen was shocked, the Witch of Flame had already flashed over again. She swept out with her sword again, and the power was even more terrifying. So fast. Her movement technique is very powerful. Feng Wuchen was shocked once again. Once again, it exceeded Feng Wuchen's reaction. Thousand Illusions Technique. Feng Wuchen shouted anxiously in his heart. The Witch of Flame swept her sword out viciously. Feng Wuchen vanished in the nick of time, avoiding the attack by a hair's breadth. However, after the Witch of Flame's sword missed, her figure mysteriously disappeared as well. Feng Wuchen's figure appeared in a flash, his expression somewhat dignified. Feng Wuchen, my movement technique is much stronger than yours. Witch Yan's bone-chilling voice rang out. What? She actually knows my location. Feng Wuchen's complexion suddenly changed greatly, and cold sweat came out of his forehead. At this moment, Witch Yan had already appeared behind Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen did not notice her at all. It was as if Witch Yan had seen through his Thousand Illusions technique. Their speed was on a completely different level. This was also the first time Feng Wuchen was overwhelmed by his opponent's speed. After all, Witch Yan's movement technique was much stronger than Feng Wuchen's. Clang! Buzz! Witch Yan swept her sword out fiercely again. Feng Wuchen instinctively struck out again. With a crisp clang, the domineering and terrifying power sent Feng Wuchen flying again. The space trembled violently once again. Her attack power is even stronger than before, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. His arm that was holding the dragon god sword tightly felt a piercing pain. Fortunately, he had an eternal realm body to recover. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen would be defeated sooner or later if this continued. Honorable Lord. Yun Fengxiao looked at the void with a face full of worry and panic. Wuqian's divine power and speed are above Honorable Lord's. I'm afraid Honorable Lord won't be able to win this battle. Purgatory Taoist frowned deeply. Boom. Wuqian stepped into the void, and her beautiful figure turned into a bright flash of light and shot out. With a loud boom, her aura surged and was unstoppable. Feng Wuchen, to be able to block my sword, your physical body is much stronger than I imagined. However, how long can you last? Wuqian said coldly. Sister. Kill Feng Wuchen. Quickly kill Feng Wuchen. Yan Wutian shouted excitedly. In the entire chaotic world, the Witch of Flame was probably the only one who dared to deal with Feng Wuchen on such a grand scale. Because she had the heavenly Tao ancestral master behind her, the chaotic ancestor would not dare to touch her. Master, be careful. She's coming. Divine eyes transmitted anxiously. Feng Wuchen forcefully stabilized his body and looked seriously at Wuqian, who was shooting over at lightning speed. The figure of the Witch of Flame who had shot over suddenly flashed and disappeared. What a powerful movement technique. I can't even detect her presence. Feng Wuchen frowned deeply. Whether it was the immortal god power or the other elemental god power, even his soul power could not detect Wuqian's location immediately. In the next second, Wuqian turned into a bright blue flash and attacked Feng Wuchen. Swish. Swish, swish. Swish, swish. Primordial god power poured into the dragon god sword. Feng Wuchen held the dragon god sword tightly and clashed with it. Waves of destructive energy rippled and tumbled crazily like a raging sea. Swish. Swish, swish. The overbearing and terrifying sword shadows surrounded Feng Wuchen and kept flashing. Even though Feng Wuchen tried his best to block, there were dozens of sword wounds on his body and his clothes were dyed red with blood. Feng Wuchen, my speed and strength are above yours. Your resistance is useless. No matter how strong your body is, you won't be able to last long. Wuqian said coldly as her attacks became fiercer and fiercer. Attacks from all directions without any blind spots seemed to have formed a domain. It was as if she could unleash tens of thousands of sword attacks in an instant or even more terrifying. One could imagine how terrifying Wuqian's strength was. Even if a supreme god were to see it, they would have to be wary. Feng Wuchen, who was frantically resisting, felt flustered for the first time. It was also the first time he felt a strong pressure. Swish. Swish, swish. Swish. At this moment, the emperors of the three divine kingdoms, the Grand Masters, the Grand Masters, the Grand Masters of the chaotic dragon race, the chaotic slaughter divine hall, the chaotic proud cloud hall and the other top forces all rushed over. They just happened to see Feng Wuchen and Wuqian's battle to the death. When they saw it, they were shocked and broke out in cold sweat. The Saintess of Yan clan and Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen broke through to the 6th level chaotic heavenly venerate realm? How is this possible? Wuqian's strength has reached such a level. Feng Wuchen actually broke through to the 6th level chaotic heavenly venerate realm and his combat strength reached the 9th level chaotic heavenly venerate realm. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? Young Hall Master's strength has reached such a terrifying level? Wuqian's divine power is even more terrifying than primal chaos divine power. She isn't suppressed by Feng Wuchen's divine power. She also has the heavenly Tao ancestral master's chaos divine weapon. Feng Wuchen is at a disadvantage and can't hold on much longer. None of them expected Feng Wuchen to break through to the 6th level chaotic heavenly venerate realm. The top experts of the three divine kingdoms and the other top forces were shocked and terrified. End of chapter 1. Swish. Swish. Swish, ding. Ding. Ding, ding. The Thousand Illusions technique was already at its limit. Feng Wuchen's figure turned into a golden flash as he clashed with the Witch of Flame. Sword shadows filled the sky. Even though Feng Wuchen's sword techniques were exquisite, he still couldn't block the Witch of Flame's fierce attacks. The sword wounds on his body were constantly healed by the Eternal Realm and then cut by the Witch of Flame. Even though he was suppressed by the Witch of Flame, Feng Wuchen didn't panic at all, nor was he worried. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't have been able to withstand such a terrifying high-intensity battle. However, Feng Wuchen continued to fight with all his might. He resisted with all his might, and his overwhelming aura was still the same. Buzz. Buzz, the intense battle unleashed a terrifying power that had already spread throughout the entire Chaos Realm, crazily destroying the Chaos Realm's space. The Witch of Flame's frenzied attacks kept suppressing Feng Wuchen. He didn't have a chance to rush out at all. Many of the top experts watching the battle held their breaths as they looked at the battle in the void in horror. Even the monarchs of the three divine kingdoms and other super experts had fearful looks in their eyes. Among the top experts present, other than the three monarchs, none of the Chaos Heavenly Venerables dared to say that they could fight against Feng Wuchen and the Witch of Flame. Even the Chaos Ancestor Dragon and the Ancient Heavenly Emperor, who were cultivating in seclusion, didn't have the power to resist. Ancient Chaos Mantra. Heavenly Path Soul Slaying Sword. Amidst the frenzied attacks, the Witch of Flame suddenly shouted. While suppressing Feng Wuchen, she gathered a terrifying power that caused the space to tremble violently. Ancient Chaos Mantra. Gui Muken's expression changed as he said in horror, "This is the Heavenly Path Ancestral Master's Chaos Mantra. Its power is even more terrifying than ordinary ancient Chaos mantras. What should we do? Can the Supremacy block it?" Yun Fengxiao was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. The Supremacy's divine power can't suppress the Witch of Flame's divine power. The Supremacy can't block such a terrifying power. The Purgatory Taoist looked anxious and worried. The young Hall Master is already at his limit. The Witch of Flame's ancient Chaos Mantra is extremely terrifying. The young Hall Master can't block it. It's a pity that the High Lord's divine power can't suppress it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be suppressed. The Dragon Soul Lord and the War God Guards were also very anxious. However, they didn't know that it wasn't that the ancient godly power couldn't suppress the Witch of Flame's godly power, but rather that Feng Wuchen didn't suppress it at all. What a terrifying divine power. The ancient Chaos Mantra is extremely powerful. The monarch of the Moonless Monarch exclaimed in shock. His old face had actually turned somewhat pale. Witch Yan's god power is already close to that of a sovereign god. Her strength is truly terrifying. The primal Chaos country ruler frowned deeply as wariness flickered in the depths of his eyes. I'm afraid Witch Yan will become the first junior in the primal Chaos realm to break through to become a supreme god. Her strength has already surpassed that of a peak 9th stage primal Chaos Heavenly Venerate, the Infernal Soul Country monarch said solemnly. Many of the top experts watching the battle swallowed their saliva in horror. Their faces were pale, and their bodies were trembling. Everyone could see that Feng Wuchen, who was at a disadvantage, did not have the power to resist the Witch of Flame's ancient Chaos Mantra. This is bad. She's forcefully suppressing it. I can't use any techniques at all. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. At this moment, he was already forced to resist the Witch of Flame's crazy attacks. Under such circumstances, Feng Wuchen had no time to use any techniques at all. In a short while, the Heavenly Tao Emperor Soul Sword had already condensed an extremely terrifying sword light energy. The Witch of Flame, who was crazily attacking, shouted fiercely, "Feng Wuchen! I'll let you have a taste of my ancient Chaos Mantra." The crazy attack suddenly stopped. Immediately after, a ferocious sword exploded from the sky with the power to destroy everything. "Master, the power of this sword is extremely terrifying. Be careful." Long Xinjian transmitted his voice. The Witch of Flame's speed was extremely terrifying. Feng Wuchen had no time to use the primal Chaos Mantra. He could only brace himself and sweep out with his sword. Rumble. Pfft. The moment the two swords collided, there was a deafening explosion. Feng Wuchen was shaken to the point that he spat out blood. His body shot out like a cannonball, turning into a black line that pierced through several immortal mountains. With just one sword, she had heavily injured Feng Wuchen on the spot. What terrifying power! The Heavenly Tao Ancestors' ancient chaos mantra is indeed terrifying. Feng Wuchen was extremely shocked. He felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart. If he did not have an eternal realm body, Feng Wuchen would not have been able to withstand it. Buzz buzz. Destructive energy ripples, carrying the power to devour all things, crazily swept out in all directions. The many peak experts who were watching the battle from afar were all frightened to the point of retreating. Their terrified gazes landed on the heavily injured Feng Wuchen. Honorable Lord! Yun Fengxiao shouted in fear. The Purgatory Taoist said solemnly, "This sword is truly terrifying. But don't worry, Honorable Lord has an immortal body. No matter how serious the injury is, he can recover." Young Hall Master. The experts of the large factions under the Primal Chaos Temple all cried out in fear. One sword can heavily injure Honorable Lord. How is this possible? Isn't this too strong? The Dragon Soul Honorable Lord and the War Immortal Guards were stunned and their expressions froze on the spot. The monarchs of the three divine kingdoms and the Imperial Tutor were also stunned. They were all greatly shocked. Obviously, the power of Wei Qian's sword was beyond their imagination. As expected of the Heavenly Tao Ancestors' ancient chaos mantra. Its power is indeed terrifying. My ancient chaos mantra is not as powerful. The Flame Emperor's soul, who was hidden in the dark, was also extremely shocked. The power of Wei Qian's sword was too terrifying. Heavily injuring Feng Wuchen with one sword, in the entire primal chaos realm, only Wei Qian could do so. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be killed on the spot. The Heavenly Tao Ancestors' ancient chaos mantra was so terrifying, everyone looked at Wei Qian with eyes full of fear, as if they had seen a ghost. Sister! Well done! Yan Wutian roared excitedly, feeling extremely relieved. Wei Qian stood proudly in the air with the Heavenly Tao Emperor's soul sword in her hand. She was like an invincible killing god, her domineering aura soaring to the sky. The previous series of crazy attacks, coupled with the use of the ancient chaos mantra, had definitely consumed a lot of divine power. However, Wei Qian's aura was still at its peak. Sister! Quickly kill Feng Wuchen. Don't give him a chance. Yan Wutian roared again. Shut up. Wei Qian coldly glanced at Yan Wutian, who was so scared that he immediately covered his mouth, not daring to fart. The Heavenly Tao Ancestors' chaos mantra is indeed powerful. Feng Wuchen's faint laughter came from a celestial mountain in the distance. Immediately, a golden light soared into the sky. His severely injured and weak aura was recovering at a terrifying speed. The young master's injuries are recovering quickly. The War Immortal Guards and the Dragon Soul Venerable were overjoyed. His injuries are recovering so quickly. The experts of the major forces were extremely shocked. Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen in the void. In a few blinks of an eye, Feng Wuchen had recovered completely. The terrifying recovery speed shocked everyone. End of chapter. He recovered in the blink of an eye. How is that possible? How did Feng Wuchen do it? Is it an elixir? This is too miraculous. No matter how powerful an elixir is, it can't have such a powerful effect. The spectating experts were in an uproar. He recovered in the blink of an eye from such serious injuries. What is going on? Seeing Feng Wuchen recover, Wei Qian was very curious and did not stop him. Feng Wuchen's sword wounds had disappeared and he was completely healed. However, his clothes were tattered and dyed red with blood. He looked very haggard. She stared coldly at Feng Wuchen and thought, Feng Wuchen's aura is not weakened at all. His divine power is also at its peak. His recovery should have something to do with his powerful body and not the elixir. Feng Wuchen's divine power could not be used and he could recover in the blink of an eye. How could she deal with him? Even if Wei Qian's strength surpassed Feng Wuchen, it would be difficult for her to defeat or kill Feng Wuchen. The Heavenly Way Ancestors' ancient chaos mantra is indeed very powerful. With the chaos divine weapon, the attack is even more perfect. Feng Wuchen praised, luckily my body is strong enough. Otherwise, I would lose for sure. Hearing this, the witch frowned and said coldly, you don't think you can defeat me with your current capabilities, do you? Your divine power can't suppress my divine power. You are destined to lose. That may not be true. Feng Wuchen grinned and said, you are already at your peak, but I haven't used my full strength. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. Feng Wuchen had not used his full strength. Feng Wuchen was not joking, right? You haven't used your full strength? Wei Qian looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. At the same time, anger rose in her heart. Feng Wuchen not using his full strength was an insult to her. Feng Wuchen sneered, "That's right, I haven't used my full strength yet." The Great Lord hasn't used his full strength yet? The battle power of a High Lord can still increase? The Dragon Soul High Lord and the War God Guards were dumbfounded. Shangguan Qingyun said in shock, "Young Hall Master is also too crazy, right?" Facing such a powerful Witch of Flame, Feng Wuchen actually did not use his full strength. Just how confident was he? How is this possible? The monarchs of the three divine kingdoms and the experts of the various forces were all stunned. Feng Wuchen was only a 6th-level chaotic heavenly venerate. His combat strength had reached the level of a 9th-level chaotic heavenly venerate. If it could even increase one's battle prowess, how abnormal would that be? Feng Wuchen didn't use his full strength, which meant that Feng Wuchen's battle prowess could still be improved. If his battle prowess improved, it meant that he might be able to surpass Wei Qian. War God Formation. Open. Feng Wuchen formed a seal with one hand and shouted in a low voice. Buzz. Buzz, a golden formation instantly appeared in the void beneath Feng Wuchen's feet. Feng Wuchen's battle prowess instantly soared, and his domineering aura skyrocketed. Feng Wuchen's battle prowess has increased. He really didn't use his full strength. This is a formation? A formation can increase one's battle prowess? The experts of the various forces who were watching the battle saw Feng Wuchen's battle prowess increase, and their eyes widened to the extreme. How is this possible? Yan Wutian was dumbfounded. Gale formation. Open. Feng Wuchen immediately shouted, and another formation condensed. Powerful wind attribute divine power erupted. Wind attribute divine power. This is a formation that increases one's speed. Wei Qian frowned deeply. The experts of the various forces who were watching the battle were shocked again. Buzz. Buzz, with a thought, the sun eye appeared, and Feng Wuchen began to unleash his primordial divine power. His bloodline divine power and eternal realm divine power also erupted. Dazzling golden light shot into the sky, and condensed into a 1,000,000-foot-wide energy vortex. His terrifying battle prowess skyrocketed again. The 1,000,000-foot-wide golden energy vortex illuminated the dim space. The scene was spectacular and invigorating. In just a moment, Feng Wuchen's battle prowess had surpassed the peak 9th-level Chaos Heavenly Venerate level. His domineering aura did not lose to Wei Qian's. His battle prowess has increased again. He really didn't use his full strength. His divine power is even more domineering than before. Wei Qian's face grew colder, and the anger in her heart grew stronger. Lord's battle prowess has increased again. The Purgatory Taoist and Gui Mukan exclaimed in unison. Yun Fengxiao looked at Feng Wuchen as if he was looking at a monster, and said with a trembling voice, "How is this possible? Lord is too terrifying." The Dragon Soul Supremacy and the War Immortal Guards were dumbfounded. They were like stone statues, motionless. Feng Wuchen's battle prowess has increased again. His divine power is getting more and more terrifying. Feng Wuchen's divine power is getting more and more terrifying. How can a mere 6th-level Chaos Heavenly Venerate withstand such immense power? It's too terrifying. Feng Wuchen is too terrifying. His divine power has already surpassed the peak 9th-level Chaos Heavenly Venerate level. How can it increase so much? The experts from the various factions, including the monarchs of the three divine kingdoms, could not help but exclaim. Their eyeballs were about to fly out. Can a mere 6th-level Chaos Heavenly Venerate really erupt with such powerful battle prowess? Emperor Flame Soul, who was hiding in the dark, was shocked. He looked at Feng Wuchen in a daze. Even a 9th-level Chaos Heavenly Venerate expert might not be able to erupt with such terrifying battle prowess, let alone a 6th-level Chaos Heavenly Venerate. Feng Wuchen's terrifying increase had exceeded their imagination and understanding. This scene was too shocking. Wei Qian, I've kept you waiting. This is my peak strength. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. His surging qi carried with it an unstoppable force that shook people's souls and made them shudder. Wu Qian said coldly, don't think that you can defeat me just because your battle prowess has increased. You are indeed very strong, but I am also very confident in my own strength. Feng Wuchen sneered. Before his voice died away, Feng Wuchen had already silently appeared on the right side of Wu Qian. His speed was terrifying to the extreme. What terrifying speed! The three monarchs were shocked. Only they could see it. Wu Qian, who sensed it, was secretly shocked that Feng Wuchen's speed had increased so much. At the same time, she swung her sword fiercely. The sword slashed down on Feng Wuchen's body. Sword Qi manifestation. Wu Qian's face turned gloomy. Wu Qian, it's my turn to attack now. You better be prepared. Don't say that I am bullying a lady. Feng Wuchen sneered. In an instant, millions of overbearing and terrifying sword-intent energy swords condensed in the void. They were densely packed and extremely shocking. No matter who it was, they would be scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. Sword Qi manifestation. Wu Qian said in shock, the Supreme Sword Principal Domain. Millions of sword will energy swords covered the entire void. The overbearing and terrifying aura was suffocating. This is sword will materialization. Isn't that too many energy swords? That's right. This is the Supreme Sword Dao territory, sword will materialization. Feng Wuchen has comprehended sword will materialization. There are at least millions of them. Who can block that? The experts from the various factions were all scared out of their wits by this scene. Their pale faces were filled with intense fear. Feng Wuchen's attack is really terrifying. The Fire Soul ruler was terrified and broke out in cold sweat. The Moonless ruler said in disbelief, Feng Wuchen's sword Dao territory has already reached such a level? He can instantly materialize millions of energy swords with just his thoughts. Feng Wuchen's growth is too terrifying. In less than a year, his strength will surpass mine. General Xiaoyao said in fear. With this amount of attack power, even an honorable god would be injured, the Primal Chaos ruler said in shock. The millions of sword will energy swords made him feel a sense of danger. Young master is really terrifying. Every energy sword materialized by sword will is terrifying. There are millions of them. The Dragon Soul Sovereign and the War Immortal Guards were so scared that they were in a vegetative state. This was the first time they had heard such terrifying words. In the void, Feng Wuchen sneered and waved the Dragon God sword. Swish swish swish. Buzz buzz. The millions of sword will energy swords were activated in an instant. An indescribable sonic boom pierced everyone's eardrums. The entire primal chaos realm fell into a state of destruction. Feng Wuchen's first move was such a tyrannical and vicious attack. Wu Qian, I hope I won't disappoint you, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Humph. Insignificant skill. The Wu Qian said coldly. She did not care about Feng Wuchen's millions of sword will energy swords. Looking at the millions of energy swords shooting towards her with a cold gaze, Wu Qian showed no fear. A horrifying aura exploded out as the flame which poured her horrifying godly power into the Heavenly Way Emperor Soul Sword. The sword shone with a resplendent golden light and emanated a soul-stirring tyrannical power. Ancient Chaos Mantra. Destroy. Wu Qian suddenly shouted. The Heavenly Dao Emperor Soul Sword was stabbed into the ground. Boom. Buzz. With an explosive sound, a formation appeared, erupting with an unimaginably terrifying power, causing the primal chaos realm space to tremble violently. After the powerful formation appeared, it began to gather terrifying power in a frenzy, and its aura began to soar. What a powerful formation. It's condensing divine power. Feng Wuchen frowned and said seriously, and this formation is released from the divine sword, the Heavenly Dao Emperor Soul Sword is indeed very powerful. Master. This is an array added to the divine sword. It can increase the attack power of the divine sword. Master's attainments in array formations are extremely high. You can give it a try, Divine Eyes said respectfully. So that's how it is. As expected of the Heavenly Way founder. Later, I will also try to add a powerful attack array to the Dragon God Sword. Feng Wuchen nodded. Condensing power? What kind of technique is this? The experts of the various factions were puzzled and shocked. At the same time, they were anticipating the terrifying power of the technique. Great Elder, what kind of formation is this? The godly power is getting more and more terrifying. Yun Fengxiao asked in shock. The Purgatory Taoist frowned deeply and said seriously, this is an attack array added to the divine sword. It can condense power several times faster. What? Condense power several times faster? Yun Fengxiao was shocked. At this moment, everyone held their breaths as they watched. The three kings of the divine kingdom stared at the flame witch in shock without blinking. When Feng Wuchen's million sword intent energy swords approached, the flame witch immediately released the terrifying power condensed by the formation. In the next moment, a scene that shocked and terrified everyone appeared. A beam of destructive golden light flashed wildly. Almost in an instant, the millions of sword essence energy swords that had shot over were all shattered. That's right. In an instant, a million sword intent energy swords were destroyed. The power that erupted from the formation instantly covered the entire chaotic world. No matter where one was in the chaotic world, one could clearly feel the destructive power. The power was terrifying. Hiss. The top experts of the major forces who were watching the battle, including the three armies, were so frightened that they gasped. They were all scared out of their wits. King, did I see it wrongly? In an instant, it destroyed Feng Wuchen's million sword intent energy swords. The Primal Chaos Imperial Tutor asked with a trembling voice. The king of the Primal Chaos Imperial Tutor was shocked and his pale face was filled with disbelief. Such terrifying power is enough to injure an honorable god. The Flame Emperor's soul, who was hiding in the dark, broke out in cold sweat. The power that erupted is several times stronger. What kind of technique is this? Shangguan Qingyun was terrified and his face was pale. No one had ever seen such a domineering and terrifying ancient chaos incantation. This is impossible, right? Is the power so terrifying? Feng Wuchen widened his eyes in shock and disbelief. That was a million sword intent energy swords and they were all destroyed in an instant. If one were to face such terrifying power head-on, wouldn't one be courting death? Looking at the shocked Feng Wuchen, the flame witch said in disdain, Feng Wuchen, is this all you've got after increasing your combat power? Hearing that, Feng Wuchen shrugged and sneered, it's not that my attack power is weak, but your ancient chaos incantation is too powerful. Even so, Feng Wuchen wasn't worried or afraid at all. Rumble, as soon as he spoke, Feng Wuchen stepped into the void and shot out with the Dragon God sword in his hand. With an ear-piercing roar, his attack was ferocious and domineering. Flame Witch, the real battle has just begun. Feng Wuchen sneered and a ferocious look flashed in his eyes. Ding! 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 Buzz! Buzz, the intense battle began again. All kinds of powerful sword moves clashed with each other. Their speed and power were unleashed to the extreme. Waves of destructive energy surged like raging waves, wave after wave. Even though the Heavenly Tao Emperor Soul Sword was terrifying, the Dragon God Sword wasn't suppressed with the support of the ancient divine power. Feng Wuchen's soaring combat power, be it speed or divine power, was enough to contend with the Flame Witch. The experts from the various factions all held their breaths as they watched the battle. They stared at the void without blinking. Even if they couldn't see, they wouldn't close their eyes. The two of them were evenly matched with each other in a high-intensity battle and a crazy head-on collision. Feng Wuchen, even if you can quickly recover from your injuries, don't even think about winning against me in a battle of attrition. My ancient chaos mantra is enough to destroy you and make you unable to recover. The flame witch snorted coldly and shot out, unwilling to be outdone. Not bad? Witch Yan sneered disdainfully. I don't care about the Chaos Temple's ancient chaos mantra. The ancient chaos mantra that Witch Yan cultivated came from the Heavenly Way Patriarch. In the years that she had disappeared, under the guidance of the Heavenly Way Patriarch, she had already mastered the ancient chaos mantra. Any one of them could crush the Chaos Temple's chaos mantra. Witch Yan had the right to be disdainful. Pung! With a thought, the ancestor of Heavenly Way fire burst out. The Dragon God sword in Feng Wuchen's hand burned with golden flames, spreading out an even more terrifying aura. This is the Heavenly Way divine fire? Such a terrifying aura, no weaker than the chaos divine power. Witch Yan was secretly shocked. Sister, take back the heavenly way divine fire. That's our divine fire. Yan Wutian shouted angrily, his face ferocious. The divine fire of the Yan clan? Feng Wuchen sneered. Yan Wutian, it's fine that the Yan clan is arrogant, but you can even say such shameless words. Back then, the Flame Emperor's soul didn't have the ability to subdue the heavenly way divine fire. Moreover, I was the one who discovered it first. How can you say that it's your Yan clan's? Aren't you afraid that others will laugh at your Yan clan? You. Yan Wutian exploded, his face flushed red. Monstrous anger almost burst out of his stomach, and he wanted to tear Feng Wuchen to pieces. Unfortunately, Yan Wutian didn't have that ability. Feng Wuchen's strength had far surpassed his. The heavenly way divine fire is actually in Feng Wuchen's hands. Wasn't the heavenly way divine fire obtained by the Yan clan? Why is it in Feng Wuchen's hands? Why is the heavenly way divine fire's aura even more terrifying than before? The top experts of the major factions couldn't help but exclaim, their expressions becoming more and more frightened. However, they only knew that it was the heavenly way divine fire, but they didn't know that it was the ancestor of heavenly way fire that was even more terrifying than the heavenly way divine fire. Feng Wuchen held the dragon god sword and pointed it at the void. He smiled confidently. Your divine sword has a formation, and I'm using divine fire to increase the sword's power. With the ancestor of heavenly way fire's soul, the dragon god sword wood's heavenly way emperor's soul. Wei Yan's expression did not change at all. She said coldly, cut the crap. Show me what you've got. Good. The sneer on Feng Wuchen's face disappeared, and his eyes flashed with a terrifying killing intent. At this moment, Feng Wuchen's aura instantly became very terrifying, as if he was a completely different person from before. An extremely domineering and terrifying sword intent soared into the sky. Almost in an instant, the air in Feng Wuchen's entire chaotic realm seemed to be replaced by sword intent. The spectating experts found it difficult to breathe. What a terrifying sword intent. The Purgatory Taoist's expression was full of indescribable shock. What realm has Feng Wuchen's sword principal domain reached? Flame Emperor's soul was shocked again. The domineering and terrifying sword intent made the top experts watching the battle tremble in fear. Witch of Flame, let me show you the true manifestation of sword intent. Feng Wuchen said coldly. The terrifying and domineering sword intent condensed. Crazily. Feng Wuchen's aura instantly rose to the highest point. Witch of Flame did not think much of it. Her expression did not change, and she still did not take it to heart. Obviously, she had tasted the sweetness of suppressing Feng Wuchen previously and had started to underestimate him. God-slaying arrogant sword. Feng Wuchen roared, and his towering aura rose again. Buzz buzz. Above the void, a huge sword intent energy sword instantly condensed. The terrifying power shook the entire chaotic realm, and the brilliant golden light shrouded everything in darkness. This energy sword was even more terrifying than the 1,000,000 sword intent energy swords from before. Gulp. The experts from the various forces swallowed their saliva in fear. Their bodies trembled, and their stiff faces were as pale as paper. For most of the experts, it was their first time seeing such a powerful manifestation of sword intent. Feng Wuchen swung the dragon god sword fiercely, and the huge sword intent energy sword blasted towards Witch of Flame mercilessly. Feng Wuchen, who had gone all out, had terrifying strength. Using sword intent to perform a technique. Is this the true power of a manifestation of sword intent? Witch of Flame frowned slightly. Facing Feng Wuchen's terrifying sword, Witch of Flame also felt a sense of pressure. However, this pressure was negligible to Witch of Flame. However, Feng Wuchen did not perform the Primal Chaos Mantra, but the Panga Mantra. Although it was the Panga Mantra, its power was overbearing and terrifying. After all, Feng Wuchen was already a 6th-level chaotic heavenly master, and his sword principal domain was even more terrifying. The sword intent that burst out was naturally terrifying. There was no time for Witch of Flame to think. Terrifying divine power burst out and infused into the heavenly Tao Emperor soul sword, and a terrifying sword light spread out wildly. Witch of Flame, don't underestimate my energy sword, Feng Wuchen reminded her kindly. I don't think it's that strong, Witch of Flame replied coldly. At the same time, a surging aura burst out, and a gale swept out. Primal Chaos Mantra. Illusory sword soul destruction cut. Witch of Flame snorted coldly, and then she slashed down with her sword. A huge sword light broke through the air, and it was breathtaking. Rumble. Wang wang. In the blink of an eye, under everyone's horrified gazes, the sword intent energy sword collided with the sword light and exploded. The deafening explosion caused everyone to cover their ears. Their bodies shook along with the vibration of the space. The destructive energy ripples of the explosion carried the power to destroy everything in its path. The top experts of the various factions retreated in fear again, afraid that they would be swallowed by the energy ripples. 3 times the fighting power, and the Primal Chaos Mantra can suppress half of the ancient Chaos Mantra. The Heavenly Tao Emperor Soul Sword is ridiculously powerful, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Is that all you can do? This is what you meant by Primal Chaos Mantra? Witch of Flame said coldly, with contempt and disdain in her voice. The destructive energy ripples could not affect Witch of Flame at all. The powerful Heavenly Tao Dark Soul armor absorbed more than half of the energy ripples, and the remaining half could not hurt Witch of Flame at all. This is not the Primal Chaos Mantra, just a normal mantra. I just wanted to test its power, Feng Wuchen sneered. Test its power? What did Feng Wuchen think Witch of Flame was? This was an insult to Witch of Flame. How could the Heavenly Tao Holy Maiden conferred by the Heavenly Tao Founder, the #1 genius of the chaotic world, be insulted by Feng Wuchen? Feng Wuchen, how dare you insult me? Witch of Flame said coldly, and her face was completely cold. The monstrous killing intent formed a blue storm, and it was suffocating. Witch, calm down. He wants to provoke you. Don't let Feng Wuchen have the chance, the Flame Emperor's soul suddenly reminded her. Insult? I don't have the habit of insulting women. Let me show you my ancient Chaos Mantra now. Feng Wuchen sneered, and his ancient divine power burst out. Feng Wuchen quickly formed a seal with one hand, and his vast aura instantly surpassed Witch of Flame, reaching a terrifying level. What kind of aura is this? Sensing Feng Wuchen's aura, the Witch of Flame was shocked. She said in disbelief, how is this possible? What kind of Primal Chaos Mantra has such a terrifying aura? Feng Wuchen's Primal Chaos Mantra aura was even more terrifying than the Witch of Flame's Primal Chaos Mantra. Did this mean that Feng Wuchen also had the same powerful Primal Chaos Mantra as her? It was even more powerful than her Primal Chaos Mantra, but was this possible? What? This aura is making me feel pressured. The Moonless Monarch could not help but exclaim. He looked terrified. Feng Wuchen's aura has surpassed the Witch of Flames. His divine power is increasing rapidly. The Primal Chaos Monarch also exclaimed as he looked at Feng Wuchen with his eyes wide open. This is not the Primal Chaos Mantra of the Primal Chaos Temple. Even the Primal Chaos Mantra of the Primal Chaos Mantra does not have such a terrifying aura. The Infernal Spirit Monarch exclaimed as he broke out in cold sweat. The young master has such a terrifying Primal Chaos Mantra. The Purgatory Taoist exclaimed in horror. His old face was completely petrified. The Primal Chaos Temple does not have such a terrifying Primal Chaos Mantra. Gui Mukin was dumbfounded. The Dragon Soul Honorable, the Divine Warrior Guards, and the other top powers were all scared out of their wits. They stepped back uncontrollably as they looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. In a short while, the terrifying aura of the Dragon God Sword had reached its peak. Primal Chaos Mantra. Annihilation Kill. Feng Wuchen's tyrannical primordial divine power poured into the Dragon God Sword. It emitted a soul-stirring aura. Feng Wuchen roared and swept out with his sword. Swoosh, buzz. Buzz, the Dragon God Sword swept out, and a 1,000,000 feet long golden sword light shot out with the power to destroy everything, bringing with it a sharp and ear-piercing sonic boom. At the same time, the power of the sword radiance rose rapidly. It was not the eye of the sun but the power of the Primal Chaos Mantra. Looking at the horrifying golden sword radiance, the top powers, including the 3 monarchs, were scared out of their wits. The power of Feng Wuchen's sword had reached the Primal Divine Realm. Primal Divine Power. The 3 monarchs exclaimed in unison. Brother Feng has such a terrifying Primal Chaos Mantra. Emperor Lingyun was dumbfounded. Impossible. This is impossible. The General Xiaoyao shook his head. Of the Heavenly Tao Ancestral Master's primal chaos mantra should be the strongest. But now, Wuqian felt that Feng Wuchen's primal chaos mantra was even stronger. How can Feng Wuchen have such a terrifying primal chaos mantra? Yan Wutian was terrified. He looked at Feng Wuchen as if he had seen a ghost. At this moment, all the top powers watching the battle realized how terrifying that sword was. When Feng Wuchen was serious, he was even more terrifying. It was fine if he didn't make a move, but once he made a move, it would destroy the heavens and earth. Feng Wuchen's primal chaos mantra is no less powerful than mine. I must go all out. Wuqian frowned. Her expression turned serious. Primal chaos mantra. Heavenly Tao Heaven Annihilating Sword. Wuqian unleashed all her divine power and infused it into the Heavenly Tao Emperor Soul Sword. The surging aura skyrocketed. Then, with a roar, she swung her sword. 1,000,000 feet long energy sword shot out. Its power rose crazily. It was so terrifying that it gave people a feeling of invincibility. Facing Feng Wuchen's terrifying primal chaos mantra, Wuqian didn't dare to underestimate her opponent. The experts from the various forces who were watching the battle cried out in horror once again. The three kings of the divine kingdoms were terrified. They couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen and Wuqian's strength could reach such a level. The power of Wuqian's energy sword had reached the level of an honorable god. Wuqian has cultivated so many powerful primal chaos mantras. Isn't the Heavenly Tao Ancestral Master too good to her? Dragon God Sword's voice came. Master's primal chaos mantra is even more powerful. Divine Eyes said respectfully. Feng Wuchen said solemnly, the primal chaos mantra is several times more powerful. Together with the Heavenly Tao Emperor Soul Sword, Wuqian's sword is quite terrifying. Rumble. Wang. Wang. In the blink of an eye, the two Supreme God Realm sword beams and energy swords collided fiercely under the terrified gazes of the crowd. The collision resulted in an explosion that was beyond imagination. The energy ripples from the explosion rolled out without restraint and instantly swallowed Feng Wuchen and Wuqian. In a few blinks of an eye, the chaotic world was covered by this terrifying energy. Every corner of the chaotic world shook violently as if it was the end of the world. At this moment, the top powers watching from afar all held their breaths in fear. The fear in their hearts couldn't be described with words. The power that erupted from the battle between the two super geniuses of the chaotic world had reached the level of an honorable god. Not long after, a figure suddenly flew out from the terrifying energy ripples. It was Wuqian. Her face was pale. The Heavenly Tao Mystic Soul armor absorbed half of the power and almost injured me. What kind of mantra is this? Wuqian was shocked. She couldn't believe it. Even though the Heavenly Tao Mystic Soul armor could absorb half of the attack, the power was too terrifying. Wuqian couldn't withstand the remaining half. Obviously, Feng Wuchen's ancient chaos mantra was more powerful than Wuqian's. If it wasn't for the Heavenly Tao Mystic Soul armor, Wuqian would have been injured. Sister! Yan Wutian shouted in panic. Wuqian can't defeat Feng Wuchen's ancient chaos mantra. The soul of the Flame Emperor was shocked again. In the midst of the terrifying energy ripples, a sword light suddenly flashed out, instantly dispersing and weakening the energy ripples by a lot. Feng Wuchen, who was holding the Dragon God Sword, stood proudly in the air. He was domineering as if he was the god of war. The Witch of Yen is at a disadvantage. The experts of the various forces who were watching the battle were all shocked. Their hearts were in turmoil. The Heavenly Tao Founder's ancient chaos mantra couldn't defeat Feng Wuchen. Wuqian's Heaven's Way mysterious soul armor had just absorbed a huge amount of energy and might not be able to absorb it again so quickly. Feeling the terrifying aura from Feng Wuchen, Wuqian's face turned serious. The Heaven's Way ancestor said that his ancient chaos mantra was the strongest, but why can't it defeat Feng Wuchen's ancient chaos mantra? Wuqian was puzzled. The Chaos Shrine can't have such a powerful ancient chaos mantra. Where did Feng Wuchen cultivate it from? Wuqian never expected that Feng Wuchen was hiding such a terrifying ancient chaos mantra. Wuqian wanted to rely on the powerful ancient chaos mantra to win, but it seemed impossible now. This aura is even more terrifying. Feng Wuchen has an even more powerful ancient chaos mantra? How is this possible? How can the Chaos Shrine have so many terrifying ancient chaos mantras? Feng Wuchen used such a terrifying ancient chaos mantra and his divine power didn't even deplete. This is too terrifying. The spectating experts were in an uproar again, and their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. Flame Witch, you better be prepared. Take out your strongest ancient primordial chaos mantra because you will definitely lose this time. Feng Wuchen reminded her out of goodwill. His aura rose even more, and the dragon god sword was also quickly gathering ancient divine power. Feng Wuchen, don't talk as if you can defeat me anytime. Wei Qian said fiercely, and her cold-killing intent spread out again. You are right. Feng Wuchen replied arrogantly, as if he was sure that he could defeat Wei Qian. I will let you know the consequences of being arrogant. Wei Qian said coldly, and her beautiful eyes flickered with a ruthlessness that didn't match her beauty. Buzz buzz. Domineering divine power burst out and entered the Heaven's Way Emperor Soul Sword and Heaven's Way God Pendant. With the support of the two ancient divine artifacts, Wei Qian's aura rose again, and her terrifying divine power swept out without restraint. Wei Qian's combat power rose again, and she probably broke through the honorable God realm. It rose. Wei Qian's combat power rose. How is this possible? Are they all monsters? How can it increase one's combat strength? Feng Wuchen won't be able to improve again, right? Once again, all the experts present were struck dumb with fear. The Heavenly Dao Emperor Soul Sword can increase the attack power by 3 times. The Heavenly Dao God Pendant could also increase his attack power by 3 times. 6 times the attack power. No matter how strong your ancient chaos mantra is, you won't be able to block it. The Witch of Flame roared furiously. Feng Wuchen spread his hands confidently and sneered, go ahead and use it. I also want to see the strongest ancient primal chaos formula of the Heavenly Dao's founder. Ancient Chaos Mantra. Heavenly Dao Sword. The Witch of Yen suddenly roared out furiously. She unleashed all of her divine power and quickly condensed a gigantic energy sword. The resplendent blue light was extremely blinding, covering the entire space. 6 times the attack power made the energy sword extremely terrifying. 6 times the damage. The Purgatory Taoist was scared out of his wits. Honorable Lord. Yun Fengxiao's face was filled with fear and worry as his body trembled violently. The power of this sword has already surpassed my strength. The Infernal Soul Monarch was extremely terrified. He couldn't believe that this was unleashed by a 9th stage Chaos Heavenly Venerate. How is this possible? A 9th stage Chaos Heavenly Venerate's cultivation can't withstand such terrifying power. The Moonless Monarch shook his head in shock. He was scared out of his wits. Is the Heavenly Dao Founder's divine weapon and ancient chaos mantra really that terrifying? The Primal Chaos Monarch was dumbfounded. The Dragon Soul Honorable Lord, the War Immortal Guards, and the top experts of the various factions were so terrified that they couldn't speak. They only felt that they were in the 18th level of hell. No. It was even more terrifying than the 18th level of hell. No one could imagine that the attack power of someone who hadn't reached the Honorable God Realm could reach the Honorable God Realm and even surpass the 3 monarchs. This was definitely the first time in the history of the Primal Chaos Mantra. Master, 6 times the attack power is very terrifying. Are you sure you can withstand it? The dragon Xinjian asked through voice transmission. Don't forget that I still have the sun's eye. Looking at the 1,000,000-foot-long energy divine sword, Feng Wuchen exclaimed, a genius is indeed different. If I didn't have the ancient chaos mantra given to me by the ancient origin, I would have lost today's battle without a doubt. After all, Demoness Yen was very powerful. The title of the #1 genius of the primal chaos mantra wasn't just for show. Feng Wuchen. Give me your life. Demoness Yen shouted angrily. With a wave of the Heavenly Dao Emperor Soul Sword, the 1,000,000-foot-long energy divine sword ruthlessly smashed towards Feng Wuchen. The 1,000,000-foot-long energy divine sword made people feel like they were waiting for death just by looking at it, let alone blocking it. Ancient Chaos Mantra. Instant Shadow Absolute Sky Slash. Feng Wuchen shouted coldly. The dragon Xinjian was filled with a domineering and terrifying aura. The domineering ancient god power was then injected into the sun's eye. The dragon Xianxia was filled with domineering power and instantly tripled its combat power. Honorable Lord's attack power has tripled. Gui Mukin exclaimed. Feng Wuchen also has a divine weapon that can increase his attack power. This power has also surpassed mine. The Moonless Monarch was terrified once again. How is this possible? The Infernal Soul Monarch and the Primal Chaos Monarch were dumbfounded. As honorable gods, their bodies were trembling. The Flame Emperor Soul in the Dark said in fear, "This is the power of an honorable god. How is it possible for Feng Wuchen? Feng Wuchen is only a 6th-level Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerate. It's even more impossible for him to withstand the power of an honorable god. How did he do it?" The top experts of the various factions were in an uproar again. Their faces were filled with shock and fear. If Demon Xian could withstand it, then so be it. But Feng Wuchen could do it too. Feng Wuchen, tripled attack power isn't enough to fight against me. Demon Xian said fiercely. She felt an inexplicable sense of relief in her heart. But Feng Wuchen's next words made Demon Xian's heart skip a beat. My combat power isn't limited to this, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. As soon as Feng Wuchen said this, the 3 monarchs, the Flame Emperor Soul in the Dark, and the experts of the various factions seemed to have been struck by lightning. All of them stiffened and became motionless. They could not even speak. Just as expected. Buzz, buzz. As soon as Feng Wuchen finished speaking, the terrifying power emanating from the dragon god soared again. 4 times. 5 times. 6 times. The terrifying power of the dragon god sword tripled in one go. It reached a total of 6 times attack power. 6 times attack power. Demon Xian was dumbfounded. Demon Xian had to rely on 2 chaos divine weapons to increase her attack power by 6 times. Feng Wuchen could increase it by 6 times with just one weapon. 6 times. The Purgatory Taoist looked at Feng Wuchen as if he was looking at a monster. The intense fear in his heart was indescribable. Boom, boom, boom. Many of the top experts watching the battle had their eyes bulging. Their heads were ringing non-stop. They were about to explode. Feng Wuchen was the real monster. How is this possible? Wei Qian looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. She said in disbelief, how can Feng Wuchen's divine weapon increase his attack power by 6 times? Even the Heavenly Wei's ancestral master didn't have such a terrifying chaos divine weapon. Where did Feng Wuchen get it from? What Wei Qian didn't know was that the Sun's Eye was the Heavenly Wei's ancestral master's divine weapon. It was just abandoned. If Feng Wuchen hadn't encountered it, the Sun's Eye would have been reduced to scrap metal. Wei Qian, I've said it from the start. It won't be that easy for you to kill me, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. Boom. Buzz buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen suddenly stepped into the air and shot out with the dragon god sword in his hand. In an instant, he turned into a golden flash of light. Wherever he passed, a dazzling golden meteor appeared in the air. The attack was overbearing and ferocious, giving off a feeling of invincibility. At this moment, everyone was watching. The peak experts watching the battle all held their breaths. Their hearts raced as they looked at Feng Wuchen, who had shot out, in horror. Between Feng Wuchen and Wei Qian, who was stronger would depend on this attack. Yun Fengxiao, the Dragon Soul Venerable, and the War God Guards were both frightened and worried. At the same time, they were also looking forward to it. 7 times. Feng Wuchen suddenly shouted. The Dragon God Sword's attack power instantly soared. What? 7 times? Wei Qian's eyes widened in shock. Her face was blank, and a strong sense of fear rose in her heart. Feng Wuchen's attack power could increase by 7 times. Oh no! The Flame Emperor's soul's face changed drastically. His attack power increased again. The experts watching the battle were so frightened that they were numb. Feng Wuchen was a freak among freaks. The next scene shocked everyone present. Feng Wuchen held the Dragon God Sword and turned into a golden flash, directly piercing through Wei Qian's energy sword. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. The scene was like a painting. In the next second, the gigantic divine energy sword suddenly split into 2, that was right. The energy sword with 6 times the attack power had been forcefully split in half by Feng Wuchen. How is this possible? The Witch of Flame was shocked once again. She looked at the energy sword that had been split into 2 with terror. This was the ancient chaos mantra with 6-fold attack power. This was the most powerful trump card that the founder of the Heavenly Tao had passed down to her. It was actually split in half by Feng Wuchen. Just how terrifying was Feng Wuchen's sword strike? The 3 monarchs and the powerhouses of the various major forces were completely dumbfounded. There was no way to describe the shock and horror they felt at this moment. It wasn't over yet. The moment Feng Wuchen slashed the Witch of Flame's energy sword in half, he had already appeared in front of the Witch of Flame. What? Flame Witch's expression changed drastically. I rarely fight with women, but you're different. Feng Wuchen said coldly. A tyrannical and terrifying sword swept out mercilessly from 0 distance. The Witch of Flame couldn't dodge it at all. The speed of Feng Wuchen's sword strike was already terrifying. The Witch of Flame couldn't even react in time. Boom. Pfft. The Dragon God sword with 7-fold attack power slammed into the Witch of Flame. The tyrannical and terrifying power shook the Witch of Flame to the point where she spat out blood. Her body shot out tens of thousands of meters away like a cannonball, piercing through many immortal mountains along the way. Even if the Witch of Flame had the powerful Heavenly Tao's Dark Soul armor that could absorb half of the attack power, the Heavenly Tao's Dark Soul armor couldn't continuously absorb it. Even if it couldn't absorb half of the attack power. Haha. Master, well done. The Dragon God sword laughed excitedly. As expected, it can't continuously absorb half of the attack power. Looks like I've won this battle, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. In truth, it was easy for Feng Wuchen to defeat the Witch of Flame. After all, Feng Wuchen hadn't used his Time God power, Space God power, Heavenly Tao Fire Ancestor, and Primordial God power. If Feng Wuchen wanted to kill the Witch of Flame, he only needed to use Primordial God power. How is this possible? I actually lost. The Witch of Flame was terrified. She had never thought that she would lose to Feng Wuchen. With the combination of Darkness God power and Chaos God power, coupled with the Heavenly Tao Ancestor's top-grade Chaos Divine Weapon and Ancient Chaos Mantra, no one below the Honorable God level was her match. However, Feng Wuchen was an exception. Feng Wuchen's sword had severely injured the Witch of Flame. This scene scared all of the top powerhouses present out of their wits. Especially the 3 monarchs. The fear in their hearts was indescribable. They couldn't withstand the terrifying power of Feng Wuchen's sword. The Witch of Flame has been severely injured by the Honorable Lord. The Purgatory Taoist exclaimed. The Witch of Flame has lost. The Young Hall Master has won. The Dragon Soul Honorable Lord and the War God Guards cheered in shock and joy. Sister! Yan Wutian shot out in fear. Witch! The Flame Emperor's soul also appeared in a flash. Whoosh! Feng Wuchen suddenly appeared in a flash, the Dragon God sword intercepting the Flame Emperor's soul and Yan Wutian. The battle isn't over yet. What are you doing? If you want to save her, you have to wait until the battle is over, right? Feng Wuchen asked coldly, his cold gaze sweeping over. Seeing Feng Wuchen's gaze, Yan Wutian was so frightened that he took a few steps back and said angrily, Feng Wuchen, don't go too far. Am I going too far? You're the ones who want to kill me. Feng Wuchen sneered. Feng Wuchen, you've already won. What else do you want? The Flame Emperor's soul shouted angrily, his old face twitching violently. Feng Wuchen's strength had become extremely terrifying. Moreover, he had the ancient god power. The Flame Emperor's soul was extremely afraid and didn't dare to attack. The Flame Emperor's soul didn't dare to say that he could block the terrifying power of that sword without being injured. I haven't lost yet. The Witch of Flame's weak voice came. Did you hear that? She hasn't admitted defeat. Feng Wuchen sneered. Witch. The Flame Emperor's soul looked at the Witch of Flame in panic and worry. The heavily injured Witch of Flame's pale face was still cold. The ferocity in her beautiful eyes didn't diminish at all. Witch of Flame, if I want to kill you, the Flame Emperor's soul can't stop me. Feng Wuchen sneered, pointing the Dragon God sword at the Witch of Flame. I can also tell you that if you want to kill me, it won't be that easy," the Witch of Flame said coldly. Her serious injuries were recovering quickly at this moment. "Oh?" Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised, and said to himself, "The Witch of Flame doesn't have an eternal life realm body, but her injuries can recover quickly." What's with this water-type divine power? This divine power has such a powerful healing effect. Right, it should be the strongest water-type divine power in the Chaos realm, and her physique isn't ordinary. In a short while, the Witch of Flame's injuries had recovered completely. Seeing that the Witch of Flame's serious injuries could recover so quickly, the powerhouses of the major forces were shocked again. Dragon God Supreme will continue to be updated in the handwriting bar. There are no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend the handwriting bar. If you like Dragon God Supreme, please bookmark. Dragon God Supreme's handwriting bar updates the fastest. Feng Wuchen, you are not the only one who can quickly recover from serious injuries. I can do it too. Witch Yan said coldly, the real battle has just begun. How can I be defeated so easily? You are underestimating this saintess. Witch, you are not Feng Wuchen's match. Stop now. The Flame the Arch-Soul transmitted his voice, secretly worried. You have seen how powerful Feng Wuchen is. He is only a 6th-level Chaos Heavenly Venerate, but he can seriously injure me. I can't let his cultivation increase. Once he breaks through to the Supremacy Realm, it will be even harder to kill him. Witch Yan transmitted her voice, I am the only one who dares to kill him now. The Primal Chaos Ancestor won't dare to interfere. I have to seize this opportunity. Hearing this, the Flame the Arch-Soul fell silent. Witch Yan was right. The battle had yet to break out. Among all the transcendent powers in the Primal Chaos realm, only she, the Heavenly Tao Saintess, dared to touch Feng Wuchen. Witch Yan was qualified in terms of status and strength. If she didn't kill Feng Wuchen now, once Feng Wuchen became stronger, they would be the ones to die. Witch Yan originally wanted to test Feng Wuchen's divine power, but when she realized how powerful Feng Wuchen was, she wanted to kill him. Witch Yan, you were already at your peak in the battle just now, but you were still seriously injured by me. Feng Wuchen sneered, now that you have fully recovered, you still want to fight. Can I take it that you are courting death? 7 times the attack power can't kill me, Witch Yan said coldly, her beautiful eyes flickering with anger and strong killing intent. The Heavenly Tao Saintess, a 9th-level Chaos Heavenly Venerate, was seriously injured by Feng Wuchen, a 6th-level Chaos Heavenly Venerate. Not only did she embarrass the Flame Tribe, but she also embarrassed the Heavenly Tao Patriarch. What? You don't believe me? Then I will show you. Feng Wuchen sneered, his ancient divine power bursting out again. The moment he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen appeared behind Witch Yan silently. The Dragon God sword was already on her shoulder, his speed even more terrifying than before. What? Flame Witch was shocked. What a terrifying speed. Emperor Yan, Emperor Hun, and the 3 monarchs were all shocked. Even with their cultivation, they almost failed to detect him. One could imagine how terrifying Feng Wuchen's speed was. The top experts of the various factions were completely unable to react in time. At this moment, they were all extremely terrified. Feng Wuchen, stop. The Flame Emperor's soul roared in panic, but he did not dare to act rashly. If Feng Wuchen's hand slipped and he accidentally slashed down, no one knew if the Witch of Flame would be able to survive. Even if you don't die from this strike, your body will be destroyed. My ancient primal chaos mantra is no weaker than yours. Feng Wuchen sneered. His terrifying speed had clearly surpassed Witch Yan's. This is impossible. It's impossible for you to possess such a powerful primordial chaos mantra, Witch Yan said in shock, her face filled with disbelief. Feng Wuchen sneered, the truth is right in front of you. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Frankly speaking, if I want to kill you, it's very easy. It's as easy as crushing an ant. Boom, as soon as Feng Wuchen said that, Witch Yan's mind instantly went blank. Her pretty face was petrified, her heart filled with shock and anger. She was shocked because Feng Wuchen really had such strength. She was angry because Feng Wuchen actually treated her like an ant. This was simply an insult to her. However, I won't kill you today. Take it as my thanks for letting me know my current strength. You can leave now. Feng Wuchen sneered and immediately put away the dragon god sword. Every word that Feng Wuchen said continuously provoked Wu Qian. He really spoke as if he could easily kill her, the number one genius in the chaotic world, and killing her was as easy as crushing an ant. Anyone who heard it would be furious. Wu Qian's heart was filled with rage. I'll kill you. Wu Qian roared furiously. She turned around and slashed out fiercely with her sword. However, the moment Wu Qian slashed out, Feng Wuchen had already disappeared into thin air. The ferocious sword slashed at the air. Space Divine Power. The Flame Emperor's face changed. The Primal Chaos Emperor said in fear, extremely domineering Space Divine Power. It is as terrifying as the Chaos Divine Power. Even Feng Wuchen's Bloodline Divine Power is the same. Space Divine Power. The Moonless Emperor and the Flame Spirit Emperor exclaimed. Wu Qian, I didn't kill you today, but that doesn't mean I won't kill you. Feng Wuchen said coldly. In just an instant, Feng Wuchen had already returned to the sky above the Dragon God Palace. Try me if you can. Wu Qian roared furiously. She was really furious. Boom, Wu Qian held the Heavenly Emperor Soul Sword and swooped down. Her aura surged and her killing intent filled the sky. Master, if Wu Qian wants to die, then let's grant her wish. The Dragon God Sword said fiercely. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and the Dragon God Sword appeared out of thin air. Ancient divine power burst out and poured into the Dragon God Sword. You want to die? I'll grant your wish. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Cold killing intent burst out. Feng Wuchen parted his hands and formed a seal. An unimaginably vast aura burst out. It was several times more terrifying than the ancient primal chaos mantra that he used before. Obviously, the ancient primal chaos mantra that Feng Wuchen wanted to use was extremely terrifying. Feng Wuchen has an even more terrifying ancient primal chaos mantra? The Flame Emperor's soul was scared out of his wits. What kind of aura is this? It's even more terrifying than before. It actually made this monarch feel an overwhelming pressure. The monarch of the Moonless Monarch said in extreme horror. The Primal Chaos Emperor's eyes widened in fear. Feng Wuchen actually has an even more powerful Primal Chaos mantra. How is that possible? The experts of the various factions were all scared out of their wits. The ancient Primal Chaos mantra that Feng Wuchen used before was already terrifying enough. After all, the Heavenly Tao Ancestral Master's ancient Primal Chaos mantra was the strongest Primal Chaos mantra. If Feng Wuchen could use an even stronger one, it was easy to imagine how terrifying it would be. Now, Feng Wuchen had taken out an even more terrifying ancient Primal Chaos mantra. This was beyond everyone's imagination. The Wu Qian who was diving down was so frightened that she stopped in her tracks. She looked at Feng Wuchen with an indescribable gaze. Her face was already petrified. What mantra is this? This was the first time the Wu Qian had such an intense expression of fear. Even when she was severely injured by Feng Wuchen, she did not feel such intense fear. Regret welled up in the depths of the Wu Qian's heart. Buzz buzz. In a short while, when Feng Wuchen's aura exploded to an unimaginable peak, a domineering and terrifying sword gleam spread out. It was breathtaking, and the space shook violently. At this moment, all the peak experts, including the Flame Emperor's soul, felt an extremely dangerous aura. Feng Wuchen was really planning to kill the Wu Qian. I gave you a chance to live, but you didn't cherish it. Do you really think that I won't kill you because I'm afraid of the Heavenly Tao Ancestral Master? Feng Wuchen said coldly. His cold killing intent soared wildly. Feng Wuchen possessed ancient god power. Even if the Heavenly Tao Ancestral Master came personally, Feng Wuchen was not afraid. Dragon God Supreme will continue to be updated in the bar. There are no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend the bar. If you like Dragon God Supreme, please bookmark. Dragon God Supreme's bar updates the fastest. End of chapter 4169. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.